Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabutuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos doon. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
This is it. After weeks of upsets and heartbreaks, it now comes down to one last stretch. The playoffs race is reaching its final form, and only the teams who can endure can taste the taste of triumph. Ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, welcome dito sa ating final day ng CFS SE Masters 2026 Summer Group Stage. At kami nga pala ang inyong kasama ngayon dito sa ating panel, Mochi and Salvatore. And Salvatore, I cannot wait for the playoffs.
Maski ako, no, Mochi, di na rin ako makapag-anta. Yung mga viewers natin dyan, palong-palo na makita kagad ang ating main event. At higit sa lahat, yung napapalapit na playoffs na kung saan yun na ang tunay na wasakan ng pangarap. No, we have a lot in store for you para ka sa araw nga na to. Rosea teams in action para sa kanilang final venture of the group stage, and especially ang ating El Clasico na kaabang-abang nga naman talaga. Kaya kung ako sa'yo, tutukan mo na ang mga laban ngayong araw.
Totoo. At kung kayo ay hindi aware sa mga pangyayari from yesterday, abay balikan natin no kung ano nga ba yung mga kaganapan kasi hindi naman din talaga biro ang pinagdaanan especially ng ating mga teams from Rosea. Na
Wow.
kung saan dito sa Taringbabi against Atras, sila ay napaglabasan ng sama ng galit dito no after Atras actually saying goodbye dito no. Now entirely taking and ensuring na si Taringbabi ang magsasuffer at tatanggap ng lahat ng hinanakit nila.
Grabe naman yung pagka-goodbye dito ng Atras no? 10-0 sa loob ng Black Widow. Yun naman kasi ang napalanga nila no after getting dismantled by CBF the day prior to the series no. So alam mo talaga na maglalabas ng init sila RTA at si Jacob. Doon pa lang sa part no Mochi na nagra-rush na ng S yung Taringbabi. Abang sabi dito ng Atras, di palagan namin hanggang sa naulit no. Mochi ganun na ganun pa rin talaga no. Ang proseso talaga ng Taringbabi ay pumunta ng S at magpadurog dito sa Atras. Pero yung Ankara naman kahit papano may onting palag naman no. At least they scored 3 rounds with very impressive kills mula kila El Compe at kila Macray. Pero ang tanging naalala lang talaga natin doon sa Black Widow na yun pre ay purong pandudurog at ginawang abo ang Taringbabi sa loob ng mapa yun. Pero tinapos pre Atras there had some duels dito sa loob nga ng Ankara na may konting buwelo naman ang Taringbabi. But then again, ang maalala ng sangkatauhan is the 10-3 finisher maneuver dito ng Atras sa ating series na to. Na kung saan umabot ata tayo ng 20 minutes na ata para sa ating series na to.
Exactly. At I feel like the best word to use para dito sa matchup na to, no, it's a mismatch. Naman nga talaga, no,
Sobra.
just by Taringbabi, no, na naliligaw at hindi malaman kung anong susunod kanilang gagawin and Atras is willing to take advantage of that. Pero meron din tayo, no, dito sa ating susunod na pangyayari na kung saan si Veteran naman ang humarap against Virtus.pro. Sa labanan ng V, ayun nga lang nga, no, the will is definitely on the side of Virtus.pro na kung saan almost na nilang ma-10-0 no kung hindi lang talaga nagpakitang gilas dito sila EV9 and as well as sila Twintism.
Grabe, no? Virtus.pro sa isang mapa na hindi ko akalain mangyayari nga pala sa series na to considering na Veteran wanted a lot of options outside of Eagle Eye, Port sana no, or even Ankara. Pero akalain mo nga naman, no? Naging Eagle Eye pa ang ating setting. Na feeling ko talaga Virtus.pro, they had something in mind na mas advanced sa pinapakita ng Veteran. Yes, it may be a map na 9-13 sila dito no, ng Atras. Pero kasi Virtus.pro worlds apart pag pinukumpara mo yung laban na yun sa Atras no? So Virtus.pro has a different approach na talagang too much to handle lang para sa Veteran. At tayo dumako nga naman sa Virtus.pro territory no, Virtus.sport kung itawag ni Coach L. And it's definitely Virtus.sport from start to finish. Multiple kills from KLR, isang malapit na performance para kay KSA. And it all went to the fruition ng Virtus.pro na pumasok sila ng malakas, lalabas sila ng port na mas malakas sa kalaban.
True. Pero kasi ang maganda rin naman dito, no, hopefully hindi ma-take ni Veteran na wala silang growth dahil dito sa outcome na naranasan nila dito kontra sa Virtus.pro kasi talaga naman na meron silang improvement. It's just that nag-improve din itong si Virtus.pro. At lalo pa nilang hinigitan ang kanilang tapatan at laban dito ever since na tayo ay nagkita noong spring pa lang. Pero ito yung pinakamatindi dito, no, Salvatore. It is yung tapatan ng brothers and turned into rivals as Execration and FERVID been able to battle it out. Pero si Execration talaga ang merong huling halakhak at nakakuha ng kanilang paghagante from yesterday.
Mochi, halos bawalan na kami na ugat sa utak ni Sneaky kakatingin ng mga laban dito, no? From
Yes.
first set to second all the way to New Mexico, punong-puno pa rin talaga ng kaguluhan. And also, the added factor dito, Mochi, no? Emergency substitution. Nakalain mo nga naman, Haj. Naging magandang ehemplo talaga, no? Na hindi mo dapat talaga ino-overlook ang 6-man sa roster. Tulad lang din nila Dolph tsaka nila ni Rouge, no? So definitely isang player tulad talaga ni Haj ang nagbigay pugay para sa Ankara at ang napakalakas talaga na headshot percentage ni Haj going as far as becoming the set MVP nung map na yun. Pero ito pre talaga Black Widow, palitan ng bungo dito, no, si A7J pati si CBN who is the better headshot machine. Haj might have taken a slight dip sa performance niya nga dito, no, pero naramdaman pa rin naman ng FERVID yung consistency na pag nakakuha nga si Haj it's definitely a good gatekeep of a round para sa FERVID. Pero ito, Youtube, grabe naman. So it's everyone from Execration who had the move, pati na nga rin sa loob ng New Mexico. Kalahin mo nga naman, no, Mochi, ang pinaghiwalay ng Execration tsaka ng FERVID sa New Mexico is isang timeout lang. After magtawag ng isang timeout ng Execration, sinarado na nga nilang New Mexico na to at nakalimutan na ng FERVID lahat na nangyari, and Execration crowned as the winner of the series.
Grabe. At sa nakita din natin dito, no, parang every single round, parang eye candy nga talaga dahil lang sa mga highlights na binabato dito ng ating mga players na maya-maya matutunghayan din natin dahil nga, again, no, both of them talagang they've been able to prove themselves and ensure that their pride is not in vain doon sa kanilang tapatan. Pero tala na at ating simulan kung ano nga ba ang meron dito sa ating daily highlights dahil hindi naman nga talaga biro ang mga pinakita ng mga individual players natin at mukhang sisimulan natin ito sa ating favorite and arguably the best player in PH right now, Cetra, actually taking that quadra kill for a solo biho.
Sabi, no? Ba't nyo kinakalaban si Cetra pag ganto-ganto, eh, no? First, second, and third kill, napakalupit. Lahat yan boga, Mochi, no? Meaning, kini-quickscope niya lang talaga ang kalaban. Hinardscope niya ang pag-angat ng player ng veteran dito. Now, finally, no? Okay na nga, no, ang play dito ni Cetra. Akala mo naman, Mochi, ang reposition niya lang dito is pakaliwa, is pakanan. Onting denial lang ng flash. Asintado pa rin talaga si Cetra. The best player right now, isipin nyo yon sa liga na merong Kano at Yobib. Yes, kasi ang tunay na number 1 sa KD ayon sa mga numero at statistics sa 4 na linggo ng group stage, ang lumalabas na number 1 ay si Cetra. Kahit anong pag-aaway pa, guys, ang number 1 player ngayon ay si Cetra. Wala nang iba.
Mamaya sabihin nyo bias, guys. No. Dahil yan sa statistics na nakuha at na-accumulate natin simula week 1 until now. Pero, syempre, no, hindi magpapatinag itong ating kapitan kasi naka-ace lang naman itong si KLR.
Siyempre, no? Hindi magpapatalo talaga ang kapitan, no? Kasi hindi pwedeng si Cetra lang palagi. Si Cetra number 1, si Cetra ganto, si Cetra ganyan. Siyempre, si Keller ipapakita niya paano ba mag-EBR talaga ang tunay na pinakamalupit na barel sa meta nga ngayon, no? Gets the instant triple kill, dodges the 4th shot, ayaw gumana ng AK, kulang ng bala. Siyempre, USP ang gagamitin niya. And now, Keller wants the ace na isumbong na nga. Si Cetra magiging alay para magbukang maanga si kapitan. Keller gets the headshot and the ace for Virtus.pro. Ganyan kalupit si KLR. Nagtatawag na nga sa team, maangas pa. Tignan sa paglalaro ng CROSSFIRE. Yan talaga ang ehemplo ng isang IPL, Mochi.
Exactly, no? And parang kalaunan lang, no? Si KSA yung nagwala dito sa port, right, no? Si KLR na lang. Literal naman na parang they're taking turns ba, no? In order to accumulate these types of highlights sa ating liga.
Grabe.
Na talaga namang kung ikaw ang veteran, you'll be shaking on your boots because of all of the things na nangyayari sa mga
Grabe.
kapwa mo at sa'yo. Hindi ba? But at the same time, we also have someone in the mix here, and this is from another IGL, no? Nung siya ay nakakuha ng kanyang 3 versus 1 na clutch, no? Walang takot to, Salvatore.
Aba, syempre, no? From KLR being the captain, meron talagang meta ngayon, Mochi, na lahat ng captain, na lahat ng IGLs, palong-palo kung maglaro, eh, no? Take a look at this 1v3 separation. Tignan mo, ilang HP na lang ang matitira kay A7J dito. 12 na lang siya. Isang swing na lang dito ni CBN, patay na sana, kaso hindi, di ba? Kaso hindi. A7J secures the kill and dismantles, no? Itong lakas ng Execration. I believe this was coming from a double kill mula kay MBA, and I was convinced sa lalim ng pwesto nga nila. Side take na sana for side retake na sana for Execration, pero grabe, FERVID. Buti na nga lang meron kayong pyesa dito tulad ni A7J na hindi magiba-giba basta-basta, no? And for the final kill, ito pa ang malupit. 100 HP CBN, kapla mo, dinurog lang ng ganun na A7J. Of course, syempre, yung dati niyang kakampi, dudurugin niya para sa ating play na yun.
Actually, no? Parang nagdudurugan nga lang sila dito, no, Salvatore. Kasi yung susunod natin, galing naman kay Boss Yotib, no? Tinatawag nga nila parang ice cold in his veins. Kasi nakaroon siya ng clutch.
Yotib.
Oo,
Ay, tinan mo naman to, no, Mochi. Nahuli si Justin na bago nga sa play na to, pero si Yotib syempre bilang isang tagapagligtas, no? Siya nga naman talaga ang naging pyesa na hinahanap na ng Execration matagal na. Now on the 1v3, Yotib, pinaghihiwalay niya lahat ng mga members ng FERVID. Kaso, nahuli sa crosshair si Haj. Hindi na isumbong si Lance, hindi na sugod. At napakaraming oras yon na paralin na ngayon ni Yotib na, uy, lalabanan kita sa 2F. Kaso, meron tayong sinasabi na pros don't fake Mochi. Hindi finake ni Yotib to. Talagang tinotoo niya na ide-defuse niya yung bomba. And there it is, meh. There it is, no, Mochi. Hindi na nga siya Iceman sa ganyan no? Grabe nga naman sa init ng play.
Exactly, no? Malaho Rizal moment din ito from Yotib, no? Akala, hindi man lang pluma ang kanyang gamit, pero pag-defuse ng boba, ang kanyang ginawa dito sa round na ito. And, hindi magpapahuli, syempre, no? Kasi nagkaroon tayo ng 3 straight headshots. Later on, hindi talaga tumitigil, no? Meron tayong 3 straight headshots. And then, parang, dinaanan lang ni CBN. Ano ba kasi talaga nangyari dito? Nagsisigaw kami ni Bipolar dito, Salvatore
Mochi, Execration na naman. Parang may onting pampapanig ata mula sa'yo no? Pero syempre, joke lang yun. Talaga nga naman na dapat lahat na members ng Execration ay nasa top 5, pero kasya lang to para sa dalawa lang no? Tulad ni Yotib at ni CBN. But here comes the number 1 play. CBN, amazing pick sa may stage kanina. Pero syempre, tulad ng B-site, Mochi, napakahirap i-retake niyan. Napakadali i-crossfire niyan mula sa kabaong hanggang sa store B. So, etong si CBN, paano niya gagawin yan? And in CBN fashion, kaya nga siya number 2 sa headshot per kill ngayon. Tignan mo gagawin niya kay Dracifer. Papalinangin niya na nga muna yung smoke, dissipated na, one tap, tas na isumbong sa store B. Tinanggalan ng bungo si A7J. At dyan tayo nawalan ng hininga at ng utak kakaisip paano nagawa ni CBN yon for the number 1 play.
Wala pa rin nakakasagot until now. I even remember you asking, no? Paano ba i-manage ni CBN itong 1v2 na situation niya na moment na nandito na siya sa ating stage at sinagot ka niya kaagad-agad. Sinimplehan tig isang bala lang sa ulo, no? Sa dalawang miyembrong naiiwan from FERVID.
Diba?
And I do think na meron tayong bonus dito, no, Salvatore? Kasi it's definitely an execration party from yesterday na kung saan this time naman ito ay galing kay Paul, no? Our favorite biraman. Alam mo na yan.
Si Beyblade Master Folex. Talagang no? Talagang ayaw magpatinag ng kabire sa pagbigay ng mga plays para sa atin, no? Meron pa tayong bonus. Here comes an amazing lurk para nga kay Folex mula sa Pop Flash galing TV. At akalain mo nga naman, ang play dito is definitely kasama niya si CBN na naglalurk. And he got the push papunta ng hotel after the clearing operation nila MBA at ni Justin. Alam mo yan, Mochi, no? Team play, syempre nandiyan ng com. Sumbungan lang talaga kung anong nangyayari. Nagmatsyag si Folex with the risk na pwede nga siyang mahuli sa CA o kaya may pumik sa kanya para dito kay Lance. Pero nasaan nga ba si Lance? Nakiki-halubilo, nakiki-entry lang din. At nahuli nga siya and now Folex completes the lurk with the amazing play. Grabe nga naman, Execration. Awat na kayo, 3 na kayong nasa top 5.
Sa totoo lang, no? And it just keeps on getting better after the surprise na nakita natin from week 1, no? Defeating STS and Virtus.pro.PHT. Right now, ito naman, 3 sila nandito sa ating individual player highlights. And speaking of individual, doon naman tayo sa kagrupuhan at kabuuan na kung saan talagang mapapawaw ka na lang paano nga ba nakukuha ng ating mga teams ang ating mga rounds. At sisimulan natin to with chosen play from Dado na si Atras at si Taringbabbi ang naglalaban.
Shoutout kay Graduate Boy kung gaano ka nga ba kaloko-loko sa buhay. Siyempre, loko-lokong play din yung pipiliin mo, no, Dadum. Eto, malipit doon. JK mula HM, bababa ng CA. Pero setup lang pala yon para sa lurk ni CRG at ni RTA. Akala talaga natin yung ginawa ni Kate ni JK, baliw na. Pero eto, tinan mo, paano nga nila sinimulan tong play na to. JK going to CA. Pero ang setup pala, may mga manggagaling ng second mid. Kung baga lolokohin lang ni JK na, ako kalabanin nyo, pre, kasi nasa akin lahat ng perlas dito, no, nasa akin lahat ng ginto. But it was all a distraction, Mochi, para gawin ni Arte at ni CRG ang play nga na to. No, nilabas na ang walis tampo at nalinis na nga ang dumi dito sa ating mid. TARINGBABI just getting destroyed on the face of the earth. Atras completes the play and the series win.
That is actually the easiest way you can explain it, no? Niwalis yung mga membro natin dito ng TARINGBABI, and as much as it hurts to hear it, yun talaga ang nangyari
Sakit eh.
dito sa gitnang bahagi ng Angkara. But I feel like we also have this next one, no? Na ako ang pumili. Sabi natin, we now have Virtus.pro against Veteran na parang tama, no? Andito na sa ating headliner, the art form with Virtus.pro's mid-rounding.
Siyempre, no, Mochi, kung gaano ka katalino at madiskarte sa buhay, siyempre pipili ka din talaga ng isang play ng Virtus.pro na kung gaano nga ba sila kasolid mag-lay ng foundation sa kanilang mid-rounding, no? Tinan mo yung respeto, Mochi. Any other team would have rushed HM para lusubin ang veteran. Pero nang ginawa ng Virtus.pro, hinold lang nila yung LB dito. Hinawakan ng hotel, trying to pick kung meron magro-rotate mula dito sa veteran, and si KLR na kanina nang galing ng HM, inutusan niya si Elvin na magpa-lane na lang. Ngayon, kahit saan pumunta si 20sim, may makakasalubong siyang miyembro na naka-orange jersey talaga dyan at nakulong na si 20sim na parang nasa loob nga siya ng Bilibid kasi orange yung mga jersey na nakikita niya sa loob ng Eagle Eye. What a play from KSA para i-clear niya tong hotel, tapos yung position lang ng Virtus.pro para matrap ng lahat ng iikot papuntang lane is just that amazing, no? At isa lang yan sa mga nagagawa ng Virtus.pro sa millions of plays na binabato nga nila sa atin para tayo ay mamangha.
And yeah, 20sim, basically, bro got cornered and bro didn't like that.
Sorry.
But bro has no choice as well. No? But we also have this next one at, syempre, Sneaky Frog lang naman ang galing nito. It is Execration against FERVID mula sa ating unang half ng Angkara.
Take a look at this play. Good play nga to para kay Lance sa lahat ng mga magagaling ng yellow. Kaso nga lang, Mochi, the third in the leaderboard of headshot per kill ang uhuli dito kay Lance as Folex takes down the sniper of FERVID. Ngayon, bilang BL, syempre i-hold mo muna yung LA. Baka sakaling may mag-swing ng vents, baka may mag-trade dito kay Lance, lalo't CA nga sila manggagaling. And if you are FERVID, with the allotted time na binabat na ng Execration na hindi nga sila nagpupush papuntang A site, syempre ikaw gagawa ka ng sarili mong play, no? Medyo parang nainip ata sila A7G at sila Haj. They wanted to make this poisonous play. Kukornerin nga nila tong second mid na to. Lalabas nga sila ng TB, hoping na may mahuli nga sila sa may CA para magpa-arko nga sila. And dahil wala silang nakita, and dahil wala nang nahuli doon ang FERVID, here comes the spot na makikita natin ang success ng Execration. Take note, no, Mochi, 5 pa ang buhay dyan. And this is very good for Execration. Look at the patience ng Exe.
Yes.
At tignan mo ano ang gagawing movement dito ni A7J at nila Haj. Sinesenyosan na nga nila. They're now going to TB. Ibig sabihin, itatrap nila ang Execration papunta ng arko para mahuli ang Exe at maubos sila lahat. Wala na silang mapapasukan ng site. Ang kaso, Mochi, naubusan ng oras ang rotation dito nila Haj at nila A7J. Execration called for a 5-man collapse dito sa hotel. Anong napala nila sa pagkita ng LA? Wala nang miyembro ng Execration dyan sa LA, and Execration completes the execute. Now naka-entry na nga sila, although mauhuli si Justin sa play nga na to kasi si Haj mabilis lang na nakapag-react nga sa TB, so it's technically a 4v4. Pero ito ang mas maganda dito, the Execration post plan. Tignan mo ilang mata ang nakatingin sa mga dapat tignan. Isa mula dito sa RS, 2 mula sa hotel. Kaya na nga hawakan to ni CBN, no? Dyan lang siya sa may Kuya Will, MV on hotel, Yotib on TB, and Folex bilang trader lang as the first contact. Napakaganda para sa Execration, and every fight na binaton ng FERVID dito na ipanalo lang ng Exe bilang pamalit, and they complete the round. Napakalupit by Execration. Ganyan talaga pag gumagana lahat ng utak ng mga members, no? Ganyan yung kalidad ng play na nakikita natin.
Yeah, and the fact that it took a lot of time in order to make that round happen and successful para din dito for Execration just speaks a lot with kung paano nila pinipili brick by brick, no? Parang yung algorithm lang na binibuild natin sa mga social media natin na gusto natin makita. Pero here for Execration, they've been able to set that up that beautifully. And despite na meron tayong mga backup forces from hotel alongside with D, no? Hindi ito naging sapat because everyone is definitely occupied occupying each and their own positioning, and it became the best round that we have from them so far. Pero parang it's just right for us to see nga din, no, ano nga ba ang ating aabangan for today, kasi ang ating mga aabangan hindi rin biro, no, as our standings right now is definitely still fixed, still the same, and we are seeing na meron din tayo mga teams na nagigit-gitan pa rin until now dito, Salvatore.
Kitang-kita mo nga, no? Sino nga ba ang number 1? Virtus Pro, pero pwede pang mabago yan, Mochi, no? Depende na nga lang magiging kalakalabasan ng ating main event. Pero so far, Execration is now technically, no, the team that can be guaranteed the number 1 spot, no? Lalo't lalo na nga rin na they have this huge round differential upcoming, no, laban talaga sa Tarimbabi. But let's see, no, there is a possibility that Execration might overthrow this since wala tayong head-to-head rule. So yung 1 to 3 na 1 to 3 na placement na yan, pwede magkahalo-bilo nga mamaya, no? Since Virtus Pro might be able to secure the W, baka sila pa nga ang number 1, but nonetheless, Execration will now be securing at least a top 2 spot heading into the playoffs.
Yes, and by the way guys, hindi lang yung mga teams natin ang pwedeng manalo dito, kasi kayo din pwede. You guys have a chance to actually win 100 e-coins dahil lang sa pag-share ng inyong favorite highlight for the week. No? So, ang kailangan nyo lang gawin dito is to like and follow ang ating official Facebook page and as well as YouTube, CROSSFIRE Philippines, and i-ensure na pumili kayo dyan sa kung kaninong highlight ang gusto nyo. May it be from Paul, kay CBN, kahit kanino na na-feature natin kanina, kay Salvatore, pwede rin, diba? At i-ensure na pag share nyo yan, i-public ninyo para nakikita yan ng ating moderators at ma-record ang inyong entry at sa inyong caption, i-ensure na huwag nyong kakalimutan ilagay ang hashtag CFS Play of the Week and hashtag CFS Master Summer at ilagay bakit deserve nun maging Play of the Week. And through that, 100 e-coins na ang nag-aawang sa'yo, no? And you will be contacted directly at ilapag nyo din, by the way, ang inyong IGN sa ating caption. So, tatlo yon, the hashtags, bakit deserve nun maging Play of the Week at ang inyong IGN.
Sayang guys, 100 e-coin din yan. Walang libre sa buhay, pero pag nanonood ka ng CrossFire Philippines at nanonood ka ng Master Summer, nakikita mo talaga yung top 5 plays na yan. Kung ako sa iyo, pumunta ka na sa keyboard mo, mag-type ka na ng mga dapat i-type at kunin mo na yung 100 e-coin na yan.
Totoo, no? Kasi kung tayo lang pwedeng sumali din, baka sumali na tayo dito. Pero
Kunin ko
I
lahat
use
yan.
it at this it's already the time for us to actually feature ang ating unang match, no? Kasi it is gonna be TARINGBABI versus Execration. Meron din tayong veteran against FERVID, at last but not the least, yung kanina pa nating ina-emphasize na El Clasico is going to be Team Stallions against Virtus.pro.
No? Like ever since the start of Regionals 2024, Mochi, nandoon ka, host ka nun. On-site tayo nun sa high grounds, kitang-kita mo talaga gaano nga ba nagdidikdikan itong STS at Virtus.pro, and still in the big year of 2026, pinag-aaway pa rin natin sila. The level of these two teams talaga just does not die down. No? Pareho nga silang nagmamatsyag at nag-i-ensayo para sa isa't isa, and there is no other way, there is no other scenario na hindi sila pwede mahiwalay, no? Palaging magdidikit yung dalawang yan for an amazing El Clasico, no? Kaya kaabang-abang yung main event na yan.
True. And I wonder, no, kung magdidikit din ang ating laban right now. It is going to be TARINGBABI against Execration, or if at least TARINGBABI can get a fight against Execration, no? So, pag-usapan na natin sila kasi honestly, no, we're seeing kung sino yung mga standard or yung mga consistent gumawa dito so far. We're already seeing some heroics from El Compe. Then, Jahat is already back, it seems like. Buti naman. And even with the likes of Protons and Jimby, no, Salvatore, essential dito para sa ating team. Pero at the same time, malaki ang kanilang kakulangan when it comes to the usapang playbook lang naman.
Especially, no, tulad ni Jimby na kahit IGL nga siya, his headshot per kill percentage is still through the roof. No? 51 is definitely a respectable stat line. So the Jimby's persona dito sa team nga na to, kailangan talaga i-maintain, and I feel like they have to revolve around Jimby for some calls para dun sa familiarity niya nga. No? I feel like because he knows the bounds of Port and as well as Black Widow, dapat lang naman talaga na naandyan si Jimby. No? Pero huge shout out to Jangar, no, for having a very good performance nonetheless, no, no?
Shout out.
Despite it being something that will be forgettable for a lot of people, Jungler is still a solid piece na talagang didikit at didikit pa rin talaga ang TARINGBABI. So huge shoutouts to Jungler. Very good player. Hopefully there is a development along the way para mas nakakatakot na nga si Jungler sa mga susunod na tournament.
And talagang mapapa-vibe check din tayo dito, no, sa ating mga players. Seryosong seryoso kung tumingin, no, especially that they need to make the most out of this last match na meron tayo dito sa ating group stage. And it does seem like they're here for Protons, no, our honorary Daedong brother dito sa kanila. It does seems like they're still really locked in, no, and as much as possible they'll be learning the most that they can dito sa kanilang mga pinagdadaanan kasi hindi talaga biro, no, ang kanilang match history so far.
Oof.
It does seem like, yeah, yun na lang masasabi mo, mapapa-oof ka na nga lang, no? It does seems like that they're still undergoing that adjustment. Consider that they just been recently introduced dito sa ating liga and their first time, no, na makatapat itong ating mga PH team. So, again, for Execration, though, is not gonna be new. But we have a question here for ㍍MaBi. What can you say about your Master Summer experience and to your team's performance and fans? Walang sagot dito ni ㍍MaBi, no? That was a great experience for us, especially as a public. We learned many things, especially teamwork, and if there are no tournaments in Indonesia, we never knew we could participate in PH. For all fans, especially Indo, we also trying our best to beat PH. Just give us time. And for VH, we're not bots, guys. We're also trying, not just looking for a prize. And I like how he addressed every single one, no? And don't worry, ㍍MaBi, take your time.
WJMB, no? For a man that said, even when they lose, they do not lose anything, no? Sinabi niya nga yun,
Yes.
no, Mochi? And I feel like this sums up any experience that a Rosea team will be able to have inside of competing in Master Summer because it is definitely a highly competitive league. And I feel like Rosea's downward spiral in terms of experience because of not having a local league in their region, it is going to take a dip in performance facing off a Filipino league that always had tournaments locally. So understandable on the sentiments here of ㍍MaBi, but then again, we are patiently waiting for that jumpstart of TARINGBABI and as well as Veteran and much like any other Rosea team that wants to compete with the best of the best.
Exactly, and it does appear that we may also discuss about Execration as well, because here for Execration, all they've been able to get since the start is just pure W's, except for one, which is the matches, right? But this time, again, 3 of these players were featured in our player highlights earlier on, so I feel like that's already more than enough reason here why TARINGBABI should prepare themselves.
Well, Execration do not need any further introduction, Mochi. The names that these players have speak for itself, and the amount of legacies that they've protected and the ones that they preserved are already good enough to fill a whole void for Execration. But apparently, there is a substitution. Who's gonna be playing? Oh my goodness, the honorary 6th man is going to be playing inside of Execration, apparently because he's just that active. The last time that we saw ZYK play against a Rosea team was Master Spring, if I'm not mistaken, from that series against Raidas. But with that series against Veteran, he actually subbed out in favor of Justin. But he will be playing for the match against Veteran, but because, you know, he wants the spotlight, Mochi. It's the last game of Execration for the group stage. Of course, ZYK wants to chime in and still hang with the kids in town.
Yeah, it does seem like he definitely wants to ensure and show that he's still part of the team, and this is the best way that he would be able to do it here in our lobby right now. I'm still wondering and at certain times being caught off guard by CBN's PovCam because it does appear that he looks like he's lagging, but in fact he is not. That is pretty cool to say the least. What a talent, what a skill. But once again, this is the match history that we have here for Execration so far. Look at how golden it looks here, Salvatore. Just looking so great and pristine, except for that scratch against matches.
Week number 4 has a lot of emergency substitutions, Mochi. I feel like that's a reoccurring theme from MZ to Hodge to now Yotib to ZYK, which is a very huge contrast from what we saw yesterday because it really definitely had an impact. But I feel like with this upcoming matchup, it definitely wouldn't make a difference between Yotib playing and ZYK playing. But nonetheless, we'll be graced by the presence of the former Pacific Makta IGL and now turned Execration 6th man. One question here for CBN.
Okay.
Ano ang next step and target sa playoffs? The man of a few words here for CBN.
Yeah, well, the answer is simply, I hope we could go to Paris. And I find it a bit funny and entertaining when we contrast the answer of Jimby and CBN, is that for Jimby it's a whole entire paragraph, and for CBN it's a phrase. I can't even say that this is a
It should be a
sentence.
requirement.
It's a phrase. Yeah, it's like two ends of the spectrum. But at the same time, both of them definitely are fighting for very different reasons. For TARINGBABI, they are fighting for stability, and for Execration, they're fighting for that grand dream in order to fly to Paris. But let us check out who are the players who will be featured in our head-to-head right now, because I'm pretty sure this is actually pretty much a fair comparison. We have Protons and as well as FallX.
Ochi, come on. Come on, be honest. It's not a fair comparison. Look at the amount
okay.
of gaps in numbers that these two have. Any sort of
Maybe the
category that we
roles.
can throw to Protons, it is always going to be much better here than FallX. 1.12, 0.85, 0.72, and 0.24. Even the survival rating, Moji, it just means Proton just gets picked left and right. Meanwhile, FallX, despite him getting picked, he's still averaging a positive KD. I feel like that's where the efficiency lies for FallX, because he knows how to call and also disseminates any sort of delegation when it comes to the mid round. So that is where probably where the KD dips compared to what we saw from him the year ago, because he has been the primary attacker, but right now he has this huge voice for Execration. So it is understandable that it will take that major dip when it comes to KD. But you know, numbers does not mean anything here in this league, because we like to see the gameplay and how it impacts the team.
Exactly, and most importantly, what were the improvements that they will be able to rack up ever since the first time that we saw them here in the group stage. So let us now discuss what will be the maps that they will be playing on, because I'm pretty sure that this would be impacting what the behavior they will be having, as we will have that priority on to port here from TARINGBABI. Oh, this is gonna be really scary for them, especially after that quick throwback or flashback here from Justin in B site. But we also have Black Widow here from Execration, and we also have Subbase here as our decider. And this doesn't look that good for TARINGBABI, in all honesty, Salvatore.
It's as if TARINGBABI has not learned their lesson after their fight with
Yes.
the Trash inside the Black Widow mostly. It feels like they wanted the fourth one for the books, and kind of sorry TARINGBABI, since it's the last day of the group stage, will be throwing out all the hopium and the copium through the window, because this is a map veto that highlights Execration's dominance, because they both have port and as well as Black Widow. Remember Black Widow yesterday from Execration? That seems to be amazing, but
Yes.
the Black Widow for TARINGBABI yesterday, that seems a forgettable memory. So yeah, port, something that they prioritized ever since the start of Seamaster Summer, Mochi. I feel like that is an understandable move here for TB. But then again, any sort of map pick for TARINGBABI, I feel like it's just going to be one-upped by any other team here in Seamaster Summer, like Execration, because Execration inside of port,
True.
you do not want to challenge any sort of player inside of that map.
I mean, not just Port, but also Black Widow, right? Just given with what we'd seen from Execration from yesterday, because again, when it comes to space control and being able to anchor down specific areas, Execration definitely has the upper hand onto that one, despite, or rather, in the contrary here for TARINGBABI, they just keep on scrambling all over the place and being a bit too on the toes into what might come next or from their opposition. But I do think that it's just right for us to acknowledge and discuss this further as we welcome our casters who will be delivering the action into our match later on. So let us now welcome later on, it is going to be CGL and Bipolar, but now our predictions down below, pretty obvious, just Execration all the way.
Well, why not? Execration. I feel like it is
Yes,
going
I
to be an
feel like-
anomaly or even a graphic error if there is going to be
Yes.
someone that's going to be voting for TARINGBABI. No offense, TARINGBABI. Come on. I feel like you would understand why we have been voting for the opposite end when it comes to your fights, because there hasn't been any improvements since week one. There was up against Acceptance and matches. There was a bit of hopium there that Penjat and Protons was doing it for the Rosea region. But right now, ever since we started week number 4, there has been so much memorable moments for TARINGBABI, but for all the wrong reasons. So yeah, Execration with a clean sweep here on our prediction side. Moche, I feel like that is an understandable sentiment for our casters and analysts.
But I'm actually predicting that here for our community, it would be a bit more lot or have more percentage here for TARINGBABI just because of how many supporters they'll be having. But right now, it does appear that Execration will be getting that grand 94%, which is quite unfortunate. But again, TARINGBABI prove us wrong. We just keep on saying this every single time that we're seeing you guys because we also want to see you guys win. But again, our casters will now be joining us here in our desk. So let us welcome Sticky Frog and as well as Bipolar as we further dive into what we may be expecting here in our match right now. Again, here for TARINGBABI and Execration. Hello, good afternoon. How are you doing, Sticky Frog? And what do you think should be the thing to be focused on here for TARINGBABI? I know that's gonna be quite a lot.
Definitely a lot because Execration just so happens to be one of the more complicated teams when it comes to the macro play, and it was very evident with the series that we saw yesterday, right? Granted that New Mexico was a bit of a circus, but the first 2 maps really did display, some really good high-level macro. Some might say that, Execration and FERVID actually did kind of look like one of the more, let's just say one of the more Chinese kind of series, let's just say here. It kind of looked like a KZ versus EP match up until New Mexico, of course, and we all know what happened there, the clownery in that map. But at the same time, Execration already displaying that they're capable of playing some, we could say, slightly international CROSSFIRE, but still they are the unproven ones in this one. So I'm going to have to wait until they make an appearance, of course, possibly in Paris. But for TARINGBABI, I think... Damn. I'm kind of stumped, not gonna lie. I don't know what kind of tips I can give these boys, but maybe it's time to get a bit weird, a bit dynamic maybe in the maps, because if you kind of just play normally in this one, Execration's just gonna roll you over.
I don't know if maybe they're familiar with the trend of don't let them know your next move. I feel like that's already the best way in order to incorporate that into match in order to get an inch against the Execration. But how about you, our ex-fan Bipolar?
I feel like it's gonna be intense, right? We have to be honest. That TARINGBABI doesn't even have a chance to possibly even win a map up against Execration. But that was me before Yotib got subbed out. Now ZYK he is here. I might say otherwise, but it's still Execration at the end of the day. Right? And Execration is Execration with the past IGL playing in this game. Now they have a pure IGL, but I doubt that there will be strats here. They're just gonna be dog fighting in port and as well as here on Black Widow. So TARINGBABI, I feel like you can battle up against Execration, especially with Penjahat in. You can just go for aim. But at the end of the day, you have 3 highlight players from before, so they have to be ready.
Yup, they have to be very ready indeed. And here for TARINGBABI and as well as Execration, I'm pretty sure Execration still has that respect, but at the same time, I won't be surprised if they'll just power through TARINGBABI every single round that we'll be having in this series. And I do think that our platform will be ready in a bit, but now let's talk about our one last stand against the Kings, because here for Rosea's TARINGBABI, they're about to finish their group stage venture and hopefully that they can get the most out of this one, Salvatore.
Going to be the last message here for TARINGBABI. We hope that we will see you more in the Masters regiment, because TARINGBABI, despite them losing every single fight, I feel like every fight was the 100% of TARINGBABI's effort being shown on screen. So TARINGBABI, there is still hope. There is still some light in you guys, that there is passion within you, that you want to nourish and nurture the CROSSFIRE scene in your region, and not just that, but within the whole Rosea region plus the Masters level. So yeah, TARINGBABI, this might be the last exit, but at least it's for now. We will be seeing you guys possibly in the Regionals 2026 of a CFS. Because of that, we will be seeing a much more hungry, a much more feastier TARINGBABI, and a much more destructive one that could possibly defeat the best of the best here on Masters Summer. So yeah, it's only fitting that we'll be pitting TARINGBABI up against Execration as the one last message before we do head on to playoffs.
Indeed, and I hope that here for TARINGBABI, we can see them in our regionals because I do think that we have like a slot reserved for them as we move forward. So hopefully that we can see a better and renewed TARINGBABI by then. But speaking of kings, the Kingslayers became the kings in reign right now, and the number one team is here, and it seems like all of the doubters and cynics will be damned. Sneaky Frog.
Yeah, and it was kind of valid to doubt Execration, right? Especially at the start of this season, considering it was the first stint for MVA being the full-time IGL for the team, and then Yotib, of course, with only having had one good season so far in the CFS. He was kind of a bit of a risk, a bit of a gamble. A lot of people did ask that why didn't STS actually look at Yotib in this situation? Because I feel like STS is now in the mode that they have to win now. So, the move for revenge does make sense. And I feel like if you are going to go for a player like Yotib, it is a massive gamble. And this gamble worked out very well for the side of Execration. He fulfilled all the responsibilities that a sniper is supposed to have inside of the Execration team. And I feel like this is... As much as I did say the last few times the Execration is going to, go for the championship. But I feel like this is the one that might, send it to Paris.
That is actually a really good point. I'm pretty sure there's already a lot of people actually opening that type of conversations right now. And I do think, Sneaky Frog, that they've done their fair share of feasibility studies here with Yotib integration. And despite it being a risk, they all know that there is going to be much more of a higher percentage for this to work. And it actually did. And now, let us talk about FallX, because he is quite right now at the heart and soul leading the team to victory, Bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, number one, ranked in number 4 as in terms of headshot percentage, right, for every kill, and he has been frying all throughout. You have FallX and as well as Siben here, but with FallX having that kind of mindset now that he doesn't really have to gamble every time. We saw that yesterday, but we also see a FallX that is very patient in certain maps, that they have now calls out. They have now calls where in FallX you can just stay. You can stay put. You can give you a site for your own. We can play as 4, and that just gives a lot of ways for FallX to get a lot of opportunities, get a lot of powers towards the side of Execration. And yeah, the heart and soul of Execration FallX is about to rise even more. I feel like there won't be stopping. There won't be a cardiac arrest for the heart of Execration anytime soon. There won't be a stopping power that can deplete this kind of player. So hopefully FallX will keep on rising, not falling.
Yeah, especially if there is a way for them to repair every single scratch or problem that they're actually encountering throughout the course of this league. And it does appear that they are having very, very steady journey in here right now. And I guess our battlefield is now ready. So let's get the party started. It is again TARINGBABI against Execration, Sneaky Frog, and Bipolar. Rakraka na.
Thank you very much, Mochi, and as well as Salvatore, Sneaky Frog, and Bipolar on the desk for the last show or the last dance of TARINGBABI, and they'll be playing up against Execration, a team that we now consider top 1 despite Virtus.pro still on that number 1 spot, just because they have an even easier matchup for them, right? If they go out with a 2-0, well, they can easily get that number 1 spot. But Sneaky Frog, these maps are gonna be very brutal for TARINGBABI.
And it's going to be extra brutal today, right? Because we are no longer in the conversations here of week number 1, week number 2, week number 3, where there is a bit more leeway in order to, get into playoffs in terms of map points and everything. But we just so happen to be on the final day of group stage, and Execration, of course, is also vying for that number 1 seed. So, TARINGBABI, as much as we would love to say that, Execration might take it a bit easy on you guys, considering you are the Rosea team, but I feel like that is not going to be the case, especially in a map like Port. However, I did see some success from the Rosea teams, especially when it comes to the BL side of this map, especially with recent innovations. It's becoming easier to take mid, especially CA and Z here, and if they can do exactly that, then, boys like El Compe hits his shots with the sniper or maybe another player, then it could be a possibility. But at the same time, you can't really deny the oppressive force that Execration has when it comes to all of our maps, and especially if they can require just a tidbit of confidence. You can already see them pushing LB, you can already see them pushing LA, so TARINGBABI, they need to be prepared to kind of catch that.
Yeah, and especially here on Port, right? You have a team coming from Execration that has FallX that always prioritizes LB and as well as House B on each side. But yeah, we also have TARINGBABI now the comms.
Unahin nyo, ito super rookie.
May na kasi gamit.
Ayos.
Narik na, narik. Ala.
Wala na pa siya.
There goes the first blood going towards Fall X. But look at this, right? Mid contestation for TARINGBABI. Fall X shows himself and it's an instant headshot. Double kill possibly for Alcompe, and he confirms it. One more possibly for CBN as he hits every jump like a parkour map. Execration gets 3 kills.
Yeah, it's kind of what you expected at the start of the game, right? Just pure aggression from the side of Execration, but CBN gonna get tagged up and gonna get killed on the long side. But of course, in classic ZYK fashion, he is not gonna stop going forward, especially with the USB, but he gets absolutely yoked. What happened to the rookie? He fell off in the first round.
I mean, he is a rookie, so he doesn't know what is happening for Execration. Meanwhile, Justin, this guy is not a rookie. This guy is very much well-mannered in these types of games. So Execration now still has a 1 player up, but Penjahat already good for 1. Spots up, but Justin doesn't get the flick. TARINGBABI with the first round on port.
There you go. Jimby's popping off on the camera. He's like, how the hell did we get a BL round on the map of port up against Execration? Hey, I'll tell you, man, they pushed a bit too far forward. And especially if they're not hitting as hard as this in this round. ZYK with a very nice opening shot on Alcompe. And I feel like it will be a double sniper setup. Fallex also kind of rocking it. And Execration, of course, kind of learning the lesson of the first round. Just kind of staying on back, but until when?
And we do see Fall X going time to time with this TRG, but he is pushing. But ZYK covers with Jimby falling down. Execration now still has a man advantage in terms of 2, but TARINGBABI playing very passive.
Ooh, but the cry. He's gone
Yikes.
fast. CBN will be taking him down, and it is only 2 players left alive here, Polar. And with Penjahat right on top of Bridge, and he will just get taken down by MVA. And he's now surrounded by Execration players, and Fallex, who usually doesn't rock the TRG, is gonna rock it. So yep, it's exactly what we expected here, Polar, in all honesty. And as soon as Execration, they realize, oh, we're gonna lose a lot of points if we push forward here. This is, yeah, we're gonna have to hang back a bit.
Look at this. Big push. Execration depletes 2 players. Alcompe with the double kill with a USB. MVA still hits the shot with 2 kills now. Triple kill for MVA. Wild Flash, he gets 3.
There it is. Everybody taking turns on the TRG. It was Fallex's turn in that last round. Now it is going to be MVA. And I have seen him more on the TRG on this Execration team more than Fallex. So it's going to be a guarantee that he can hit those shots. And still, same old for Execration. Immediate LB control and going back into Z. They're going to peek mid.
Oh, there's just an RD in the bottom side of Bridge. Actually, was thinking Execration just holding down this mid area. I mean, while CBN pushes on LA, but he did take up CA now. Proton's pushing, but doesn't expect CBN is here. There goes Alcompe's head. Decapitated. Meanwhile, Protons with a cover. Meanwhile, flashed as well. MV gets spotted. It's a big fight on mid, but the action continues on LA as Penjahat fights the dagger on 2. That's Justin and ZYK down. It's all to Fallex, the heart and soul of Execration. A rising player that finds Bakarai on the ladder side. Bomb planted. TARINGBABI, they have numbers to play with. Fallex with 1 HP. He doesn't have anything here. Execration. I would be surprised if Fallex goes for the clutch. The action.
It's not happening.
Yeah, it's not.
It ain't happening, man. He was 1 HP. They have 3 EBRs. You kind of do the math at this point. TARINGBABI with another round on the board. Execration. Kind of, you know, they don't really have a red light realistically when it comes to these fights, right? They just keep on going and going, and they're looking for any player in the map to just fist fight straight up. Look at CBN. He's found a cry.
And yeah, he found Alcompe. We saw CBN smiling, and that just means it's a double kill, but MVA now it's a push on LB. Respawn taken for Execration. It's domination on port. The pride and glory of TARINGBABI getting depleted as the time goes by, and there goes the last kill. Execration again. It's pretty close though. It's a 1-point lead for Execration.
Yeah, and they can't really kid around too much in a map like this, in a series like this, right? Because we were talking about earlier that the round differential will actually be making a huge difference whether or not they're going to take the first seed or not. So, Yeah, Execration better get their act up, similar to what we saw in that last round. But CBN will go aggressive and will only get ㅍMACH.
That's a good cover though for TARINGBABI. You have two players expecting now CPN pushing on LA. But Justin doesn't have a TRG here, but he can do some damage just like this. ㅍMACH low in HP falls down, but he still gets the kill. ZYK on the other side actually finds ㅍMACH with a flick. TARINGBABI slowly falling down in these kinds of situations. But Folex expects their players on LA. ZYK checking other monitors, goes for the shot, but not gonna be hitting it this time. McCry can possibly give them a round, but that's just ZYK knowing how to peek at the right time. Execration, you are just dominating on this GR side.
Yep, and ZYK taking full advantage of Folex's kill cam here. And just making sure that he has all the information on that last player. In Execration, they're going to start to go aggressive once again. They can feel the pressure mounting, and it's working.
They send up Folex. Oh, that's just a beautiful shot to kill a ㅍMACH and to confirm too. TARINGBABI in shambles, sneaky. They're going for active plays, but every corner, every angle considered by Execration. Even ZYK now is on the BR side. Protons claims to make it 3. And it's a multiple inbound, but MVE stops the killing spree. Execration, man, oh man, how can you stop these kinds of pushes?
You really can't. It really is up to whether or not you hit the shot at the end of the day, right? I mean, it's very obvious angles that CBN and the rest of Execration is pushing in this one. But they don't spot CBN on the long side. They went for the double peek, and a good shot here on CBN. They clear one of the long players, but here comes ZYK.
Good reconsider, right, to go towards LA, but the nades. ZYK trying to go for peak-ups with ㅍMACH. He gets claimed by Justin. Now Folex enters the fight. One more tap here. It's a double for Justin.
Jesus.
And goddamn, that's a fast rotation for Execration that just didn't let TARINGBABI breathe on LA.
I think as soon as Justin arrived, he just absolutely cleared everybody on floor A, and top A was the responsibility of another player named ZYK here. And TARINGBABI, once again, they just cannot deal with the pressure. CBN, once again, attempted to go for the long push. Not gonna ask for a flash, and he somehow gets ㅍMACH on the backside.
They do neutralize CBN though. But Folex on the other side, it's full in control for Execration as Folex finds to ZYK jumping but getting the kill still. And it's only one kill for TARINGBABI. And imagine, I feel like we were only here 2 minutes ago, but now it's switching the sides.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we expected in the map of Port, so I think we can't really compliment Execration too much. Let's just make fun of ZYK's score. But we're going to hear the guns.
Hey! Push yan! Cobra, boy.
Padalaw to 2 orang.
Gua narik trap.
2 lagi.
Gua. Dari 5.
TARINGBABI, I want you to kill ZYK every time.
Please kill him, bro.
Yeah, please, at least kill ZYK every round. Well,
Ooh.
Folex
Damage.
testing. Good smoke, actually. But the flash not gonna be good as well. Folex just a tower defense on top A. And TARINGBABI, they're just stuck on respawns. Sneaky, they're the ones getting bombarded with nades and gunshots.
Ooh, but McCry gonna try to approach the site. Immediately goes down on Bodega. But ZYK will be getting the one tap on the spawn player. ㅍMACH, last one left alive. What can you do with a TRG and 1 HP? Not much.
I trust, and I should not. Execration, just laughing all throughout. I miss Yotiv, man. Why is ZYK here?
Look at him, man. He's 9-5.
Mm,
Ooh, I guess.
okay. Working. He has an HK. They continue the
Also
fights,
got
though.
it.
ㅍMACH finds CB. And oh! Disgusting shots coming from ㅍMACH to claim a triple kill. He is just giving a lot of hope for TARINGBABI, and you get 4 ㅍMACH. Amazing on the defense.
Put that on the For You page. NBA, the last one left alive. You know, the only sole player that can do anything realistic in this round. But look at MVA. Just letting Protons pass by. Is Protons going to look behind him, or is he going to be doing a shot? ㄍMP's down. Protons is spotted. That's an easy one. An easy two, actually, for MVA. C4 is still dropped on LB, and he's just going to confidently run into the LB side. I feel like he doesn't really care realistically because he has the USP that is going to hit whether or not he's running. But McCry's here.
MVA
Dodge.
spots him now. McCry doesn't even realize he's on the platform, but the flash disables MVA for a second and stuns him to get the easy headshot. TARINGBABI playing good on this round. Denies the 9 point for Execration.
There it is, sigh of relief that ㄍMP can put that highlight on his For You page without having a round loss off of it. But MVA, a nice attempt from him. But too many players on his screen. And speaking of too many players, look at ㄍMPy.
Look at ㄍMPy, man. They don't even know, but ZYK still finds the kill. But with the USP, he converts a double. Meanwhile, Execration going ham for ham. Both sides of the map, and Justin with a TRG as well. Every Execration player except for CBN has gotten a kill with the sniper. ㄍMPy did find 4 before, but can he find 3 this time? That's 1 down. 2 more left. But Justin, he feels the ninja play.
The ninja.
Oh no. ㄍMPy now has an opportunity with the USP, but he gets dinked. 9 HP. And they line up for them to get the kill on ㄍMPy. Wow, man. That was pretty close, though.
Yeah, people really underestimate how much a code can do through a wooden box, and it can do more than the usual, that's for sure. But Justin will be the one on the bottom side of bridge, is actually going to get tagged up. But ㄍMPy, is he going to fight back? Is he going to go for the climb up? No, he's just going to be staying on A side instead. Careful, though. I said careful, gang.
He shows himself sneaky. Meanwhile, CBN showing himself as well. That's a double kill now. Triple kill for Execration. And Folex goes for a killing spree. As ㄍMPy is left alone. Another formidable player for TARINGBABI, but he is getting laid up. 45 HP with 40 seconds to play. Execration closing out port in a 10-3 scoreline is not impossible, but ㄍMPy, with his heart, he can possibly go in for a clutch. Expects MVA as well. This is pretty good. But he thinks it's A. Wait a minute. It is. And they just get killed. That's Execration giving ZYK the last kill. And that's a 10-3 to close out port.
There it is. Expectations are met in this one, not gonna lie. 10-3. I was actually expecting more of a 10-1, but Execration did have a bit more fun in the map of port, but not too much, of course, that it is gonna affect their map score standings. Of course, once again, that is the goal and the objective here for the side of Execration, is to really secure that top spot and to really, kind of beat TARINGBABI to a pulp, because, once again, the rankings are gonna make a huge difference whether or not who you're gonna be facing in the semifinals potentially.
Yeah, pretty insane, right? That Execration actually needs to play very, very clear to actually get that spot that they want on that playoffs. But TARINGBABI, man, we saw some great plays, especially for ㄍMPy. They didn't falter up against that CBN push on LA. They were getting like back and forth rounds with CBN just pushing, and I like that they had some buddy systems that was going on in Still Door, but still not enough. You just get, if your attention gets taken by CBN, Folex goes out on LB. If Folex gets the first frag, ZYK comes in from mid. So, and there's a lot of layers here to take out for TARINGBABI. But man, ㄍMPy, someone needs to look an eye on this guy, because he is also a fragger. Imagine this, Sneaky. ㄍMPy up against Execration, our so-called #1 spot right now, but they are still fragging. I mean, just like what you've said, right? They got 4 kills, they convert into a round win, and honestly, that's the best they could have done.
Yeah, put that on the For You page, right, if you're ㄍMPy. But yeah, I mean, it is a pretty good hold by him. And of course, he is one of the few shining stars on the side of TARINGBABI. And I look forward to what he can offer in the rest of the Rosea games coming soon, of course, going into regional. So, I'm pretty excited for what Rosea has to offer. But up against Execration, it's not really much, man. It's the typical #1 versus #10 matchup.
Yeah, it's always Execration just giving you a dogfight, and you just have to choose on which dog you want to kill on the early rounds. But you still have 4 more that you have to deal with. And now we are going towards our panel, possibly, but we do have a little bit of time here to talk about these things. TARINGBABI, again, they will be playing up against Black Widow in Execration. We saw Execration plays very, very well last time. Hopefully, TARINGBABI gives them a little bit of a show, right? To possibly give them a little bit of an egg, especially ZYK is playing right now. But it looks like our time is done for the caster desk. It's time for our panel. It's Mochi, and as well as Salvatore.
thanks a lot to our casters, Sneaky Froggen as well as Bipolar, and it does appear here that in our map, it took a lot more than what we usually need to see here in terms of effort for Execration, but they still won the map regardless.
Well, that has to be like one of the performances of Execration of all time, considering that they played with ZYK, and kind of feel like there was a chance there for Execration to finish it 10-0, even 10-1, but because probably of ZYK's contribution of the deaths accumulated inside of Port, there has to be this constraint that the Execration will not be exiting Port that cleanly compared to what Stallions did or even what Virtus.pro was able to do. But yeah, that doesn't mean anything, honestly. But yeah, Execration still played the port that we are all accustomed to and how they play it, but most of the time this was ㅍMBABI trying to survive. And some of the rounds that they did survive, they played actually good. ㅍMBABI with an amazing 4K, a lot of shots here for Penjihad, and a bunch of contesting action here for ㅍMBI, just for Execration to have a hard time. So it's not just an effort here for Execration to try and make an executing play. It is the effort here for ㅍMBABI to counteract anything that they're being thrown at him. So every time that there's going to be a rush, ㅍMBABI is able to react really nicely. But sometimes, actually most of the time, Mochi, Execration just had this like amazing aura where it just hasn't started yet, but apparently they know how to invite, and they already know what movement is sufficient for them to win against ㅍMBABI. Look at this. They are the GR, but they're pushing court. So this just means that Execration is not even utilizing an execution. They're just playing like a player that is inside of Bootcamp Dragon, like an 8v8 Mochi, like we played last night. And this is the commotion, and this is like the gameplay that we are seeing from last night to right now, embodied in ㅍMatch this level.
Yeah, basically. But at the same time, I feel like when we talk about the buddy system, right? Here for Execration, it does appear that they're like a 10 in the Moss skill, and unfortunately here for TARINGBABI, they're just 4. So I feel like that is just the main thing that we can definitely or easily compare them at of where they are currently now in terms of coordination. But here in the map of Port, you got a 10-3 in order to top it all off, and we also have really great advances as our casters mentioned here for ㅍMBABI and as well as Protons. But here for Execration, it does appear that it's just another day for them, honestly. Taking a 100 rating, super high here for Justin MVA and as well as Fall.
Yeah, the Execration trio here of Justin, MVA, and Fallex really proved to have like this better rating. But take a look at CBN. Despite him having 11 deaths, he finished with a 100% rating on his headshot per kill. So that has to be a stat wherein, you know, you can't just have everything. You know, CBN, you were good last night. You can't be good today. You had to die a lot. But yeah, you got 100%, but, you know, you died a lot still. So that will not be counted here for CBN. That's probably set
That's
MVP
okay.
performance. But there are 3 candidates here, Bochi. Justin, MVA, and Fallex almost sharing the same stat line, honestly. MVA is just down 6 headshots. But still, we'll be crowning our set MVP. NT here for ㅍMBABI. Kind of looks like they still had something in the bag. But Justin, he's going to be our MVP of Port. After all that commotion, Justin played calm and played better Crossfire than 4 of the members of Execration.
Again, there's just something with Justin in Port, right? I feel like we've already foreshadowed this earlier on before even our match actually started, and it does appear that he's still staying true and holding it consistent in terms of how he's been able to play comfortably here. And I do think that here with the 2.00 KD, well, Justin is definitely just doing perfectly here in the map of Port, ensuring that other than the fact that he's a player to rely on, he is also gonna be hitting those shots. And here for Execration, again, just shows that they are definitely the team to look out for. I mean, again, it did prolong a bit more in terms of the rounds that we've been able to play, but they got the result that they wanted, and that is what matters the most.
Well played here for ㅍMBABI still, but they will be having to play Black Widow for our second set, and that is a scary sight here for ㅍMBABI because there is a possibility that they may lose 11 consecutive rounds since yesterday, and that might not be really good here for ㅍMBABI because of what Atras did. But there is still a map here needed to be played here by Execration to fully cement their group stage as the #1 team, but let's see how will they fare.
And we'll also see if TARINGBABI would do better in our next map, and especially that this is not a map that's been chosen by them, which might be pretty scary to say the least. But again, later on, we'll see if they can do better and if Execration would be able to
let's see.
do also a better scoreline in our next map. And for now, we'll be saying be right back as we head on to a quick short break. Teka lang, naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the double.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Hello everyone and welcome back here. It is still our match of TARINGBABI against Execration. We're in. Execration has been able to get that first map in a very short time, I may say. Well, this time, I wonder if there will be some better odds here for TARINGBABI, or will they be slammed into the floor once again, Salvatore?
Well, I feel like, Mochi, you answered it already. I feel like the latter part of what you said is going to be the result of Black Widow, because anything that involves Black Widow in Filipino teams, they already are the consensus winner already, because Black Widow, 3v3 off sounds, 8v8s, always a start, 5v5 pub games. This is where every single foundation of pro players do start their humble beginnings. Kind of like what Yo Bib and KSA are to Virtus Pro, this is what Folex and CBN is to Execration, because Black Widow is that kind of map that every single Filipino knows how to play. And I feel like Execration, from their decade-long experience of playing international plus local regions, they know the bounds of this map. But TARINGBABI, I feel like they also have this kind of experience, but you know, experience does not mean anything, Mochi, because skill is what we put an emphasis to in the series.
Yeah, and even after how we saw TARINGBABI actually behave from yesterday's Black Widow, well, I don't think that is also quite of a good thing to note here, especially that everything is just a bit too shaky, and seems like the foundation is still yet to be built, as the materials are a bit caught lacking. And I do think that the next map is now prepared for us and prepared for our players to unleash their best. So that is why we are gonna welcome and throw it over to our casters, Bipolar and as well as Sneaky Prawn.
Let's continue the battle of TARINGBABI and as well as Execration on Black Widow. Sneaky Frog, Black Widow is a map that has been now played multiple times on the Masters stage. Plus, Execration has been one of the teams that really played every map now in our map pool. So TARINGBABI, I feel like they have a little bit here, but I feel like they're gonna bank on ㅍMatch trying to, you know, get these like early frags with a sniper.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, there's a whole lot of factors you have to consider as well. I mean, I did say yesterday, right, about the history of Execration, and when it comes to Black Widow, of course, the Magda trio, as of now, you know, they have had, they have had an era where they did have the best Black Widow in the world at some point, right? And you also have Folex and CBN. CBN at the time, Matches was one of the best. When he was in Matches, they had one of the best Black Widows in the entire, in the entire league. And at the same time, you know, you also have Folex, who, when in his time during Vanguard, he was one of the, hardest hitters when it comes to this map. So TARINGBABI, you know, it is not gonna get any easier for them, considering, you know, the map is gonna be getting a bit more pubby on the side of Execration. So they have to expect the exact same pressure that they saw from Port, that you know, CBN's gonna be constantly pushing, ZYK is gonna be constantly trying to challenge you. So they're gonna have to be ready.
Yeah, they have to be ready because Black Widow really runs in the blood of every player of Execration, right? Yes, we can say the same for TARINGBABI, but I feel like in terms of competitive play, it really runs towards Execration. TARINGBABI having, you know, not really the same kind of caliber of Execration in this map, especially with the recent performances, will be very much shown in the very first round, right? But I want to see ㅍMABI pop off, man. ㅍMABI has been very silent from that port map, because he was the one and only player that we banked on yesterday when they were playing, or the recent weeks that they played. Yes, El Compe is one hell of a player, but they have two capable HK players that can outfrag or at least get some kills in to get a positive KD, right? So if they just activate here, give ㅍMABI a little bit of room in these long range angles, if he kills off ZYK in an instant, well, you are definitely going to be good. But we are also seeing this prevalence of like the RGs in the hands of multiple players on Execration, which can be a possibility. That ㅍMABI can get one sniper, but can he get the other? That's the point now. But we also saw TARINGBABI not really go for executes. Mostly it's just waiting for these players to come in, and then they'll try to go towards B side, possibly mid, and then if they go towards there though, you definitely know that LB players, especially here on Fall X, they'll be pushing, especially MVA. So it's a tough fight to basically think about, because you were also telling us that unpredictability is what Execration does, and you have 5 players that is just hungry for kills, like hungry for that 100 rating at the end of our stats. So if they can just slow down a bit, get some picks, and as well as go for set plays after getting some advantages, they can possibly claim 5 rounds, 6 rounds. I'm open to getting that.
Yeah, and especially knowing that some of the other rounds here for the side of TARINGBABI, right, especially the ones that they won on the map of Port, mostly it was them kind of just overwhelming a singular opponent here. So I would want to see more kind of group plays from their side, especially because in terms of head-to-head battles here on the map, if you are not named El Compi, you are not going to be killing any Execration members here. So maybe it's time to kind of corral the firepower a bit, maybe try to go for a long peak, maybe try to go for a mid peak. So they really have to stick together.
Yeah. Now with the comms on Black Widow.
Udah,
for
guys, tangga tapi ya.
TARINGBABI.
Ya udah. Lo main tangga ya udah gue yang anti buta. Nih gue di sini.
Aku di pilar ya, aku di pilar.
Di sini Ian ya.
CFS pilar. Apa? Blind spot.
Oh, just like in Port, Fallex gets the first kill, Justin with his second, and Fallex with his double kill. Execration on the BL side, actually. It's just overwhelming odds for everyone, but there goes ㅍMatch, and again, you get one, but you can convert it onto Execration with their first round on Black Widow.
Yeah, and I like what Fallex is doing here. He's very cheeky about it. He's kind of reporting the player right after he gets the kill. So he's going to be trying to see if he can gain some stats here. At the same time, look at Fallex on the mid side, and he will be getting a headshot on Protons. But there is what I was talking about. They need to kind of group up.
Yeah, you need to just overwhelm these players for Execration, but this time, that overwhelming players on short will be claimed by ZYK's AK, and it's a triple for Aljon. Execration now opens up a site with 2 players left. But ㅍMatch, if he finds MVA from the cross, but he goes towards mid, now it gives a great plan for ZYK to just go and hold this out. They might expect that he's coming in from short, given that ZYK is now going towards that spot. But ㅍMatch expects it possibly.
Oh, he scoped in.
Spot ZYK. Big flash, denied a little bit there, but MVA already is there, man. I feel like it's a done deal.
Yep, that's like one of the OG angles here on the side of Black Widow as well, that you can just kind of look down on that position and they can't really kill you, but they can see your name. So it kind of is annoying for the short player who's also trying to see if he can get into the A site, whether or not he can swing, as they can just pop out. Look at ㅍMatch though, trying to go aggressive, but he immediately gets melted.
Yeah, easily claimed by Fallex now. Every side of the map except for B, almost claimed for Execration. Good shots coming in for TARINGBABI. They stop the push, but Makrai reloads. Heard by CBN, calls for Fallex, but Makrai can only get 1. Fallex is just too insane now, claiming a 6 kills in 2 rounds. Nades flying by. Fallex left alone, as ㅍMatch did find Justin. And this might just be a good round for TARINGBABI, unless Fallex with 15 HP finds the kills, but looks like it will not be this time. TARINGBABI, first round.
Yeah, ㅍMatch gonna be happy about that, especially knowing that he immediately got traded and they got mid control because of him. So TARINGBABI now starting to see if they can get some early footing in terms of map control, especially on that mid side. But Execration now taking the clue and now assigning more than 4 players on that mid side and just leaving CBN for long.
CBN, this is a big gamble for Execration still. But they're not looking on LA. It gives CBN a kill. Now Fallex activates from short. Big flash helps him to get a double kill. Everyone from A melts down. TARINGBABI cannot even get a footing here. Only finding CBN. ㅍMatch aware. Someone is in the backside but offers his head towards NVA. It's just too good on the BL side of Execration.
Yeah, Execration not having to really dig deep in their playbook, in all honesty, right? It was just a simple 4-1 positioning here on mid and on the long side, and just kind of using CBN as a distraction and somewhat of an entry as well for his squad in order for TARINGBABI to look the other direction, but CBN will be checking out the B side this time.
They want to go B. Execration anticipates that TARINGBABI will put players on LA, and it just gives a free sight. CBN, ㍍Match will fall down, and there's an investment. ㍍YK is on short, and he finds the kill.
Ooh, McCry standing in the wrong place, wrong time. And yeah, he is definitely dead. But El Compi still on the short side. And I don't think they're even anywhere close to where the C4 is. They are retaking A, but realistically, it's still in B. But MVA on the mid side will be getting shot in the head. Hold on, Jimby. Even without the courage juice, you are hitting your shots. And El Compi, the last one left alive, he's now stuck in the corner. And yeah, you're not going to escape that anytime soon, buddy.
Yeah.
4-1. Execration. Yeah, expectations.
Yeah. Even MVA, man, he's just yawning in the back lines. Justin, cold-blooded though, able to spot on multiple players. This mid-aggression though for TARINGBABI, they need to calm down. They can get some angles here to not get easily killed. Nades, not connect this time. 8 HP left for McCry though. Alex, spotted, an easy headshot. That's a good first kill for TARINGBABI.
Oh, CBN, hold on. There's a B-side still wide open.
Ooh.
Oh, but the copy's still there, man. He's covering.
Oh, 65 HP, man, but MVA is gonna go for the backstab where Protons goes for the cover. 2 players versus 3. Justin flicks up and immediately shots up McCry. Holy mother of God. Someone call an ambulance, but it's not for Execration. Give it to TARINGBABI. Justin finally clean.
And the entire time that this whole battle is going on the A side and the mid side, this guy was just standing in the middle of House B, not moving an inch. And dare I say that is just classic ㍍YK at the end of the day. And dare I say deserved, in all honesty. He gets shot in the head, and TARINGBABI will be getting the point.
Yes, if there was a crowd right now, everyone would be screaming for TARINGBABI. Especially that they got ㍍YK. Good awareness though. No, you saw players here on stage dying from the high mid side of BL. And players pushed on short. It was good for TARINGBABI. Actually, great mid rantings actually.
MVA still, though. Now is the entry for his team. Captain turned entry fragger for the side of Execration. Protons will be getting taken down. El Compi, Jimby still rounding the corner in the B door. CBN running on in, possibly into the door side, and he has entered a very good angle. ㍍Match not noticing that there's a guy within those double doors, and CBN will be taken down too, and that's going to be the third. He finally gets taken down, but at the end of the day, Execration, they still won that one. 5-2, and it is looking very similar to that port map, Polar.
Yeah, it's very, very similar, except for that triple TRG, double TRG, but ㍍Match did find Justin. These first bloods can be very opportunistic for TARINGBABI now. They hold down LA. No one's gonna get past El Compi. But ㍍YK with the AK finds 2. Meanwhile, Folex has entered short. How the hell did that happen for TARINGBABI? But McCry stepping in the sideline of ㍍YK is not a good sign. And Jimby left alone again. In a 2v1 where the bomb is planted, the grenades will fly by, connecting into him. But again, it's a revenge play. Can ㍍YK, with his patience, find Jimby, peeks out, and ㍍YK gets the kill from the death cam. Execration finding ways to claim these sites.
Yeah, least obvious, stat padding from the side of ㍍YK here on his side. He's trying to keep the KD up because he's trying to rock that 6 KD by the end of this. But look at Jimby, just absolutely mauled on the short side, fully blinded. Good pop flash here by Folex. But McCry still on the stairs side. It could be the stepping stone towards his death. And there's a drop down here from Folex, and he gets a third. This kid is just too nasty. And CBN and Justin will be getting the last 2. It's just a cleanup from the side of Execration.
Man, it's a 5-point lead. Execration just holding their own and giving that Filipino treatment towards TARINGBABI. And with Justin peeking out, he does find ㍍Match, but not getting the kill. Oh, Penjat, just get out, brother. Just get out. You're already in the sideline of death himself. With one player down, they have LA. But look at this. Execration sends out their two players that are hot in their hands. It's at CBN and Folex going for bans here for TARINGBABI. But Justin kills off Protons, and there goes the last kill. CBN says you don't need to show this massacre on LA.
Yeah, just basically a highlight play for him at this point. And I wonder if this is a competition on who gets to be the top of the scoreboard, aka what we call an ace in this game. But look at that long peak. CBN will be getting El Campi, but Folex will be getting Protons in return. Jimby in the smoke using some Filipino tricks, just crawling right through it, not noticed inside of it. And Jimby's just going to run back into base and try and see if he can kind of pick out some of the stragglers here, considering he still has the HK, 100 HP, and a full belt of utility here, and as well as Penjahat. So this is a possibility, honestly.
Folex, though, slipping through past these defenses of TARINGBABI on the respawn, but NBA already posted up. Can go towards the boxes. Is Penjahat, no? NBA. Oh, I think they heard him. But the nades, it just goes out towards Penjahat. NBA using everything to his full potential. Jimby holding down, finds Folex through the smoke. But MVA will claim their 9th round, and that's it, man. It's just a 7-point lead for Execration.
Yeah, possibly cooked at this point, right? But we'll see the comms.
Flashing. Flashing kaliwa.
Tatlo rito.
Tatlo rito, that means
3 here.
depende kung tatlo. 3 here, yes. Jimby
Oh,
will claim 1, but Justin now closes down LA. But Makrai finds the little bit of a gap there. Folex tags Makrai, but now ZYK claiming again the last kill, gives it to the man that needs it because he needs validation. Execration will claim the 2 sets for this last matchup for TARINGBABI. Man, TARINGBABI, at least they're in smiles and they're in full joy. They know that they put up a fight, especially with El Campi and Jimby, man. It's victorious for Execration.
Yeah, and ZYK kind of looking like the Grim Reaper that came in late for his appointment, right? Always at the right place, slightly late time for him. But at the same time, it's still a win for the side of Execration, and I feel like we really didn't doubt Execration for a second year, especially when it comes to this series, considering that the gap is still very prevalent in between the the PH region and between Rosea, but the gap is, I wouldn't say getting wider at this very moment because it really is kind of misled. This is kind of the quote unquote best team on group stage at the moment, and of course TARINGBABI having to run into them because eventuality, man, you're gonna have to face the best teams if you're in the table. And honestly, TARINGBABI, it's a very nice attempt, but still, realistically, we didn't really see nothing from you.
Yeah, it's still just, a domination for the Filipino teams, especially here on Execration side. But man, golf claps for TARINGBABI. They still put up a fight. At the end of the day, they were very much, optimistic, and they knew what they were getting into, and they prepared, but it's not just enough. Again, just like what we said before, right? Veteran only took 1 master stage for them to adapt and to at least improve even more. TARINGBABI, you still have a long way to go, but brothers, we are awaiting for your greatness here in Masters and in the entirety of Rosea. So TARINGBABI, at the end of the day, nice try, but Execration, it's a good game for them. They have now just dominated the scene on our group stage, Sneaky. That is their last matchup, I think as well. So only getting 1 loss. Imagine that, Sneaky. Execration, we talked about this from 2 matches ago, that they are still chokers, that they are somewhat iffy. They're somewhat good and bad. But now, do you think Execration can possibly get that EWC slot?
Oh, for sure. I think they're playing at the level that could be comparable to STS and VP, right? And even I would even say compared to some of our, stronger Vietnamese teams, some of like the 3rd seed or the 2nd seed of Brazil here. Can't really say too much about Team Liquid because they are looking absolutely spick and span right now, and they could be one of the favorites going into EWC. And as well as we will not forget Rock, of course, with Faye and the boys, going to be hard to figure out, especially with a team like Execration, who really does do a lot with proactivity, and they're kind of the ones who really kill that proactivity, right, as they do wait around a lot. And I would say in terms of Chinese teams, for comparison, I think
Is
they're around at the level of just right above Q9 at the very moment.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I thought there wasn't gonna be a similar team for the Chinese people that we can compare towards Execration. But yeah, you're right. There is some. So at least there is one. So Execration, man, they're gonna eat for EW spot or even that podium finish. So hopefully we do see them, still dominate or still have this kind of somewhat golden and silver road going into the playoffs. But man, Taringbabi, nice try. We'll see you next time. And for us here on the Caster Deck, we'll see you next time as well, or later on. But it's time for our panel desk. It's time for Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
Thank you so much, Bipolar and as well as Sneaky Frog. And I do think that this is all in place as it should be and also as predicted, especially with how they've been able to sweep their way here against Taringbabi. And again, when it comes to the maps that we have here right now, it just definitely isn't in favor for Taringbabi, unfortunately, and it's been further amplified and proven by them after Execration actually demolished them in both of our maps.
Yes, demolish. All of the words that are synonymous with demolish can be applicable to this series. So much like the words of Bipolar, we'll be seeing Taringbabi for the next time or the next iteration of C Masters or even regionals potentially, if they ever do get that slot inside of the Rosea qualifiers, because we'll be having a different approach when we hit regionals. So we are expecting a much more renowned and a much more refined energy from our Rosea brothers that will be competing with our Filipino teams. Yeah, Taringbabi, NT guys, you had like a blast. I hope the experience paid off. Anything that you want to learn inside of CROSSFIRE in general. So yeah, I feel like the beating that they had, it's tough love, Mochi. Sometimes you gotta be tough on them for them to learn. I feel like Veteran and as well as Taringbabi really did learn a lot. That there's still a lot of layers that they need to go on, and there's still a lot of lessons that they need to accomplish. So anything under the radar here for Taringbabi, I feel like they have to refine their aggressiveness. They have to master any kind of play that will alter any sort of meta inside of the Philippines. Probably a better approach when it comes to facing these kinds of fights. And again, nothing much to say about Execration. We would love to see, the evolution of our Rosea teams from being overlooked in the league for always finishing 9 and 10 to possibly one of the best in the series.
Yep, and I do hope that we can see them on regionals, considering that they still have to go through our usual qualifying route in order to achieve just that, and hopefully that they won't be giving up just yet, because we've already seen some glimpses here that is actually in line here for the recipe in being able to face up against our top PH teams. It just needs a bit more, not a bit, but a lot of dedication for them to actually thicken their book in terms of our set plays into specific rounds here. But again, Taringbabi for Jimby, I feel like we've already been able to highlight them from time and time again, from being the IGL and ensuring that despite of the typhoons or tsunamis or earthquakes that Taringbabi just come across on, it is ensured that he always has that positive KD. And for the rest, they tried their best. That is something certain that we can say for this one. But here for Execration, it's just another day.
Yeah, very simple. Execration, nothing much. We should not overcomplicate our statements, Mochi, because Execration did what they were supposed to do. Dominate and execute what is needed. So Folex, you are the man of the hour right now, and I feel like you're running out of steam for interviews, because you've always been the set MVPs, and I feel like I would not be surprised if you are our match MVP later on. But these numbers do speak for itself, Mochi. Nothing really much to emphasize here other than the fact that he finished with a .69 headshot per kill. That is very nice here for Folex, because he's that lethal in the headshot department. But I feel like it's still something that Execration, they did not back down. They did not take it easy against Taringbabi. What we are accustomed to for Execration, that's what we saw inside of Black Widow, which is a good touch here for Execration, because they do not take it easy against any opponent, even when you are a Rosea team. So 10-3, 2 10s as we finish our first series for today, with an Execration smiling from ear to ear, because They have this sort of group stage venture that I feel like it is so successful and is so huge in terms of like gap from what we saw from them initially to the start of the year to what they are right now in Master Summer.
Yep, and that is why it is just right for us to also reveal who is our match MVP throughout the course of Port and as well as Subbase, as we now see Justin here on our boards, 1.92 KD and a total rating of 100, staying true to what he may offer here in the lobby. And I feel like that's also the great thing to highlight here as well, Salvatore, is that during the first time that we've been able to interview MVA, the fact that he said that they respect whoever their opponents may be and they are staying true to that one. And here for Justin though, again, him being able to play here in Port is definitely a nice sight for the eye, and always there's always something else to meet the eye, if I may say, because how traversed he is into playing every single nook and cranny wherever he may be in this one. And not to mention that here in Black Widow, the same thing happened, or in regardless of whatever loadouts that he may be using, still the same results, which is definitely a well-played moment here for Justin. And that is why right now, I feel like we can drop the act and we may revolt back na dito no, sa ating mother tongue as we welcome ang ating interviewee sa ating desk right now, our match MVP, Justin, dito sa ating desk. Hello, Justin.
Hello
Welcome
po.
and congratulations. We are loving so far ang iyong performance dito. It's nice and you're being more consistent than ever. So, I do think na meron tayong mga questions na manggagaling kay Salvatore. So, Salvatore, you can take it on.
Ayun, bossing, no? Eto, seeded na kayo for playoffs, at least number 1 or number 2. Pero syempre, gusto nyo talagang manalo ng number 1 talaga pagka-exit nyo ng group stage na to. So, ito na ata yung pinakamagandang exit ng Execration as a team ever since nabuo nga to, no? Finishing 8-1. Ngayon, so kung malaman, Justin, ano bang pinagkaiba ng Execration nung spring kumpara ngayon at paano nyo nasabi na eto na ata yung pinakamagandang forma ng Execration?
Siguro nung bago pa lang kami, sineseryoso lagi namin yung practice namin, tas pag tournament, sinusubukan namin gawin kung effective or hindi.
Okay.
Okay naman. Experiment pa rin naman, Moch. Ikaw ba?
Yeah, pretty fair. Okay, so Justin, ano kaya ang mag-iiba sa ating preparasyon moving forward dito sa ating playoffs? Kasi na-discuss dati or nasabi dati ni Paul na nakapokus kayo usually no sa kung paano gumagana yung decision making nyo in the team. Meron bang magbabago ngayon na pa-playoffs na tayo?
Wala naman po siguro, parang lang, dadagdagan lang namin kasi iba yung laro sa playoffs lahat ng team gusto manalo.
Kitang-kita naman, honestly. Gusto ko malaman din, Justin, honestly. Kasi parang with that performance, Justin, syempre, kailangan din namin makita talaga yung resulta sa playoffs na mismo. No? So, pagdating sa kumpiyansa, confident ka nga ba na makakapasok yung gantong klaseng level ng Execration papuntang EWC? O tingin nyo, ito yung level ng Execration na kaya nyong ipanalo yung champion dito sa Master Summer nang makapasok din sa EWC? Ano sa tingin mo?
Sa tingin ko, kung magiging consistent kami hanggang playoffs, kaya naming makapasok sa EWC or mag-champion dito sa CF Masters PH.
See? Alright,
Consistency,
and
Mochi. Yun lang naman sa akin.
exactly, no? And Justin, siguro, last question for you before namin ibigay ang floor para sa yung mga shoutouts, no? Do you view, or kahit hindi as a team, kahit individually, do you view Virtus.pro and as well as Team Stallions as a threat or just unequal patungo dito sa ating playoffs?
Yes po, kasi sila yung parang pinakamalakas na team sa Pilipinas. Sila yung top 2.
Okay. Alright. So, pitihan na naman tayo dito, no? All respects here from Justin. And once again, congratulations, Justin. The floor is yours. You may now shout out ang iyong mga supporters and then kung sino man.
Shoutout sa XCPAM kay Boss B, sa mga ka-team ko, sa family ko, sa Baluka family, sa Clamor, sa 11, tas sa girlfriend ko.
Yun. Thank you so much, Justin. Maraming salamat. Congratulations, and we're highly looking forward sa inyong appearance patungo sa ating playoffs.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Congrats.
At ayun, parang nasemento na naman, no, Salvatore, no? Simple lang ang mga kasagutan dito ni Justin, pero alam mong merong hawak na katotohanan, no, patungo sa ating mga laban next week.
Nakakatakot talaga, no, Mochi, na yung mga ganyang simplehang sagot, alam mo talagang may mabigat na kayang ibira sa loob nga ng entablado, no, na pag pinaglaro talaga natin ng Execration, it's definitely world class or even just that dominating, no. Paano nga sinapit dito ng TARINGBABI, there is a possibility na ganito din nga yung maging resulta, no, pag talagang nagseryoso na ang Execration inside of that PO5 sphere. Kasi iba talaga yung iba talaga yung setting ng best of 3 laban sa best of 5, no. Yun yung parang hindi pa natatap ng Execration, kasi to start, Mochi, maalala mo, wala pang panalo sa BO5 ang Execration. Dito pa lang nila pwede masementa na yung magiging series nila is pamasok at entry papuntang EWC.
Exactly, no? Kung magkakaroon tayo ng chance to prove that the curse here na pag-choke for Execration initially no longer exists, na lalo na parang nakita na nila ang kanilang gamot na si Yotev, no? This is the best time in order to prove them just that. Pero ngayon, no, ang susunod na laban natin will be another Russia team against FERVID, veteran, and we will be hoping na meron tayong makuha mapa dito for veteran, no? Pero knowing FERVID, baka hindi talaga sila to hayaan. Pero for now, tayo ay magpe-prepara at magbabalik, at sa susunod, bakbakan na uli after this few minutes. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, eh masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
A wonderful afternoon again to the ladies and gentlemen and everything in between out there. This is now our second match for today. We're in Veteran from Russia will be fighting against FERVID, which is the opponent that's been defeated by Execration yesterday. So this might be a really good test for Veteran here, but FERVID, I do think that they've already cemented themselves in our standings. So there is a high possibility that it won't be affecting the outcome at all, and FERVID will be sure or certain to power through against Veteran just basing on their look right now, heading on to playoffs.
You know, honestly, Mochi, a win here for Veteran will be absolutely impressive, and it will definitely show the form of FERVID heading into playoffs. So a lot of teams will be absolutely noticing this, and it will be a good advantage point for some other teams that will be able to compete against FERVID when the time comes for playoffs. But yeah, Veteran, the closest that we saw them absolutely demolish a team was a huge effort here for both Twentism and EV9 as they went toe-to-toe against Atras Esports with a potential 9-5 scoreline. That they were one round away for finishing it off, but you know, turntables here for the side of Veteran, and they were not able to close it out in 13-9 fashion. So sadly for Veteran, that was the closest that we saw them, but after that it was just a full-on demolishing from any other team like Virtus.pro as well from yesterday. So they enter into the series with a whole lot to prove up against FERVID. That Veteran is still a team that do belong to the league, and for FERVID to win in a 2-0 fashion will be nothing new. Absolutely will do nothing in terms of the plot that we have right now in Seamaster Summer, but at least we'll be enjoying some amazing gameplay here for A7J and D. But you know, another detail here for FERVID is I feel like they'll still be playing Hodge for the starting lineup here in place of MZ. So we'll be seeing 2 games of Hodge in the group stage, but I feel like Hodge will now be a mainstay possibly into the playoffs. I feel that is a possibility here for FERVID.
Yes, and I do think that we're just using the same template as earlier, Salvatore. It's just a matter of how far can Veteran go against FERVID, especially that we already have Fires here in the team once again, and we do see some really good performances from EV9 and as well as Twentism, and yesterday, one of their maps, Reknart actually top fragged. So I do think that Veteran is having quite of a fair growth that we're having here, but still a bit too slow in comparison to our other teams who are just continuously grinding forward. But right now we do seem like or appear here for our players that their focus is in the game and they are ready to exit this with a bang.
Right now, saying hello to the viewers out there. Joan, shout out to you with a finger heart, and I feel like this is the form of Veteran that we are really known for. No, Mochi, because their impression was definitely, oh, Fires can headshot. Oh, yo, Shock can definitely do some calls, but
yes,
you're not aware that Twentism and EV9 can definitely frag out of their mind because those prior games was definitely something that we could remember for. But Reknart yesterday did leave a lasting impression inside of Eagle Eye against Virtus.pro, so that could be a factor wherein he could be the one that would be leading the charts here for Veteran up against FERVID, who are essentially 4 attackers built into one team. You have like A7J, D, Dracifer, or even Hodge in the mix of trying to be the best attacker inside of the lobby.
And we also have quite of an insider here from Reknart, where the question is, what can you say about your Master Summer experience to your team's performance and fans? Well, Reknart answered that for this Master Summer, our team hasn't even won, but we will try in the last week of this season. And again, nowhere to go but forward, right? Which is entirely what we're seeing here from Reknart, and with all of the spirits and soul that we're having right now here from Veteran, it does appear, and we appreciate a lot all of the growth and as well as the intelligence that they've been able to accumulate throughout this group stage. But let us now talk about FERVID, which again, same template, same thing, still another day. A usual here for FERVID to play in this lobby, especially that we have we have MZ here in the mix, but might possibly Hatch later on, but still with the young guns on this one and the cross with our
former or older generations here, well, we can definitely see that Fervid is having quite a very, very great journey so far here in summer.
I guess you could say, Bochi, with the experience that they have in fighting off against very established teams, they're the regulars now because you've been seeing them always every day in the office, 24/7, Monday to Sunday. They've been looping this amount of skill that they have,
Yes.
and yeah, I feel like that has been the identity here for Vin. I feel like they're just showing a bit of emotion, outside of their competitive spirit that we've been always seeing for them for the past few days that they have been in competition. So this might just be like a tune-up game, warm up, something like a practice,
Yeah.
like aim training for Fervid. So the personalities we're seeing right now, finally, there is some light at the faces of Fervid. But, there was darkness yesterday inside of New Mexico. But, today is a different day for Fervid as they enter Veteran, as they enter the series with Veteran, rather, with a smile on their face because I feel like they've already cemented their spot in the playoffs. But, there's a difference here, Mochi. I feel like they still had the title of contenders way back in Master Sprint. But right now,
Yes.
I feel like with the level of Crossfire right now, we might say that Fervid might have taken a dip in the contender sort of title. They might just be like the dark horses now because of the recent performances they had with Stallions and as well as Virtus.pro, plus dropping a whole series against Acceptance. So I feel like Fervid now wants to reignite that contender title once again with a W against Veteran and probably a good first round up with any other team that could be facing against Fervid.
True, and this is also like a bit of an opportunity for them to actually experiment more heading to our playoffs. But here from A7J, we have a question for him. Going into the last week is still the same. What's the mindset going forward? Well, his answer is that they are staying focused and not getting complacent, which is such a nice quality to have, by the way. And their goal is to finish the group stage strong, keep building momentum, and be in the best possible position for the playoffs. And we highly agree, and that is definitely a good point to move on here for A7J alongside with the team. And I do hope that there will be this foolproof strategy, or at least a contingency plan here heading to our playoffs of what will happen if our young guns who are definitely fragging will be put onto pressure, because that is exactly what they suffered upon from their last losses from our match history. But I wonder who are the players who will be appearing here in our head-to-head. So I guess it will be EV9 and as well as MZ.
Okay, so pretty odd head-to-head considering that we would not be seeing MZ later on.
Yeah.
But, EV9 is still someone that could be pairing up against MZ, theoretically, Mochi. There is going to be a series where we see both MZ and EV9. I feel like we have a highlight here for both EV9 and MZ because they both are backups. EV9 is somewhat lethal in terms of his own role, becoming like the second point of entry. But for MZ, he's like that one player that ignites the passion for his teammates to play better. So they do have like the comparison that is kind of different, but when it comes to impact, I feel like that's where we draw the line of similarities here for EV9 and MZ. But yeah, somehow similar in terms of numbers, but different in product that they bring out for their respective teams.
True. And speaking of product, let us see which factory will this be made in as we head on to our map veto and see which will be the priority picks and bans here for both of our teams. As right now, sub base will definitely be chosen here by Veteran against Fervid, by the way. And we also have Black
What?
Widow, which has been chosen still by Fervid. And seems like they really are hugging and placing Black Widow close to their hearts. And we have Ankara as our decider.
Veteran, we had the choice. It was Ankara or Port. How did we land on sub-base? Like,
I don't
did
know.
we just actually wheel of names the possible map that we could go for number one? There is a
might be their
possibility. Yes,
favorite.
there is this somewhat of like a confidence pick here for Veteran, but
Yeah.
using your confidence against a team that is associated with the map sub-base could mean doom here for Veteran. But we admire their humbleness and as well as their ambitiousness that they could go toe to toe against a Fervid inside of sub-base. But there is still something that there's still a glaring factor here, Bochi, that sub base cannot go well when you're facing against a Cebuano team, and a lot of teams really did learn the hard way, kind of like Execration versus Acceptance, Mochi, and Fervid versus Team Stallions is also a very good example. But Veteran, we admire what they had. What they had in them. Feel like their system is oozing of confidence right now to have a sub base as their first map.
Yes.
That's something admirable here for the side of Veteran.
Yeah, and at the same time, we can definitely acknowledge that if our opposition actually plays great and the best in the map that we're choosing, and which map that we're also confident on, then maybe rather just choose that type of gamble rather than moving in a map that they're not that used to play on, so also
Yeah.
I do think that it's time for us to show our predictions, and I do think it is still gonna be the same trend of 2-0s all across the board here in favor for Fervid, but at the same time we do acknowledge that there are high chances that Veteran might be garnering a lot more rounds in comparison to how much they've been able to rack up before.
So nothing much imported here on our predictions. I feel like the stats, the numbers, the dominance, and their performance really do speak a lot instead of like explaining it all thoroughly. So yeah, Fervid still has that oomph in them that they can definitely defeat Veteran. But opening the conversation that Veteran is a capable team for upsets, that right there is a very good thing to open up for the series.
And I guess here for our community polls, we have some Veteran believers, and might as well add me, Salvatore, Ramon, Bipolar, Sneaky Frog, L, D-Dome, everyone here from our talent, just for the sake of moral support here. And yeah, I guess I do think that here for Veteran, they have better chances in this one. I just hope that they'll make us a bit closer than in comparison to what we have for TARINGBABI earlier on. Hopefully, and I guess it's just right for us to welcome our casters here on our desk, because we'll be discussing further regarding this matter on our hands. So let us welcome Daydon and Ramon in here. So hello, Ramon, and as well as Daydon. How is it going so far, and any thoughts with the current matchup that we have, Ramon?
Yeah, I kind of do agree with Salvatore, right? Fervid are in a tune-up match right now. They're looking to kind of, heat up the hot hands that they could have in the playoffs. And for Veteran, I feel like the goal is set, right? Get on with it. Go at it with us right now. See if we're going to put up a fight, and hopefully we do get a good fight up from Veteran. We've seen that possibility come out in the Atras game, but it didn't really take the same effect again. So will Lightning strike twice for Veteran? I don't think so. Fervid really have this in the bag.
I do think that is indeed the case here, but how about you, Dado?
Pretty excited for this matchup actually, Mochi, because if you look at things in the grand scheme, Fervid coming into the group stage late with a swap in the roster is kind of a weird move considering the momentum that they have. And when you take a look at the map, Vito, this is actually the only, or rather the second time that we're just seeing Fervid in Black Widow. It's weird to say that, given a lot of the teams do love playing that Black Widow. So it's kind of a transitionary period for Fervid with a new player coming in, and it's in a map that we haven't really seen a lot of them on. The one time we see Fervid here, they lost. So I say, Veteran, you have a great chance at this point. You can catch Fervid off guard.
Can't help but to second that statement as well, considering that MZ has been like quite of a catalyst here for some of our players here in Fervid, and then now that he is gone, well, it's all up to Haj how he will be able to step up to the occasion. But now we definitely have some things to point out here, and let us start with different places, same goal, because Fervid finished 4th during our spring league, but all of a sudden they're underdogs now, Salvatore.
I feel like that is something that Fervid really did not bring up to themselves, because the competition just got really better in terms of the long term here for Fervid. With that addition of J-Kim, I feel like everyone just ignited their eyes that, oh, this team is definitely a contender. They can defeat Team Stallions once and for all, and they just managed to dip their performance inside of playoffs. But right now, because of that, they still had that contender title in them. But right now, entering into the playoffs, it feels kind of different right now, Mochi, because there isn't really anything important now for the side of Fervid other than the fact that there is a roster scramble right now. Execration just defeated Stallions and Virtus.pro. They were like one set away for defeating Team Stallions, and now they just lost to Acceptance. So with that, Mochi, I feel like now the contender title might have taken to a downward spiral right now. They're now the underdogs for a reason because everyone is looking towards Stallions, Virtus.pro, even CBF, for goodness sake, that they could possibly go to Paris, but none have said Fervid for quite a majority of our community. But you know, Fervid, despite that, a lot of people will do bank on this statement that despite you being underrated, there is still some dog in them, and they might just overthrow everyone's opinion and qualify for the EWC spot, Mochi.
Yep, indeed. And I feel like it's also I feel like we can compare it to like pets. Just speaking of underdogs or dogs in general, right? In terms of zoomies, they're having the least activity, I guess, in comparison to the other teams that we have here in our standings. And I do think that there is another case in point in here wherein we can definitely highlight here the difference of spring and as well as summer, because here there is 379 kills alongside with 253 headshots here for the initially, but right now there's just 256 total kills with 181 headshot kills, Ramon, wherein I feel like we've already been able to point this out before with the current adjustments in terms of roles and responsibilities here for D. This impacted his statistics greatly.
And it's not only because of him individually, right? I think we underestimate the amount of change that Fervid has brought with the MZ player coming in when we started the summer season. They finally have somebody who could be a surplus entry for D, like somebody who could enable his stars, his attackers. We already have a lot of those in the Fervid roster anyway, so you don't really need one more to add up into that mix. So that's kind of the thing that fulfilled the spot for MZ at that point. But now there's been a bit of an adjustment for D now that he's also gone. There's also been a sort of question on if his consistency is also going to hold up in the long term. So far, the answer has been yes, but the playoffs haven't started yet for D right now. So for him to be able to maintain this momentum coming into the playoffs, it's a good thing for D. He's still our future. He's still somebody who can pack up against the best here in SEA. And hopefully the future is still bright for D. I'm pretty sure that these numbers don't really reflect how good of a ceiling this guy is.
Yeah, that is true. And I feel like the impact that he's been able to do here in the team is definitely quite of a different story in comparison to the numbers that we have here in our headlines right now. But I am glad that this point landed on today, though, because he's been able to actually point out the possible advantages that Veteran may rack up so far. Because the question here is, can Veteran hold the line here? Especially that right now they're on the 6th place of our playoffs and Veteran is a bit on the lower part of it.
To answer your question straight, I think no. Honestly, I mean, given the fact that Veteran have been struggling in Masters, it's kind of an understatement here, Mochi. I mean, all things considered, yes, they have improved. Yes, they've shown us that they can, move faster in terms of adapting to the meta than their Rosea brothers. They still are kind of a ways off. I mean, even up against teams that are fresh here in the Master stage, up against Acceptance, and for example, Atras, where they got close for one map, but then they got absolutely demolished in another. I think Veteran is Veteran are facing a completely different beast in Fervid, even with the new addition, even with the transitionary phase I was talking about. I think it's a no for me.
Yeah, I feel like we can definitely just point this over in like an Attack on Titan moment, and how far would the Titans actually reach inside the capital? Here is Fervid, the Titans and Veteran, just the common neighborhood who's trying their best in order to, shove them off in that perimeter of things. But I do think that our battlefield is definitely ready. So let us now throw it over to our casters, Ramon and as well as Daedom. Retrakan na.
Thank you so much, Mochi and Salvatore, to open up the matchup between Veteran and FERVID. The metaphor is definitely accurate. For the longest time, FERVID has already placed themselves as one of the organizations that is synonymous to the CFS title as well, right? So with that experience, it definitely is going to help. And not only help, right? It's going to be a green light for them to dominate all over Veteran. And considering this is also their last game, they could pick a lot of good things coming out of this experience data.
Absolutely, and I love the way they are taking this match with a mentality of securing playoffs, securing that top 6. I mean, yes, we already pointed out earlier with Salvatore that no matter how this matchup sort of comes out, FERVID are practically secured of that top 6 spot. FERVID, they need to think otherwise. They need to challenge themselves and kind of put a lot of perspective into how important every single matchup is, including this one. I mean, Veteran, all things considered, they are on the up, and they do have a chance to surprise us today. And for Vid, the map veto shows to me that they're taking this matchup seriously. Ramon, if you remember the one map that Veteran was almost able to win against Atras Esports, that was Eagle Eye. And if you take a look at the map veto for Vid, the one map that they banned is Eagle Eye. It seems like they don't want to take that chance.
Of course, right? I mean, it's kind of in the vein of trying to respect any opponent, whether it's an Stallions sort of setup or it is a Veteran at the end of the day, right? With full respect to Veteran, of course, individually, they're still very talented players in the field of Rosea, but in here in the SCA Master scene, they definitely are in a different level right now. But to consider your point, yes, it is definitely FERVID that is putting on a performance level coming into the matchup. With that being said, we're going to be heading straight into the sub base map, the map pick of Veteran coming into enemy territory. Let's listen to the comps.
Aku masuk. Keluar. Maju. Satu dong.
Middle dong. Uy, gogo. DR. Isa sa wana, isa sa CR. Simba ako.
Language.
Dong!
What a contrast of comms there between Veteran and FERVID. We're gonna pretend we didn't hear anything, but Twintism makes his TRG known. Dracifer trades it out with EV9 on the other side of the map. And it's a 1-for-1 exchange, but so far, Ace Sight is impenetrable from Veteran.
Definitely has so because of the one shot coming through from Twintism. Shock as well, not too far behind. We'll take the frag onto the dropping Lance. Getting a little bit too aggressive on the side of FERVID as they already got themselves at Ace side. 3v3. They're already considering the flank. Reknar's already right behind them.
C4 getting planted down as Dre holds down Woods. A7J coming in with a double. And FERVID with a quick first round. Love to see the energy from Veteran though. They were hype up from the get-go, trying to be proactive off the map. But even with the early picks, Ramon, they couldn't recover.
Pretty much noted the aggressive positions coming out for FERVID, the drop in towards the stairs position as well as the drop from that vent spot. They have done their homework. But homework is different from the performance level that we're experiencing right now. Shock on the kill on D. And a bit too proactive, a little too aggressive towards the Woods position. 4 versus 5. And a bit of a reset for FERVID. You definitely cannot underestimate the hold from Veteran right now.
You know what, Ramon? I can see that Veteran actually did their homework. 2 times in a row, D has been picked off, and I don't think that's a coincidence, but neither is Hodge's flash. From A7J, Hodge with the entry onto 2F, finds a couple, and A7J finds the third Lance. Actually getting found out, but doesn't go down. Twintism barely surviving that encounter, comes back in for a second dip, and that is a very bad idea, Twintism. FERVID 2-0.
If crossfire rounds were determined through first bloods, we could have definitely given that to Veteran, but the mid-rounding from FERVID, as well as the plan to come in towards that LR position, has been a big pivotal moment in that round. Definitely good on Hadge as well, very much aggressive and trying to take out those duels. And this time, it's going to be punished very early on. Drone's going to expect them out. Lance on the shot. FERVID get themselves into A site, even without the C4 in their hands. It is all a done deal with Lance on the shot on second mid. Jones is down as well, the EV9 and 1v4. I don't think he has any say about this. Dracifer confirms that. Another round for FERVID.
And it is as quick as it can get here, Ramon. Just like that, we already 3-0 in favor of FERVID. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Veteran are finding these early picks. They done their homework, yes, but what about what comes next? They need to be able to translate more out of those kills. Make a bit of space. EV9 trying to do just that.
Flash coming in, and FERVID putting the disrespect into EV9. You could do your homework, but what if you got a gun to your face? There's nothing that you can do about that, Veteran. They got themselves the plant coming through over towards the B site, and it's a 2 versus 5. Veteran have to play catch up again.
And Veteran, they weren't expecting the adjustment from FERVID there. They were trying to find the early contact, but not expecting the flash and the early peek from Haj. By the way, that's already been a setup done from the first 2 rounds. Veteran, I would hope that they catch that already, but they did not. Instead, being the ones to get caught D in a Mexican standoff here in Woods. As he will move first, and Shock will be quick to punish. But Lance, how do you see Shock? I don't want to talk about it. Twintism will be left all alone to shut down the enemy sniper, but he's all alone, and time is ticking, and there goes the bomb. FERVID, 4 on the board. I love this, actually. Haj looking good from the get-go, providing entry, and it's working out for FERVID. Look good.
Especially with how late he's actually come into the table in the group stage as well. And one of the question marks I've had when I saw the FERVID versus Execration game yesterday is how Haj is gonna fare up individually, right? And just after the series, the answers have been the questions have been answered, because individually there is no problem with Haj. With a 1.19 KD, he's put up a solid performance in his debut in the summer stage. But the big question is, because of the Haj entry, now it becomes another adjustment period on the side of FERVID. Because if you realize it, A7J has been filling up the MZ roles in their GR side. Sometimes D now has to sacrifice himself to kind of get that forward entry on their BL side as well. So I think FERVID, they might have pulled a mad trick up their sleeve coming into the playoffs. And I also think that this is also the best time for them to do it, considering the situation that they put in Haj in this veteran matchup. Because if you take a look at that, right, no problems whatsoever individually for Haj. You just have to clean up the macro, and I think it's going to be a good deal for FERVID.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if it would have been a better idea to delay the roster move to this match instead of the Execration one, right? But make do with what we have, and FERVID actually doing really well with what they have. And Haj fitting the bill really, really well. I mean, for the most part, the story for FERVID has been change, has been adaptation. And they started off the season really well in Swiss stage. If you remember, Ramon, they went undefeated in the qualifier.
Oh, yeah.
But then facing a lot of trials and tribulations here in the group stage have somewhat put them in a bit of a slump at this conjuncture. But, you know, it's always time to recover, especially now they have a couple of weeks or a couple of days at least to practice before the playoffs. And FERVID really have to make the most out of that. It's a good thing that we see Haj finding his identity already in FERVID. And A7J just giving him a bit of cushion. So FERVID, can they make this new formula work? That's what matters here for FERVID.
Definitely a challenge coming through for A7J as he now has to make Haj as comfortable as possible. Coming into the playoffs and coming into side of the stairs position. They're already coming into the east side. Reknart and Twintism. A good flash delays FERVID, but they're gonna rush in anyway.
I like the setup actually. Reknart taking very reserved spot to just back up Twintism in case the execute does happen. But this leaves them a little bit vulnerable from CR. And here comes the push. Twintism able to find one, but that is it. Twintism only gets the one. Shock comes in to shut down the Vents player, and Dracifer to make it doable for Veteran despite Shock making an impact. That's a flash from A7J to buy a bit of time, but the bomb is not planted yet.
The setup's good for Veteran, and the response coming through from Shock was well noted. They already taken down the CR Lurk, as well as take pieces off of FERVID, but they have to make this flank work as well. A7J get cross on one, and Dracifer is just gonna cancel out the trade. FERVID make it 5-0, and despite the good setups for Veteran, you really can't deny the talent coming through from FERVID.
And again, it's the mid-rounding to make the difference there, right, Ramon? A7J finding the recovery kills, and then the angle to catch the Veteran retake off guard. 5-0, Veteran already losing in terms of the lead here in the first half. And Dracifer is just gonna make more of a headache for the veteran roster as he picks up a kill onto one Twintis and finds a trade, but that is all they write for now. EV9 has got nothing to say as FERVID pick up their 6.
I mean, I like it coming through from veteran. They try to invest 2 players on CR to try to catch the defense player. And if they do actually do the same stairs push on the way towards A, they would have had a stacked defense. But in response, FERVID are throwing magic in towards this matchup. That's D with 3 kills. And this is the Demon Nation that we're looking out for. Make it for 4D. My God, the Terminator for FERVID is here to stay and play.
Ramon, did you see that? No flash, no problem. He's gonna spin a flick onto the heads of veteran. He finds 4th kills just like that. As Shock hopes to make his own demon play. Let's see. Shock pushing. Okay, what a nice flick onto Lance, and EV9 doing exactly that as well. Veteran actually making things impossible for FERVID as A7J will be left all alone. Hold up, Veteran's about to win a round. Could be a little bit late in the game, but better late than never.
Better one than nothing, as we kind of see from a veteran with the effort that they've had. You could see that the FERVID actually tried to speed things up with the same kind of strat that they pulled out in the previous round, where you had a passage play. They also had somebody come up from that woods position, and when he didn't have that info, he kind of just stuck between the gate position to try to get that kill from the sniper. And then once everybody comes out from the MR side, that's when veteran had that double setup coming through on LR. Got on drones as well as for the side of EV9 to kind of stop them in their tracks. Now leaves it all up to A7J. Spots out Reknart, but a lot of damage done onto A7J himself. Put a huge question mark in this clutch moment. EV9 gets a bullet to the head. Hold on. Veteran are giving 1v1s to A7J. Goes back towards safety, but it's still numbers down.
Still gets the 3rd kill. A7J, hold up. This is possible. That's the 4th. And he finally gets taken down. And look at the sense of relief from the faces of veteran. They were scared, Ramon, I could tell. And I think that really showcases just how big of a gap there is between teams like FERVID and teams like veteran. And you can never count out these players from FERVID, especially in a map like Subbase. A7J's got this map written on the back of his hand as D tries to control second mid, pushing up, spots out drones, takes him out. Reknart is up next, and D is just a demon again. Shock will be answering back finally for veteran.
Definitely what we expected from D. He's putting up the numbers, but Shock and EV9 are making this interesting until one huge boom says goodnight to Shock to leave it all to EV9, and he's already running around the world to see if he can get an entry back in towards the site. 1 versus 2, faced up against Angelito, but A7J will deny EV9 from ever thinking about the clutch. 8-1 for FERVID. It's a gentleman's sweep. They gave 1 to veteran.
Yeah, I know that's kind of disrespectful to say, but it kind of feels like that too. And when you take a look at the performance, A7J, man, he's looking real sharp today, hitting every single shot. No matter the stakes or the smokes, he still gets the bullets in. And scoreboard reflects it. Actually, the most kills in the game so far, despite the clip farming that D is doing. A7J is actually out-fragging his little brother in this 8-1 affair. I mean, I give veteran a lot of props for their boldness in picking a map like Subbase, right? This is their favorite map, so it makes sense to me, Ramon, why they would love to pick a map like this. But for Vid, this is kind of like their playground. I mean, when you talk about the match days from A7J, this was his signature map.
Yes.
He's showing us just why.
We're picking up A7J and matches. Don't let everybody tell you what the next map is, right? Black Widow. And if this was if Subbase was A7J's playground, then what do you call Black Widow for A7J, right? Especially during the matches days. Definitely putting veteran in hell, I would say, in the first 2 maps of play. But now I think with the swap of sides, maybe veteran could exactly put the tempo that they want, right? Because considering that FERVID have been on BL, they were the ones forcing out the fights. But I'm wondering how fast FERVID are going to do this, right? I mean, we've already seen the pushes coming out on towards both LR as well as the passage position on BL. What if they do the exact same thing on the GR side?
And they could. I mean, you saw these pathing earlier, right? Through Metal into an MR and Vents flick a 180, by the way, to get a triple kill. And then to find a fourth after that. I mean, it's definitely within the inventory here of Fervid, but it all depends on how well they're feeling here today. And going back into the topic of our map veto, right? I mean, yes, it's Black Widow. It's a map that A7J is without a doubt comfortable in. And it's the same thing I could say for the rest of the Fervid roster. But I would actually view this map as more of a grinding map, in the sense that it's where Fervid tries to sharpen up their Black Widow. Because again, we've barely seen this map played from them, only seen it once, and yes, they dropped that map against, sure, it's Execration, but still, it's not the cleanest of maps, I would say, for Fervid. I would make this maybe a top 4 map for Fervid, possibly even top 3. But Black Widow definitely needs a bit of polishing, if anything here for Fervid. It's kind of getting a little bit rusty from them. No disrespect to Fervid. I mean, given the competition of Execration, it definitely is a hard matchup. But from yesterday, I could definitely see some lapses that needs a bit of working on. I'm not sure if it's Veteran that's the best team to do that against, but some reps in always a good idea for Fervid. And again, it goes back to the topic of Veteran having that opportunity to catch them off guard, if I say so. So yeah, I mean, as far as map vetoes go, it's could be worse here for Veteran. For the map number 2, I would actually have favored Fervid going to Ankara for set numbers 2 instead of Black Widow. But Black Widow is what they decided to pick on, so I want to see what the plan is for A7J.
Yeah, I see the logic, right? I mean, you go back to your roots from A7J, how he's been trying to play around this map during the match test days and make it easier for you to kind of set Haj in as the new man coming into the starting lineup. I can see the sort of logic right here, right? And definitely could make or break for Fervid and their chances towards the playoffs. They view Black Widow sort of as a map where they could try to like make it a contender map, especially because BO5s are going to be opened up. We're going to be seeing more maps come into play. We're going to be gone with the Eagle Eyes and Ankaras and on the ports that we are seeing. We can see more coming out through for anybody playing in the playoffs right now. So I guess it's the initiative for Fervid to kind of just open that up to see if they can kind of use that as sort of a pocket pick up against a lot of the teams coming into the top 6 as well. So it's very much a respectful choice coming in. And to your kind of perspective on whether or not Veteran is the perfect choice to kind of practice their Black Widow on, I'd say yes. I think it's going to be an interesting way to kind of test the limits in between how they can work around a lot of the power positions in a Black Widow, mainly the S position, mainly the HB. If they're going to be trusting Haj in the positions where MZ has been playing before on that Black Widow map, if there was any, or if I may say, or maybe just make sure that Haj is prepared well enough for the playoffs. That Black Widow is a map that he's been playing on before time and time again. So it's a lot of questions up in the air that will be answered later on, as we're taking a bit of time before we come into the sub-base game shortly, right? So I think I'm going to take this time to welcome everybody back into the stream. Hello. This is a pretty nice matchup to see, right? If Fervid are going to be coming into the playoffs, is this the kind of form that we expect to contend up against the STSs, up against the Fervids? Because with this kind of roster change, I believe another adjustment period could be a good sign or a bad sign. Either way, it's a change for Fervid, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was really liking Fervid when MZ came in. I mean,
yeah,
I mean,
too.
I can't understate just how much of an impact it was for Fervid, right? MZ was kind of like the perfect fit. And it's a shame we won't get to see just how well that sort of roster will bloom into in the playoffs. And yeah, I mean, it's a shame, but you know, Haj has been performing really well. Credit to him, right? I mean, just a couple of days into the roster and he fits already so good, finding his identity, as we said, and it's still looking pretty good. I mean, I would say the chances for Fervid reaching the top echelons of the playoffs is a little bit lower than what we started off with here in Masters, but still there. It's absolutely still evident, right? And I think with a player as talented as Haj is, they definitely could have sort of a good start, kind of hit the ground running here in the playoffs. But yeah, again, some of those questions will be answered as we've head into those matches that really will cement the playoff standing, and of course cement who the top 2 is going to be. A lot of talk has been going on as to who really sits at the top. Is it really still VP and STS? Is it Execration? Or maybe it's something like Team Acceptance that is gonna take the stage by storm here. Ramon, bear with me here. Listen to what I'm about to say. They took
I'm
down
listening.
STS, which could be an anomaly. It could also not be an anomaly. And if that is the case, Acceptance have a chance to, take Paris by storm.
Hey, I'm not saying there isn't, right? And we all saw the group stage game, and we definitely cannot deny it. How the official has went for Team Acceptance. They have improved steadily as the group has progressed. They definitely have integrated Ray very well into the lineup, and I believe he could be a shining force in the later stages of the playoffs. If he actually reaches the semis, I feel like he's gonna be somebody that we have never expected to kind of shine just like that. But it's pretty early to tell, especially since we haven't really started on the playoffs. Team Acceptance, you would do well to kind of see if we kind of put them above anybody else in the top 6. Truly, maybe quarters, they could have a close game, maybe possibly get towards the game number 5, but hopefully we do get there, because all eyes on you. Heck, I feel like the future is bright for Ting and Dre with you on your shoulders, right? But for now, we're still coming into the game. I believe Veteran is doing the best that they can to kind of reconnect back into this. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Sub base is still well and high for the chances for Fervid as well as for the side of Veteran. But to shift the conversation now into outside of the Fervid spectrum, I want to talk a little bit about Rosea at the moment, right? So we've seen Veteran, we've seen TARINGBABI. There's been a lot of good glimpses for 2 of these teams all throughout the summer season. But lo and behold, nothing much has changed other than the fact that yes, they have cleaned up a lot of their micro decisions. There have been good plays coming through from individual players, kind of like from Fires, kind of like from Shock as well, from Veteran, and TB from El Campe later on. Earlier today, we actually saw that he could put up a number coming through over to their first team or first player coming through in Execration. Do you believe that if Rosea gets even more tournaments, even more reps to play outside of the Masters spectrum, that they could actually get a chance to get up to the Masters level? What do you think about this data?
Outside of the Master Spectrum, not really. Inside of the Master Spectrum, absolutely, right? I mean, when you take a look at progress in Crossfire in general, it takes time. I mean, remember the first time when we saw STS and then SGJ go into the international stage for the first time, and then Ubek Maniac actually, and it took a bit of time for us to get used to the way they play internationally. I mean, yes, we brought our own identity, but even up against the Vietnam teams or Brazilian teams, we're kind of struggling at first, right? So it takes time. It takes years actually to catch up to the meta, especially in a new environment. So I would give a bit of leeway for Rosea actually. This is only their first year, all things considered, being integrated into the PH meta, and there's Rosea as a region in general. But Lon's already starting this strong with a kill. D will be neutralized in MR before finding one, so that is a 7J spot, and EV9 finally makes a presence known here in sub-base. So does Reknard and Twentism. It's all up to Hodge. Let's see what you can do.
The 6-man has to become the 6th threat, and he has to have 6 sense to kind of clean up Veteran in towards the push coming down on towards A site. Plant comes down for Twintism, and Hodge, he respects this. Good shots, but not enough onto Reknard, as he did not expect how close Reknard was in his position. 2 rounds coming through for Veteran.
Actually, a very good start here on the BL side, and we were expecting a lot of aggression from Forbid. Ramon, they did pull that, and Veteran showing exactly what you do in that scenario. They hold, but this time so does Forbid, and so does Luns. And EV9 just gets spammed by the TRG, not expecting the early spam on from the sniper. And that's a lesson for you, EV9. Don't push too quick.
Even with a smoke, right? I mean, false sense of security, as demonstrated in the round. Lance picking up that frag will slow things down for Veteran. Is Fantism taking his opportunity at the lurking sniper. But A7J has other ideas, even being the one to lurk upon Twintism. Not even giving him a chance to touch this LR position. 3 versus 4. And Veteran Where's the game plan, right? I mean, you got the insurance policy out the window. You're also caught between the passage position as well as mid. Shock pushing into Hodge, and Hodge takes that every single day of the week. Reknard expected by Lance on the position. 1 versus 4 for Drones, but even he cannot carry the momentum of Veteran as Lance picks up the 3K.
Yeah, and that, I think, exposes the problem here for Veteran. The moment a couple of players do go down, their mid-rounding just sort of disappears here. Each and every player playing for themselves, Shock pushing, sort of looking blindfolded. And here we go again, Lance getting challenged, and Shock pushing without a flash, and he's just gonna go down! Veteran, the plans disappeared! They're just challenging the enemy sniper. Drone's getting pushed, and he will find a duel.
Hold on.
But he is just gonna go down. Even with the push, A7J's just gonna close it off with a quick, easy double. And FERVID with a quick and cool 10 rounds, they take sub-base.
And they're using Lance as their security guard to secure up the flank all the way around the woods position. A FERVID that are not having fun. They're here to take a huge business out of the side of Veteran right now. He well played the sub base for them, and securing the sub base in a fashion just like that kind of just cements that FERVID really are taking this very, very seriously, putting a lot of respect into Veteran, their potential to actually get individual frags coming through from the woods position as well as on the side of passage. I mean, we saw that from EV9 as well as on the side of Drones as well. He's been putting out good numbers coming through on the side of Veteran as we speak, and you know, to put respect into the name of Veteran, they've actually had times where they got into the site pretty quickly, so well played to them on the BL side. But all out from start to finish, FERVID really had this sub-base game in the bag. From Lance hitting a lot of his shots as well as neutralizing the pressure that Veteran have been doing around that LR position. It kind of seemed like from the start this was a complete solid coming through from FERVID.
Absolutely, and Veteran, they're kind of exposed after this match, right? I mean, in the round where they got picked off here by Lance, they just kind of fumbled a little bit, losing control of their players, and even going as far as pushing without utilities. The worst thing you could do, especially up against a team like FERVID that not only has good macro and good setups, they also have phenomenal aim. I mean, you gotta remember, this is D and Lance and the likes of A7J we're talking about, so if you're just gonna push them blind in a map like sub-base, they are going to win those duels 100%. So you can never have sort of no plans going into a map like sub-base, and I think that really is the problem here for Veteran, is they kind of lose heat in chaotic situations, which is the opposite of the Cebuano mentality, which is like thrive in the chaos, find kills in the chaos, push the smoke, challenge the smoke even, and push whenever you are backed up behind the corner. Just rush out and find as many kills as possible. Veteran, they kind of falter in the opposite sense of what that is, and it really is exposed in maps or in teams like FERVID, like Matches, for example, or perhaps even teams like Team Acceptance, where they get a lot of these scenarios that is chaotic, and Veteran just kind of falter off. So there's still a lot of polishing due here for Veteran. And this is one good start or good place to start with. If they watch this map over and over again, they could see just where they kind of crumble and start off of that, clean up the mistakes.
Especially since they're going to be coming into the regional playoffs as well with, or the regional finals with their own qualifier again, and hopefully with Veteran being a constant face in the Rosea qualifiers, we're going to be coming at this stronger for the side of Veteran. But for now, FERVID take this sub base very much decisively, ending it that with a 1-0. And before we head on into the second set, we're going to be throwing it over to the panel to quickly dissect how FERVID have put destruction on the name of Veteran.
Thank you so much to the DR tandem. There were no DRs that round, only ones, so congratulations. But other than that, it does appear here that for FERVID against Veteran, well, I would like to dissect this, honestly, Salvatore, but at the same time, I feel like this is just regular programming for them. Other than the fact that here for Veteran, I feel like they can learn a thing or two in terms of patience.
I can't believe we say the word regular and a 7-0 start here for FERVID as if they're doing that in a day-to-day basis. But I can assure you, they have a handful of very good starts inside of sub-base. Remember the Team Stallion series, Mochi? They definitely had the time of their lives, and it really translated and it transferred a lot of the macros that were thrown out at that game to what it is now, to what we have up against Veteran, because Veteran with a huge challenge mentality wherein every angle should be challenged, every angle should be cleared. And whereas FERVID, with their macro that they have, of course they will be willing to fight because, D and A7J lives and dies in the battlefield. Hodge is igniting the headshot charts here with his amazing shots. So, of course, it will be very much, initiated by fights like Reknart and as well as Drone. So, it is that valid for Veteran to be able to do so because on both ends, GR and BL, you want that security that it will be a 4v5 instantly. It's FERVID, man. Come on. Like, despite it being a 4v5, like a 5v4, they're able to recover that. Look at the rounds where A7J just maniacally gets these headshots as if he's 100 HP, And some of the fights like Tracifer and as well as Lens are having the time of their lives just getting these kills so easily. So, the trades, despite it, being like Veteran, I feel like they'll be able to win these fights, They'll be able to have these amazing setups, but man, oh man, like FERVID, they're not playing GR in the second half. They're playing like insane people, pushing truck, pushing gate, pushing as well as second mid, as if they're playing BL, trying to take space because they don't want Veteran to plant. Those are maniacs inside of sub base, Boji, and you gotta give props to where FERVID. You gotta give props to FERVID because they made it look like it's a smart move.
Literally just all over the place for a good reason here for FERVID, definitely. But just by looking at our set summary here as well, A7J has been able to just show what he's definitely made of with 7 headshots out of 16 kills and 100% rating. And everyone here definitely been able to show what they're made of here against a Veteran. And I feel like this is already close as we have expected. And still props though for Shock, because as much as we saw some moments where Shock is having difficulty at certain occasions, regardless of who their opposition might be, having quite low in terms of rating. Well, right now he's been able to actually perform quite great here in the map of Subbase. And another additional thing here that I've also observed from Veteran is the fact that they no longer leave any corners unchecked, which I think is a really good sign because they're a bit more careful and wary about the whereabouts of our members here from FERVID for this sub-base map. So again, some glimpses of growth and improvement, but in terms of results basis in terms of the maps, I feel like we are yet to see just that. But who is delivering? It is A7J with a 4.0 KD, 0.6 S per round, and we also have 100 rating coming in from the IGL himself.
Ochi, we have a 3-day stretch wherein the IGLs are taking the spotlights up against these attackers and backups we have. KLB standouts, KLR doing the same thing, and now A7J. So these are regulars on the set MVP hit list because they're just that amazing and making the calls and making the good shots. So you saw A7J, you saw his potential, you saw his insane macro that he had, you saw how his rotations were definitely detrimental to what Veteran wanted for the game itself. But A7J just had to ruin the party here for Veteran. I feel like it was a whole lot of credit here for A7J to have that 7-0 start. So props to him for being the set MVP with a whopping 4.0 KD. So A7J, props to you, my friend.
Yeah, and it definitely just shows that despite them having fun, they still have their structure in check, and it's been very well shown here by S7J. And right now our sub-base map is finally finished, and here for Veteran, we are still yet to see what will be the totality and the improvements turns the rounds that we will be able to take for our next one after we see and after our quick short break, basically. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan na.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. Uy, grabe! Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Welcome once again to our current match, that is Veteran against FERVID Esports. Earlier on we saw them being able to contest in subbase. Unfortunately, it didn't lead them too far. It's a 10-2, but right now Black Widow will be the map at our hands, and it's been chosen by FERVID, which it seems like Salvatore, when we head on to playoffs, there will be more picks and priorities for Black Widow in our map veto. I feel like we can expect that.
I feel like there's this overconfidence for the teams that they have this like natural ability to play Black Widow because you know, being Filipino, you're born to play Black Widow. So a lot of teams really do overlook this in the best of 3 manner. So I kind of understand like a lot of teams will be prioritizing Black Widow when it comes to BO5 now. But for Vid and as well as Atras, honestly, you know, the past few days, they've been prioritizing not Eagle Eye, not Ankara, not even New Compound, but honestly, Black Widow is definitely a surprise here for Vid. So I feel like they're now trying to put that elevation to notice for a lot of teams because they've been picking Black Widow as like a chance for them to, you know, guys, this is our map. You will not be able to pick this. This is going to be something that will be reminded of everyone. So Veteran, you will be entering Black Widow. I hope that you guys have played a handful of pub games in your lives, that you know how familiar a lot of Filipinos and as well as Filipino pro teams are inside of Black Widow. So a lot of aggressive fights I'm expecting here, Mochi, especially on the S side. So for Veteran, they need to be careful because they have to utilize a double sniper here for at least 20 or EV9.
Yeah, exactly. When it comes down into BL side here for Veteran, that might be quite of a struggle for them, and I do think that this will be quite of a interesting time for them to experiment and see what approaches they can do with a hybrid of being pub-like and pro-like. So I do think that's also a fascinating point as well, and I do think that our lobby is ready and our casters are surely ready. So let us hand it over to Tatum and as well as Ramon.
Thank you so much, Mochi and Salvatore. We're definitely ready to come into Black Widow as quickly as possible, with this being the map pick of FERVID. There are some question marks on whether this is a way for them to integrate Haj as early as possible, picking this back-to-back in the best of 3 series that they've had in the group stage. But this is Veteran just looking to see if they can just cushion the blow that they're going to be facing up against FERVID right now. So are we going to be seeing the fast-paced tempo that we're going to be expecting out of FERVID, fully knowing the opponent that they're facing on the opposition? Or will we just be the standard push coming through for FERVID? Because in my eyes, I feel like in the Execration game, it was a display of how disciplined they could be in holding down the lanes, bro.
I think it's going to be a combination of both here, Ramon. I think FERVID first going to try the default route, and then once they get a feel of things and get comfortable like they did in sub-base, they're just going to push. I mean, we saw D, we saw A7J pushing over and over again. We saw Lance with a couple of nasty shots on the hold. I would imagine some tear positions here, perhaps to get a lot of control. And even the GR side, which is particularly where the FERVID roster is going to be starting in. So Veteran have a chance to challenge FERVID, so to speak, in these angles. And perhaps, again, I say this for the 3rd time today, catch them off guard, but this is Black Widow. But first off, let's listen to how the comms are gonna go here, Ramon, in Black Widow.
Ready guys?
Ada,
Passing.
Pintu gudang.
Mati.
But this is a radio silent coming through from the side of FERVID because they know what to do. A sniper on Haj. This is something new for the FERVID mix. It is 3 for Haj to try to contest up against Veteran. They get 2 in response, but Racifer on the flank has already gotten Twintism in a chokehold. 1-0 for FERVID.
And there's more snipers coming. D will be shot down by drones, but it's okay. There's 3 more. There's 4 more in the roster of FERVID. And my god, we haven't seen this ever since Aris was playing in Impact. 5 snipers in the roster of Fervid. And it is back, Ramon, but it is not working.
This is what they wished for. Unfortunately, from them, sometimes their wishes are not going to be in good contest. That's going to be one for Haj. But you can kind of help but feel that that's the only pick that they could have. Haj stuck on that window spot. Twintism's going to take him down. It's all down to just Dracifer in a 1v4. A veteran. They got good luck on their side. Unless Dracifer can turn that around. Make it 2 for him. Spotted Reknard on the short position. And he has to wrap around the train spot. But Twintism makes it 2 in a row. And finally, veteran get the breakthrough they're looking for.
I thought we were going to see Haj on a completely different role this time around. Not particularly sure if he did play a sniper up against the Execration game. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Ramon. But if Haj were to take on that mantle, I absolutely wouldn't mind it. Seeing as he does love playing for contact. Dracifer not done picking up the highlights. He picks up a kill onto EV9, but throws Reknard take the spotlight from him as they regain position in CB. But fact of the matter is, there's already one player creeping up to Lunt, and he's quick to shut him down.
Quickly making it a 2 or 3 versus 3 with 2 snipers coming down on the same area. Shot! It would have actually surprised Haj, but he knew that he was coming all the way towards that stage spot. And stealing the show away from the side of veteran. D will get another one to force out a 1v3 for Reknard. He's trying to at least make this a close contest. He spots the kill over to D. And Lance will just end the life of Reknard. That is a nice shot coming through from the sniper. 2-1. And to answer your question, Dayton, Haj did not play the sniper in the last game of Execration.
Yeah, there you go. It kind of makes sense, given that Lance, or rather, given that Haj is filling in completely different boots in the form of MZ, but Lance will be playing just outside the bloom of the smoke in LA. But it's up against Reknard, who has the better angle. Throws out the HE, Lance has to back off, but he re-peeks, and he will get punished for it. Come on, Lance. Can't play like that.
There's the confidence part coming up in the veteran games. Haj with another over to drones as well. And it's kind of like Fervor to play positions that you don't normally see in normal games. They're pushing a bit too far for our likings as they do get themselves the kill over to Twintism. 4 versus 3. Water's control, definitely something the veteran can sink their teeth in, but Fervid with Dracifer and D on the spot, you can need a beautiful defense to try to hold up against the veteran players. A pistol in the hands of Dracifer, and he only has 2 in his face. Finally, they get the kill. Shock gets inside the sight, but it is up against Haj. And Haj, he's fearless, but he has to fear up against Reknard. Gets the headshot. 1v1. And A7J will just slay the demon inside of House B. Reknard goes down. And it is another round for Fervid.
Yeah, and Fervid obviously still having a lot of fun with this matchup. You can see Haj re-peeking with a Colt of all things and still somehow making it work for Fervid. Luntz peeking again in the exact same angle he got caught in the last round. But this time, he's got an HK. He will be able to spot out Twintism. Can he hit the shots though? The answer is no. It's Shock to take him out. That's another round where Luntz is neutralized, but look at mid. S position for D, and that is the bomb that he sees. That's another kill for D, and that is almost a third, but Twintism shuts him down. Reset for veteran.
Definitely the best thing that they're hoping for after the Fervid push. Here comes another one. As a veteran have no chance to breathe, as Dracifer is already on the back of Reknard. Haj want a shot again. And there is no time for a reset at all up against any team in the top 6. Veteran are just gonna get shut down with just 1 bullet. A7J will confirm that. 4-1 for Fervid as the lights are going out for veteran every single round.
And it seems like they're not practicing any defaults or setups whatsoever. They're practicing their guns. It's the snipers. Lun's even contemplating picking up a Vepr. If you remember Impact 2025 from on Lun's even picked up a chainsaw and a Vepr. And I believe a Chris SMG as well, if I'm not mistaken. Or was that Ares? Not sure. Don't quote me on that. But for Vid, definitely no strangers to some interesting choices of weapons. But this time, he will stick to his signature TRG.
Right now, the question for Fervid is how many TRGs are going to be able to bring to the table. If it's 3, yes. But depends. Is it going to be 3 or is it going to be 4? Because sometimes the HKs just single-handedly take out this defense. A7J only gets one over the veteran. That will be the double push coming down to the short position. Haj right behind enemy lines, and Drones expects this. Finally with the cult, he gets the kill. Into a 1 versus 2 up for Lance. And he's already struck the down over towards Drones with the C4 as well.
It's all up to Lance now. And he did see the bomb. He does see it still. So Veteran have to make the move on him. The only problem for Lance is EV9 is splitting up the map. Coming in from S. Lance might not expect, but he does have a chance to quick scope and then get the kill. Doesn't hit the shot. He has to back up, but Lance re-peeks, unknowing that EV9 is right there. Veteran finding the round. Actually playing that really well. The buddy system up against a sniper is precisely what you want to do in that scenario.
Strength in numbers for Veteran, as they really did need that to get themselves a push. And finally, Jones on the first kill. They'll lay down the law over to Lance, but Hodge again, the same position from the first round, will be the first stopping point for Veteran, as A7J is the second. 3 kills for A7J. And Hodge picking up the last kill is what you would want from your leader and your right-hand man. FERVID put a stopping point on that B-side push.
And Hodge peeking out the window over and over again has gotten him 10 kills, the most out of anyone in this game. And if you want to talk numbers, Hodge is pumping them up. Perhaps that's the reason why he's playing the sniper, showing us exactly what he's capable of. A very flexible player, but D don't need no flex, he's just gonna push. Jones is down, and again, bomb control is in D's hands. A Shock tries to push to LA, but Lance is just gonna say, no entry, my boy.
Absolutely not. Similar scenes coming through from the B-side push, except it's on the other side of the map. And a sniper taking him down. D as well on the headshot. He's just going to try to confirm that C4. Wrap around that alley position. EV9 looking at the wrong direction. And for D, it's just going to be pure headshots. Pure gunplay 4 and 3 kills for D. And for FERVID, it's the 6th round.
Oh, Veteran actually is forced to pick up 3 snipers for himself. But it don't matter for Hodge, because he still picks up drones first. It doesn't matter for D either. He's pushing. This time towards LB, where there is EV9 holding, and he is not expected by ㅍMatch, going a little bit too deep. 3v4, and he will avenge his teammate for now. EV9 is down, so is D, as Hodge picks up his second of the round, still racking up the kills, but it goes a little bit too deep in mid. Now the hunt continues for FERVID. Lance will be striking, and Twintism will go down 7-2. That's the score for FERVID.
Kind of like what we saw coming through from the sub-base game as well. They had a period where they're trying to play default in the first round, and then once the second round came, it's just all-out chaos for the FERVID roster. The question, whether they're going to be using this game as a tune-up in a sense that they're going to make this Hodge player comfortable, yes. The goal has already been applied, but in a way that they're going to use this sort of performance up against any other team, I doubt that, because you're not going to be expecting 5 TRGs pushing out of spawn in the Black Widow map as early as the first round, right? It's definitely a FERVID that want to claim this map as their own, but not in this sense where they're all really aggressive at the get-go. We did see from Execration that they took a little bit of time before they could set up their positions in the GR side. So I doubt anybody can use this map as a sort of way to kind of counter-strat up against FERVID. Because what they're doing outside the GR side is no strats given. They're just pushing every single lane possible. And hope that something sticks to the wall. And 99% of the time, it has for the side of FERVID.
Veteran putting the time out here on halftime is not something you see a lot of, Ramon. I didn't know you could actually do this. But apparently you can, Veteran. Usually teams take the time in halftime to talk anyway, so this is sort of like extending the halftime break here, and you could definitely see Reknart, Twintism, very vocal in terms of finding leeway perhaps up against FERVID, but their faces do not strike confidence in me, Ramon. They kind of look more worried than anything, and I would be too, because when you're facing up against a team that's picking up 5 sniper rifles and it's working, you know you've got a problem.
Maybe after this timeout, we see 7 straight coming through from Veteran. Maybe. In a different universe altogether, right? But maybe in this universe, we'll see that come to fruition. If Veteran get the right words and the right call to kind of lock out Fervid, who has been pushing a little bit too far in a lot of their boundaries as well. So we'll see how it goes. 7-2 for Fervid. They're going to start on the BL side this time. Reknart gets the kill over to DL. A little bit too aggressive over towards that S position. A7J spouse out shock, takes him down with one, and the second eventually from the HK. This is Fervid just laying their names all over this Black Widow map. So force out Reknart in a 1v4, but I don't think there is a world in the clutches.
Reknart is just gonna miss in the face of ㄍMatch pressuring him. It's as dark as it can get. It is absolutely black for Veteran here in Widow, as it is Fervid 6 rounds up ahead. On the BL, on the GR, it doesn't matter. Fervid are going to push. And Lance just taking the widest angle possible in HM, and he catches VV9. Perhaps gonna catch Shock as well. Dodges the bullet, barely Twintism. Will be the one to shut down D. Shock coming in from mid door. Catching out Taj for now for Vid. Threading a little bit too carelessly, but it don't matter for ㄍMatch. He's got the sniper in his hand. He's pushing towards B. Up against the first window. He's gonna miss twice in a row, but ㄍMatch is unfazed. He's gonna try nonetheless on this 1v3, Ramon.
We respect for Veteran. They made adjustments in how they approach their mid-side push as well as House B, but for ㄍMatch, there's no adjustment from how they double peeked on down to the window spot. That is Veteran fighting back, and you can gotta respect the adjustment that they made, right? Instead of trying to take control of waters directly with their bodies, they hold down an angle to try to stop the first push coming. As well as that S spot where you gotta notice that A7J needed that sort of adjustment to push on in. Reknart, there's no adjustment needed for this guy. The TRG is singing on his faces and even gets the 3K. Okay, Reknart, you are cooking. 2 versus 5. Veteran have control over the site, and Reknart makes it 4. A rare occurrence coming through for Reknart. He wants to take over all 4 players and make it 5 to get the ace for this matchup.
3 snipers, but it's only Reknart doing all the work here for Veteran. 4 kills, hunting for the 5th. And A7J is a slimy snail. Stuck in underneath the shell of Terrace. And Reknart is hungry. He's got time to work this map. And look at Veteran, Ramon. They're swarming the C4, but A7J is nowhere near it.
We've seen him do miraculous things with an HK before, but this time it's not going to be or anything for A7J. Nothing like the sub-base game that we saw from him, but definitely is a fight coming through for Veteran. It's a 4-2-8 to their scoreline. Another attempt at trying to control that frame spot. Lands with a pixel angle. Perfection onto Reknart. Hungry for more. Lance is peeking into them one by one single-handedly. Fervid want to end this right here, right now. And with ㄍMatch already in the site, they're just going to rush on EV9. They have no choice but to give the site up. Twintism is going to come up through the short position and takes down ㄍMatch finally. 3 versus 2.
That's the most disrespectful entry from ㄍMatch, but Twintism, even more disrespect on the name of Fervid. 2 kills for Twintism, and all of a sudden, Fervid have fallen apart. D will be taken to the smoke. A little bit too many shenanigans for Fervid. They make a mess out of this round, and Veteran will make the most. 5-8. Veteran strike back.
That's 3 straight for Veteran at this point. And how well they're able to hold down that short spot, as well as Twintism pick up 9 kills all throughout this second half is a beautiful thing to see. Just need that consistency all out. But Hodge striking them from the LA position. Fervid making Veteran taste the victory in the last few rounds that we've seen, but with a 3K from ㄍMatch, they're back in the nightmare that they've been dreaming of. 9-5 series point for Fervid.
And just when Veteran was starting to fly, Fervid just pulls him down to the ground and reminds him of who's boss here in Black Widow. ㄍMatch with another nasty entry here. This is disrespect on all 4 faces, all 4 legs. ㄍMatch takes out Reknart. He will get punished for his sins, but Hodge is right here. Like the demon to ㄍMatch's angel, he is here to reap the rewards of his counterpart Sins, and he will cement his name on the Fervid roster. Picks out 3, and that's Hodge to close out Black Widow for Fervid. That's it. It's done.
Hodge signs it and makes it official with the blood of his enemies that he is the last thing that Fervid needs to become a championship-winning team. A 2-0 for Fervid as they come out of the group stages with one hell of a bang. 5 TRGs on the GR side and pushing on all sides of the map. That is definitely not what we're going to be expecting in the playoffs, but one thing's for sure. Black Widow for Fervid, with how well they faced up against Execration in the last bout, as well as how clean this was here on the side of Veteran. I feel like Fervid are going to be a very dangerous enemy to come up in the playoffs.
Absolutely. Ramon, although I will give you this. I mean, we did say that it did not look like Fervid were practicing any setups or any new weaponry. I did see a glimpse of Hodge picking up something new. And it might actually be something that Fervid are fancying a chance at. It's something that Virtus.pro have somewhat perfected with KSA. Fervid might just be starting to doing that in the playoffs. You might just want to keep an eye out on the weaponry choices here for Hodge and the rest of the Fervid roster. If you're thinking of what I'm saying here, just rewind the VOD a little bit and look at that one round where Hodge picked up a certain rifle that we haven't seen from him in any of the days he's played so far. So Fervid, I see you. I see what you're trying to do here.
I mean, there's definitely going to be a bit of a spotlight on Hodge once we get into the playoffs, because for sure this win has solidified them definitely a good spot over to our top 6 in coming to the playoffs as well. But for me, I believe it'll take a little bit more time before Fervid shows that they are Einsteins in this roster move. Now that they don't have MZ in the formula, but with this win against Veteran, I think it's safe to say that the spirits are high with this Fervid roster, and it just continues to be as exciting as ever. But for Veteran, the exit for here has come to a close right now. With this loss, I believe this is another official loss in for Rosea as a region, and hopefully we do see them come back stronger as we also prepare ourselves for the next coming event after the playoffs. But again, high spirits for both teams, a lot to come out with good things overall, and for Fervid, they're the ones to stand tall above all. But for now, me and Datum are going to throw it over to the panel, so Mochi and Salvatore, take this away.
Thank you, Ramon, and as well as Datum. And I couldn't help but agree with some sentiments from Datum here. They might be preparing and Frankensteining something, and we might see that onto the playoffs. But other than that, Salvatore, I feel like this has already been quite of an expectation here for Fervid in the map of Black Widow. Other than the fact that here for Veteran, I feel like there were some glimpses and some moments where they're putting Fervid in a bit too high of a regard, to the point they're losing a grip into a lot of our rounds here.
Ever heard of the old saying, Mochi, fortune favors the bold? I feel like, Fervid has been fortunate enough to be, a team that has like bold tactics inside of Black Widow, it's going really wild when ̍Match is entering House B on his own with a USP. No support, no util whatsoever. So that has to be like some sort of a revival here for Fervid when it comes to their firepower, because they needed this game. Honestly, the past 2 days have been, the past 2 weeks rather, have not been really good here for Fervid after dropping games left and right to Stallions and Acceptance. I feel like with the series yesterday to Execration, though it may be like a losing effort, and also for like a gameplay that, resonated a lot of the strengths of Fervid, but still lost. But with the W right now up against Veteran, it really ignited some sort of strength here for Fervid, that they can have like the most silliest of strats, but their gunplay makes up for it. Oh, wait, that has to be Ubik Maniac of 2024. So, Fervid, they have to tap that potential, Mochi. They have this sort of identity. They can shoot back. They have like the most amazing tactics, because the 300 IQ of A7J, not 100, not 200, but 300 IQ of A7J, all these rotations work because of A7J. And also, they make up for the fact that they are revolved around... they make up for the roster of ̍Match, D, and as well as Hodge, who are pure aimers by nature. So if that formula is going to be what we are going to see inside of playoffs, I'm seeing FERVID making a deep run. But enough of that. I'm seeing some potential here for Veteran to be able to qualify once again for Regionals Path 2026.
Hopefully.
And I hope that is the case, Mochi. They did it on spring, they did it on summer. Why don't make your burr months really productive here, Veteran? Because you know, we're still seeing some flashes of greatness here for Reknart and as well as Fires. There is that kind of a glaring identity here for the side of Veteran that they can make this year worthwhile for them. You know, the experience might be a good teacher, but you know, matches will do make up for the whole completion of Veteran being the best team here in C Masters. But you know, we would be hoping to see that here in the near future, as in a losing effort. 20sim drops 19 against FERVID. I feel like that's something that you can boast about.
Exactly. Especially that they did a bit more improvements and better here in the map of Black Widow in comparison to what we had in Subbase earlier on. Maybe just crediting the usual habitat here for FERVID. But other than that, though, well played here for 20sim alongside with Reknart. I do think that there are some moments wherein 20sim and Reknart hasn't been able to support the other members here. Maybe, I'm not sure if it's a lack of communication or more of a disorientation here because of all of the things that Haj is throwing onto them, given that 18, 8, and 7 KD and 100% rating, alongside with how ̍Match just basically let himself loose here in the map of Black Widow alongside with the rest of our members. There's just something with A7J being able to intertwine the strings into a neatly made braid, and it's just something, as you have mentioned here, that should be sought after and be careful about once that we see FERVID here onto our playoffs. But our MVP for this time around will be none other than this guy. Haj, our former 6-man, now here in the main lineup that we have here against FERVID with a 2.25 KD. Seems pretty much been able to just show that he can fill up the shoes that's been taken away from Woos here.
Yeah, you know, the Philippines is blessed by a lot of 6-mans who are really good in the battlefield. You know, to name a few, we have someone like Dolph, someone like X3D, and now Haj. Honestly, Haj has been on the sideline for like the first 4 weeks of competition, but kind of feels like he already has the veteran mindset that he can go toe to toe with at least anyone. You know, Mochi, because that series against Execration really proved to be a good one here for Haj, and even better up against veteran with an amazing stat line to cap off Black Widow as something that FERVID will absolutely use as material for the playoffs. So yeah, congratulations here for FERVID, but we hope to see more of veteran as the days go by, because there is still one league that awaits veteran that hopes that they will become their potential. You know, that that one skill that they will be able to develop, that is the team play.
Yep, and speaking of lead, who is the leading player here for FERVID for the entirety of this matchup? It is ̍Match, where ironically, before, there is someone who said that ̍Match is falling off, quote unquote, but I guess not in this story, as he's been able to rack up this type of performance time and time again. And I feel like ̍Match remains one of the underrated players, in my opinion, here for FERVID, and I feel like he isn't taking or he isn't getting the support and as well as recognition as much as the other players. Meanwhile, he is also deserving of just that. But congratulations for ̍Match for being able to take this title, and I hope that we can see more once we step into playoffs next week.
Yeah, amazing gameplay here for our man of the hour here for this series, because you know, ̍Match as someone who has been you know, a player that, you know, gets by a lot of people. You know, when they hear the word ̍Match, it just feels like he's really good. But you know, this year there has to be something special about ̍Match in the year of 2026, because with multiple set MVPs, amazing headshot percentage, and an impact that could really be so heavy in the Richter scale, there is something that ̍Match can really give to a team, and I feel like that is leadership. You know, leadership comes a long way, and ̍Match has that dog in him that he could lead a team to victory. You know, amazing efforts being seen from the series against Virtus.pro and as well as Team Stallions, where ̍Match was indeed the highlight reel. You know, it really comes up to the idea that ㍍is not only just a player that is in the team, he's also a brother to the many members here of FERVID. So very much, you know, very much appreciated here by his teammates that ㍍is that one kind of a player and as well as a teammate.
And also quite one of the key elements in order to cook up something in every single round that we have here along the way. So I also do think that there is already a chance for us to hear from them. So now we can return to our usual, no? Magtagalog na tayo ngayon dahil i-welcome natin dito si ㍍sa ating interview desk as our match MVP ng FERVID. Kasi babe, no? 27 kills na naman ang kanya nakuha dito, no? Hello, boss ㍍.
Hello.
Congratulations for taking that title, no? Grabe naman talaga. And I do think na meron tayong mga question dito, no, na ilalapag namin sa iyo ni Salvatore. So, Salvatore, umpisahan mo na.
Alright, Boss ㍍, no? Congratulations for making it dito sa ating playoff bracket, no? So seeded na nga ngayon si FERVID. Pero kasi nung maalala nga natin, there was a bit of a hindrance nung kalaban nyo nga ang Team Stallions during spring. Pero now, kung nakikita nyo na ang forma ng Team Stallions and as well as Virtus.pro, dumagdag pa ang Execration dito. Ngayon, FERVID, makakapasok na nga ang playoffs. Anong klaseng FERVID ang pwede naming makita at anong postura ng FERVID para makapasok ng EWC?
Yung siguro makita niyo yung final form namin siguro as team. More on team play namin.
Team play. Alright, Mochi, yung hina-highlight talaga natin sa FERVID matagal na no? Pero feeling ko meron ng merong pagbabago na malakas na nakikita natin sa FERVID. Ikaw, Mochi, baka may tanong ka.
Yeah, I feel like I could agree on that one, no? Especially na si Had siyang nandito ngayon sa kanilang roster, no? ㍍, I feel like nagkaroon tayo ng adjustments on the fly, no? Na hindi maiiwasan, especially against Execration from yesterday's match. Well, ano kaya ang pagfo-focusan natin now that we're already having Hadj dito sa ating roster ngayon?
Mag-adjust lang, parang hintay lang namin, magpapractice na kami na makuha ni Hadj yung tempo tsaka yung adjustment ng role niya. Yun lang.
Okay.
Alright.
It's a good foolproof plan naman, no? Simple as that, no? Para dito kay ㍍. Any additional questions here, Salvatore?
Lalo't nasa usapan na nga tayo ni Hadj, no? ㍍, follow-up ko lang din. Ngayon, si Hadj na yung magiging main man nyo heading forward to the playoffs kung kailan na talagang napaka-crucial pa ng mga magiging matches, no? Napasok pa si Hadj dun sa Execration. Ngayon, ipapasok nyo na nga siya sa playoffs. Matanong ko lang, no? Ano yung parang pinagkaiba ni MZ bilang player, no? Na yun na pinagtatawag nyo nga siya, no? Bilang backup player. Ngayon si Hadj, eto na, nasa main roster nyo na. So ano yung parang pinagkaiba in terms of impact ni MZ bilang isang team player kumpara dito kay Hadj na team player din naman?
Si Hadj, mas mabilis siya kumpara kay MC. Ayun lang, yung bilis lang ng galaw nila.
Bilis. Reactions, no, Mochi, kumbaga. Lalo na rin, no, sa meta ngayon, napakahalaga ng reaction tsaka bilis
Yeah, which also correlates dun sa sinabi din ni ㍍ kanina, no, yung pag-adjust sa tempo at galawan nila dito, pacing kumbaga sa kanilang team. So, ㍍, no, again, congratulations. We're definitely looking forward sa inyong final form. Ika mo nga, no, papunta sa ating playoffs. Well, the floor is yours and pwede mo nang i-shoutout ang mga gusto mong i-shoutout.
Shoutout sa family ko na laging sumusuporta sa akin. Sa girlfriend ko, kay Boss Allen Wap, tapos sa Obra family. Thank you po. Yan lang.
Yun. At maraming salamat din sa'yo. Congratulations, no? And good luck sa ating mga laban next week.
Thank you po.
Alright, and we see it does appear, no, dito for FERVID, despite the changes natin nila dito, it seems like they're having quite a steady sail towards that goal in terms of form na meron tayo dito sa kanila, no? And mukha namang okay ang ating nagiging performance dito for FERVID so far, although there were still some question marks all over the way, lalong-lalo na after na nagantihan sila dito, no, ng Execration yesterday.
Siguro, ano lang, parang hindi naman, 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 hindi naman
Lalong-lalo na rin no na FERVID, there is a bit of saltiness no sa kanilang panlasa after dumikit lang talaga nila. Dumikit lang sila do sa Execration rather. Kasi medyo mabigat yun no, Mochi, isipin mo New Mexico, ang tanging ginawa lang ng Execration time out. Tapos nakakuha na sila ng dalawang magkakasunod. To understand even further gaano ba kalapit yung laban na yung Mochi. Alam mo ba, 2 rounds lang ang pinakamalaking lamang ng Execration at FERVID laban sa isa't isa. So alam mo talaga na balance yung match-up, alam mo nagpapalitan lang sila ng playstyle. Depende na lang talaga kung ano yung magiging outcome natin. And marami tayong napulot doon sa FERVID. Hodge has been a very, very good player for the past 2 days no? Parang nagkakaroon siya ng sarili niyang version ng Linsanity. Pangalawa, A7J is now making very comfortable calls. Alam mo, nagpi-freestyle talaga siya. Alam mo talaga na draw niya sa utak niya kasi yung pinag-practice niya laban dito sa ilalaro niya sa professional play. Alam mo may onting adjustment no. Like or kung wala mang adjustment, alam mo talaga na kahit sa scrim, meron talagang ginagawa si A7J na pagluluto na talagang mabubusog ang lahat na nanonood, pati na nga rin yung mga kakampi niyang makikinabang. Amazing gameplay here for FERVID. Nakaka-excite nga naman makita tong playoffs nga natin. Pero kasi Mochi, no, mamaya pa natin makikita yung finalization ng ating playoffs bracket kasi meron pa tayong El Clasico na inaabangan.
Yes, and everyone has their eyes on both of these teams. No, ironically, both teams sharing the same color, but different mascots, no? Ano nga ba ang panama ng mga kabayo against sa mga oso, no? Ayan ang aabangan natin maya-maya at kung mag-shift ba ang ating top ng food chain later on. But by the way, guys, singit lang natin, no? Before tayo mag-head sa kanilang laban, meron tayong hot takes na ilalabas mamaya. So, be sure na antabayanan ninyo yan kasi mamaya, nandyan pala ang iyong comment. So, for now, no, tayo ay magpapaalam muna at mamaya magbabalik tayo muli for hot takes and afternoon tapatan ng Team Stallions and as well as Virtus.pro. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapulto ka niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
makes it to trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Welcome everyone, tayo nagbabalik after our break at kung saan maya-maya guys, no, abangan ninyo ang tapatan ng El Clasicong Team Stallions against Virtus.pro. Pero sa ngayon guys, meron kaming proposal para sa inyo. Wow, kala mo naman talaga. A proposal na kung saan kayo ay pwedeng manalo ng e-coins at kailangan nyo lang gawin dito makibaka para sa mga kapwa nyong mga sniper rifle people, no? Ito nga pala ang last man standing 1v1 showdown at ito lahat ng kailangan mong malaman para makasali.
Okay, sa pangungunahan na natin to guys ng destruction mode. Ay, actually hindi siya destruction mode. Team deathmatch siya sa loob ng ship no. We have first to win 10 rounds no, and whoever will reach 10 will be with the winner no. Kaso ka lang pag nag 9-9 kayo, tayong golden round, matik na nga yun no. Sino makakuha ng G's, yun na ang panalo. And syempre, dahil nga sniper match lang itong natin, na itong 1v1 showdown natin. Syempre, yung mga variants na TRG na pwede no, which is yung normal, yung bandage, yung general, pati noble silver. Kasabayan din yan yung secondary natin na available naman to para sa lahat. Syempre, kung meron kang Colt, pwedeng Colt Graffiti, Colt Hug, pati ng ating USP na meron ng lahat. Sure yan kasi mga nag-RM naman tayo na USP rank match blue variant. Yung mga melee, honestly, pre, yung mga nakikita mo lang sa mga CF balance, pwede yun. Pero syempre, in sniper fashion, bawal na bawal ang echo. So yun guys, no, sa loob tayo ng ship, walang plant and defuse kasi nga team deathmatch naman yan, and side selection. Kung sino man mananalo dyan sa coin toss na yan, kung sino man si player A, siya pipili. No? So yun nga naman ang ating game mechanics para sa ating 1v1 showdown.
At pagdating naman dito sa ating tournament structure, no, syempre kahit sino pwedeng sumali dito, pwera ang mga pro, okay? So bawal ang mga pro dito para naman may equal grounds tayo for our casual gamers out there. And syempre, tournament progression natin is easy as 1, 2, 3. We got qualifying rounds, quarterfinals, semis, finals, and our top sniper match. At pagdating naman sa ating qualifying legs, well, nalalabi na lang yung mga remaining dito, no? It's just today, no? Yung huli nating qualifying at nagsimula yan nung June 27 to 28 yesterday, and now nandito na tayo sa pinakahuling qualifying leg natin, and the top 2 players per qualifying leg will be advancing sa ating final showdown.
Yeah, amazing. No? Yun lang masasabi ko dito para sa ating 1v1 showdown kasi sino ba makakapagsabi, Mochi, na ikaw sa sobrang lipit mo mag-arctic sa mga pablabis tsaka sa mga 8v8, pag sumali ka dito sa 1v1, pwede mo makatapat like let's say Yotib, Revenge, no? Let's say Lads, kung sakali lang naman. Pero guys no, lalong-lalo na talaga si Cetra. Diba? So yun yung mga idol na palagi mo lang naririnig sa pro, pero ngayon pwede mo na nga sila makatapat sa 1v1. Kaya balita ko, Mochi, no, yung ating registrants, napakapaldo nga naman talaga nila. Kasi akalain mo nga naman, sumali ka na sa pinakamalakas mag-arctic sa buong lobby, pwede ka pa manalo ng e-coin.
Diba?
And syempre, ito ang ating distribution, no? From 8 to 5th place, meron tayong 100 e-coin, pero pag nag-number 4 ka, pag nagkakaroon na nga tayo ng podium finish, tumataas na nga yan. From 200 to 4th place, 300 to 3rd place, 500 to 2nd place, and the outstanding prize of 1,000 e-coin para sa ating champion. No? Akalain mo nga naman.
Yes.
Pero meron onti tayong directions para dyan. No? Please ensure you're provided your correct and current IGN. Ayan guys, no? Kailangan talaga accurate yung mga symbols natin kung meron bang special characters at tama yung spelling na ibibigay natin. Ito ang ating schedule para sa ating mga para sa ating potential match kasi guys, malapit na. July 9 na natin makikita yung top 1 player laban sa ating top 1 sniper ng C Masters.
Oo nga, no? And syempre, respective stages ay nandiyan na alongside ng mga oras, no? So we have elimination rounds at 11, semifinals at 12, finals match at 1 or after lunch, and as well as top swiper match na magpo-proceed once na pumatak ang alas 3 ng hapon. So kung gusto nyo magkaroon ng glimpse kung ano nga ba yung mga kaganapan dito, ito nga ang highlight galing kay Boss Zenon and as well as kay Erin QQ.
Sino ba ang nakalabang dito, no? So far, si Erin QQ, meron ng 3 kills kagad. Abay, pinapakita na hindi lang si Gokey nang marunong mag-cult, no?
Grabe.
Ibon yung score natin, Mochi. Awa na lang para kay Erin QQ. Pero ito si Zenon. Ayan na, bumabawi na. Pumapalag na. Sumusuntok na pabalik. Meron na nangyayari. Kaso nagmalagokin na naman si Erin QQ. Napakasolid nga naman na matchup na to, no? Alam mo talaga na hindi lang pamboboga ang marunong dito sa dalawang players na to, no? They can also how to manipulate. They also know how to manipulate rather itong secondary nga natin, which is like right now very efficient siya. Si akalain mo Colt, syempre nire-reward dyan yung mga malakas tumutok sa ulo, whereas USB nire-reward dyan yung mga malakas pumindot ng mouse 1 aka malamakro ang pindutan.
Iyon, tama ka dyan, no, Salvi. And also, guys,
Yes.
kung ayaw nyo mag-participate dito sa ating tournament, kasi honestly, it's a bit too late, no? Kasi today na yung pinakahuling leg natin, eh. Well, meron kayong chance na manalo sa ating giveaway. So, may dalawang klase yan.
Giveaway?
Pero dito muna tayo sa una. Oo, kasi we have 100 e-coins na maaaring ipamigay para sa ating mga casual viewers dito, no, sa ating broadcast. And all you have to do is to like and follow ang ating official CROSSFIRE Philippines Facebook and YouTube pages, and pumili kayo kung kaninong highlight ang gusto nyo, no? So kanina meron tayong feature na 5, pipili lang kayo kung alin doon yung tingin yung deserve maging play of the week, and all you have to do is to share that publicly para makita ng ating moderators, at sa inyong caption i-include ang inyong IGN, bakit deserve nun maging play of the week, and as well as ang ating mga hashtags na hashtag CFS play of the week and as well as hashtag CFS Master Summer, no? And again, i-ensure nyo na public yan para naman na meron tayong insurance, no, na ang inyong entry manonote talaga ng ating moderators. So, biro mo, no, mag-share ka lang, sabi mo lang sino yung bias at natripan mo dun sa mga highlights, may 100 e-coins ka na.
I-share mo lang yung highlight ng idol mo, meron ka ng 100 e-coin. No? Dati, kailangan pa bumili sa tindahan, ilagay yung code para magka 100. Ito talaga, libreng-libre na. Kaya kung ako sa'yo, sumali ka na.
Yes, exactly. And by the way, guys, no, nagkakaroon na lang din tayo ng remaining days, no, para sa ating caster giveaway. Kasi kami din, guys, may pinapamigay na e-coin. At kung ako sa inyo,
Yes,
i-check namin ang aming mga page, no, at tignan nyo ang ating pin post dyan at nandyan lahat ng mechanics sa kung paano kayo makakasali. Ating announcement ay palate sa Wednesday or Thursday, no? Depende yan sa ating mga GM. So, yan na nga, no, guys, no? Dain nating pamigay dito. Sobrang generous ni Smagat ni CROSSFIRE Philippines. Pero, I do think that we have something din dito, no, Salvatore? Kasi, meron tayong mga pag-uusapan na mga maaaring hot takes naman
Podcast?
nga talaga, no, nadala sa atin
Hot takes?
ng ating communities. Yes, may hot takes tayo, no? So, I do think na i-welcome na natin sila dito. Tama ba? Kasi ang nandito ngayon at magjo-join sa atin is going to be Ramon and Daydum for this one, no? So, expect
naman.
that there will be a bit of unhingedness in the mix dito, no? Sa ating des. So, welcome Ramon and Daydum, no? Hopefully, hindi kayo ma-rage bait sa ating mga hot takes na
Hirap.
offered sa atin ng mga community. But, again, it's pretty simple. Ang ating ranking dito ay mild, hot, spicy, and extra spicy lang naman, no? Doon tayo magre-revolve. Are we G?
Game.
Go na. G.
Game.
Alright, simulan na natin ito, no? Direct, ipakita mo na ang ating unang hot take at kung kanino ito galing. At ito ay from JB Albao. Tumatanda na talaga si Revenge. Bumabagal na mag-art. Simulan na natin yan kay Salvatore. Sige, go. Anong masasabi mo dyan sa sinabi ni Boss JB?
I can assure you, pre, kahit gaano pa kakandandayan si Revenge, you know. Grabe yung muscle memory niyan sa pag-aartic. Pero bumabagal sa pag-aartik. Feeling ko ang lakas niya pa rin naman bumogi, no? Like nandun pa rin naman talaga yung highlight potential dito ni Revenge eh. Kung sinasabi mo efficiency, siguro pwede pa. Pero sa bilis ng pag-aartik, feeling ko kaya niyang sumabay sa mga ibang sniper dito. Nakikipagsabayan nga siya kay Hick, kay Ajax, no? Kay Lance paminsan-minsan. And for a player like Revenge na hanggang ngayon nakakapaglaro pa rin, talagang maaasahan mo talaga na magkakaroon ng dip sa speed. Pero yung para masabi na bumabagal talaga ng gusto, feeling ko hindi. So, pinaka-mild lang ako dito, no, Mochi. Diyan lang tayo sa pinaka-mababang level ng init. Mild lang ako dyan.
No. Actually, magmamild na din ako, no. Susupport ko ang iyong point by the fact na sobrang tindi ng game sense niya. Ewan ko, JB, kung nakita mo yung mga highlight na nakuha niya sa Eagle Eye, tapos yung pixel perfect nakuha niya, hindi man lang kasama doon sa perimeter nung kabilugan nung aim down sights niya, pero napatama niya yun, no? So, sobrang tindi pa din talaga ng alas dito ni Revenge. But how about you, Ramon? Ano ang masasabi mo sa hot take na ito?
Mild na din ako para dito sa hot take na to, honestly. Kasi hindi siya super hot eh. Medyo expecting the experience that we have from Revenge and the age, tumatanda na nga, pero mabagal sa Arctic, questionable na nga din eh. No? Isang magandang game para dito is STS versus FERVID. Revenge was in the precipice of, or actually in the phase wherein nandun nga yung questions eh. No? Kung makakasabay nga si Revenge sa lahat ng mga snipers natin, ng mga bata na mabilis sa reaction time. Up against Lance dun sa FERVID matchup, na-prove niya yung sarili niya dun in that Eagle Eye matchup with actually getting an outfrag dito laban kay Lance in that respect eh. No? And consecutively also showing up pretty much a positive pagdating sa mga susunod nilang matches. So, I believe, tumatanda na nga si Revenge. Pero in an aspect wherein kung importante pa ba siya dito sa STS, kasi napoprovide pa rin niya ang meron dito kay Revenge kumpara sa ibang mga Arctic natin. Mas bata, it is that experience that we need in a world-class team.
Totoo, no? So, kumbaga, yung pagka-veterano or yung tenure niya, plus with an addition ng pagiging open din, no? Na malay mo, matutunan din siya dito sa kanyang bagong team right now. But how about you, Dedu?
Mild lang din para sa akin to, Mochi, no? Kasi I don't think in a game like Crossfire, masyado malaking factor yung age. Tsaka, hindi rin bumabagal yung aim dito ni Boss Revenge, no? Tsaka tingnan mo din yung landscape ng Crossfire natin. Tumingin ka sa Pilipinas, meron tayong si Boss Aljon andyan pa, shoutout sa Boss. Tsaka si Boss Jessan andyan pa, no? Kahit sa international andyan si Famous, si Mino. I mean, hindi bumabagal. Actually, gumagaling pa nga tong mga to overtime, no? So mild lang sa akin to, Mochi.
Yes, and grabe, no? Thank you so much sa iyong quote-unquote hot take, no, Boss JB. Parang para sa amin, hindi ganun ka-hot take yan kasi parang hindi namin nakikita na bumabagal talaga mag-Arctic or nalilipasan ng panahon etong si Revenge. Pero direct ipakita mo na ang ating susunod na hot take at kung kanino naman ito galing, malalaman natin ito from Zero Wing. Shoutout sa'yo, boss, no? Need manalo ng VP dito. Kung hindi, sila uli mag-aarap sa playoffs, which is isa lang sa kanila ang makakapag-EWC. Which is actually a really great point here, no? I don't think that this is a hot take, but it's more like facing the reality of these former gods dito, no? Sa ating CF scene right now. At ako ay mag-grade dito ng spicy, no? Para sa iyong take, Boss and Zero Wing. Pero how about you, Salvatore?
Ano lang ako dito, no? Sige, spicy lang din ako, no, Bochi. Kasi parang a lot of the people na nanonood nga ngayon, tingin nila na dapat manalo ang Virtus.pro. Just means na they want this difference, no, sa mga pinapadala natin sa ibang bansa. Kasi nga, akalain mo nga naman, Execration made this path na hindi pwede mag-qualify ang Virtus.pro at Team Stallions palagi na lang talaga. Kaya nag-chime in dyan si Execration, ayan, pagtatapatin namin kayo kagad, potentially semifinals pa lang. Ilan lang ba kinukuha natin para makapag-EWC? Hindi ba dalawa lang? So, matik, pag nakapasok ka ng Grand Finals, yun na yun, EWC ka na. Ang kaso nga lang, pre, sino doon sa Virtus Pro at Team Stallions ang kailangan natin ipadala. So the mere fact na inisip ni Ains na kailangan manalo ng Virtus Pro to make this storyline just means na okay, Team Stallions, baka tingin ng mga tao, wala na si Team Stallions, no? So napaka gandang take to actually, no, ni Ains Zeroing. So we have to look it in a better picture or even a different one na ang EWC ngayon, hindi na tayo Virtus Pro Team Stallions, Virtus Pro Team Stallions. Ang dami ng variation para pumili ng representatives kasi nga ang lakas na ng mga teams. Kaya Virtus Pro, you might be in it for something. Marami sigurong titiwalag, no, sa ating dito sa ating eksena kung sakali lang naman manalo ang Virtus Pro, because a lot of the teams will not be accepting na ang kanilang aso ay hindi makakapunta ng Paris, di ba?
Yeah, exactly. There will be a lot of emotions dito, no? I feel like that is the safest term for us to use dahil hindi naman din talaga makakaila that we already became attached dito sa dalawang teams na ito, no? And to think that the day will be coming this early na kailangan nilang magtapat at makipag-away for that remaining slot just tells a lot sa kung ano ang nangyayari ngayon sa ating scene. But Ramon, ano naman ang iyong pananaw dito sa sinabi ni Boss Ains?
Para sa akin, spicy. Kasi parang napaisip tuloy ako na magkakaroon na tayo ng mundo na ngayon where hindi na STS at saka VP. Yung posible nating hindi may pasok dito sa international. Malalaman lang natin kung paano mangyayari yan sa playoffs. Pero imagine now the storylines, no? With Execration being in the best form that they have yet, makakita tayo ng isang Folex na finally makatitikman na niya ang international, di ba? Ang isang Fervid na matagal na lang inasam-asam na gawin din to, but now at the very precipice of it, makakapasok sila with a 6-man now becoming in the new starting lineup. Yun yung pinakamalaking gamble na iti-take ng Fervid ngayon, no? So definitely because of the big whole of butterfly effect na nakita natin from an unstable STS to a reformed sort of VP na talaga nasa prime na sila ngayon, nagkaroon ng malaking changes na nakita natin from how we look at our top 6 that it opens up the possibility of finally having a new representative sa pagpasok dun sa Paris. That in itself makes it spicy for me, Mochi.
Yeah, and don't forget, we also have team acceptance in the mix, no? Especially if they would be able to carry over that type of consistency and form dito sa ating playoffs. Sobrang nakakatakot yun, no? Para sa the rest ng ating teams as well. Pero how about you, Dedum?
Para sa akin, Mochi? To put it straight, hindi siya spicy at all. So, gawin na lang nating mild. Kasi para sa akin, ito yung ine-expect ng mga tao na yung top 2 pa rin. Yung status quo pa rin mananatili sa ating scene sa Southeast Asia, no? Which is obviously STS tsaka Virtus Pro, yung mga kapasok sa ating Paris qualifier. Eto, i-rephrase ko yung sinabi ni Ains para maging spicy siya. Sana matalo ang Virtus Pro para isa lang sa kanila ang makapasok sa Paris. Yan ang hot take.
Gusto ko yung nirevise mo pa yung phrase, yung niya dito,
Sinabi
no?
niya
Yung, extra spicy na yun, no? Sinabi niya yun, no? Parang you're putting words into the mouth of Boss Ains pa, no? Sa dating na, pero sige, no? Pero maraming salamat, Boss Ains, dyan sa iyong take, dahil totoo naman nga, no? Parang, again, iba na talaga yung panahon ngayon. At ganito kabilis yung mga nangyayari, which also just means great dahil further competition lang and innovation ang magaganap dito sa ating mga teams habang tumatagal at dumadaan ang mga buwan. And mukhang tapos na tayo dito sa ating take ni Boss Ains. Thank you once again, no? Let us see kung kanino naman kaya galing itong ating susunod na hot take. And I wonder if there will be some YouTube hot takes. Ayan na nga. Cyan Crusher 1996. Porket wala si Loy, rason na ba yon para matalo kayo ng Impact Team? Yan ang tanong ni Boss Cyan Crusher. And I feel like extra spicy ako dito, no? Direct, pero Salvatore, ikaw ba?
Feeling ko, pre, sa mga reaction namin, direct kung kasi extra spicy mo na rin kami lahat, no? Kasi walang nagsasabi sa amin, 'di ba? Walang nagsasabi sa community, walang nagsasabi sa aming mga casters, pero buti na lang, Cyan Crusher, nandiyan ka para magsabi ng mga bagay na hindi namin kaya kasi baka pagkamalan kami, no? Boss Cyan, maraming salamat. Sinabi mo ang mga hinaing na dapat marinig ng mga ibang tao, guys. In the immortal words of Boss J. Vice or also no, mula din kay Boss Ryan na, guys, tanggap lang. no? At the end of the day, the better team won, no? Alam ng acceptance kung gaano nga ba talaga sila kalakas at that time. Si Dre nagpa-pop off, si Hek, ang long time idol niya, si Revenge, na outfrag niya sa series nga na to. So it just means yung preparasyon lang talaga na acceptance mas matimbang nung mga oras nga na yun. Pero ibig sabihin ba wala na ang Team Stallions? Wala pre. Guys, ang All Gamers 4 entry ngayon sa CFPL. Pero sila pa rin ang ating number 1 na pambato para ipanalo lahat ng international ngayong taon, pati na nga rin sa sarili nga nilang liga. So itong Team Stallions sa pagkatalo nga nila guys, isipin nyo na lang malaking bagay to para sa acceptance. Pero may pake ba yung Team Stallions doon? Wala, kasi doon pa rin talaga sila sa playoffs, magbibigay talaga ng leksyon sa mga taong nagdududa nga sa kanila. Pero guys, no, to cap it all off, sa lahat ng sinabi ko guys, tanggapin nyo na lang. Natalo ang STS sa 80. Yun lang.
Tama.
Couldn't agree more with what you have mentioned, no? And again, a lot of emotions are involved into this one, but at the same time, if something happens, it happens, no? Parang, anong bang saying yun, no? It is what it is. Ika nga nila, no? And all they need to do is to move and look forward. Walang yuko-yuko, no? Pero how about you, Ramon?
Extra spicy din para sa akin, and I want to take it into a different direction, no. Adding to what Salvatore wants about the team acceptance. Kasi kung titingnan mo kasi, this is a team that we never had expectations on pagpasok doon sa STS versus team acceptance. Pero nakikita lang natin yung perspective nila through the matches and through the few interviews that we've seen. Pero talking to Hek and a lot of the times that I talked to him as a friend, talagang malaki yung napagdadaanan ng team acceptance week in and week out para lang makalaro sila pre. Si Hek ang nagsasponsor para makalaro ang mga teammates niya sa shop. At ang layo pa ng shop na yun para makalaro sila ng time na yun, no? All hard work sa lahat ng mga nangyari sa buong summer at saka spring season. Literally na this is all through blood, sweat, and tears dahil sa heart and soul na binibigay ni Boss Hek sa teammates niya on team acceptance. Yung STS game, yun yung fruit of his labor. Talagang nagkaroon nga ng time na bad day nga mismo yung team, yung STS, nagkakaroon ng good shots itong si Ajax as well itong si Hek. Maganda yung calls. Tatanggapin na lang nating lahat na yun ang nangyari on that day, and congratulations din sa team acceptance kasi everything, every effort, it was all for this moment para lang ma-reassure ni Hek that all of his years of experience is worth it para lang maglaro siya dito ng CROSSFIRE.
Yes, and I do love, no, na as much as we're definitely putting the highlight kay Boss Hek, which is well-deserved naman din talaga, no, na nakikita na natin lalo itong sila Stallions, sila Ajax, and the rest of the squad actually stepping up, no, and entirely, grabe, ganun lang din kaganda yung kanilang form, no, nung nakatapat din nila itong si STS, and that there might be some external factors that affected, no, ang kanilang performance here for STS, pero we cannot remove that from them, no, we cannot remove it from team acceptance that they did a great job. A damn well job. How about you? I do think that you agree with the rest dito, no, sa ating desk.
Absolutely. Extra spicy din to para sa akin. Actually, in fact, no, Mochi, kung pwede tayong magbigay ng award, ng medal dito kay Cyan Crusher. Kasi ito yung, so far, pinaka-spicy na nabasa ko dito sa ating hot take.
Totoo,
para sa iyo to, Boss
medal.
Cyan Crusher. You said the words na walang may lakas ng loob na sabihin dito sa comment section. No?
Yeah,
totoo yan. I
grabe
mean,
siya.
it is what it is. Natalong STS sa team acceptance. Granted, team acceptance was having sobrang init nila nung araw na yon, no, and there was a lot of external factors as you guys said, pero hindi natin mapagkakaila na nanalo ang team acceptance sa isang best of 3 laban sa team Stallions. Pero itong sinabi mo na porket wala si Loy Rason na ba yun? Extra spicy yan, boss, ang init. Best hot take I've seen in a while.
Mag-ingat-ingat ka, boss, ha? Ingat-ingat ka. Kasi
Yeah,
kilala ko na yung bahay ko, bossing.
Yeah,
Close
ingat
natin
na
yung
lang,
DMs
no,
muna,
Boss
Boss
Cyan
Cyan.
Crusher. Pero ano naman safe naman kasi meron siyang alias. So hindi siya masasaksak sa tagiliran, no? So safe naman siya dito. Maraming salamat, Boss Cyan Crusher 1996, and that take is indeed an extra spicy take. Di na siya hot take. So, let's see ang ating next one, no? At kung kanino naman kaya ito galing. It is from Chester Salomon. May ganito palang player ang Fervid. Bakit si MZ pa Pinaglaro buong group stage.
Oh my God.
Ang
back to back.
hirap ng trabaho namin, Mochi. Ang hirap. Diyos ko po.
Sige,
Pero
mag-isip muna
Mochi,
kayo
no,
dyan.
buti naman, no, may mga taong napakatapang na sabihin yung mga dapat na, dapat ganito lang.
Lakas na loob
Ganun lang
nila.
no? Kasi
Nandyan yung
nakakatakot
pangalan
pag-usapan eh. Di ba?
bare
Nakita pa
name.
pangalan niya.
I won't be surprised kung meron ng mga magsastock sa kanya, no? Pero, again, here for Chester Solomon, I would put this hot, no? Hot for me. Kasi, again, MZ is an enabler para dito sa ating team para merong ilan sa kanilang mga miyembro na mag-pop off. Maaaring ito ay CD, maaaring ibang nilang mga kasama, pero at the same time, no, MZ is a player here na talagang nag-amplify ng performance ng kanyang mga kasama. And I do think na sa ating mga teams, every single player has a reason why they are there that complements the playstyle ng kanilang mga kasama, no? So, this might be a hot lang for me. Kasi, who are we to actually say kung ano nga ba yung nangyayari sa internal processes na meron dito sa ating mga teams so far. And as much as Hatch is pretty good player, we still cannot deny yung nabigay na contributions dito ni MZ sa kanilang roster. Pero how about you, Salvatore?
Extra spicy, Mochi, no? To have this comparison talaga, no? Meron tayo ikukumpara dito, si Hadj siya si MC. Guys, si MZ, parte siya ng roster ng matches na tumalo sa Ubek Maniac 2 years ago sa Battle for Third. Nandun sila A7J, nung nandun pa sa nga si Loy, si MZ ang isa sa mga nag-top frag nung series nga na yun. To quote, no? Ito nga pala ang kanang kamay ni A7J. Kasi nga kung nasan si A7J, nandiyan si MZ. And a reliable teammate, kailangan mo din talaga ng reliable caller. At syempre, kung reliable caller ka, alam mo yung kalidad na meron dun sa mga kakampi mo. At wala nang mas alam pa si A7J dito kay MZ talaga. Even nung Team Secret sila, kasama ni MZ si A7J. And then following forward ngayon sa FERVID, there is always an MZ. No? Kita mo nga naman, si MZ mismo ang nagbigay ng 3-0 sa FERVID para makaalis sila ng Swiss stage dito, no? At dadagdag pa natin, no? Tinalo nila ang Atras, pati ang Execration, ang nandoon si MZ, which you really had a very good performance, no? Siguro hindi pa nga naluluto ng maayos dito si MZ at feeling ko na masyado siyang maaga na naitanggal sa roster, no? Yun ang isa pang malupit na hot take, na masyadong maaga na tinanggal si MZ kasi hindi pa fully na-establish dito ni MZ yung role niya dito sa team, no? Pero effective pa rin naman talaga siya. Kaya sa mga nagsasabi, no, na yun nga, dahil kay Hadj, no? MVP kahapon sa Execration, tapos nag-MVP pa ngayon laban sa veteran. Guys, 2 games, bigyan natin ng magandang sample size. Pwede na nating sabihin na mas malakas si Hadj pag nakita na nga natin sa playoffs. Magandang sukat yan, Mochi. Kaya extra spicy. Marami ring nagulat at maski ako na nawala nga si MC sa starting roster natin.
Yeah, 'di ba, no? Again, kanya-kanyang contribution and hindi natin makakaila at maaalis 'yun dito kay MZ at dinagdagan mo pa, in-amplify mo pa given the history na meron din siya, no, as a player of his own. Pero ikaw lang muna, I feel like parang nagulat ka rin nung lumabas tong hot take na to from Chester Solomon.
I can respect na sobrang tapang nga naman niya. Considering na sinabi niya yun,
Dami.
na out in the open din yung pangalan niya. I will also put in extra spicy.
Yeah.
Kasi there's a bit of a way, parang perspective kumbaga dapat nating tingnan dito no. While MZ puts up negative in a few of the games that we've seen him dito sa group stage no. Numbers don't lie nga naman. 0.78 dito sa KD ratio, 0.60 on our kills per round. I mean, nagsa-struggle nga yung performance niya dito individually, pero in a way, yung playstyle niya revolves around trying to enable a lot of the stars na meron na agad dito ang FERVID. He doesn't need to frag as much as Dracifer kasi they're the ones trying to do the fragging for him at siya parang yung gagawing pain para gawin yung mga plays na ginagawa dito ng mga stars ng FERVID. So overall, I believe MZ with the individual performance that he has, underappreciated yung kung paano niya ini-inflate yung confidence ng mga players natin katulad ni D as well as itong si Dracifer. So for me, extra spicy kasi feeling ko numbers, while they don't lie, they should be interpreted in the best way possible.
Yeah, parang we have quite of the same perspective dito, no, Ramon, wherein he might be the setter or either the handler of the aftermath, no, depende sa mga nangyayari in between sa ating rounds. But for Didum, do you think that this is the point or baka may mga ma-add ka pa?
Alam mo, para sa akin, Mochi, Chester, yumuko ka. Meron ka ring medal mula sa akin, no? Extra spicy mula kay Dadum. This is top 2 spiciest hot take na nakita ko, no? I mean,
Yeah,
is Hajj the right move for Fervid? Is MZ better? Is J-Kim better? Di natin masasagot yan lahat, no? Makikita na lang natin ng resulta ng Fervid. Pero kasi, Mochi, naalala mo ba nung kasagsagan ng ating Swiss stage at saka ng group stage, hindi natin mapigilan, bigyan ng papuri si MZ, no? Kumbaga, J-Kim was the fragger, MZ was the missing piece. Kaso pinaltan din siya, no? So, di natin alam kung ano yung magiging, kung long-lasting ba yung effect ni Hajj dito, no? Yes, he's performing so far, pero 2 laban pa lang yung nakikita natin, no? So, di natin alam kung mapapatunayan ba ni Hajj na ganun din yung impact na makukuha niya with Fervid during the matches that actually matter para sa kanila, no? Pero gusto ko tong take na to. Very spicy, Chester Solomon. Napakatapang mo, boss.
Grabe, no? And again, I feel like there were also a lot of discussions going on na nagulat din sa estado ngayon ng Fervid kasi parang out of the blue nga, no, yung substitution dito ni Hajj, pero it does appear that they're already on their way into that certain adjustment that they're looking for, no, heading on to the playoffs, which is a good sign naman para dito for Fervid. Pero we still have that piece, no, na in the back of our minds, MZ is a great player, no, that's all we can say. Pero second to the last hot take, kanino naman kaya ito galing? Thank you once again, no, Chester Solomon, na awardan ka ng 3 medal dito, no, sa ating desk. At ito ay galing kay Christian Uy. Nasa peak pa kasi si KLP. Tapos pinalitan ng wala na sa prime.
Diyos ko po.
I don't know.
Pwede ba ka magsimula, Mochi? Pwede ba?
Yes,
Ako naman.
go. I don't know what's happening dito sa ating hot takes, pero literal na hot takes nga sila, go dito.
Ang saya ko na nasama ko sa hot take session na to. Finally, we have a day na puro hot takes talaga na hindi takot yung comment section natin. Christian, extra spicy ka para sa akin, no? Nasa peak pa kasi si KLP tas pinaltan ng wala na sa prime. Parang 2 take yung binigay niya dito, no? Una, nasa peak si KLP tas pinaltan. Pangalawa, nang wala na sa prime. Aray ko po. Hindi na ako magko-comment, sasabihin ko na lang, extra spicy, Christian. Uy, mag-ingat ka na. Panoorin mo na yung likod mo pag naglalakad ka sa gabi.
Yeah, exactly. How about you, Ramon? Medyo speechless din ako doon.
Hindi ko ma-process.
Yeah, nag-isip na siya.
Back to back
Sige,
tayo sa
nagmumuni-muni
nagiging
pa
hot
siya.
takes natin. Not gonna lie. Pinaprocess ko kanina pa yung first take eh. Nasa pangatlong take na tayo tapos sobrang init ng dire-diretso. You know what? Extra spicy. Considering nga na na-witness na ba talaga natin yung peak ni KLP. I feel like we should have had that if we had more time with him pag nagtagal din dito. Pero medyo exposed na nga siya nung spring na games from STS as well eh. So it's still a question mark that we can kind of answer kapag naglaro na siya ulit dito kung wala na nga ba sa prime tong si KLP o hindi eh. Pero for me, with how brave this is and with him also putting up his name, extra spicy, you're extra brave, Christian Uy. God bless to you, my friend.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. Pero how about you, Salvatore? Anong masasabi ni Mr. Uy?
I-xerox mo lang yung sinabi ni Dadum, no? Kasi itong si Christian, uy, idol ko yan eh. O ito, medal din mula sa akin. Sobrang ginto niyan, 24K pa yan. Teka lang. Napakawala sa mundo para sabihin na nag-peak sa si KLP. Ibig sabihin lang, ang tingin ni Christian, wala na. Lahat ng nakikita natin kay KLP, yun na yun. Hindi na siya pwede lumakas. Yun na yung pinakamalakas niya, no? Yun yung sinasabi dito. Pangalawa, wala na sa prime, bossing, nasa top 5 si Revenge ng KD natin. Nasa top 10 nga at best eh. Diba?
Oo.
Top 10 palagi. Taon-taon niya ginagawa yung pagiging top 10 na player. Wala na sa prime, Diyos ko Lord. Hay, nako naman. Okay, yun lang
Ito yung
naman.
pressure.
Wala nang explanation. I-carbon copy mo na yung sinabi ni Dado, may ilagay mo sa akin.
Okay,
Ayan
so
na yung
extra
pressure.
spicy sa'yo, no? Okay. For me, I would like to remove myself. I will detach from this hot take, okay? At ang i-include natin dito is yung perspective ng community. Kasi guys, ang dahil nagsasabi na si KLP,
Grabe.
merong mga nagsasabi pala rather, hindi naman madami, may mga nagsasabi na sang-ayon sila na mapalitan nitong si KLP. At meron din mga nagsasabi na gusto nila si revenge dito. And it all contradicts itong point ni Christian Uy. Pero just by basing on the stats na meron tayo dito so far, revenge is doing good as a player. But for the team, dyan tayo nagkakaroon ng pagkakatalunan because there are already some points before being raised ng community at kahit tayo, no, na merong ilan sa atin na hindi naiintindihan bakit nga ba kailangan pa idagdag si revenge dito. Okay naman si KLP, no? Tapos ngayon, medyo nagkakabuhol-buhol ata. So, I feel like they're still in the midst of experimentation na in quite of an awkward time, if I may say. Pero, dahil dyan sa sinabi mo, extra spicy naman talaga ang mabibigay ko, no? Pero nilatag ko lang dyan. Kasi from the community, from him, and dito sa nakikita natin sa broadcast is quite an interesting mix, no? Magulo siya, basically. Pero maraming salamat, Mr. Christian Uy, sa iyong hot take at 4 medals for you para dito, no? And I assume na ang ating pinakahuling hot take will be the craziest one, no? Dahil ito ay manggagaling
4 out of
kanino
4.
naman kaya? Yes, meron pa. Sana kaya nyo pa, no? Ito ay galing kay Born Winner 2042. Atras,
Mochi,
magaling lang
Mochi.
pag Indo teams kalaban. Ininahan talaga makasabay. Yes,
Ochi,
ikaw ba
paunahin
muna?
mo si Ramon. Di, paunahin mo si Ramon.
Si Ramon.
Diba? Oo.
Go Ramon.
Okay.
Ang bata niya yun eh.
Una sa lahat, no, I love Atras. I love Atras as a team.
Okay.
They've been very nice to how they treat us as talents nga naman, and how many times nga naman na nakikita natin yung support din nila whenever they play sa group stage. It's nice to see that Atras is moving in this step na kumuha ng mga bata tapos i-develop natin yung mga pwedeng sumunod sa yapak ng mga stars natin dito sa CFS, no? For me lang though, in a way na ilalagay mo lang sa point na sa Indo teams lang sila na contend. Tapos sa ibang mga teams natin in the group stage is one hell of like, hindi naman sa may insult no? Pero parang ang sama naman ng tingin on Atras. You gotta remember, these guys are Masters rookies in their rookie year. Imagine mo yun no? Para ka nagsasabi na first time kang maglaro ng CFS, tapos gugulangan mo lang ng ganun-ganun, diba? Para sa akin, I feel like you just have to give a bit of a cushion to Atras, no? Extra spicy for me. And I feel like we have to give a bit of a cushion to Atras. Sana naman at makarecover sila sa susunod na season kasi feeling ko talaga may ibubuga pa yung team na to.
Pwede ba ako sumunod, Mochi? Pwede ba ako?
Go, kayo nang bahala, guys. Sige, go, Dado.
Ito, special award. Master Rage Baiter para sa iyo, Born Winner 2042. First time kong makita na nagiinit yung dugo ni Ramon. Master Rage Baiter ka, Born Winner. Ikaw lang nakagawa niyan. Special award para sa iyo. Pero going to your take, no?
Yes.
Para sa akin, lukewarm take to. Honestly, medyo invalid siya para sa akin. Kasi nakakalimutan mo ba, Born Winner, nung unang sumabak ang Virtus Pro sa ating Swiss stage, natalo sila. Kanina sila natalo. Hindi sa Masters team, sa Impact runner-up na Atras Esports na hindi pa man lang nakakatungtong sa Masters, no? So it's invalid. Hindi naman totoo na magaling lang pag Indo teams. Mild para kay Dadum direct dyan, no? Kung pwedeng original, pero mild na lang tayo. Yun yung pinakamababa.
Pansit Canton Yorn. Thank you sa iyong mga sinabi dito, Ramon, and as well as Daydum. Nagulat ako. Wait ko lang nakita na na-rage bait si Ramon. That's quite new. That's not in my 2026 bingo
Tumataas
card.
na yung pulse,
Yeah, di ba?
Lumalaki na yung
Salamat
mata.
yun, Salvatore. Kaya okay lang yan. Valid yan.
Ako, Bochi, kung pwede lang i-rate natin to bilang hilaw na patsit canton, ilalagay ko yun eh. Kasi guys papaalala ko lang guys binaliktad nila yung laban nila against veteran na talo na ang lamang ng veteran ay 5 na. Isang round na lang yung veteran, tas nanalo pa ang Atras doon. Pangalawa, sinabi na ni Dadum, no? Panalo ang Atras laban sa Virtus Pro. Pangatlo, dinala nila sa 3 maps ang CBF at Execration. Execration, yung tumalo sa Stallions tsaka Virtus Pro, nakakasabay ang Atras. Guys, may potential yung mga yan. Pero dahil nga baguhan, kayang gulangan yan ng mga veteranong teams na punong-puno ngayon sa Masters. Bigyan natin ng oras, kumulo ang Atras. Kaya talaga nila lahat. Nakapag-playoffs nga eh. Nakapag-playoffs sila ng Impact na kung saan merong liga na nandoon. Sila Tino, sila Jay Hawker, no? Sila Hanshu, sila Jessan. Yung breakout season ni Sen, nakita natin doon sa loob ng Impact.
Yes.
Atras, grabe, kamuntikan na nga nilang mag-exit ng Impact groups na wala man lang katalo-talo, no? So Atras, there is that potential, pero bigyan natin sila ng oras. Kaya mild lang ako dito kasi parang parang meron tayong pinanggalingan na galit eh, no? Parang dinurog ata tayo ni RTA sa 8v8 born winner eh, no?
Ayun pa ako natatawa dito. Ang hirap naman mag-host.
I got
ng
you,
hot
Boss
takes.
Ang. I got you.
At syempre dadagdagan ko yan. Huwag ka mag-alala, no, Coach Ang. Dadagdagan ko yung list dito, no, ni Salvatore. Guys, 4 months pa lang ang Atras. Okay? 4 months pa lang ang Atras. I repeat, 4 months pa lang sila! Gigil na gigil kayo na magkaroon ng output dito ang Atras Esports, guys. Again, they have a very, very great foundation, no? They got the mechanical skills, they got the knowledge and diversity dito sa ating maps, they got the diversity in terms of players, they have a great IGL. Ang kailangan nila, stratbook. Dagdagan yung pages doon sa stratbook nila, guys, no? Naalala nyo yung huling interview natin kasama sila from yesterday? We are begging na wala silang palitan sa kanilang team kasi okay na talaga yung pundasyon nila. They just need to build up on it. Alright? At dahil dyan, extra spicy. Kasi grabe yung binanggit mo, Born Winner 2042. And I do think na if you are using your real name, andain ng hunting sa'yo. Okay? So, maraming salamat sa ating last hot take. At ang dami nating nabigyan ng medal. Ang tandaan din, kung pwede lang magbigay ng physical medal, no, binigyan na namin kayo. And yung mga gumamit ng kanilang tunay na pangalan, no, I do think na galing yan dito sa ating Facebook broadcast. Mag-ingat po kayo. Pero dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating hot take segment. And it does appear that we had a lot of fun for that one. But it would be a lot more enjoyable later sa oras na mag-proceed na tayo sa labanan ng klasiko, the Battle of the Former Gods.
Let's go.
Team Stallions and as well as Virtus Pro. Maya-maya at tayo magbabalik after a few minutes. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukutukan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos doon. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
And thus it begins. Welcome everyone sa ating pinakuling laban ng Team Stallions and as well as Virtus Pro. Ang paborito nating rivalry now back dito no sa ating pinakahuling araw ng group stage in order to top it all off. Salvatore, sobrang tinde for sure ang magiging laban dito.
Tinde, lahat na ng mabibigat na bagay, Mochi, ilapag mo na sa statement na yan, no? Kasi Virtus Pro, Team Stallions, dalawang higantes, dalawang Diyos na kinikilala natin, dalawang Diyos na sinasamba din ng sangkatauhan ang ipagtatapat natin sa isa't isa, no? Para matapos na yung usap-usapan na yan kung sino bang mas malakas, Virtus Pro ba o Team Stallions, no? Pero maraming nagsasabi na kahit ganyan nga, sila pa rin daw ang papasok sa EWC. Pero in under any circumstances, no, Mochi, pwede pa nga mabago yun at dito magsisimula yun kung ano nga bang magiging hulma ng ating playoffs kasi sila mismo ang tatapos ng ating group stage.
Exactly. Pero kamustahin muna natin ano kaya ang mangyayari dito for Team Stallions kasi I do think that we will be having KLP back in this lineup which would be more than interesting to see and I feel like it is already quite of discussion dito no sa ating community how Team Stallions is looking like so far because binanggit na rin natin kanina during our hot takes that it seems like they're working on something else as an experiment dito no in quite of an awkward time sa ating liga. Pero revenge out muna and KLP in.
Grabe, no? Men, kung sino ang nagsimula nung group stage natin ng summer, siya rin pala ang tatapos. No? KLP is back in the starting lineup na kompletong-kompleto na nga talaga. No, Mochi? Hindi na to dahil wala si Loy, wala si Kano. Ito na talaga. Sniper roll in para dito kay KLP kasi si Revenge ay pupunta ulit sa kanyang bangko. No? Here comes Team Stallions with their waves. No? Alam mo talaga no, na they are now vibes up. Alam mo talaga na lahat sila nakangiti na. Alam mo din na ang match na to ay malaki para dito sa Team Stallions because this is no longer just execration, matches, fervid, acceptance, veteran, TARINGBABI. Ito na nga pala ang palagi nilang kasama sa paglipad ng eroplano. So you know talagang maglalabas ng 100% dito ang Team Stallions.
Pero napag-usapan na rin natin to, no, na sa kwentong ito, maaaring merong isang maiwan. At ito nga pa, no, ang ating match history for Team Stallions as we already have them losing, no, for against Execration and as well as Team Acceptance, which has been quite of surprise, honestly. Lots of eyebrows raised. Pero ngayon na si Virtus Pro ang ating katapat dito, no, for them baka bumalik ang usual na galawan dito ng Team Stallions or back to the branding wherein masasabi natin
Team Stallions talaga. Ubit Banyak ang naglalaro dito ngayon, no? Pero meron tayong katanungan dito, no? Kay Kano, mas may palag ba kayo this playoffs kumpara before? Sabi ni Kano, hindi ko alam. Tingnan na lang natin. Damay pati kakampi.
Grabe naman no? Parang gusto nyo rin palagan sila KLB, tsaka sila Revenge, no? Na parang ang sinasabi dito ni Kano, buong group stage, kakampi niya lang yung sarili niya, no? Kasi, grabe, no? Napaka-emotional dito ni Wonderkid. Paminsan-minsan na natin nakikita naglalabas siya ng ganyang mga salitaan, no? Pero alam mo talaga, Bochi, na may pinanggagalingan yan because of the upcoming series indeed. So yeah, good vibes para dito sa Team Stallions. Kakaiba nga sa mga nakita nating eksena mula sa mga nakarang araw. So yeah, Team Stallions, I'm hoping for a 100% STS. Laban na laban, mami.
Pero ito, sure ball din na 100% ang ipapakita dito, no? Virtus Pro nga pala, no? Bay, kung hindi nyo pa kilala, abay, malaking problema ata yan. Kasi sila lang naman, no? Ang katapat lagi ng Team Stallions, no? May it be from their former team names now being absorbed and taken by some of the organizations talagang nagbigay ng tiwala sa kanila given sa kung anong talento ang meron sa dalawang team na to, no? For Virtus Pro, their structure better than ever. And I feel like you can attest to that, Salvatore.
Yeah, the source of that success, Mochi, the rise of KLR, no? From an overlooked IGL to an international superstar, his CFS 2025 performance is still unmatched. Dinuro niya ba naman yung mga idol natin doon sa international stage na yun, no? To name a few, sila Flex, no? Nakipagsabayan nga din siya sa mga laruan nila ZQ, no? Although natalo nga sila doon, pero you still gotta give the guy some props, no? Kasi he still remained the top frag of that series. Some players din talaga pinapakita ni KLR na kanya nga makapagsabayan sa mga ganon. And of course, Cetra. No? Cetra, palagi na nating binabanggit sa mga bibig nga natin. So I feel like we already said enough and justice dito para kay Cetra. Pero si KLR, man, he has always been the scapegoat. Pag hindi daw successful ang Virtus Pro, kay KLR sila tumuturo. Pero ngayon, sobrang successful ng Virtus Pro, ituro nyo ulit dito si KLR. Kasi tignan mo ba naman yung win streak na yan, Mochi?
Exactly, and I feel like that just shows, no, na meron silang kaangatan so far, no, as of the current time against Team Stallions at talagang magkakaalaman ngayon, no, kung anong na nga ba ang nararating ng Virtus Pro, especially when it comes down into how they were able to adjust and be a bit more reliant sa isa't isa, no, parang ibang level na ata ang tiwala na pinapakita dito ng ating mga players alongside with our coach. And speaking of coach, ang tanong kay Coach 02, which opponents are you looking forward the most in the last week and what can you say to them? Well, sabi niya, nothing feels better than taking down STS and their quote-unquote cup
Oh my God.
following.
Holy. Wow. Diba? Akala ko tapos na tayo sa segments, Mochi. Diba?
Akala ko tapos na
Kinunglad
tayo
mo
sa
na
hot
kanina.
takes.
Nag-commercial na tayo. Kasi tapos na tayo sa hot takes. Hindi pa pala. Meron pa palang
Grabe.
pa-follow up dito si Coach 02 at hanggang ngayon mag-iisang taon na siya, Mochi, na sinasabi niya na he is going to drop some nukes dito sa ating tournament na to and a year later ginagawa
Ayun na
niya
nga.
pa rin, Mochi, no? So man, nothing really good, no, para, and I mean, nothing could be really good para dito sa side ng Virtus Pro to back up itong sinasabi ng kanilang coach because they need that win right now to make it so justifiable sa sinabi dito ni Coach 02.
Yeah, kasi naman Salvi, no, it won't be Coach 02 kung hindi siya magbibitaw ng mga ganong salita, I guess, no? Pero ito nga ang ating head-to-head right now, no? At tignan natin kung sino nga ba ang ating pagtatapatin because it will be Kano and as well as KSA, Salvi.
Grabe, no? Both are in the top 10 currently ng ating KD leaderboard, no, Mochi? And for us to understand, Kano has been that kind of player talaga, no? When you hear the word Team Stallion, syempre dyan papasok si Kano. But for KSA, finally, na breakthrough niya na yung mga upstart na performances dito nila Cetra, pati na nga rin ni Yobib, no? He's now in our head-to-head na siya mismo ang ipapadala ng Virtus Pro para ipantapat kay Kano. Pero ito pa ang malapit dyan, Mochi, no? HK417 versus AK47. I love that matchup, no? Kasi nga, pinapakita sa atin ng Virtus Virtus.pro na meron silang sariling meta and my God, yung sarili nilang meta sa wakas gumana na, Mochi, no? Ngayon, it is now taken into full effect na there is going to be this effectivity and in jump for KSA's performance kasi napapaganit talaga no? Pero tingnan natin, no? Out of all the litmus test na natamo dito ng Virtus.pro gamit ang AK-47, eto na ata yung pinakamabigat.
True. And I feel like this is heavier more than ever given din yung mga pressure na na-exert ngayon sa ating top 2 teams here dito sa PH scene right now, no? Pero let us see, no? Kung ano nga ba yung mga mapa na paglalaroan nitong dalawang team na to kasi alam na natin kung ano yung mga paborito nila, no, throughout the course of the group stage. Pero paninimulan yan ng Team Stallions sa mapa ng Eagle Eye, followed by Virtus.pro.PHT as per usual. At ang ating decider na mukhang sure ball na tayo ay dadako tayo dito, it will be Ankara.
Mochi, kung maalala mo, no, ang panapos din natin ng Master Spring was also a bit of port din para sa side ng Virtus.pro na kung saan nakukuha nga nila yon in an amazing fashion. Pero eto na, Virtus.pro, tapos na sila sa pakikipagsabayan talaga sa subbase. Respeto na sila sa Team Stallions na ang subbase, para sa inyo na yan, they went for the ban. And of course, all reliable para sa STS para piliin ang Eagle Eye. Kumbaga kasi, ayun yung pinakamalapit no? Di naman sila magko-compound, di naman sila mag-aangkara, antayin na lang natin na ilagay natin yan sa punong dulo para dyan tayo magtatapat bilang middle ground. I love the contrast, no, Mochi, at ito pa ang malupit dyan. Binigay ng Virtus.pro yung strong side muna dito sa Team Stallions. What a heck of a move para dito sa Virtus.pro na gawin ngayon. And for Virtus.pro, dito naman sa loob ng port, kailangan nga nilang kolektahin yung sarili nila because they will be starting on the weak side as well. Team Stallions, it might be a map veto benefited for them, pero let's see, ano nga ba ang naging evolution ng firepower, lalo't nandito na nga si KLP.
Totoo, no? Pero one of two things lang naman yan, no, Salvatore? Giving the comfort side of your opponent just mean that you're willing to take on the challenge, or number two, you already cracked the code at kung ano ang iyong pwedeng gawin in order to break them all down. Pero, ito na nga ang ating prediction dito, no, sa ating tapatan. And I know, guys, pakinggan niyo muna kami, no? Ang daming
Mochi,
magtataka, baka
wag
may
na.
magalit pa. Pero
Wag
guys,
na.
this is our predictions, okay? And we are just basing on how it looks overall sa kabuuan ng ating group stage. And dagdag natin, sabi ng ating mga co-talents, banggitin din natin ang predictions nila. Bukod tanging si El lang ang nagsabi na 2-1 dito, no, for Team Stallions. Pero
Shoutout
para
kay
kay Daydom, para kay Ramon, no, 2-1 din sila for Virtus.pro. And I feel like yung pinaka-spicy dito, no, is yung kay Bipolar talaga, na 2-0 ang kanyang predictionist, no. Grabe yon, honestly. Pero ipakita na rin natin ano kaya ang sabi ng community polls. I do think that there are a lot of still Team Stallion supporters, no? Pero I am wondering kung malapit pa rin ba ito sa Virtus.pro? Hindi. An astounding 88% na pabor dito, no, for Team Stallions.
Buong region ng Cebu, Mochi, nandyan sa ating community polls, no? Nagtatawag pa ng backup yung Virtus.pro para iboto yung team ng VP sa ating community polls. Pero ganun talaga no? Team Stallions, they have this whole backup of people, no, na alam talaga natin na they've been there since day one. Nung Ubek Maniac pa nga sila, no, nung ini-scout pa lang sila KLB at sila J-Day, they've been there since day one. Kaya alam mo talaga, no, that support is going to be really, really good para sa STS. Pero man, not all of it, no, will be bouncing off on support, to, Mochi, kasi ang hinahanap talaga natin is laban.
Yes, resulta at laban. And I know everything is doing good right now, and let's make it better. I-welcome na natin ang ating mga casters para dito sa ating match ng STS and Virtus.pro. Let us welcome Bipolar and as well as Sneaky Frog sa ating desk so that we can dive into this further, no? Kasi matindi yung tapatan natin ngayon, hindi ba, Sneaky Frog?
Yes, napakatindi ng bakbakan natin at the moment, no? And especially knowing that this will not be the only fight that is happening within yung stream natin, which makes it very, very exciting, no? And I think everyone kind of saw our predictions at bago nyo ilabas yung panundungan at sulo, pare, again sa amin, ayun nga, no? Statistics is gonna be on our side for this one, but of course, statistics is not 100%, right? Most of the time. Ayun nga, no? Kaya nakikita nyo si El, he predicted STS 2-1 as he is banking on the heart of the team, which is still pretty strong at the end of the day. Pero, yun nga, no, at the moment, I feel like Virtus.pro, this has been a specific goal para sa kanila dito sa liga na to is to really, you know, beat or at least defeat handedly itong Team Stallions, no, upang makuha naman yung kanilang imahe dati. And I feel like Mochi, nag-iba na yung story natin slightly para sa dalawang teams na to. It is no longer yung heroes versus villain storyline. Yun nga, tapon na natin yan sa 2025. Ito yung dalawang hari ng Tondo at ng Cebu. At ngayon, sila naman yung nagde-defend ng kanilang trono, no, on their respective sides of the map. But at the same time, ayun nga, no, you still have to prove who's the better king at the end of the day.
Totoo, no? And I do feel like na dito talaga natin malalaman yun. Parang yung datingan natin dito, finale na eh. Pero it's just the last day of our group stage. Wala pa tayo sa ating playoffs. Pero how about you, Bipolar? Especially na controversial ang iyong prediction dito, covering that 2-0 in favor for VP.
Well, Mochi, I feel like even Coach Shane is surprised that I even voted for his team 2-0, no? Pero kasi it's in effect na parang after the change of org, Virtus.pro also changed. It's the same old na maangas, matapang at kumbaga nakakainis makita. Pero para sa akin, I am actually looking very surprised that they're looking more better and more structured than Stallions right now. Yes, nakakagulat na Revenge will not be playing right now, pero syempre kasi this is the team that beat Stallions. This is the team that paved the way for the Philippines to get up in the standings, no, para dito sa ating CFS last time. So I don't doubt na kaya ito na ating players for Team Stallions na kaya rin maka 2-0, but then again, that map dito, I would like to say otherwise, na parang it's almost, you know, parang paving the way din talaga dito sa Virtus.pro na pwede rin mabigyan ako ng tama dito sa aking prediction.
Yeah, and I do think that it will definitely depend sa kung paano ito sisimulan ng Team Stallions. At simulan na rin natin, no, na i-dissect further itong ating tapatan kasi speaking of kings, the crown is only fit for one dito sa ating liga, Salvatore.
Saktong-sakto, no, yung pagkakasabi dito ni Sneaky Frog na dalawang hari lang to na naglalaban sa sarili nga nilang mga mga kingdom, no. Halain mo nga naman, Mochi, ever since the start of Regionals 2024, pinagtatapat na natin ang Virtus.pro at Team Stallions, and because of their amazing strength and will na hindi maging dehado dito sa ating liga, eto pa rin sila, nasa taas pa rin. Pero syempre, no, isa lang ang pwede umupo no? Either Team Stallions lang yon o Virtus.pro. And to credit Boss L dito, kalain mo nga naman, pwedeng isang klaseng hayop lang ang kakasya sa loob nga ng eroplano, no? And it has to be only one talaga na lalabas dito, no? Virtus.pro and Team Stallions. This is now the fight for pride and bragging rights. Kasi alam mo, Mochi, kahit ba ilang beses natin pinagtapat yan, marami nagsasabi na mas malakas si ganito, mas malakas si ganyan. Paglabanin na lang natin ang magkaalaman.
Totoo, no? At total binanggit mo na rin at nanggaling tayo sa usapang hayop na kakasya sa eroplano. Dito naman tayo sa usapang tao. Wonder Kid Kano versus Golden Boy Yobib. Sneaky Frog, no? Dahil 2 years ago, this rivalry of CROSSFIRE started through this, and two planets now collide for an epic battle.
Parang ang hirap naman sabihin niya, I was there back in the day nung una pang naglalaban itong si Kano at itong si Yobib nga. And honestly, like both of these players have really developed into very insane talents na nakikita nga natin dito sa Pilipinas, no? As much as it's very polarizing para dito kay Kano, the way he plays the game, na napakatapang nga kumpara sa mga ibang mga players natin internationally, no? And the amount of confidence this kid has really makes him look like a vet at the end of the day. But Yobib has his own strengths and his own right naman, being one of the best support players and para sa akin the best EBR player in the country. So I feel like there's a lot going for both of these players, and I'm excited na para mag-clash ng dalawa kasi me and etong si Salvatore, we have witnessed yung growth ng dalawang players na to, and feeling ko hindi pa natin nakikita yung ceiling.
That is true. And especially, parang nalilimutan din natin na isama dito si Cetra in the mix, no? Sa totoo lang, especially with how great they've been doing so far. Pero, bipolar, kasi pagdating dito,
Yeah.
no, it's the Plow versus the Stampede. At idagdag na rin natin nilalaban nila dito, reclaiming what's ours, quote-unquote, from Virtus Pro, and maintaining what's theirs para dito for Team Stallions.
I feel like we have to address the question, no, Mochi, kung kaya nga ba nilang matalo itong STS and to claim their crown once again. I feel like yes. I feel like the Plow is really a dominating force right now, despite na ang talagang, fear factor dito ng buong STS is that they are the dominating team sa buong Pilipinas and possibly even the world. But I feel like it is gonna be taking a lot of parang hirap or kumbaga a lot of fuel para makuha to ng ating Virtus Pro,
For
despite me giving them a 2-0, no? Pero kasi kung isipin mo, we noticed, man, walang butas right now para sa ating Virtus Pro. There are still some, and I would like to put that pressure pagdating dito kay Elvin, kasi just looking at the stats, no, from sheer stats alone, it's not really been the Elvin that we saw from Master Spring or last time din dito sa ating Masters from the months of last year, no. So I feel like this battle will be commencing soon, so let's just see kung ano talaga o sino talaga makakapagtalo sa isa't isa.
Totoo, no? At I do think that it's just a few amount of time, no? Bago talaga tayo maging preparado dito sa ating laban against the Stallions versus the Bears and the Crown Kings and the former Kings. And kayo nang bahala mag-isip kung sino nga ba yung tunay na magiging hari right now. Pero ang mamamahala ngayon, itong si Sneaky Frog and as well as si Bipolar. Kaya ipasa na natin to sa kanila. Rakrakan na!
You know what, Sneaky Frog? It's time for that. It's time for that Masters Day na talaga kailangan natin harapin ang itong dalawang teams at kailangan pa nila magharap. Are you ready though, Sneaky? Na makita ang isang team na dito sa ating matchup na ito, hindi natin may kita sa EWC or on that airplane mga kasama mo. Are you ready for that conversation or is that not even possible?
Honestly, it definitely is possible, no, considering yung level ng liga natin at the moment, no. It's no longer a two-horse race kagaya ng sinabi ko dun sa isang points ko from the last week. Yun nga, no, it's become realistically 4 or even 5 kung medyo mag-step up yung mga teams natin na, outside of the conversation dito ng STS at Virtus Pro. So, ayun nga, no, definitely there is a possibility, no, and especially mathematically, I think if I'm not mistaken, I think nagawa na to ni El. There could be a chance na mag-face nga yung dalawang teams na to or not at all, no? Magkikita na naman sila dito sa finals and we're gonna have another, STS versus VP final, which I'm fine with, no, pare. Pero, ayun nga, no, I feel like some of us do want a different kind of flavor this time. Pero, malalaman natin in the group stage, though, kung sino ang mas malakas between the two kings at this very moment. And this is kind of like a preview para sa ating grand finals, no, pare. Possibly, at least. Kasi, ayun nga, these are probably the two best teams to ever come out of yung 2025 season natin and yun nga, no, are still playing at that high level.
You know what, Sneaky Frog, I feel like it's time for us to start. Let's go into the comms ng ating Eagle Eye 2.0.
Ba't ganito block? Tash kaki.
Flashing seconded.
Kapay labang.
Flash,
Labang doha.
May smoke silos.
Ano
Bawang
gato,
dalawa.
Sa'yo ko nga sa'yo.
Flash.
Oh, here comes VP. Hibernation is done. Diretso sa may pisa. Hahanapin si JJ. But KLB has paid on one already. Pero si Elvin, isang daga-agad activated ang poison dito ng Virtus Pro. Dalawa ang mawawala pero inubos ng Virtus Pro ang Stallions sa very first round.
Kinda na felt like a taste tester dun, no, Polar, ng possibly nagagawin dito ng Virtus Pro sa mapa ng Eagle Eye 2.0. You really do not think na magpupush sila in 2 minutes at that very moment. Pero tama lang yung kalat nila dito sa hotel, surrounding the right players at the right time. And Stallions being distracted in that entire situation. And that just allowed Elvin to do the classic Elvin move, no? At lumabas na lang out of nowhere, pare.
Actually, I want to ask you a little bit, no, habang nanonood tayo ng ating replay. These two maps, Sneaky Frog, especially itong Eagle Eye 2.0, sinimulan ng uprising dito ng Virtus Pro ang pagpili ng Eagle Eye. Do you think na ngayon, since Stallions has been really much prepared na with Eagle Eye in their map pool na rin, who has the better Eagle Eye at this point?
I think that's kind of hard to answer, no? Considering KLP hasn't played the entire season. So,
That's true.
So yun nga, no, we're kind of basing it off of like stats going back to 2025. Pero Stallions did have that slightly better Eagle Eye 2.0 no, nung nakita natin from last year. And para naman dito sa Virtus.pro, that they are good in their own way pagdating nga sa mapa na to. I think daming teams na gumagaya dito sa Virtus.pro, especially their sets. And I think one of the prime examples is ito yung atras pa rin. Nakita mo yung Hotel Take kanina. And that is exactly what they're doing as well in their own Eagle Eye game. Pero titignan natin, Virtus.pro, long B control na naman pare.
Dinamihan na nila yung taon nila dito, but look at that, closed doors para sa Virtus.pro, pero KSA and Elvin on the backside already, wherein JJ makakahanap pa ng isa. Ang Dark Prince natin yun naninilim ng mata kasi si JJ from up above bubulagin dito with bullets from down below. And with 1 minute left, mag-isa na lang ang Poison King natin dito ngayon without the C4 even in his hands.
Yeah, man. Elvin, can he do much from this spot though? I mean, AK-47, walang utility pare, pero JJ mapapaspray na lang on the very last player. Pero yun nga, Team Stallions, yun naman ang delikado men pag napabayaan mo yung Team Stallions sa mag-setup lang dito sa may hotel side. Kasi Virtus.pro, obviously, they're trying to poke and prod para sa reactions dito sa mapa, no? Problema nga lang, STS did not react in the way that Virtus.pro expected. Pinush na lang nila yung backside dito ng hotel and got a very good timing on the two players na papasok pa lang dito ng hotel. And STS will try to rely on that, pare. It's all about them. Very good timings galing sa kanila. And if they can catch 1 or 2 VP players off guard na naman, pare, pwede pa nila makuha yung round agad-agaran.
Actually, Sneaky, I really like kung ano yung ginagawa ni Stallions dito, no? They're playing with a lot of like rotation power, especially dito kay KLB, pati dito kay Kano, na ikot ng ikot dito sa may high mid natin position going towards second mid, even on the hotel. They wanna at least catch the timing to fortify one side kung saan nga ba nila mahalap ang Virtus.pro. But with JJ posted up close by, KLR spotted him already, pero the IGL calls up on Yobib as well. And Kanon, na-dink up pa nga. They expect the player to peek out on second mid now. A lot of the hotel side mapupunta dito ngayon sa Virtus.pro.
Yun nga, no? An instant exchange para dito kay Kano on the sniper of KLB. KLB, of course, just as good with the HK417. So meron pa ring heavy rifle presence no, dito sa hotel side na mapa natin. But Kano, of course, confidence from the Kid Wonder, pare. He is always going to be in a forward position, especially with the TRG, nakakatama siya as of recent, no? So, still a realistic shot para dito sa Stallion sa makakuha ng 4v4.
I mean, there was a time din naman no, na talagang triple TRG na can be held up mula dito sa STS as KLP expects Cetra from all the way towards long A. KLR did find Kano. Meanwhile, KLB waiting patiently dito sa pinakadulo ng hotel. Spots out. Yobib now gets out with a peek, pero mamamatay lang din siya from the AK of KSA. With 40 seconds, papasok na ang Virtus.pro in the side. Pero look at this. Loy, proactive. Loy, anticipating this push on B side na hindi siya papansinin. And with 100 HP, he claims one headshot already. Ipit ang VP! Pero makakasagot dito agad si Yobib. It's all up to KLP. We missed you, brother, but I feel like VP did it. It's STS giving another point towards Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and really good information getting no, from the side of Virtus.pro, but at the same time, pakiramdam ko alam na nila na merong nang nakatayo dito sa baba ng hotel, no? Especially knowing how forward Stallions does love to play dito sa mapa natin. Pero Yobib naman na nakabantay dito sa LB. KLB will be spotted, however, JJ kailangan niya kumuha ng 3 dito, pare. Yobib looking to back off.
Yobib already good for 1, no? So he doesn't even really need to push here. Pero STS, they don't want to change anything that much, actually. They just want to put KLP in a position that he can have a great position. That's on hotel. With the realization na palagi nang bibisay dito ang Virtus.pro, they'll go out to the other side or at least do something else.
Ito na si KLP, I think.
Virtus.pro though.
Look long.
It's a big push, no? Even for STS. If Elvin even finds one here, basag yung push dito. But look at this. Cetra misses the shot. JJ activates. Double kill with the M14 and Loy. Hahanapin din dito si Elvin. Dalawa na lang natitira. And it's the heavy fraggers of Virtus.pro. Meanwhile, STS, completos recados dito sa round number 4.
Grabe, VP feeling what every other international team was feeling back in 2025. Pare, magkamali ka lang talaga. You miss only once and STS will punish you very heavily. Dahil lang sa isang bintis, pare, nawalan sila ng 3 players doon.
Oh, what a shot! KLP! Hindi na lalamig sa matchup na to. He feels right at home, Sneaks. Team Stallions are making it pretty sad para dito sa Virtus.pro in the early rounds.
Yun nga, no? And in this specific matchup, no, Polar, itong si KLP actually does make a lot of sense kasi VP, yun nga, no, granted, nakita natin yung round number 1, they're not really the team to go aggressive every single round, pare. So, wala talagang realistically magpa-pressure sa kanyang position except para kay Zetra. And speaking of the devil, pare, Zetra has gotten itong si KLP. However, that does not remove yung sniper presence dito, pare. Loy will get one in return, so it's a 4 versus 4, pare. It's not too bad of a situation para sa STS.
Yeah. KLP for KSA is almost pretty fair, honestly, despite the difference in roles. STS, though, will change up the position so far. It will just be a 2-4-2 setup. But I like what you said, no? KLP in this roster right now makes a lot of sense. He knows the team more, itong VP. He has more chemistry. He knows how to play up against itong Virtus.pro. Checking lang. No signs of pushing though muna ngayon. Except. Ito no fun Zetra. And he does. That's a headshot.
B-side looking likely.
Realistically, kailangan makapitas dito ngayon ni Elvin. On the Kenneth side. Pero spotted agad. Loy stops Yobit from even entering. Keller nandun na nga rin. And Kano with the pistol finds Elvin instead. Now it's all up to the IGL of Virtus.pro. And he can play with time here without the C4 in his hands. Medyo delikado lang sneaky ha. Keller can get easily spotted ngayon. Pero Kano finds it. Bumagsak pa nga si JJ. And he finds it to make it a 1v1 situation in the last 30 seconds. All it took was a 1v1 with the IGL. And si KLB finds the headshot with the AK. And that's Stallions forcing a timeout for Virtus.pro.
Really early timeout para dito sa Virtus.pro. I was thinking na mas magiging back and forth pa to, pare, pero feeling ko yung concern ni 0-2 nagagaling kasi na this map is BL-sided, pare. And obviously, yun yan, no, Stallions having a back and forth in between them and itong Virtus.pro no, isn't really good news para dito sa side ng VP as they're expecting na sila yung makakuha ng mga majority ng rounds nga natin dito. Pero, nakikita naman natin yung lakas ng Stallions in this map while also seeing yung strengths dito ng Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro is really good at surprising yung kanilang mga opponents, kanila sa mga default na positions, pare. Pero pagdating dito sa Team Stallions, that you see the very small timing talaga, pare, na hindi nakatingin dito ang mga Virtus.pro players, and all of a sudden there's now a fight dito sa bypass, there's now a fight dito sa LA, there's now a fight dito sa mid, and that's the constant pressure na sinasabi ko every single time na magkakasta ko ng Team Stallions, because if you cannot handle the pressure, masasagasaan ka talaga dito. So honestly, a really nice job galing dito sa Team Stallions na, you know, despite not having KLP the whole season, no, nakita natin yung proactivity, ganun pa rin, parang nakikita natin dati.
Yeah, hindi na wala. Talagang it just took a little bit of time to show KLP ulit na, uy, here you go. Here's a fight up against Virtus.pro. And he's getting shots in, man. Sinabi nga natin kanina, hindi naman siya naglalamig. Siguro it might just take the first half para talagang makita natin ng full KLP coverage. But, man, Loy and even itong si JJ for STS have been the sole stopping power dito. Kano not really having the time of his life right now. But, again, we can also apply what we said towards KLP dito kay Kano on he might need a little bit more time. We know this kid to be very fragging in any kind of situation. Kahit sino pa yan sa harapan niya, even if it's other regions, no. Team Stallions though, with a point advantage from that great kill mula dito kay KLB on that information given dito sa mga players natin on second mid while they were dying. Pero man, I'm so happy that we saw the Zetra versus KLP once again. And what a way to do it, no? To do it in the last day of the group stage pa. But realistically, still too early to say kung sino talaga yung pinakamagaling na sniper ngayon dito sa matchup.
Yeah, interesting mid-game adjustment as well, no? Galing dito sa side ng Team Stallions. Kanina naglalaro ng A-site itong si KLP, but I feel like he would be more fitting on the hotel side of the map, no, pare? And itong si KLB, I feel like it is a slightly easier job to kind of just hold itong A-site natin with the sniper, especially knowing meron namang dulo angle dito sa may spawn or pwede kayong maglaro dito sa top A. But instead, it will be double sniper on the A site ang makikita natin dito. Polar STS, medyo nagsugal sila dito sa kanilang depensa para try nilang saluhin kung ano man itatapon ng VP. But Loy, man, I trust this guy with my life pagdating sa hotel hold, pare.
Yeah, even STS trust him to just solely hold this area alone. Tignan mo naman, the players on STS just waiting for Loy's killing spree dito sa may sa long B. Actually, Virtus.pro, this is what they've been able to do, no, for after their master sprint stint na kaya nilang gawin to in the middle of the round. So just play patient, look for angles, and reconsider with help of KLR. At ang feeling ko talagang gusto nang gawin is go towards high mid, smoke up yung lane, and go towards B-side.
Aware though, yung STS pare. And look at this rotations already. KLP bumalik na nga dito sa B-side.
Ganda.
And this could be bad para sa VP kung tinuloy nila to pare unless someone hits a shot.
Unless, etc., right? Pero ang hirap pitasin ng angle to Sneaky.
Good
Tingnan mo
angle.
naman, KLP, tagong-tago! Pero mahanap pa rin ni Cetra at ulo pa yung matatamaan! He decapitates KLP! Welcome back, pero ang sakit nun!
Oh, they immediately go B2 pare. Yun lang, Loy gonna be forced to play a very awkward timing dito sa may bridge side. He could get caught pero pa-info na lang siya dito, man. It makes a lot more sense. Loy, very good sense on timing. No? Hindi muna siya magpo-push, waiting for the C4 to go down and then take that second mid control.
This is what you will love about Loy, no? He's very, very smart. Pero KSA, papasok na ngayon. KLB not yet spotting players. Pero naharap na siya ni KSA. Did not expect na magharapan pa sila dito sa may RS. Yobib,
It is a fight.
forefront defense in the post plant. Mahanap agad si Loy. And now, it's a 3v4 kung saan nahanap na agad si Cetra. JJ can unleash hell up upon VP. 25 seconds, papasok ng STS. Nawala na si Yobib, nawala na rin si Elvin. It's all up to Kellar. The IGL will fall. And STS, the gamble of a lifetime para mag-retake na lang sa B.
Yun, taking a bit too long, but at the same time, feeling ko yung presence ni Loy, no, dito sa second mid, getting all that information on both long players was really key in them getting early positions dito sa loob ng spawn. And the fact na nandito na sila sa loob ng spawn, no, at 33 seconds, at the fact na nahuli pa ni Kano, itong si Zetra, the only guy who could be the cause for concern sa buong round dito ng STS. Grabe, man. Really good awareness from the side of STS, and that's what I like to see galing sa kanila, pare. And it kind of feels more natural yung pagkalaro nila dito sa mapa natin. Yun nga, no? It could be KLP back in the fray. Kind of helping yung natural order of things para sa STS, pare.
Yeah. They're taking a lot of aggressive angles na rin, no? Sneaky STS. Noticing that VP will just stay in their spawn, pero Elvin taking some damage here. Falls for the flash, which pushes STS back.
Still, wala masyadong bawas, no? For that kind of peak polar. Was expecting a bit of a harder punish galing sa Virtus.pro, but I don't think they wanted to reveal too much or at least invest too much utility dahil nga sa ginawang play nga dito ng STS. And feeling ko dahil nga sa opening play na yun, pare, they will be slowing a whole lot more down. Pero Loy, matapang pa rin dito sa bridge. Mag-isa na naman siya dito, pare.
It's the same kind of play. It worked before. Pero feeling ko Loy would actually rotate that fast, no? He'll just hold this for the longest of times. They know that timer para dito sa VP is 50 to 45 seconds. At ayun na nga, nahanap pa si Elvin. Ang insurance sana dito ng Virtus.pro. Pero hard strong pa rin. Diretso pa rin sila ng B.
Yeah, maybe he was expecting a punish galing dito kay Elvin, pare, pero yung opposite yung nangyari dito. And yun nga, STS can now start to play a bit more standard, pare, knowing na apat na lang yung buhay, pero hindi nila pwedeng masyadong bukas yung mid, especially in this position. Pero I do not think they mind considering wala nang smoke itong VP na pwede maitapon papunta dito sa mid doors, possibly. Pero si Loy, magta-try siya agad dito, pare.
Oh, Loy, etc. Pangarap sa kanya dito. He finds the timing! And what a quick scope for Cetra! Depletes it now to a 4v4 with 20 seconds. Crash timer na naman kung saan si KLP mag-unscope pa!
So,
Timing for STS nawala dahil sa single right click dito ni KLP. But there's also another sniper in board or on board. It's KLB with the TRG. And with that smoke, hirap makapasok mula sa RS. Kailangan nila ikutin dito second mid. But look at the target.
Ooh,
It's
good
Cetra! Dead! What a shot for KLB! At mukhang delikado naman to para sa Virtus.pro despite him having the bomb plant with 15 seconds. Diretsyong STS, mawawala si KLB. And now JJ enters the fight to kill off Kellar once again. Mag-isa na lang ang Dark Prince. Pero low HP, he's taking the defuse. At maling akala yan as Yobib finds the timing to kill two.
Yeah, really good delay on the side of Virtus.pro, pare. Despite the incident na nangyari dito sa hotel, they still held back the entire STS push. And their entire objective was to just really milk the timer as much as possible dito, pare. Pero napakadelikado yon for the side of Virtus.pro. Buti na lang na naandun si Yobib sa may hagdan. Kasi men, if he didn't hit that shot, that would have been a full defuse and a distracted Yobib scratching his head kung bakit na-defuse na yung bomba, pare.
Ang isipin mo, no, wait lang. JJ, activated! Just held down his M1. With 12 HP, makakahanap pa ata. Never mind, KSA there. Pero ano kaya makagawa dito ng milagro para dito sa STS. Especially when KLB is right here on the board. Look at KSA, dumbfounded! Mamamatay lang din! At si Yobib ba yun, matitikman ang USP ni Kano. 3-4 kung saan ang dami pang buhay sa STS. And Kano hits one headshot, make it 2 with the kill on Cetra. My God, this game cannot get any more intense.
Yun nga, and Stallions are starting to be a lot more confident pagdating sa kanilang map movement to para they're now starting to insert themselves in very awkward timings and Virtus.pro are getting caught off guard. Yung akala mo talaga na kung kayo yung Virtus.pro and you have control of the round pero hindi pala, Loy will suddenly run behind you and as well as itong si Kano. Pero Elvin on the long side, finally some vindication para sa kanya, pare.
Yeah, little bit of revenge. But Loy, yun ang revenge, yun ang mabilis ang headshot. Virtus.pro cannot outlive or survive itong mga early fights natin just because of Kano and Loy. At tingnan mo naman to, dediretso pa rin dito si Loy! Double kill! Make it a triple pa nga. Pero KSA finds the killing spree there or the kill ender doon para kay Loy. But they're all low HP, lahat sila 20 pababa.
Yeah, the USP is the solution to these problems, pare. And KLP looking likely to want to push forward pero pinipigilan pa ng kakampay niya, pare. Parang gusto pa nila i-sure shot yung round na to, no? Just in case.
Yeah. I mean, it's not possible. You have Yobib online. Pero nahanap. Yikes! Yobib! Check it out, no? Kahit sa BL side, tumatama TRG dito sa Eagle Eye.
Still has yet to found control or at least find control dito sa mga sites nga natin, no, pare. That is a nice kill dito kay KLP. Pero reality is, 18 HP na lang dito si Yobib, KSA on the same range as well. So a singular bullet can kill them both. And it just so happens that KLB and JJ has the best, spam/tap weapons on their hands, pare. So they have to tread carefully dito sa mapa natin, man. It only has to be headshots.
Yeah. Every angle ngayon for STS, pwede lang na i-pre-fire para mapatay dito. They have the information na these players are in very low HP. And in classic VP fashion, deplete the timer at its very last second. Ilang victims of flash towards B. They want to go towards A, especially with this long range angle with this Yobib. Pero nahanap na nga dito ngayon with the flashbang into the site. They go in. No nades para mapatay dito ang players natin. Flash is there. JJ activates now at mapapatay din ni KLB. Si KSA. The timer is gonna be the weapon para matigil dito ang Virtus.pro. And that is our first half. Tatlo ang lamang dito ng STS.
I really like that approach as well, no, galing sa STS. I mean, despite the two players being very low on HP, they're still displaying discipline kasi alam nila men na pwede maging blueprint para sa mga ibang teams natin sa kabilang bansa para, hanapin ng paraan para tulunin ang ating number 2 best team in the world na Team Stallions. And buti na lang, they're showing discipline off of just a group stage game, which is very nice to see, no? Especially in a map like Eagle Eye na napaka-tempting na mag-forward sa mapa na to, pare, pero hindi natin nakita. And once again, no, the point of, Revenge being out and KLP being in para sa series na to really does make sense in a way na mas kailangan ng Stallions na maging patient dito sa mapa natin. I feel like you put Revenge against a team na kailangan mong buksan yung kanilang depensa, pare. You kind of force it open, no? So, pakiramdam ko kay LP, you don't really need to force too much things open pagdating sa mapa na to, especially knowing na that's kind of Kano and JJ's job already. And Virtus.pro, they're gonna have to make the second half very difficult. Pero paalala lang sa mga viewers natin, BL-sided po ang Eagle Eye 2.0 and it just so happens the Stallions, they have quite the A execute, pare, habang tumatakbo as well.
Sipin mo yun, no? Stallions running into the site. Smokes, flashes lang ang hawak tapos lahat mamamatay sa site. That is a deadly sign. That is an omen para dito sa ating Virtus.pro na mawawala lang talaga yung mga rounds na ganun. But let's see. We do have double TRGs now as well para dito sa ating Virtus.pro activated. They have Yobib, they have Cetra as well. Pero kasi from what we've seen from the very first few rounds ating sa first half. Anong pake dito ng STS sa ganung gagawin nila?
Nice, habos mo. I-flash, i-flash! Wala lang.
Box lang. Meron. Patay.
Nice one.
Isa pa, meron pa. Alis ako.
2 kills already para dito sa Virtus.pro.
That's the loudest I've heard si Kano. That's how you know he's taking this one seriously, pare.
Yeah. He's mad. You know he's ready. Pero KLB, there was a time din na nangyayari to multiple times. He did shut down KLB dito sa dito hindi KLB si Cetra for the multiple times na nagkita sila sa Eagle Eye. So, Cetra needs to be careful.
Yeah, need to tread carefully, no, pare. Switch the B to a B. Kind of the same skill at the same time. Yobib is just as good on the sniper. Loy has been taken out, pero KLP na lang natitira dito. Bit rough para sa kanila, pare. Stuck on bypass, pero Elvin spotted.
Stuck siya doon, man. That was a bad position to be in, Elvin. But look at this, KLP and KLB, the KL brothers now trying to go for a round number 7. Pero low HP na kasi KLP. Doesn't really mind. He does have the sniper. But look at this, KSA proactive. Some reason they want to just keep on pushing.
They're trying to make presence lang, pare. Na mawarningan lang dito yung Stallions, or at least the remaining Stallions, so na may player na malapit dito sa A site. But KLP's already crawled in.
They're already close by. VP doesn't know this timing para dito sa STS. Pero KSA spot, no? Not yet spotting ditong STS. Now they find him, shots will miss. Ganda pa, marami pang util dito ang STS. They can just hold down A site and make this their own defense. Nades flying by. Realistically, kaya pa to ng STS. Especially if KLP finds a kill on long A, pero Yubib lalabas sa may exit. Uses the roofing. Mahanap dito si KLP, and KSA finds KLP as well. With 20 seconds to spare, VP claim their 4th round.
Yeah, and pakiramdam ko dun, pare, KLP really had to get KSA in that situation kasi pag di niya nakuha si KSA, he will do exactly what he did dito sa round na to and just apply pressure, no, galing dito sa doghouse, and especially knowing na dalawa na lang kayo natitira, one of the players will have a huge responsibility of holding both angles, and it seems like the pressure was a bit too much, pero Zetra nagpaparamdam na agad sa simula ng game natin on the GR side sniper, but he has to tread carefully, no. KLB medyo sumasakit din sa kanya yung sniper, pare.
Yeah. Let's see. Very fast positions para sa STS. Elvin in a different spot now. Will go towards the bar. Di siya mag-goal dito ng stairway ng hotel. And just look at that. Magkalapit lang yung ating players. Pero right on time, Kellar already posted by second mid.
No movement though, pare. Zeta will be tempted. And he will be rewarded, pare. And he got the big fish as well. Dito ng Team Stallions, pare. That's a good pick.
Yeah. Busog dito agad si Zeta on round number 11. But I feel like STS doesn't mind. That's why they're sending up KLB already to clear out hotel. And just look at this. A sequence na pwedeng mapapunta dito sa STS if they find Elvin.
Okay, that's the jump.
GG pa nga mauna dito with USB, guarantees it. Pero look at that, Elvin finds the kill and mapapaback off lang din yung IGL ng STS. Oh, KLB. He's still testing. He is alone, Sneaks. Delikado to, tulad niyan. KLR wins the fight, pero Loy on the other side of the map. KSA playing with his food. And that's Loy. It's all up to KLP. Na is hot immediately sa Eagle Eye 2.0, pero up against 5 healthy Virtus.pro players, 5 healthy Bears. This is a very, very scary sight.
And this is just a classic the classic VP defense, no? Dito sa mapa natin, Polar. It's just them poking and prodding, but from very safe positions dito sa mapa natin where they can guarantee that they can get out into safety, no problem, no? Pero KLP, kita na dito si KLR, but with 14 seconds, medyo rough na rin na asahan na may clutch na mangyayari dito. So 6-5 para dito sa Virtus.pro. Cetra obviously climbing up slowly dito sa scoreboard natin, pare. And I feel like medyo nagkabuhay sila ulit, men. Nagdedepensa na sila ngayon.
Yeah. They're getting good plays. Papahagat dito yung ating players for STS, pero I feel like if Cetra didn't even get kill on Kano, that wouldn't be around para dito sa Virtus.pro.
Stay
All
case,
paved
man.
well there.
Di nakapasok agad yung STS dun, men, kasi kinontinue ni Elvin yung spray. But STSA!
Ito na yung signature push nila. Lahat bulag, Sneaky. You were talking about this from the very start of Masters. Every time that STS plays Eagle Eye, it's just dominating on A. And it works 100% of the time. STS wanting to reclaim a 2-point advantage.
I like that mindset ko, no? Galing sa STS bago tayo mag-timeout. Let's just make sure nagagana pa dito ang ating A-take just in case. And of course, it always does work 80% of the time, pare. And that is why that is one of the hardest executes to counter, no, dito sa mapa natin because the sheer pace and the sheer pressure na nagagawa ng Stallions. Pero Elvin from the behind, but the time is already a bit too short, pare.
Wow! JJ, man. Yotib left alone, the Dark Prince missing, and he just gets cramped up sa may exit. Oh, Sneaky, that was beautiful to see, no? Bago pa tayo pumunta dito sa game, nakita natin, dire-diretsong STS LA.
Alam mo na yan, pare. We've seen that in international. We've seen that in local competition as well. The Stallions A-take pagdating sa Eagle Eye. That's why we call it the sheer speed. And the fact na nagsiset up sila habang tumatakbo doon is just absolute madness. And by the time na mawawala yung bulag sa mata mo, pare, nakasaharap mo na pala yung STS. So, a very threatening strat that VP has to figure out how to counter, no? Pero that's the benefit of being STS sa sitwasyon na to, pare. You can pull it out at any time that you want, but you can also not pull it out para maaning dito yung VP.
Yeah, it's like a wild card, no, para sa kanila that is always gonna be something helping them out. I feel like that's so hard to also counter, no? Anong gagawin mo doon? Isipin mo yung Sneaky, yung nasa lane, yung nasa exit, yung nasa baba ng bunker, lahat bulag. And that was the sheer util.
Feels like yung Ankara A-take ng Stallions, no?
Yeah. Very perfect. STS though. 2-3 split. High mid take. Yeah, KSA though. Mana peep through the smoke and Killer as well. A smoker, Emerald that just finds two. That's Kano and KLB down. A duo that you don't want dead. At nakawala pa dito si Killer. JJ finding him though. Umaakyat papunta sa langit. Pinadala ka na sa Panginoon. It's a 2v2.
Yeah, very threatening pa rin yung STS dito, para they still have the benefit of proactivity dito. Man, pero Zetra, I think he spotted him, but he's also looking for that second player.
He gets tagged? What?
To the box. I think that's a dink as well, pare.
Yeah. Caught him going down while jumping. Ganda pa, second mid. Ito lang kailangan nila tignan eh. High mid. Itong papasok ng B-side mula sa hotel. Pero JJ, ngayon hahanapin na ang mga backsides dito ng Virtus Pro. Magkakaharap na naman sila ni Zetra. What a quick scope. Pero Loy, mag-isa na lang sa loob ng site. Elvin spotted with the AK. He sprays and he gets the kill. A headshot. That is a dagger. Enough time para mag-defuse ng bomba.
And yeah, really good patience being displayed dito ng Virtus Pro, but at the same time, hindi ko in-expect na magre-recheck dito si Zetra. And I think that was an unintended consequence, no? Dito sa mapa natin, Polar, kasi gusto lang ni Zetra na mag-reconnect kasama si Elvin so they can play that 2v2 together. But it just so happens that there was a Stallions player standing at the wrong place at the wrong time, pare. At mukhang makukuha pa kanila yung round na yun. Good teamwork galing sa kanila, pare.
Yeah, could have been better for STS, no? But Zetra just too aware of what can be held.
Ganda rin na sulat sa mid, eh. Nag-push a smoke pick na eh.
Keller finding two was the cherry on top.
You gotta be ahead of the curve, pare. Pagkalaban mo yung Stallions.
Yeah. And Keller realizing that, no? I mean, now they're just 1 point away from tying up against STS. Pero STS, alam natin to. Tingnan mo naman. Multiple angles now covered. KSA need to back off. Yeah, damn this fight, man. It's like we're watching World Cup. Honestly.
Yeah. World Cup. Famous kingdoms of Tondo and Cebu.
Cebu and Tondo, no? Anong magandang kanta doon? Let's go po. Oh, Loy? Nakita dito yung paa ni Yobib. Catches him going up, pero KSA catches him through the smoke. That's a good trade. Para dito sa ating Virtus Pro, they can just keep on holding now. Pero STS, they're cooking something up.
They're gonna send it mid, pare.
Killer though is here. He can spam through the wall. Hindi naman. A double headshot. A double dinger para kay Keller. And look at this fast reactions mula kay Elvin. Haharapan niya dito yung pintuan kasi anong titingnan dito na STS? Yung respawn side. They won't expect someone this close na kikilitin ka sa tagiliran.
And I think he's kind of tempted to push forward, no? Fully knowing na meron na silang one-man advantage dito, pare. And Elvin is just waiting for the green light galing dito kay Keller to do so. Pero STS already moving in the position for the A-side take. Pero nandito si KSA though. Elvin's looking as well.
Big crossfire sneaks and he just goes for the flash. Oh! Oh no! KLP missing some shots and KSA goes in for the third peak and sprays the wall to determine the 7-7 scoreline. They forced the timeout para sa STS.
Yeah, both teams using their timeouts in this one, pare, and that's how you know that the caliber of game is almost equal between yung dalawang teams natin at this very moment. The Team Stallions really have to recuperate, no? And this is the annoying part of having to play against the Virtus.pro defense, pare, kasi you really are very tempted to dip your hand too deep into the cookie jar, pare. Pero yung binabank kasi dito ng VP natin is your hand gets stuck and you're stuck in a bad situation dito sa mapa natin. They're playing situations, though. They're realistically not head-to-heading itong Team Stallions. They're looking for, they're looking for situations sa mapa, kagaya ng 4 versus 3, kagaya ng 3 versus 2, that can give them that slight advantage, no? Especially pagdating ng late round natin. And itong Team Stallions, of course, they are gonna be caught off guard. Maybe it is now time to go for the full Stallions A-take na naman, yung tumatakbo sila dito, pare, just to try and catch Virtus.pro off their rhythm, especially knowing na medyo tight na yung game natin, pare.
Yeah, they might have to. Just like what you've said, no, Virtus.pro is actually just considering guarantees. Yun yung hinahanap nila dito. Their Stallions, we know them to be very fearless and very resilient sa mga ganitong kind of times. 7-7 scoreline can still go in their favor. Pero man, getting very, very close. He's like gambles mula rin kay Keller sa mid, no? Yun yung nagpatay game sa kanila ngayon.
Yeah, it's the fact na he's just holding a very dangerous spot, very dangerous angle, no, obviously, but he's gonna play a bit of an off angle, fully knowing na he may be able to get at least 1 or 2 players, knowing na naka-ABR pa siya, that can shred through the double doors, no problem whatsoever. And you kind of get an example of the annoyance nga ng mga ibang teams dito sa Virtus.pro. KSA was just kind of jiggle peeking para kay Elvin the entire time, and as soon as KSA got a pixel of information, pare, may lumipad agad na flash papunta dito sa A-site, and then they went for the go. Yun nga, no, tama yung sinabi dito ni L in the background. VP deals in absolutes, pare.
Napapaisip rin tuloy ako, Sneaky, ano tuloy ang pinakamalakas na side sa Eagle Eye ngayon? Naririnig ko tuloy si Jack. Sinasabi niya, BL-sided, GR-sided daw.
Ball knowledge yun. Be it though. Pa-flash? Wala?
And they just go in raw. Why not? They have numbers to spare. And look at this, Elvin will only do some damage. Meanwhile, Keller napakagat na. Akala nila AB push diretso. At dahil dyan, requirement na makapatay si Cetra, pero siya yung pinatay. KSA for the cover, pero it's instant domination for Team Stallions. What a team play!
Grabe naman yun. And that was 100% pre-planned, no? Doon, bipolar. I feel like yung 3-man push dito sa hotel, they immediately knew na as soon as mahuhulog dito si Elvin, Keller will be scrambling to try and get hotel control via that bypass push. Pero merong nakabantay dito sa may mid-side. And STS, feeling ko yun yung pinag-usapan nila dito sa kanilang timeout, pare. They have to pull around that can really stop VP from getting everything they want dito sa mapa natin. And it seems like that was the key dito sa ating round, pare.
Just too good, man. What can you do, no? STS, they're just too good, on macro. In the grand scheme of things, Flash, very, very just small, unaffected na nga halos doon ng buong STS. Wala na makita si Elvin ngayon. Bakit anino na lang nakita niya? It's just STS going back after that immediate advantage dito kay Cetra.
And this is gonna be funny to say, no? That's probably CROSSFIRE experience galing dito kay Kano na he would be standing on that specific part of the bridge kasi hindi ka mabubulag dun sa sitwasyon na yun, as there is a very common pop flash dito sa LB. And yun nga, men, ito yung nakakatakot sa STS. They are now dealing in ano tawag dito? Their naturality, their instinct, kumbaga, dito sa mapa natin, pare.
And just too good, no, up against Virtus.pro. They have the better kind of that. Pero
Wow.
tingnan mo naman habang tumatakbo si JJ. He connects every bullet onto Elvin. KSA na naman. Maghahanap dito sa may mid. He finds KLP. That's the trade. Pero may isa pa rin namang buhay dito para sa STS.
Hindi na tinuloy itong B-side ha. So Virtus.pro will be a bit suspicious na merong onting presence dito sa kabilang side ng mapa pare. Still, despite KLP's death. But look at this man, they're already foraying itong B-side. Ready ba dito yung Virtus.pro pare?
Tago dito. Tingnan mo naman, tago dito. Ayun. Si Kelong. And he just lets Yubit peek out. Tingnan mo naman, mababackstab, nakatingin sa langit na naman si Kelar. At dahil dyan, mapapatay din dito si KSA. The Dark Prince up against 3 horses will just fall. The luck of the draw para dito sa Team Stallions. Now claim their match point.
Yun nga, Team Stallions hitting Virtus.pro with their own moves dito pare. The Loy late lurk towards that mid side habang may nagkakagulo dito sa B. It may look very simple no, but at the same time very effective knowing na STS kasi yung gumagawa noon. The massive pressure from the 3 players on the B side of the map causing a huge distraction. But speaking of...
Oh, mabilisan lang. Cetra, how is he still alive? Nabuhay pa siya doon? They find 2 now. STS converts it into a triple death. Oh, actually, oh, yun na. That's a triple death. They find the nade. That was all the way from LB, I believe.
Kind of a messy round pare, no, from both sides. Not gonna lie, feeling ko they didn't really expect them to run into each other dito sa mga angles natin pare. And now it has created an awkward situation. Yun nga, no, buhay pa naman dito si Kano, and he's always an X factor when it comes to these types of rounds. But VP is also hunting, no?
Yeah. Plus they still have Cetra, so we do have 2 star players amongst us dito sa ating round number 17. Pero JJ, no, grabe, low HP man. Yes, Kano can outfrag these 2 players ngayon na natitira sa Virtus.pro. Pero I think he needs JJ. They do have smokes, they do have flashes, pero KSA finds the timing. Mahanap niya pa si Kano! At natira na lang si JJ with 2 HP! A sloppy round for both sides. Pero Virtus.pro claims the round.
Good clean up, no, galing dito sa Virtus.pro pare. And obviously they kind of knew what's gonna happen dito sa mapa natin. It's just a realistic 2v2 and them just sticking together really is of big benefit pare kasi pwede ka rin mag-produce ng awkward timing dito sa A site na ina-expect ng STS na may nakaupo na dito. And Stallions, 1 point away from winning this map, but also VP 1 point away from taking overtime pare.
Sneaky, I think they wanna do it. They just wanna do it, pero KSA anticipates now. Sprays on 3! Tatlo! Multi-kill after multi-kill mula kay KSA! Nasarado ang LA! VP puts that dagger para makapasok sa overtime, pero KLP is still alive. Can still get a 1v5. Lalo na kung ganito si KLP ngayon. With the bomb knot in his hands. Kakalma ang buong STS. Pupunta sa kamay ni KLP ang round na ito. Good damage, pero not enough. We're already going to overtime.
And of course, map number 1 pa lang tayo dito, bipolar, and napunta na nga tayo dito sa overtime. And the way na nanalo tong VP dito sa last round reminded me of that one-off angle na kinuha ni Vincent when they were playing Ankara, when he was actually the one being the buffer para sa kanyang team dito sa hotel. And I feel like that was kind of the same idea para dito sa Virtus.pro. KSA just standing in front of the entire squad. Siyempre, hindi yun in-expect dito na Stallions as they do expect Virtus.pro to be playing standard dito sa mapa natin. But, Virtus.pro realizing playing standard might lose them some rounds pare. So KSA sending it on a very, very good off angle dito sa long. Siguro in-expect nila na nakatago siya dito sa metal box, pero hindi siya nagtatago doon.
Yeah, and hinarapan niya lang talaga yung players doon, and one by one, lumabas ditong STS. There wasn't even player doon sa may LA para makakuha ng big coverage, so kung may tao man sa bunker. So talagang head-on na surprise yung gagawin sana doon ng STS. They were just ready for something na nagmumula sa bunker, nagmumula dito sa may lane, yung angles mismo ng VP, but they were just surprised. KSA, hat-trick mula sa kanya, nakaharapan niya na lang dito yung players natin. And just like what you've said, no? Very reminiscent of those fast pace na ginawa dito ng other plays natin. And man, now it's anybody's game. Akala ko STS would just do their occasional A push dito na mabilisan, di makakagalaw ang Virtus.pro. Pero all it took was one man. KSA, this man has also improved tenfold since Master Spring.
Yeah, and I think it is also yung increased prevalence nga dito ng AK-47 nga natin, no, para it kind of seemed like the spray meta was exclusively para nga dito sa ating EBR, and yun nga, no, yung M4 natin is, you know, it is being used, pero yung kumbaga para you only use the M4 if you are uncomfortable with both the HK and the EBR at the same time, and you just want to feel natural, no, yung parang yung mga CFS guns natin. But the AK-47, it does feel very, very different to kumpara nga dito sa CFS natin. It's better movement, better spraying now kumpara sa, you know, tap heavy meta na nakikita natin dati. So ayun nga, no, you have a one-shot headshot gun na kaya ring mag-spray na dire-diretso dito, pare, especially while running. So, yun nga, no, it kind of seems like maybe it is time for some of the Stallions players to pull out the AK-47, but at the same time, di mo madedenay na, yun nga, no, the HK-417 at the right times can really just tap everyone's heads. Pero overtime ang naparating natin dito, and we're gonna hear the comms.
Ano, Eli? Wala na itamid. Gusto mo, Eli? Bumulag na, Abi?
Bumulag
na.
bumulag
namin.
bumulag.
Kalma lang.
Chill tayo.
Wala, boss.
Naku, scan nila.
Ismoke ka nila, ubos bridge. Ilang sa. Magtaod sa.
Mid.
Comms were wild, but they were very much chill lang daw.
Not less hesitant yung Stallions sa comms, no? Compared to yung last games nila.
Something to point out as well, Sneaky, dito, STS will end sa BL side dito sa ating second half ng overtime. They feel like VP aren't ready for that kind of STS. Nabanggit mo din last time na, Sneaky, pagdating ng overtime, STS always wins.
Yeah. It's the instinct, pare. May pag nagkakagulo na talaga yung buong mapa natin, that is the only thing that can save you. Pero Loy, I think he spotted a whole lot of players na nasa loob ng smoke na to, pare. And he is asking KLP if he can help him.
KLP in a great spot. I remember him getting killed by Lance, pero tinan mo rin si Cetra, I think he knows where to look at this point. Pero yun lang, mas mabilis dito ang pagpindot ng KLP. Ngayon si Loy, he is not even spotted. Pwede na siya mag-push tulad neto, sprays, and just gets killed.
Bit rough on the spray, pare. That was supposed to be the continuation play para dito kay Loy. But Kano, gusto rin magpika ng dito sa bridge, pero konting kaltok lang dito kay KSA, but not realistically a kill just yet. But still, information para kay Kano na nag-back off dito yung Virtus.pro from the LB position. So KLB will be allowed to enter hotel once again and get early info. Problema nga lang, STS has an early clue na papuntang A na tong VP, pare. So they're now preparing.
Yeah, tsaka sa Kano, very close by. This is the first time na mag-A site ang ating Virtus.pro. Pero pareha sila dito manggagaling sa may baba. They don't want to fight bunker. Here comes the flash coming from Kellar. Bulag dito ang place natin. KSA finds the kill. Look at that! They convert 2 kills! Pero Kano, nasa may exit. Even KLP, they're looking at tight angle stop. Pero Kellar gets away. Another flash. But with the bomb planted, 2v3 kung saan tagong-tago na ang Virtus.pro. Kellar playing with fire. Even Elvin, nasala pa dito. Ang Rat King natin. And dahil dyan, STS, look at this. They still have flashes. They still have will to get this round. Can they be the first to get the double digits? Good nade. Pero papasok pa rin sila ito. Clean to get cleaned up by Virtus.pro. What an entry, Dono. What a flash from Kellar.
What a flash, man. I need to learn that lineup. Galing dito kay Kellar. That went straight through yung house A window natin, blinding yung nasa baba at naandito sa ating top A. So it's a very, very good lineup galing sa kanya, man. He's been doing his studying. But Elvin wanting to fight early. Mukhang ire-regret niya yan, man. Pero tignan mo yung B-site.
Tignan mo naman lahat sila nagkamadali dito. Sneaky, pero it's a 1-for-1 pa lang naman. They do find Loy, so 2 lurkers out of the game. Pero na-stop sila dito. I feel like Elvin was too fast there. And STS was just playing default. At that point, nakapik na agad siya dito sa may high mid.
And all quiet on the B front. Pero Virtus.pro, look at them, man. Setting up already yung mga smokes and flashes na kailangan itapon. And here it comes.
Exit na lang. Flash is there, pero syempre makakatama dito sa ulo pa si KLP. Hahanapan nila yung smoke para hindi ma-expect dito ng Virtus.pro. Kano, makakahanap pa ng isa. That's the C4 down. It's all up to Cetra and he cannot do anything with 20 HP. Makakabawi ang STS.
It's a dead round.
Yun dead round.
Man, we have seen it all. 2 timeouts in a dead round, pare. So hopefully it can be fixed very, very soon. Pero yun nga, dun sa last round doon, naging evident naman na Stallions can also fight back on the defensive side. But at the same time, that is also a lesson on the side of Virtus.pro to not peak too early into ibang angles dito ng Stallions, especially on that mid side. So ayun nga, maybe they're trying to catch itong Stallions no, off their rhythm, considering Stallions have been holding for the past few rounds and ina-expect nila na okay, they're probably holding tatlo dito sa A, may isang dulo RS lang, tapos may dalawa na naan dito sa B side, possibly Hotel and itong Hotel Stairs natin. Pero hindi yun yung nangyari pare. It was a standard 2-1-2 and they were ready on all sides of the map para sa puro dito ng ating Virtus.pro. And at the same time, maganda ng angle na tinayuan dito ni KLP, no? Kasi I think that flash was specifically or at least specifically maglalan sa harap ng green na bubong na makikita mo na nasa gilid dito ng nasa gilid ng site, and it doesn't blind that specific angle, no? So really good angles being taken by them na aware naman sila na Virtus.pro, they love their flashes, man. They love their utility, and yung mga angulo na nilalaro nga dito ng Stallions players natin, they are, you know, they cannot be flash from that spot.
Yeah, it's just too good, no? Na parang may setup na nga dito ang ating players. Plus, wala na silang isipin doon. KLP could have get killed dito sa atin kung late push si Elvin, pero since alam nila na isa lang naman yung maglalurk dito possibly para sa Virtus.pro, he just held that ground after the first kill dito kay Elvin sa mid. So parang foolproof na rin, no, na parang basang-basa na agad dito ang ating Virtus.pro kahit mag-setup pa sila, kahit makapasok sila dyan. STS did know already kung ano na yung mangyari doon. So now, we go into round number 21 kung saan VP hindi sinunod kasi yung sinabi ni KSA dun sa timeout na parang chill lang tayo guys, chill lang tayo. Kasi binilisa.
Yan, Lloyd with the exact same move from last round pare. But now, KLP also in the exact same position. Pero si Obib na lang yung lumalaban dito sa LB. And I don't think he's gonna be pushing forward anytime soon. He is just making sure na walang makakadaan ng bridge at bypass habang nagsiset up ang mga players dito ng VP dito sa may mid-side. So once again, it's a waiting game in between yung dalawang teams natin. Lloyd with the forward position. Honestly, it could be 50-50, no? Whether or not makakatama siya dito considering last time he missed. But KLP also has to hit at the same time, and pakiramdam ko Zetra, he's not gonna miss the second time.
Yeah. So deadly sense, anything can happen. I've noticed as well, no, Sneaky, parang the difference in teams sa top 3 spot natin, pati yung mga other teams natin, is that they can play very, very passive in the best mode ever.
This international CROSSFIRE, man.
Yung pala yung kakaiba, no? Ang nakita ko lang kasi yun sa mga European teams natin. Pero it feels like now, I'm getting the clear picture. Let's see. Going back to the game. Silence met by silence. Oh, he did hit it. Nahanap niya si KLP. What? That's 2 players down, Sneaks. From 1 push.
Pero kano, you know, or yung protocol dito ng STS, no, pag nawalan sila ng miyembro dito, the trade has to be incoming. Pero alam yan ng VP men eh, they are playing passive.
Yeah, they want to do something else. Nakuha nila yung first objective, now the second objective comes. But STS, with these 3 players, they can stop this 4-man push. Good flash, KLB in the site, hiding. Pero maharap si Cetra to get the kill. 2, 3, 4, pero 3 lang pala mamamatay doon. Yobib, up alone 2. Pero magharap muna siya ngayon. He finds 1, pero mamamatay pa rin siya. Kano with an easy kill. I am telling you, with those 3 players, makakahanap pa sila ng 4.
Grabe, what a hold though galing dito kay KLB. I was not expecting him to get itong si Elvin pare. I was so sure that he was dead in that situation, but the Colt is your best friend in that situation. And the Colt, at the same time, no, yung parang yung AK-47 natin pare is also have been making a comeback as of recent, no. Yun nga, low-key thanks to Goken kasi he's been rocking it. Pero yun nga, no, the Colt, especially at very close range pare, pag naka-headshot ka or at least like 2 body shots, or at least 3, that can do some massive damage in very close range. And KLB knowing exactly that. Ang ganda rin ng cover galing sa mga ibang STS players natin. As soon as KLB started fighting, lumabas na rin sila from that mid side and helped their IGL in that fight, pare.
Yeah. Amazing. Amazing just patience din, no? Despite you getting flashed up, despite you hearing bullets flying by and ringing in your ears, sabi dito ng ating sniper on the STS side, I'll just speak out dito sa buffer pa din. I can get kills muna. USP in hands, makakapatay pa ako. And wow, man, that fast reaction dito, no, na Na-realize ni Kano nga rin na wala ng players on LP. They won't fight him anymore kasi naghahanap nga, alam ng Virtus Pro na naghahanap sila ng play. So they just go out and go reactionary. We go into round number 22. STS now on the BS side. And we did say this is the strongest side of Eagle Eye 2.0. And look at this, JJ. Awareness. In action, mukhang dead diretso agad sa zone. While we're looking at the replay, no? Setups being made for STS.
That shot, man. Like, how can you even counter that? I mean, even if Yobib got that kill, pare, JJ is already on the backside. Kano already knows exactly where he is. So, Stallions opportunity, no? Di pa nila ilalabas yung Stallions A site just yet. I think they are a bit afraid of the presence dito ni KSA, especially knowing na last time na ginawa nila yun, pare, he was kind of just standing right in front of Doghouse. And pakiramdam ko, babagalan muna nila to, men. Maghahanap muna sila ng picks.
Yeah. They'll play time. They just check agad dito yung high mid natin. They back off and they go standard na 2 players dito sa labasan ng hotel. Elvin has been pretty good though. I mean, he won 2 out of 3 fights. Shots flying by on Kano. He's already low.
They're really just trying to get to tempt itong si Zeta to repeat, pare. 100%.
And that's why KLP and Kano are shadowing that position, no?
Loy.
Enables Cetra to get the kill on Loy!
That was it.
A small flake! God damn! Can they do it for 4 players?
They
They're
can.
doing it with 4 players. Big flash. Smokes inbound, pero KSA nakatago lang dito ngayon. Is waiting for the entry, pero bulag na bulag pa rin pala KLP! With the HK! Finds 2! They plant the bomb, safe at nahanap pa si Obi Basigi, goes for cover. It's a 2v4 kung saan si Elvin hanap na agad dito sa LA. And he just gets cleared. It's all up to Cetra. At ngayon, mukhang makukuha na ng STS ang tunay na match point.
Grabe, and the sniper shot as well from Kano, man. We are mixing all the roles at the same time. Para mapapatanong ka na lang talaga kay KLP, no? Man, do you really want to be a sniper, pare? You're pretty good with the HK417, no? So, that might be in the back pocket nga dito ng ating Stallions. But at the same time, yun yung kalakasan nga dito ni KLP being back in the fray. I'm not saying na, etong si Revenge is, a pretty bad rifle player, but at the same time, KLP is also pretty good with the rifles kasi Stallions also likes to run yung mga 5 rifle strats, especially pag medyo nahihirapan na yung kanilang sniper dun sa moment na yun. But that time, he wasn't really having a hard time. He just wanted to rifle, and nabigyan si Kano no opportunity to show his TRG skills once again. And Team Stallions, once again, instinct is winning over strategy dito sa mapa natin. And ayun nga men, pag-usapang overtime, it always has to be Stallions being the favorites in the conversation, pare.
And I feel like you're always gonna be right there, Sneak. This overtimes parang detrimental factor to para dito sa Virtus Pro na parang it is gonna be a bad sign na pag overtime tapos nasa last side pa, nasa good side pa dito sa second half natin ang ating Stallions. You're up for a fight, Sneaky Frog. Oh my goodness. STS, man, they're playing insane. They're playing good picks despite na nahanap agad nga dito ni Cetra, no, si Loy, from them getting out of hotel para magawa nga nila yung signature A-push nila. Didn't really do much. Loy didn't need to do anything there kasi KLP had him in his shoulders. Parang okay lang, pero grabe yun. I thought KSA also had akala ko tago pa siya dun sa box, dun sa ilalim ng bunker, but he was actually wide in the open somehow, and he was looking straight in the bunker, not doon sa may LA side natin. So it really just didn't. The instincts, you're absolutely right. The instincts of them to not really go into bunker, to just keep on pushing was really the determining factor para dito sa ating round number 22.
Ayun nga, man. And I feel like at the same time, I think KSA was actually setting up a counter flash para dito sa 8-take na ginagawa nga dito ng Team Stallions. And I think he was waiting for, one of the members or one of the other members dito ng VP na sabihin, amen, papasok na sila dito sa A-side. Pero hindi dumating yung comm na yun, eh. Kaya nagtataka ako, men. Bulag ka na nga dito, KSA. Why not just throw the flash and just try to live as much as possible dun sa position na yun? But, ayun nga, I feel like he wasn't really at fault dun sa situation na yun. Pare, that was just bad comms by the side of VP.
Yeah. I think he was waiting na makaabot sa lane. Pero look at this, KLP! Mahanap pa nga dito si Kellar, and that is One great kill already para sa STS.
Grabe, men. KLP already stamping the return dito sa kanyang role pagiging sniper dito sa STS, and he is doing such a great job of his role at the moment. And once again, they do not need someone to be hella proactive on the sniper on this specific matchup, no, para kailangan nila mag-guarantee ng opening picks dito sa mapa, and at the same time someone who can defend their backline pretty well. Pero A-site na naman, and it's a Stallions A-take, pare.
Ito na naman, pero may covering na dito sa may mid. They go in, yo,
Triple
bulag
flash.
na bulag. Wala siyang may kita doon, nahanap daw si Loy, pero dehado in terms of numbers agad ang VP. And what a nade! From Kano all the way from downtown, he finds KSA. Pero saglit lang, hindi pa daw tapos ang laban, pero now they're on a timer with 30 seconds left. VP, mahanap nga ba nila sa doghouse dito si KLP? Mukhang oo, pero hindi siya mamatay doon. Kano falls down. 19 seconds. Oh! Elvin with two!
Mag-defuse.
With the pistol, kailangan mag-defuse. Oh my
No
God! Virtus.pro! A single man defies the odds to give them 11 rounds.
We're seeing everything dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye 2.0. Heartbreaks, retakes. And oh my goodness, the stakes just keep on getting higher dito sa mapa natin. Pakiramdam ko parang na tayo na nasa CFS Grand Finals 2026. Wink, wink. Pero yun nga. Oh my goodness me, the level of these two teams that are playing at, pare. The sheer thinking na ginagawa ng dalawang teams natin. I mean, ang ganda na ng opening dito ng STS. Triple flashing itong si Obe. Was the right choice at the right time. But do you even expect Elvin to just pop out of long and Zetra hitting the shot dito sa bridge box natin? Siyempre hindi.
Yeah, and that was Elvin with an M14, no? Oh. Actually, ngayon, hindi na rin siya mag-AK. Sneaky, he's also looking for guarantees. Pero ibang site naman, ang bubulagin nila, ang gugulatin nila. It's Elvin now, on the hold. Pero Kano, mahanap agad. Cetra, on the long side, na stuck, hindi nakatalon. And Kano now, looking for a killing spree, looking for a triple kill. Pero Kellar might find the timing. At nahanap niya nga si Kano, and he gets the kill. With 3 HP, he stays alive. To keep the numbers equal, they plant the bomb.
Yep, and the KLP cannot secure itong hotel control fully, no? He still has to take out itong si Kellar, but Kellar being smart about it, calling KSA to help him get this trade. KLP will get that one though.
Gets the kill easy. KSA, next one on the board, pero maharap niya dito si KLP. 20 seconds na naman. VP,
uy, good flash.
Nervous on how to enter the side. Big flash para kay Yobit, pero unaffected din si Loy. At si Loy na ata ang tatapos dito ngayon ng Eagle Eye with KSA. Found out USB in hand. No golden round para dito sa Virtus.pro. STS closes Eagle Eye in a great overtime. Man, oh man, what a first match.
Grabe, men, these rounds are tight para dito sa ating dalawang teams, but at the same time, all it took to stop that flash was a roof over Loy's head, pare. And of course, Loy, pag hindi siya bulag and he is watching the angle, ayun nga, you cannot get past him whatsoever. And yun nga, and Team Stallions once again getting away with murder dito sa ating overtime, pare. Ayun nga, it did look kinda sloppy at times para sa dalawang teams natin, pero ito kayo sinasabi ko, no, Polar. Pag nagiging sloppy na yung laruan natin, dito na lumalakas itong STS. But because when it comes to instinct of the game, pare, and especially pagdating sa mga 3v3s or 4 versus 4s or even at the disadvantage 2 versus 3s, dun sila nagpa-flourish. By granted, you know, we saw a bit of an accident dun sa kanilang 4 versus 2, but they quickly fixed it, pare. And just goes to show na the Stallions mindset is still strong dito sa liga natin.
Lalo dito kay Loy, no? I mean, this man is oozing calmness, oozing peace. And nakikita mo naman, in these kinds of situations, never siya kakabahan, Steez. And he just held his own. Di niya na nga kinailangan dito yung tulong ng isa nating STS member. He was the only source of firepower dun sa side para matigil yung push dito ni Elvin, pati ni KSA, I believe. And just like what you've said, that flash, he was in the best spot to do it. Lahat sarado, lahat hindi, mismo mabubulag lang dito was VP themselves. And man, Loy, you need to be congratulated more kasi ang dami mo nahanap na good fights dito to give a lot of advantage para sa STS.
Yun nga, no, it's a worlds of a difference na nakita natin nung nawala si Loy nung isang araw. Obviously, I mean, there's several outside factors naman kung bakit sila natalo dun sa AT. But at the same time, you really do feel the increased presence nga, no, pagdating sa hotel side especially, na pwede mo lang iwan dun si Loy and he can just kind of operate on his own the entire time. And that kind of has been, you know, Loy his entire career, pare, with the exception of when he was wearing etong white at red natin, when he was just running teams down. But now, this is now a new, refined Loy, and he just keeps on getting better, pare. And I feel like yung baka international teams na nanonood ngayon dito sa STS, they are now shaking in their boots kasi, ayun nga, no, they were thinking, siguro si Loy and itong si Kano magre-regress sila onti, pare, pero mukhang it was anything but regression dito sa mapa natin, men.
It was always elevation para sa mga players natin dito, Sneaky Frog. Oh, I can't wait to continue these battles, but we do have to check on our battle kung kamusta na nga ba sila or ano nga ba ang nangyari dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0. Two halves and as well as an overtime. Salvatore and Mochi, kamusta kayo dyan?
Okay na okay kami dito, no? Maraming salamat
Grabe.
sa ating mga casters, and that definitely deserves an applause. Tsaka matindi dito, no? For Team Stallions is we finally saw them again, no? Ito sila yan, no? At I am so happy na nakita natin sila dito sa mapa ng Eagle ay hindi man lang nila pinatapak ang Virtus Pro dito sa ating golden round. And I do think there's a lot to unpack dito, Salvatore.
Grabe, Mochi, no? Isa-isayin talaga natin. What a first half by Team Stallions securing the 6-3. Napakalupit nga naman, no? From Loy's amazing performance to Kano hitting some insane shots. Akalain mo nga naman, there was a weapon swap between dito sa KL brothers natin. And we honestly thought, no, the X factor will definitely be Kano, pero it was definitely KLB. Grabe, no? From contributing to multiple picks during the mid-round hanggang sa post-plant, ramdam mo talaga ang pagkahinayang ng Virtus Pro after that four-man entry para paslangin dito si KLB. At ayun, nauntian pa dito ang puso ang Virtus Pro. No, multiple heroics from Elvin and Cetra, honestly. Pero isang tanging bagay lang na merong Stallions dito, no? And yun ay puso. Grabe kung pumuso talaga ang Team Stallions all the way in the second half, where KLP managed to recover himself as a player na minsan lang natin makita. Akalain mo nga naman, no, Mochi, in the year of 2026, minsan lang natin makita si KLP. Pero grabe yung presensya niya dito sa Eagle Eye na palagi natin nakikita sa kill feed na pumapas lang, whether we have first pick o kaya sa mid-rounding, men. Virtus Pro and Team Stallions, sinasabi ko sa inyo, parang laban lang ni Pacquiao. Panoorin nyo kasi hindi kayo mabibigo. Look at the highs of the gameplay between these two teams. Si Sneaky na mismo nagsabi, Mochi, preview na to eh. Grand Finals na ng CFS Grand Finals 2026. Kat kung di ka pa nanonood, marami kang nami-miss out. Amazing plays from Yobib. What a call from KLR para gumawa ng mga plays na nakakabaliw nga talaga. But at the end, no, JJ and Loy, I was not familiar with the body system na meron tong dalawang to, Mochi. Grabe, men. It's breathtaking na makita natin ang high-level crossfire na ganito. Ngayon, nakikita natin sa mata natin.
Exactly, no? At hindi maalis sa isip ko nung nasa BL itong si STS. 4 na lang sila pero tinuloy pa rin nila yung execute nila sa site. Saan ka nga makikita doon? I thought that they will be slowing down the pace after na merong mapita sa kanila. Pero ko na nagsabi, matindi pumuso itong si Team Stallions, and that is definitely just cemented everything for us dito, no? From that point on forward, Team Stallions has been able to just facilitate this control dito sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye. And despite yung mga nakita nating pag-up off dito, especially for Elvin, where in one moment nagkaroon tayo ng 2v4 pero naubos niya yun, no? Unfortunately, hindi ito naging sapat sa kanila. Team Stallions JJ taking that 25 kills, by the way, is just crazy. And I don't know, this is reminiscent of his performance last year. Nasa Eagle Eye din siya nag-pop off, no? And it's nice that we are back to the Team Stallions that we used to know, and now they are performing up to their fullest now na nandito ngayon si KLP. And not to mention, there are also some moments dito kay KLP na nagsishine siya, no? Especially dun sa mga sitwasyon na siya na lang mag-isa at marami pang natitira. Meron siyang mga nababawas dito kay Virtus.pro, but at the same time, no, yung trabaho niya naman kasi umasinta, no? Hindi yung mag-front runner talaga. So, props pa din for KLP. Pero sino nga ba ang ating MVP para dito? Wala lang iba, kundi si JJ lang talaga.
Grabe, no? JJ from a player on a perspective na alay ko bagay, no? Minsan from first entry, naglulurk, sumasama kay Loy. Pero grabe, JJ, uma-attacker sa loob ng Eagle Eye. He has always been him, no? Grabe si JJ. And if it's not Kano, it's not Loy, si JJ talaga as the third option of the team para uminit nga talaga. I feel like there is so much na pwede natin talagang ilapag dito kay JJ from his breakout first half sa mga paramdam niya sa second half to almost becoming a key threat dito for Virtus.pro na palagi siya dapat ang inuuna. Grabe men, masyado atang minaliit ng Virtus.pro etong si JJ na parang tinatarget nila palagi si Kano at si Loy. Paano naman si JJ? At ayan, dilapagan kayo ng MVP.
They're forgetting some of the few very vital elements dito, no, sa Team Stallions. Pero with that result, we're not mad at all, especially sa kung paano ito tinrabaho ng Team Stallions again sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Pero maya-maya magkikita tayo uli, no? Paano kaya sasagutin ng Virtus.pro to, lalong-lalo na may nakita silang bago, paano nagkaroon ng mga weapon swap in the map of Port. Makikita nga ba natin ang Virtus Port, or would this be a sweep from Team Stallions? Well, that will be quite of a treat if I may say. Malalaman natin yan maya-maya pagkabalik after ng ating break. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. Uy, grabe! Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Namaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade from PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Tayo ay nagbabalik muli at mukhang meron ng nasugatan. Team Stallions take it at 1-0 dito sa ating matchup so far, taking that very beautiful, not perfect, but perfectly imperfect performance dito no sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Pero I wonder, will we see the Virtus.pro.PHT here in Port Salvatore?
Yan natin, no, Bochi, they have been refining port since Master Spring. Ika nga ng experimentation phase dito ni Coach Zero. Kung maalala mo, Bochi, this is one of the maps na nakuha ng Virtus.pro laban sa Team Stallions. Kaya merong tantos ng pagkatalo dito ang Team Stallions. Inaakala nga nating world domination. Ayun, nasabit sila dito ng Virtus.pro sa mapa na to. And let's see if history repeats itself. We've seen it countless amount of times dito sa ating group stage. 4 weeks, maraming nauulit na history dito. Let's see if Virtus.pro can really maneuver the time para pumabor naman para sa kanila ang ating set number 2. Kasi Mochi, aminin nyo man sa hindi, kinakailangan natin makita yung angkaran na yan. Hindi sapat ang dalawang maps para sa laban ng Virtus.pro at ng Team Stallions. We need to go to the distance talaga. Kasi ganyang kataas yung level na pinapakita ng Virtus.pro at Team Stallions. Sayang naman siguro kung dalawang sets lang. Kaya Virtus.pro needs to win this, and Team Stallions, they have a history of port. Baka dito na nga nila ilabas ang secret weapon nila.
Tignan natin, no? Maaaring yan ang makikita natin dito sa mapa ng port, at kaya naman Virtus.pro, patagalin nyo ang ating serye. Kaya ipasa na natin ito sa ating casters Bipolar and Sneaky Frog.
It's time to continue the action, no, Sneaky Frog. It's gonna be port wherein both teams have 100% of win rate pagdating sa mapan to. Ang pinagkaiba lang talaga is in the group stage natin, nakita natin ang Stallions na ginamit ang mapa to one time only. I believe it was up against matches. Meanwhile, itong ating Stallions, they have played it 5 times in full perfection. What are your thoughts, Sneaky Frog? Ano nga bang ma-expect natin dito sa ating port for both teams?
Well, yung iniisip ko na yung hihilain ko sana na reference dito, no, para at least sa Team Stallion showing strength pagdating sa mapa na to was them actually going 10-7 up against itong evolution power natin, no, pagdating dito sa mapa natin in the semifinals ng CFS 2025. And evident naman na may BL side itong Team Stallions pagdating sa mapa natin ng port, which is especially now, no, in the big year of 2026 no, Bipolar, napaka-importante talaga na meron kang magandang BL side pagdating sa mapa ng port, considering I feel like ever since nakita natin yung innovations ng VP and yung mga ibang mga Chinese teams natin pagdating sa mapa na to, mas nagiging, mas nagkaka-chance na rin dito yung mga BL teams natin, especially considering the amount of CA or Z setups na pwede mga magawa sa mapa na to. So, ayun nga, no, granted na, this is a map that you would highly favor no itong Virtus.pro natin. I still would not doubt itong Stallions natin, especially when it comes to that second half pare. Pero yun nga, no, opportunity para dito sa Virtus.pro to kind of start on that good BL side, considering mag-BL muna sila dito pare.
Yung Sneaky Frog, I would like to ask you more questions about dito sa ating first sides for our both teams. Pero syempre,
Okay.
Sa mid ako
Edisyon ako dito, Kicks.
Nag-early smoke sa mid. Yeah.
Ninja, ingat ninja.
Smoke na agad bakay.
Edisyon ako kaya.
Ako sa smoke no. Sige. Ulo pinag-ghost mid. Smoke ka na ako dyan.
Yopid more talkative this time around, no, Snakes?
Has to be, man.
Mostly
Parang
KSA.
feeling ko talaga yung problema ng VP last game was those comms, man. Especially that one round na nahuli nga si KSA, pare. So, feeling ko yun yung in-extenuate ni 0-2 nung dead time natin, pare. Take though.
You're gonna battle KLP? Oh, it's a big trade for Yopid though. I think they just wanna guarantee the kill immediately, pero now Cetra finds Louie on CA. I was overstepping there a little bit, pero syempre, this GR side for STS can still be held, especially if Kano has that TRG. Pero di pa babadya dito ang Virtus.pro.
Yun nga, hindi ka na-expect that, no? Kaya yung Virtus.pro dito, pare, especially that you've already taken out itong KLP sa top A. They do not have much control of the map, so they're gonna try to go for some kills dito sa mapa natin. JJ and Kano trying to go for the two-man peak sa mid, pero pa-A-site na sila, pare.
Yeah. Smokes towards Bodega. Flash will be made by Elvin. Pero tatapangan na nila. Kahit nandito ng buong STS, Killer. Diretso sa side to find Kano. Hindi man lang makakapitas. JJ gets the kill, pero Killer now with a double and a triple. But man, STS, they had good sights, no? That flash was just too good.
Yeah, man, and this is why VP likes to keep yung utility natin until the very last second of the execute, pare. Kasi paano pag may ganun na moment na nangyari where you do have to flash a sniper on the top A position, especially knowing si Kanuno, and he can also hit some shots with the TRG, so you really have to make sure na, you know, he would not be able to fire a shot dito sa top A position natin. And really good punishment as well, no, galing dito sa Virtus.pro. Nakuha nila yung 4 versus 4, and obviously para sa STS, they do want that one-man advantage, so eventually may isang player na mag-forward sa kanila dito, and it just so happened to be Loy.
Pretty crazy that these things are happening. I would like to ask you this time now, Sneaky Frog, nakita natin ng Virtus.pro have this like clearing operation in the BL side. Do you think nagagana to up against STS?
Definitely can, pare, as long as they avoid yung mga weird timings na ginagawa ng STS, no, yung paminsan-minsan at around the minute 30, a minute 20, may mag-check ng mid bigla, and you know, it just so happens na may nagro-rotate na player, no, galing dito sa Virtus.pro, or at least a player with a nade out. So, yun yung hinahanap dito ng STS, men.
Okay, let's see. You do have a lot of people on BR, no, ready to peek out on mid. It's JJ and Kano for this like immediate angles, and now you can see also, no, prevalence now on M14s, except dito kay LB on Team Stallions side. This is gonna be commencing now dito on LB. Pero mas daming util. Tignan mo naman, perfect timing for KLB to delay this kind of push, and now VP going back.
Trying to sell an LB take yata, pare, para makarotate yung mga players ng STS, pero namin, they're not budging.
Yan, tatlo pa din sa mid. KLP, realistically, you will never move dito sa may top A side natin unless nakaplanta na yung bomba. Pero tingnan mo naman, make big mid push para sa VP just to take CA. They will be successful, pero Loy already awareness na merong possible na delubyo dito sa may CA.
Yeah, really have to have massive trust dito kay KLP, pero Lloyd just deciding to play top A instead. And I think gusto niya lang suportahan yung angulo dito ni KLP, pare. But VP is running out of time, pare. 15 seconds na lang.
Man, the C4 is going towards B. Kano and KSA, hanap na nga dito yung dalawa. Yobib will find Kano, pero KLR, delusion lang yung A-site na yan. Yobib will get killed. KLB with a kill. They will plant the bomb. Rinig ni JJ ngayon, pero ngayon dito sa baba ng B, he sprays down to the boxes, and with this pistol, he claims KLR. STS fighting back from just a passive hold sa GR side.
Yun nga, man. And Virtus.pro was actually hoping for another handout, no? Yung nakita natin dito sa last round, and it wasn't really much of a handout considering STS hindi naman sila nawalan ng miyembro dito or nawalan sila ng map control doon. Loy was just surveying itong CA natin this entire time, and KLP was just covering him, and na-enable yung mga ibang players dito ng STS to have more information than what they need. And Virtus.pro, unfortunately, hindi nila nakuha yung isang tidbit ng information na pwede nilang pang-forward dito, para they had to force a play.
Yeah. Virtus.pro though, they will find JJ if they overpeak here. Dalawa pa yung nakapwesto. Actually, tatlo yung nakapwesto dito. Tingnan mo naman. Big smoke. KLB waiting now for the offense ngayon. KLR tags him a lot. JJ second din. Dropping damage.
I think that's definitely reported sa side dito ng Virtus.pro, no? Pero knowing kasi itong STS, they are gonna be placing some very healthy members dito sa B-side natin, pare. And by healthy members, I mean Kano. So, there is a bit more firepower on the B-side of the map now, pare. Pero knowing kasi itong Virtus.pro, parang titignan pa nila yung A.
Yeah, they have
in a deep spot,
minute and 20 seconds. Pretty rare din, no? Sneaky na gato yung nakikita natin. Loy holding down top A as well. Pero Kano will find Kellar from that jump. Good play for him. Pero Cetra finds the shadows dito ni JJ to kill him off. Loy as well. Sasabak sa mid. Good damage at Cetra mula sa Z. Mahanap si Loy. One more possibly. Elvin finds KLB, the low player. Pero buhay pa naman si Kano. Does have the M14 flash inbound. Testing waters. KLB checking kung may lalampas dito ngayon. Even on mid. Pero KSA mapapas lang. Kano, good shots, but he will fall down instead. KLP close by with a USP. He is deadly with this gun. Pero numbers now gonna be depleted by KLP. Low in HP ang dalawang players natin. Pero Yobib, the Dark Prince, magbaback off na lang sa pinakadulo dito ng B-site dun sa may boxes. Oh, he's not getting the double jump. 20 seconds. Pero kaya niya pa rin to. Look at Yobib, wide in the open! Caught off guard, and Team Stallions get out with a win.
Grabe. Yobib had to be extra careful about that situation. Men, kita mo naman yung HP niya, and feeling ko reported din ng mga players dito ng STS. And with a USP, you can do so much damage even in medium range. And KLP doing a really good job covering itong mid-side natin. No? But at the same time, a very good hold. Galing dito kay Kano to kind of stave off yung mga players for just a bit, no? Just in time para makapasok si KLP.
Yeah, right on time. And again, just like what I've said, no, deadly ang USP ni KLP. Great shots from both sides, especially dito sa Z-hold dito ni Cetra. Pero man, all it took was a performance from this man himself. Nakikita niyo sa replay. Expectations now met. Passiveness for both sides.
There it is. Na-instigate na yata yung inner beast dito ni KLP pare, because he has been playing amazing this entire series. And especially in a map like Port, no? Yung hindi naman nire-require siya maging masyadong proactive dito sa mapa. All you have to do is hold top A very well at i-cover itong si Loy just in case na gusto niyang mag-4 dito sa may CA natin, no? Pero interesting galing sa Stallions. Mas tinakpan nila dito yung curve para may option sila for the two-man face a bit, pero hindi nila masyado i-cover yung CA.
Yeah. They just let it be, no? What else can they do there? You know naman, Kellar biting the dust. Even Yobib spotted dito sa may mid.
Trying to catch a mid-reload, pare. Pero it's an APR, man. That thing reloads fast.
Yeah. Takes like, what?
0.5 seconds.
0.8 seconds? Yeah.
Around that. This is tough, man.
Ninja play ba, Snakes?
Sabay yata.
Oh, they put the right players at the right time. Mamamatay dito si Yobib. Good HPs para sa STS. Pero barag na mukha dito ni Elvin pati ni KSA. They do find the players there. Pero CA, yung C4 wala sa kanila. The nade, look at this. Will not connect onto anyone. Pero yung bala dito ni KLB will connect. And now it's all up to KSA. STS covers every ground. In a 1v2 scenario, KSA finds KLP with his hand on the grenade. 3 rounds para sa STS.
And yeah, great job on STS keeping it active, pare. Sige, nag-zoom in tayo sa barko, pero it was just a bit of a plot twist, pare. Pero yun nga, tinatawag ka na, pare. Sumakay ka na daw. Pero Stallions, ayun nga, man. I feel like they're, yun nga, no, yung off-timing pushes na nangyayari na nakita natin from Kano earlier, but at the same time, the two-man mid-play, of course, di in-expect dito ng VP. I think may false sense of security sila, pare, na, teka lang, parang wala silang masyadong tao for this specific position of down CA or at least dito sa loob ng Z. But instead, STS was looking for some action dito sa may mid-side. Low-key, medyo psycho yung pick to ni Loy, no? Na feeling ko magkaharap na sila ni KSA at that very moment, pero hindi pa rin natakot yung STS dun.
Yeah, I mean, they have players to play with. They had numbers to play with, to be exact. I feel like Loy had the green light there talaga. VP trying to recover some rounds. They are down by 2 points. Pero again, no, ang hirap kasi kahit pumunta ka ng B, you have 2 instant rotators mula sa curve. So what else can VP do? Mid-push na lang? Oh, curve. Look at curve. JJ is there. Spotted. Kano as well. Pero mamamatay siya doon. TSA wins that duel. Pero dire-diretso pa rin naman sila. Smokes towards CA. Kung saan si Lloyd disrespetuhin niya na lang to. He knows that he can hold this with his life on the line.
He's gonna peek it.
He's gonna peek? He's gonna get killed! That's what happens on round number 5. Pero crunch time na naman.
Yeah, that's expected on the side of Stallions. So, nung nawala na nga dito si Kano, of course, Loy is gonna be coming right up next para makakuha ng trade. And once again, habits being punished here for the side of Team Stallions. Pero hindi pa naman safe ang round dito ng Virtus.pro. They still have to get into the site. And it just so happens na KLB, meron siyang EBR dito, pare. At napakasakit niyang bumaril niyan, pare.
Yeah, even kahit nakatago dito si KLB, no, he's behind boxes that are very thin. Good flash from both sides. VP, papasok at tignan mo naman, tatlo ang tumutok doon kay KLB. Wala siyang nagawa doon. STS trying to recover the side, pero Elvin malapitan na nga with the M14 kills off JJ KLB once again. What a shot through the smoke while flashed. 1v5 though. Confirmed 1 kill already. Needs to get 4 with 30 seconds to play. Haharapan na lang siya ni Elvin. Hunting time na para sa mga oso.
Yeah, even with the USB, I think he still would have gotten a kill dito kay KSA, but KSA already knows exactly where his position is. And VP with the timeout, surprisingly. And pakaramdam ko, VP is probably thinking, okay, we are getting not as much rounds as expected dito sa mapa natin, but at the same time, the momentum is already there para sa kanila dito. So, I wouldn't say questionable yung timeout, man. I feel like protocols are just being refreshed here on the side of Virtus.pro, just making sure na malinis yung comms, no, at ma-avoid nila yung mistake na nangyari kanina na medyo tumahimik sila na onte, and there was a bit of miscoms in between which caused them some round losses dito, man. And especially in a map like Port, every single BL round, man, napaka-importante yan dito.
Yeah, kailangan nila makuha dito yung ultimate goal nila of possible 6 rounds, no, or might as well just claim 5 bago sila mag-GR side. Would like to say, I think it's the BL side na mas komportable dito ang ating players for Virtus.pro. Fact check me on that, pero it is Team Stallions at the end of the day. You know, I mean, anything can happen. Pretty crazy lang na ganito kaaga ulit yung timeout dito ni Zeruto. I believe this was for the previous round, just didn't go through. But, I mean, they make do.
Yeah. Honestly, it's not a bad timeout, no? Kasi nandito pa naman sila sa BL side, pare. And of course, he's trying to cook for that third BL round din para may onting leeway naman sila dito sa mapa natin. So it's not just as brutal as a 7-2 lead na makikita natin usually, or even an 8-1, no? Pero yun nga, no, judging from the face cams, pare, it seems like Elvin has been afflicted dito sa series natin, unfortunately.
Yeah. A lot of
He's
pressure
not
on that
looking
man.
good.
Yeah, it feels like kailangan niya mag-CR anytime.
Give him some Pocari, pare.
Yeah. Dehydrated ang item. Kulang ng ng ions.
Yun nga. And it's nice to see Kano not being sick for an important match, pare, no? Kasi usually he gets sick around this time, man. Pero look at our boy, healthy. Nagbabitamins din.
Nagbabitamins din every time, mga gummy. Hello Kitty na pills. But again, as he said, timeout is now done for Virtus.pro. STS still with the same kind of hold, putting Loy in the spot of the same actually dito ni KLP, fortifying A site, bibigay lang dito yung CA. Clearing operation para sa VP.
Yun yan. El Clasico clearing operation, no? 3-man towards HP or LB. Just making sure na wala mga players on the side of Stallions that are playing that forward positions, no? Pero is this just gonna be a straight up take, pare, habang nasa bid yung isang player? I think that is most likely Elvin, no? And 5-man take na yata to, pare.
Yeah. And on fight na lang. I think they realize na at least they can win that, get the first kill, okay lang. Pero KLB in a good position, even JJ is very, very safe. Mauna sila bago yung flash, pero good kill now onto KLB. Expects him from that platform position. Dalawa na mamamatay dito sa Virtus.pro, sa STS, as Virtus.pro's KSA finds 3. The bomb plant immediately, pero look at KLB now, trying to recover anything, and he does find the killer ng tatlo niyang kakampi. Pero realistically, no, tignan mo naman, forward positions now in the post plant centra, malapit na sa may Z, pero found out by KLB. What a shot! Ngayon, both angles, STS wanting to sandwich dito ang Virtus.pro on their post plant. Papasok na si Loy, pero Elvin anticipates it, and even Kellar finds KLP. Yun lang, talagang raw dogging dito sa B-site natin.
Yeah, the entire reason why na nanalo sila sa round na yun, pare, Elvin just tossed his entire belt towards the A side ng mapa natin at yung mid, at tapatingin dito yung STS. But at the same time, KLB masyadong mabilis yung kanyang pagtayo, no, dito sa kanyang position, pare. And I feel like he could have actually caught some of the members off guard dito sa mapa natin. Kaso yun lang, it's all about those timings when it comes to this BL side, pare, and the immediate takeover dito sa bottom B really was a big help para dito sa VP, men. Medyo nagulat yung STS, and this could be the 6 that they're looking for.
Yeah. Tsaka they back on KSC hitting the shots, though, pero ngayon they're backing on Lloyd to claim 2 double kill, actually. Simultaneous kills for Virtus.pro. Etc. did find the cover there on Yobib to not let him fall down. Pero JJ, proactive, realizes that LA has been free for the entire 6 rounds before. At ang ganda ng pwesto, Sneaky. He can catch anyone off guard mula sa VP.
Parang ina-expect, though, the way na VP is positioning. I feel like they are fully aware na kanina pa nakabukas dito yung ST at yung LA, so they are gonna be very careful about that certain position. And was that initial push just to stave off yung mga defenders natin, pare, and maybe tempt Kano into a bad peak?
Kano does find the first kill, though. So ngayon, ipit sila, pero good damage actually on both players. KLB free farming. Woo! And he gets the headshot ball bang as well. Team Stallions, what a great round para sa kanila.
Pretty good cover galing kay KLB as well, and just going left and right gamit ang kanyang EBR, pare, trying to be an unavoidable target dito nga sa mapa natin. Pero yun nga, really good openings from the side of Virtus.pro. KLB even getting taken out, pero ito yung sinasabi natin, pare, the instinct now kicking in para sa Stallions. They were looking for the trade, and right place, right time naman para sa kanila ngayon, pare.
Crossfire just really goes in the blood dito ng STS, so they have that impact from those instinctful plays. Good nade on KLB, though. I believe that's what, 63 HP left. VP struggling, though, no, to get these sides. Kapag hindi na nakuha dito yung Z, hindi na nakuha dito yung house B ng libreng-libre, they don't know what to do. Spot, though, for Loy. She'll back off.
Classic CA take, pare. I don't think this has been taken this entire game, kaya baka may onting false sense of security galing dito sa Virtus.pro. Hopefully hindi, pare. We will see possibly a flash coming in from Bridge. Pero kung dumiretso sila dito, men, Loy is just gonna move on forward. So kailangan nila maging careful sa flank dito, pare. It's Elvin's job.
Kailangan mag-aban dito ni Elvin. And I feel like that's the plan, no? Take mid, put players dito sa may VR. At kakagat pa nga dito si Loy, and that they go find the kill.
It was all a bait. Kaso doubtful pa rin sila sa A sign, B sign, pare, kasi doon usually nakatayo si Kano. Oh, but they're gonna realize it's clear.
Free entry muna para sa Virtus.pro. Fast coverage for Kano, pero again, KSA wins the duel. Elvin mabilisan lang, and he knows where to spam. That's KLP down. Ace site ngayon ang priority ng ating Virtus.pro, etc. Can cut off rotations here, and he finds him through the cracks. JJ down. It's all up to KLB, the IGL, with 5 players to kill.
Dude, yeah, easy clean up for the boys over at Virtus.pro, and look at that macro masterpiece dito, Polar. That entire mid take was to just bait out yung CA player natin, which I think VP is now aware of, no, na STS kanina pa nila hindi kinukuha itong CA natin. Eventually, they are gonna probably be playing that spot, knowing how good Loy is in that particular play, pare. Pero, ayun nga, man, they got reeled in by the bait dito ng VP, and as soon as nakapush na dito yung STS, they realized they overcommitted sa kanilang mga angles, pare.
Yeah. Bad timing din. For now, look at STS. They don't want to gamble anything at this point. There's 2 players on, close towards, you know, store B or house B. 1 on C. A sign, BR side, at the same time for KLP. Bait ulit yung mid. pare. Oh! Cetra, immediate contact kay JJ. Pero Loy, free reign now dito sa may Z side. Actually doesn't commit, no?
Gonna re-clear it, pare.
Oh, they don't expect it. Almost gets 2. All he gets is 1 per good damage on KSA, 36 HP. They have the player advantage though.
Ganun is now the time, pare. Now is not the time to do that, man.
He's gonna re-clear. Itong mid natin. Killer! Still gets the kill! Wow!
They're punishing moves, pare.
KLP, man, you risky son of a gun. Now he peeks towards LA, Elvin. Alam niya kung sa tututok and he doesn't get the quick scope. KLP misses. Again, another hard side para kay KLB. Pero ngayon, 3 lang naman yung kalaban niya. They need to plant the bomb now. And they do. Dami pang util ni Cetra, man.
Yeah, KLB doesn't have any.
Hunter slowly. Clutch of a lifetime if he finds these 3 players disconnected. Cetra first contact does get a kill. Second one is gonna be not there as Elvin from the top ropes finds the IGL. That's the first half, Sneaky. What an intense tight fight.
Yeah, and it kind of seems like naayos na din ng VP yung kanilang problema no, when it comes to comms. They look a lot more smoother pagdating dito sa mapa natin, and I feel like most of their losses really did come from really bad timings in this map. Pero tignan mo naman, men, 5-4 global risk now in the hands of Virtus.pro, and they have the opportunity to have a really good half. But at the same time, hindi kasi normal na team ang kalaban dito ng Virtus.pro. This is not your average atras matches, comeback friends, pare. This is Team Stallions, a team that is pure heart pagdating sa mapa na to, men, and can make the impossible happen. And the Stallions, they have had some pretty good BL sites, no, pagdating sa mapa na to, and especially when it comes to aggressively taking control dito sa CA at Z, they can definitely do exactly that. Pero Virtus.pro, are they gonna anticipate that, like how they anticipated yung mga ibang moves ng Stallions, no, dito sa GR side? Will they be playing very, very passive dito sa mapa natin, Ben?
Yeah. Actually curious no kung ano na ngayon ang gagawin ng Virtus.pro sa GR side nila, because realistically we didn't really get a lot of port sides nila on the GR side. There was like 3 times lang nakita natin dito yung full playbook ng ating Virtus.pro sa Summers port nila. So very unexpected actually kung ano pwede makita dito ng STS, but KLP now finds Cetra lacking through the smoke, and that's not a good sign. Nagline na pata siya para sa beard din sa kabila.
Yun lang. Can't do that out in the open, man. Knowing si KLP, lagi siya daan dito sa bridge to start ng round.
Yeah. That was the easiest kill of KLP so far, man. That was crazy.
A-take?
That's it.
Bilis, ha?
Safe control. Elvin though. Ooh. Right on time. Not even spotted.
He's gonna be second contact, pare. This could look dangerous.
Oh. Looks towards the box at the wrong time. Killer ngayon nasa site. Expects it from the stairway. At ayun na nga, gets the kill on 1. Pero ngayon it's a 2v3. Yobib from exit. Found out already. Kano cannot plant the bomb there. Needs to go back.
There we go. PR, tapos pupunta pa kayo ng CA pa rin. This is what I was talking about, man. That PL side dito ng STS is not to be underestimated, especially in a map like Port. And really good sense kind of kay JJ, no? He knows that Elvin could be in every possible nook and cranny ng mapa na to, pare. But here comes the push.
Yep. KLB already. What an angle for him. Yobib left alone. That's 1. Spots out 2, and you can only pick 1. They're not gonna be a choice for him as Team Stallions rejoice para dito sa equalizer in Port.
Yeah, really good setup on the mid side, but at the same time, pakiramdam ko, Cetra is not going to be peeking the exact same angle anymore. And he will be a lot more careful pagdating dito sa BR, no, para, especially knowing how important the sniper role is pagdating sa mapa ng Port, especially when it comes to those mid picks. He's going to have to get a bit creative, similar sa ginagawa dito ng Team Stallions as they are just plowing through itong Virtus.pro, pare. Ironic.
Yeah. Sila pa mismo yung gumagawa nun. Three-man on A. It's a big gamble of players, no? Let's go towards LA, pero ang ganda ng pwesto ni KLB, man. This is a place that you don't play quite enough. Except na lang kung expected. And Elvin finds the kill instead. Dadalian na lang dito ng Virtus Pro, pero Yobib, contact now play, possibly here on Z. Pero they'll back off, hindi na lang isusubukan pa. It's a big gamble again. Oh, big flash, pero nagmintis. JJ still fighting and he still gets the kill. Oh my goodness. At ngayon si KSA isa lang makukuha niya. Kano already there for the trade. And somehow napasama pa dito ang Virtus Pro. 2 players low in HP pero Elvin still finds the kill. Now, we go back kung saan komportable ang Virtus Pro. Kano and KLP left alone.
Yeah, problem is, low na dito yung HP ni Elvin at ni Zetra, no? So, especially Kano with this AVR, he can do quite a lot with it, and especially KLP has been hitting a shot with these rifles, pare. An STS win is still in the cards para sa round natin, pare.
Yeah, we saw KLP with 10 HP fight up against 2 healthy players. And now that he's full, kayang-kaya pa, pero Zetra now peeks up wide. One more possibly, pero Kano, what a spray down on Elvin. Diretso ang ating Wonder Kid, doesn't even want to plant the bomb, wants to confirm kills, and he does. Pero there is a trade again. Play in numbers para sa Virtus Pro.
Nga men, buti na lang 100 HP pa si Kellar doon sa time na yon as he is able to tank some bullets. Galing dito kay Kano, but look at this early peaks though, galing dito sa Virtus Pro, and they are trying to keep Stallions on their toes, no? Na parang sinasabi nila na, okay, expectation na magpapassive kami every single round. Elvin, let's try to see if we can get anything going dito sa may long side natin, and that they did. And yun nga, no, masyado nang bawas yung mga players ng Virtus Pro, pero nandun naman yung kapitan, pare. Good find galing kay Elvin as well.
Very, very good. They're applying more pressure, no? Than what STS expects. So, at least, some kind there. Pero already in the first minutes of the round, Zetra actually low in HP. Baka mahanap pa siya dito. Or siya na lang maghahanap.
Ooh, Keller's dead though.
Very tough fights. You know, Sneaky, parang hindi na CA ngayon ang gustong kontrolin ng ating mga players. Both of these teams has high priority dito sa Z.
Yeah, I think STS sometimes iniisip rin nila, no? Why not both? We will take both Z and CA control, no? And push VP as far back as possible dito sa mapa natin. But some picks have to be made. Low na ito si JJ, but he's also pretty good with the TRG, no? Pero si KSA ang kanyang kaharap dito sa LB, and he will decide to back off. Good map control, guys. Sa STS, man, they're getting a lot.
Yeah, this is very, very good macro as well. STS just having more space to play with, more control of the map, 80% almost. But they will just go for an A push kung saan nakapwesto dito ang dalawang players ng Virtus Pro. They need a flash. They need a smoke sa may bodega and sa may exit. Pero ang ganda nito. Elvin spotted, damage is there. Flash close by will delay the inevitable 30 seconds, Sneaky. At mga ikot na lang ang STS.
Okay, they're trying to pull a cheeky VP dito, pare. Fake one side, go to the other. Pero KSA is now ready na sumunod dito sa may mid side. They have to be careful, man. Look at the HP.
They're all so low. Small contact plays. Depletes their HP, pero tingnan mo naman, gagamitin na yung smoke para makatago dito ngayon. Hindi makita nila yung mga players, pero he still finds those two! Oh, what a shot! Pero KSA sprays down onto the C4. Timing, 5 seconds, pero naupos lang ang Virtus Pro. STS winning the gunfights.
And dead round para nga dito sa ating laruan, pare. And it seems like we just need a bit more time dito sa ating dalawang teams just in case you do still need it, no? Stallions is still of course having a timeout dito sa kanilang packet, pare. Pero pagdating naman dito sa BL side, yun nga, you really have to avoid those snowbally fights na nakikita ka natin galing dito sa Team Stallions kasi yun nga, men, pag nagsimula na yung fight dito for the side of STS, they're not gonna stop anytime soon. And ayun nga, it's amazing that the fact na akala ko fake yun pare, pero reheat lang pala umikot ang mga ibang players. I was starting to question it a bit kasi si KLB yung may full belt ng utility at siya yung naandun sa LA. Pero yun nga, naklear naman dito ni Loy. I mean, solution is there.
Yeah, I feel like the plan was just to go towards it, pero na-realize nila yung timer was very, very off. They had control naman ng LA, so bakit di na nila ituloy yun? Plus, they had contact pa dito sa BR. Possibly, might have already find yung one player na nagko-cross doon. I believe it was KSA, no? So, could have been better, pero ang grabe man. Loy, despite the smoke in front of his face, nahanap yung player sa may ladder, nahanap yung player, naka-knock down, naka-crush doon sa may long box on that corner. And despite KSA's efforts to get a double kill with the AK and with them having a little bit of time, JJ with the TRG, just like what you've said, is also good. So, nahanap niya pa yung dalawa dun sa likod.
Yun nga, this is quite amazing. Galing nga dito sa Team Stallions showing that they can also do the push-pull macro. And I feel like Lloyd, tinanong niya lang yung sarili niya pare, if I was Elvin, saan ako tatayo sa ganitong sitwasyon at this very time, at this very second? And tama yung kanyang hula dun pare. He even got 2.
Yeah. That was just WM1, no? Move in forward, tapos spray.
Danger kaya
Tie game.
Kano was just sending it CA. Walang nag-punish sa kanya doon. That's crazy.
Yup, Cetra though. 2 for 1 now. Dito sa BR battle natin.
It's a known strat though, pare. They still want to do this?
They have players to pinch them. Ang ganda dito ng possible rotation VP. But it all backs dito kay Elvin to find the kill. Great though. Look at this. Ngayon pa sila papasok. Elvin, good angle. Sprays down on one. That's the C4. Pero tingnan mo naman, KSA makakuha dito ni Loy. What a spray on the wall! How did he find that? And one more as he falls down from the skies. Kellar, mag-isa na lang at nahanap pa yung bumbunan mo, Team Stallions. What an execution, especially kay Loyman.
Grabe man, and there is a reason why Lord is in his name pare, because that guy is the Lord of CA back and forth. And alam niya naman na kaya ni Kano na mag-push dito sa A side, and JJ is also with him. And as soon as Kano got those first 2 kills, alam na ni Loy, hey, pwede ko i-cut off yung rotation dito sa mid side. And of course, Virtus.pro very dependent on getting early positions dito sa GR side para makakuha sila ng magandang retake. But here comes Elvin though.
First na niyang kukunin to. Successful. That's the C4 actually. So Elvin can stay hidden dito sa may CA side, pero Nate, contact, only 17 HP. Di pa nila panapan dito yung mga long A players natin. Elvin, risky situation para mag-hold pa rin dito ngayon, pero he was stuck. So they reclaim the C4.
They're gonna re-hit A again. Pakiramdam ko pare. They're gonna disappear for a bit, and papalik sila dito sa A side. But at the same time, Virtus.pro gonna be a bit wary about yung kanilang B side men. Baka may biglang lalabas na STS doon. And also, since nandito na sa BL side itong STS, meron na silang option para mag-group clearing dito pare. And they just so happy to be very good at that.
Yeah. It's like a tank, no? Tulad nga sinabi ko dati, it's like a full-on army ang lalaban sa'yo pag STS groups up.
And it's just Kano and Loy.
Tapos dalawa lang.
And it feels like 10 people shooting you pare.
Yeah, every time. That immense power that these two players hold is just too good para sa Virtus.pro. Kellar investigating actually.
Has to. Especially kulang na sila ng isang player dito pare. The entire mid side is wide open. Sugal?
Whoa! Kano!
That's why tawag ko dyan, Sugal Polar. Because sometimes you win and sometimes you lose to a 20 HP Kano.
Yeah. God damn. After that dead round, dapat ay napatay dito Kano. Battle commences sa mid and Yobi only gets 1. They enter the side. Cetra ngayon. Mamamatay lang din. KSA left alone. Can he go for a tie game? Switches to the M14. 23 bullets. Not even a chance para makapitas. KLB. Man, oh man. They're dismantling Virtus.pro.
And there it is, STS with their timeout as well. And I feel like dito na sila maghahanap ng strategy pare where they can hit it in the jugular para dito sa Virtus.pro to finish them off. And STS, no, especially, you are now inches away from a possible sweep dito ng Virtus.pro, a matchup that was supposed to be fully hyped dito sa labanan natin, but it seems like the overtimes are gonna finish possibly dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. Virtus.pro, last chance to talk to Coach 02 para maayos man kung ano yung problema ngayon, pare, but it really isn't a problem on their side. Team Stallions, nakakasala sila pagdating sa baka timings natin dito, and yun nga, ano yung nakita natin kanina na nakapatay ng dalawa dun si Loy, that was actually, yun nga, a good reposition galing sa Virtus.pro. Nagkataon lang talaga na sobrang hyper-aware dito ng Stallions kung ano mang angulo yung nilalaro nga dito ng Virtus.pro, na yun nga, lahat ng angles check ka nila talaga dito, and I feel like they have learned their lesson with the last time that they ran into itong si Elvin, pare, to make sure that they do not left any stone unchecked dito sa ating map. And Team Stallions looking very comfortable dito sa BL side.
Plus, they're just playing like insane people. Sneaky Frog, man. Every player for Stallions right now is just online. Ah, goodness. It's a one-sided affair as well, no? Parang after the first half, di na natin maramdaman itong Virtus.pro. I think they're back on hibernation.
I like to imagine in the back of my head, Mino is watching this, pare. Tapos sinasabi niya sa Virtus.pro, now you know how I feel. Yung port game namin. Kasi, ayun nga, men, lahat ng tama men, ginawa na dun ng evolution power ng series nila dun sa semifinals. All the positions were great. Pero Stallions talaga, men, you just can't outshoot them whatever you do.
A little bit of known information din, no? STS now checking their own playbook on what they can do now to get their round number 9. Checking every strategy to actually force it out this in match point bago pa tayo umabot ng overtime. Looking at the score, may kita nyo 2 points lang lamang dito ng STS, pero that is a 2 points na malapit na mag-end ng series na to. So Virtus.pro, can they live up to the pressure? Yeesh!
Nasty. It's a bad start dito sa mapa natin, men. 4 versus 5 already. Stallions, pwede silang tumigil ng biglaan dito, men, and actually tempt VP to go for an equalizer dito sa mapa natin, pare. And Stallions, they're kind of expecting exactly that, pare.
Yeah, they're just waiting. Look at the timer sticks, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Isang minuto pala nakakalampas sa round na to. They have so much to play with.
Pare.
Yeah. Taste of their own medicine, some would say. Good nade, though. Elvin. Peeks out at the right time. Catches etong si Loy.
He just stay here.
He can. Pero yun lang.
What a play.
They baited JJ para mapain dito ni Kano. Pero wait lang, Kellar finds players on mid. And even Cetra finds KLP. It's all up to the Wonder Kid kung saan. Despite Elvin falling down, it was right enough information na nalaman nilang maraming players dito sa gitna.
Yun nga, no? I can't believe that we have already played so many rounds of yung port map natin, no, on both PL sides. Hindi pa natin nakikita yung CA lineup galing dito sa bridge on the flash whatsoever. So, ayun nga, they really are trying to just pure contact their way into any position that they want, pero hindi naman yan gagana 24/7, especially up against a team like Virtus.pro. So, yun nga, I think we need a bit of a smarter approach galing dito sa Team Stallions, or yun nga, no, there's always the option of their patented brute force.
Pinadala na nila dito si Cetra para matapatan dito si Loy. Pero look at this, Sneaky Frog mukhang aabante atang STS sa may LB.
Delis, man.
VP realizing though, no, na parang most of these rounds, they want to take mid itong STS. So they're putting more players than before. Tatlo yung nakaharang dito.
Yeah. Gusto nila magulat day, pare. Yung 3-man swing.
Pero kasi STS is not budging na tino naman. Again, just depleting the time na nasa site, nasa buong respawn lang sila.
I feel like they heard the words of the timeout, pare. Discipline is what rings in their brain, pare. Pero look at this. 3-man peek toward KSA, possibly.
Oh, KSA. Now finds good flash, actually, all the way from Z! Pero makakuha pa rin siya ng dalawa. It's a 2-for-2 exchange. Good trades. But the Flash doesn't even delay itong STS. They can plant the bomb. At ngayon, we go down in a 3v3.
Yeah, Kano, before he forgets that he has the C4, tas maglalaro siya dito sa bottom B, he will be planting it. But allowing Virtus.pro to have HP access, that just means na kailangan ng STS na kumuha ng curve control dito, pare.
Yeah, they need to move forward. But they're not just holding the site. VP will come in from House B. A flash delivered by Kellar. Pero hinaharapan na agad dito ngayon. Ang isang play natin for STS. They go in, wallbang sa plenty! At hindi makakapasok ang Virtus.pro! Loy na naman! Ang saving grace ng Team Stallions. Oh my goodness! This might just end!
Grabe, man. But a straight-up psycho peek, though, galing dito kay Kano to peek into 3 players dito sa HB and even get some damage dito kay Elvin is absolute madness. But at the same time, provided information para dito kay Loy that he can just go for the full spray dito sa HB. And what a nice find para sa STS. I was a bit worried, no, para sa kanilang depensa dito as medyo vulnerable yan from the 3-man HP push. Pero sinabi ni Kano, what if I just be a human drone and peek dito sa may house B natin and get all the information for my team, and he did exactly that, pare.
At saka na-realize ata dito ni Loy na he has an M14. He can just spray on down kapag nakita nga dito ni Kano na malapit na sila sa house B. Oh man, VP. I bet you're nervous now.
Telling you, man, Kano is more than his frags. You know, he can drop 20, he can drop 30, pero yung objective talaga ni Kano at the end of the day is to give space para sa kanyang teammates dito.
Yeah.
He's doing such a great job dito, man.
He wants wins, Sneaky. And he knows how to get them. But VP, checking mid. KLR posted by sa BR side dito ng BL, etc. Doesn't even let them know na nandito yung IGL nila. Oh, it's a pincer maneuver mula kay KLR. And that's the C4. Mid now, 45 by VP. Ooh, KLP again and again and again. Wombo combo for the ages, man. Now they go B.
And he has Loy still para sa kanyang partner dito.
Kaya
for
pa
the clutch, this is possibly the best shot that you can ask for, and especially para kay KLP. He wants this clutch, pare.
Oh, they find him though. The timing for KSA. As he finds two, it's not yet done. Pero ganito rin last time, Sneaks. I remember quite clearly. There was a time na ganito rin scoreline natin. And STS just whips out a banger just like this. Big B push mula sa STS. Psycho na. Cetra, good for 1. Pero KSA, good for 2. Nades will deplete them and delay this push. Oh, this is too insane. My mind is going haywire sa matchup na to.
Uy, spotted.
KLR, he gets him again! 2v5 Sneaky Frog. My goodness, man.
Grabe, KLB and the last two left alive. Pero Virtus.pro now starting to stretch their legs dito sa mapa natin. Now taking more aggressive map control, which has been a big benefit para sa kanila dito, pare. And Stallions stunned, surprised. But eventuality to men, they have to play another overtime in order to get this.
Oh, kaya pa ata to, Sneaky, if they find KLR. Pero kita na agad yung barrel, he just sprays on down. And it's all up to Kano, the Wonder Kid.
There's another kid.
M14?
Oh.
Kaya na, Kano, with the HK finds the headshot, but with 23 HP, hinaharapan na agad siya dito ni Cetra from the BR side. And there goes the kill. Again, Sneaky, saan tayo pupunta?
We are going into overtime once again dito sa ating laruan. We have gotten here dito sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye, and obviously Stallions is also pretty good at this overtime thing. Pero iba naman yung storya this time, no? It is now Virtus.pro in a map where they have plenty of experience pagdating sa mga tense moments kagaya nga ng ganito. So, it is gonna be more of a fight at least galing sa kanila dito, pare. And especially knowing na we are gonna be switching sides soon, and hopefully we will still see yung strengths ng dalawang teams natin. Ayun nga, no? It's gonna have to be a bit wild, let's just say, dito sa overtime natin. Kasi yun nga, Virtus.pro tried to play a bit standard dito sa last map natin, but it was kind of beaten out by the instinct nga dito ng ating Stallions team. Pero in a map of port where, you know, the spots are a lot more open. Wala na yung bubong na kailangan mong isipin kagaya ng cable car dun sa A side. So, you know, the utilities are gonna be hitting a whole lot more dito sa mapa natin.
Yeah, very parang the odds are in the favor dito ng Virtus.pro. They have more experience dito sa ating mapa. They almost perfected it at one point, and now they don't have that, you know, environmental disadvantage, just like dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0. So they have a little bit of a chance here, but again, you were never wrong, Sneaky. Overtime para sa Stallions. I feel like the Stallions magic can really work here, especially na again they will end dito sa ating BL side. But then again, I hope every viewer right now and every fan is okay. Let's listen to the comments.
Asad lang to bidong.
Explosion na bro. Ingat B. Go mid bro.
Libo.
Bin, ingat sa likod, Bin.
Kita ka kan wala pa.
Tara nga, lapit dito dalawa. B-boy, Ian, lapit. Walang smoke dito.
Okay.
Nag-smoke na, wag na. Mag-gain na tayo.
May sino daw?
Man's counting nades, pare. Man's counting nades. Si Kellar. Sabagay. I mean, you only have one of each nade for each player. Kind of a clue kung ano nilalaro dito na STS, pare.
Yeah. Plus you're the IGL, you might want to use that information later on, no? Pero big CA play? Tapos iwan si Elvin sa mid? With Cetra for speaking dito sa may LA side? This is pretty crazy. A big flash though. Mula dito sa may CA side. Double flash pa nga para mabulag dito si KLP. Pero aantayin nila si Cetra dito. Makapwesto. And KLP misses the first shot. Counter flash is there and he is stuck like a duck on the side and he still gets the kill on Yobib. Masyado siyang makulit pero KLP mamamatay na ngayon. Dalawa na lang natitira sa STS and Elvin, what a lurk, what a flank. It's all up to KLP again. KSA, bakit ka naka-TRG?
He has not really one HP. Hiniram na lang kay Zeta really quick. Sabi niya, let me show you this. And then he proceeds to miss like 2 times, pare. Pero okay lang yan. He doesn't need to hit anytime soon. Kasi isa na lang natitira. KLB will be getting Elvin. Pero Kellar, nakita naman ang kalaban at the end of the day. Virtus.pro, a very quick setup. No, papunta nga dito sa CA. And nung narinig nga natin dito sa comms, man was counting nades dito sa B-side. And he knew na dalawa yung naglalaro dito.
Yeah, pretty insane. Again, he just used that information to its full potential. Pero ngayon, I think they want to go fast, no, Sneaky? They don't want to give the first time para dito sa ating STS. Pero harapan na lang nila ngayon. Tatakbo ang STS pero they hold their ground. 2 players down para dito ngayon sa Virtus.pro. And they close down the B side. Walang makakapasok ulit para sa VP.
Yeah, spacing a bit questionable from the side of VP. No, KSA and Yobib not really as connected as expected dito sa trade game natin. And Kellar was miles away from the play dito ng HP, pare. So there was not any trades anytime soon para sa kanila. KLB and JJ still can be very effective despite the HP bars na meron nga sila dito. Pwede sila maging buffer just in case na mag-full B na dito yung Virtus.pro. And the rest of yung mga full HP players natin can just, you know, play their spots.
And tsaka at this point though, any HP that they have, as long as they are surviving, it's okay. Plus they have M14s. They can just hold down the trigger para mapatay dito ang players natin. Pero nakahanap na ang butas dito ang Virtus.pro. They will go towards high mid. Ang tanong, saan sila pupunta? Will it be A? Will it be B? Or will it be death? Amazing time now. 1 minute remaining. Elvin, malapitan sa bodega. Pero Loy, still checking things out. I think pinanta lang nila dito si Elvin para mag-CA ulit sila eh.
Yeah, man, you really do not know what the Rat King is about to do in the next few seconds, pare. Pero Elvin.
Oh,
Elvin! He sees one.
Elvin! Dali mo!
Oh,
hanap yung dalawa, pero nawala yung isa. Appear, disappear. 1 down para sa STS. And KLP gustong umangat, pero they open up a sight. 2 smokes towards Bodega. STS. They don't even find one, pero yun na nga si Cetra falling down. Can they hold down like a fortress sneaky frog? Flashes inbound, nades as well. Pero JJ, manggagaling sa likuran. Both players actually. They wanna contest
Kellar.
LA. Pero Kellar, waiting. Pressure, gets the kill on JJ. Doesn't expect Kano though. Depende pa rin to kay Kano. Kung mahaharap niya si KLR, that's one down. Elvin in a 1v2. Close quarter combats goes down. Pero harap na agad siya ni Kano. Can the Rat King do it up against the KLB? And then yes, he can! Port is intense for Virtus Pro, and what a 3v5 that was!
Grabe, what a play though from the Rat King dito ng Virtus Pro, just crawling behind the enemy lines and hindi na siya napansin dito pare. And all that distraction was all for naught. Elvin, sure shot. He even got the information dito kay KLP, no? So alam na agad ni Keller kung saan siya titingin doon pare. Kano with a nice attempt, but Keller recognizing na 2 versus 3 to pare. I have to fight this long side para ma-secure ni Elvin yung round exactly like this. But who expects the ladder climb up this early pare? That's just madness.
Yeah. My God. Elvin. We wanted him to step up and he did from the very eagle eye pa lang. This man, mind you, is the lowest in terms of stat points pagdating sa KD. For the entire VP roster, only has 1.08, meanwhile the other players has like 1.4. But when in terms of clutch, in terms of lurk, he can get the job done.
Look at this double CA position though. Gusto talaga i-secure dito ng STS itong CA, fully knowing na ito yung parang landing ground ni Elvin, no, the entire time. Pero man, si Elvin sasama na yata sa kanyang kakampi or will go for a late lurk towards long instead. Hindi mo talaga alam kung ano option yung kukunin niya dito. And that is what makes him so confusing. But it smokes. Uy, mid mo push yung VP from Z.
Loy na naman, pero wala pa si Elvin sa pwesto niya para makat itong rotation na to. Pero dalawa pa rin magpipick sa STS. They find one.
Nor.
They find Kellar as well. STS. They have good control pero sasala muna dito si Kano. But that's still information. They know na stuck dito ang VP sa Z side.
Yeah, but Loy, having all the information dito sa A side ng mapa pare, and that just means they don't have to commit any additional bodies. Papunta nga dito sa A, covered na yung CA and the mid side. All they have to worry about is bridge and itong B natin pare. And VP, they have to fight their way out of this man.
It's all up to Yobid though. But look at KLB's sightline. Wait lang! What a wallbang! Yobid can do wonders here, Sneaky Frog. Pero JJ activating. They need to look behind. It's all up to Loy. In-house B. At harap na. 12 points para sa Virtus Pro. Are we seeing an overtime na hindi makapuntos ang STS?
Yeah, STS is team stuck in place dito sa mapa natin pare. You can really tell that No is annoyed about itong nangyayari natin at this very moment. Kasi lahat ng gusto nilang open moves dito sa mapa natin parang na-anticipate dito ng Virtus Pro, and that CA presence nga dito ni Elvin has been super annoying. And grabe man, partida. This guy has a whole fever and he is performing like this pare.
Tsaka think about it, no, Sneaky? They lost 2 rounds straight na 3v5. How? How did that work out? Is that overstepping, Sneaks? Is that just not winning aim duels?
Too excited to duel, man. It's a bad habit dito ng STS, but they are good enough most of the time to kind of just fight their way out of bad situations. Pero Virtus Pro, they are making those situations as hard to win as possible dito sa mapa natin pare. So it really will require a Herculean effort galing nga dito sa STS. Especially knowing na naandito na sila sa BL side, Virtus Pro with all the advantage in the world para tapusin yung laro na to pare. But at the same time, getting a finish up against Team Stallions, one of the hardest things to do in this league pare.
All it takes is 1 point though. But we saw Virtus Pro very much struggling on the GR side from the previous second half, or in the regulation. No? Man, look at the eyes of Stallions. Fiery red, wanting to force this into a golden round.
Yeah, no, they do know that this business is personal pare. Kahit group stage game pa lang to, they know what this can cause pagdating sa standings, what this can cause pagdating sa overall picture natin. But look at this long push.
Yo!
1 for 1?
What? 1 for 1? Pero tignan mo naman, Yobib, in a safe spot. They can go for a big crossfire here, Sticks. Kung gusto man mag-STS, mag-LA side, but they don't want to. They're too smart for that. Makakalis pa si Yobe with 1 HP.
At least the Arctic is still live. Para nga dito sa side ng VP. And might be dropped towards Yobib, no? Fully knowing na low HP na siya dito. And Zetra's not too bad on the EBR. So yun na nga, magpapalit na lang sila ng role dito. Para Zetra will be the one holding close HP. At naka-angulo na lang dito si Yobib on that stairs position. But still, STS being very patient, pare. Alam nilang 4 versus 4 to. And eventually, one of the VP members will play risky.
Very reminiscent, man. I never thought that I would say this, pero I want to see the day that Yobe is a sniper. Pero man, look at this. This was so reminiscent sa past 2 strat book ng Virtus.pro. Yobe with the TRG on B. Pero STS doesn't even want to fight that. Alam nila na these sides are very much hard to take. Dead diretso lang sila sa mid. Cetra with the M14 clearing every angle. Kano playing with a lot of things on the line right now. And throwing muna dito sa atin. Pero yun lang, nag-give up yung opposition niya dito. Sneaky Frog. And Cetra now with one more. It's a 2v3.
Fight still going on.
Look at B-side.
Wala, no choice. Binato pare.
Ayun lang, namatay pa si Loy. JJ now needs to reclaim 3 lives. 3 blood has. That's 1. Pero that's it. Port is really for Virtus.pro. Call it now, Virtus.Sport. We are going to set number 3.
And how fitting it is that it is Ankara ang ating last map, pare. You know, time and time again, nag-meet na yung dalawang teams natin doon. But still, you know, I think STS has gotten the positive record over them dito, pare. But of course, with the way that Virtus.pro is looking right now pagdating dito sa mapa ng Port, yun nga, no, they got their systems a lot more used dito sa mapa ka natin. No? I feel like the more open layout ng mga sites natin kumpara ka dito sa Eagle Eye na napakadaming taguan na pwedeng kunin nga dito na Stallions and they can make some unpredictable plays. Pero Port is a map where a lot of stuff is very predictable, pare. Kaya you do see itong si Keller counting the nades. You do see them pre-firing angles that's supposed to be pre-fired, pare. And yun nga, Virtus.pro kinda, checkmated itong Stallions dito sa Port, pare.
Yeah, parang all it took was just 5 rounds para mabasa dito ang Stallions na mula dito kay Kellar for Virtus.pro, and he just played with those odds very, very nicely. Sneaky Frog, man, they have 6 straight wins dito sa Port, and I feel like the expertise for this map is perfection now. Kahit na they're in a 3v5 situation, you can bank on Virtus.pro getting some wins, getting some rounds. You cannot count on them pag ito yung mapa. Pero we are now going to Ankara. That is a 50-50 map. Ganun pa rin ba kapag Virtus.pro and Stallions yung maglalaro?
I think so. It's 50-50 at this point, no? Both of them going into overtime, both of them going to their respective maps, pare. It just really is, this is gonna be a debate. Kumbaga, no? Kung is it gonna be instinct with a bit of macro on the side of Stallions, or is it gonna be, the chess matchy kind of macro, slow kind of approach galing nga dito sa VP. And, I can never be happier na maglalanding dito sa Ankara despite it, being played to death dito sa liga natin. Yeah. And ayun nga, this is probably gonna be one of the more exciting maps natin, or at least one of the more exciting Ankaras so far.
Yun ang I mean, Loy was, actually, itong si Elvin was pretty good dito sa ating mapa ng Port. Pero of course, mas mabibreakdown niya ng ating panel. It's time for Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, and you know what? We have a very great start dito sa mapa ng Port natin, but unfortunately the moment that we fell into overtime, parang doon ata nagbago ang lahat, especially dun sa ginawa ni Elvin. Nanakit yung ulo ko doon, Salvatore. The trigger discipline that you need sa ating top A. Oh my gosh, na lang talaga. I'm at a loss for words.
Rat King for a reason, no, Mochi. There's this parang ongoing theme, no? Para sa mga taong may cool fever sa noo, para maging malakas talaga sa server, no? Noong una si Kano, last year ngayon si Elvin nga naman. And my God, hindi pa natin kinokoronahan ng MVP, pero parang alam na ata natin kagad kung sino, no? What an overtime by Virtus.pro, a night and day differential from what we saw from them nung Eagle Eye, na dumidikit nga lang talaga sila, pati dominated the whole overtime dito, no, Mochi. Team Stallions look desperate para man lang sumakat yung lead into just one with a 5-man push on to LB, and Virtus.pro answered back with an amazing play talaga. Man, you know, everyone was locked in when there was counting utils, multiple movements, playing for trades. Pumapabor talaga sa Virtus.pro lahat ng gameplay nga nila, and Team Stallions, after every movement, they were just that readable for Virtus.pro. It took a lot of rounds, Pochi. No, we were convinced. Match point, aka series point na nga rin dito ang Team Stallions. Pero man, Virtus.pro pulled it off. Pinusuan nga din nila, and they managed to dominate at both ends of the floor, BL and GR. Pochi, hindi ko ma-explain paano, pero alam mo yung feeling na ang hirap talaga mag-BL sa loob ng port. You would know that, Mochi, nag-8v8 ka. It's so hard to execute the play, pero tinatawag natin tong Virtus Sport for a reason. My God, what a dominating second half and an overtime for VP.
There's just something special para dito sa Virtus.pro, no? Especially how KSA been able to man down tong Z area natin. Dumot maramdaman nila na papunta na doon ng STS. We also have pretty crazy calls galing dito kay KLR, no? Na hindi talaga natin naasahan na pupunta sila doon sa pagitna natin ng mga moments. Ito pa nga tong highlight natin dito na talagang mapapawat dahil ka na nga lang talaga, no? Na kung saan, despite yung mga pag-push through dito nila JJ, ni Loy, ni Kano, although some mistakes being dealt, no? Mga audio cues na napapakawalan, well, I guess Virtus.pro just definitely proved na mas malinis sila trumabaho dito sa mapa ng port. Pero yun din naman yung kinagandahan dito, no, Salvatore, the fact that we wanted a long game, a long series na talagang masusulit ng mga manonood, yun naman talaga ang pinapakita nila.
Sulit ang bayad, sulit sa mata, sulit sa aksyon. Talagang wala kang gagasasin dito no? Parang sanity lang talaga, Mochi, tsaka kalidad ng puso sa dami ng kailangan gawin ng Virtus.pro para lang manalo sa Team Stallions, no? Well played pa rin sa STS. They did what they had to do. Multiple denied lurks para dito kay Loy. Akalain mo nga naman he was the gatekeeper of CA. Buong second half. Grabe nga naman for JJ and Gano to be that consistent in the first half para lang dumikit dito, no, up against Virtus.pro is also a commendable effort, pero men, iba pa rin talaga, no, yung shot calling ni KLR at yung presensya ni KSA on very important mid rounds. And speaking of KLR and KSA, nandito na nga sila sa ating set summary, no. Kano's efforts were not in vain, Mochi. Despite a 21 bomb para dito kay Kano, no, that losing effort, ang dikit pa rin talaga ng mga nakita natin, Mochi.
Yup, indeed, no? Parang nakita naman din natin, no? Team Stallions talagang nakasabay naman talaga sila dito, no? Pero sadyang nadali lang talaga ng overtime, and as well as kung paano nagkaroon ng matindihang control tong si Virtus.pro being able to defend yung mga critical points natin dito, no? Sa mapa ng port. Talagang nakita na rin natin kung paano nag-behave dito si KLR as well as si KSA and Elvin, which from time and time again, madalas nating narinig mula sa bibig ng ating mga casters kanina. Pero ang ating set MVP wala nang iba kundi si KSA. 1.57 KD and 100% rating, no, para dito. My God ka na nga lang talaga. And I do think na sariwa pa sa ating mga memorya kung ano nga ba yung mga pinagagawa ni KSA dito na pagwawala, no, from the moment na he's been able to catch multiple members here from STS off guard, yung mga pag-power through niya sa mga lokasyon natin dito na hindi naakala ng STS na magpupush siya. Well, deserve niya ang kanyang MVP na titulo dito sa mapa ng port.
Grabe, no, Mochi, it has to be sacrilegious, no, para mag-drop ng 100 na rating para sa isang laban na sobra yung pagkadikit nito, no? Parehong nagpapalitan ng plays at ng utak, tas may gana pang mag 100 rating dito si KSA. That is an impact fragger right there. At kaya tayo nagkaroon ng head-to-head kanina mula kay KSA at kay Kano. Tingnan mo naman kung sino yung mga nag-top frag dito sa dalawang teams na to,
pareho
Mochi.
Sila.
And now I can't wait, no, Mochi. I can't wait. Kasi kung tingin natin, mas execute heavy yung port. Wait till you see ang Kara.
Ewan ko na lang talaga, no? Sneaky Frog na nagsabi, this is a 50-50. At sa ngayon, bahala na yun guys, no? Kahit sino sa inyo, alam naman namin magaling kayo pareho. Pero, it's just Ankara, give it your all. Kaya naman sa ngayon, no? Well, tayo magpapaalam muna. Pahinahon muna natin ating puso, ikaklaro ang ating mga isipan. Kasi pagkabalik natin dito, this will not be for the faint of heart. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabutuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Welcome back dito. Ito pa rin ang tapatan ng Team Stallions and Virtus.pro at sa ngayon, tabla ang ating laban. 1-1 na kung saan ngayon idadayo tayo sa mapa ng Ankara. And we are yet to find that last piece of the puzzle, Salvatore. Ano nga kaya?
Mochi, no one is overpowering no one talaga, Like, napakadikit talaga ng series. It's really hard to determine who will be able to get this Ankara. Antay na lang kasi natin sila maglaro, I feel like Virtus.pro and Team Stallions finally cracked the code to one another, Parang nakakabuelo na nga si Cetra sa series na to. From prior series, nahihinaan si Cetra. Yobib is not definitely felt from the prior series as well. Pero ngayon, Yobib has been doing an amazing job trying to stabilize any sort of mid to post plant na nagagawa ng Virtus.pro. Whereas Team Stallions, they want Loy to be that impact fragger. rin, no? And same goes here for Kanot to be the frontman. Pero yun, napipigilan din talaga dito, no, ni Virtus.pro because of their resiliency para talaga pagbutihin ang kanilang early to mid round. So amazing transitions from both Team Stallions and Virtus.pro. Yan ang kinakailangan natin inside of Ankara. If you have that amazing good start na walang masyadong pickups dito for both teams, then it is going to be heavily executable, no, para sa Team Stallions. Virtus.pro, I feel like their gameplay will speak for itself once that mid to post plant hit.
Exactly. Kita nyo naman kung ano yung header na nandyan, di ba? Basahin nyo na lang. And that will definitely be the challenge here for Virtus.pro if they would be able to carry that momentum and that morale boost na nangyari sa kanila kanina sa mapa ng port, or if Team Stallions still be able to take this map away from them. Malalaman natin yan. Kaya naman maghanda na tayo, and I'm sure yung mga casters natin handa na. Kaya nga tawagan na natin sila in order to complete the last piece of the puzzle. Bipolar and Sneaky Frog, pasok na!
Papasok tayo dito sa ating Ankara for our last set in this best of 3 series, Sneaky Frog. It wouldn't be a Virtus.pro versus STS matchup kapag hindi tayo umabot ng last set. And it's gonna be Ankara, no, Sneaky Frog. STS trying to defend their 7-game win streak and their 100% on Ankara. Can they do it up against VP?
Yeah, definitely can, pare, no? Pagdating naman dito sa mapa ng Ankara, it's gonna be a lot more contact heavy para sa mga teams natin, especially, you know, para dito sa Virtus.pro. And I'm kind of curious to see, what is gonna be, the opening moves para sa dalawang teams natin. You know, Stallions also has the option to, go as aggressive or as passive as they want to, no? Pero yung Virtus.pro, alam naman natin yung kanilang set na game plan pagdating sa mapa na to, and especially knowing na PL side pa magsisimula itong Team Stallions and they can possibly get a whole lot of momentum from this first side, pare. Pero, before I delve into the point a bit too much, no, ito yung implications ng ating series pagdating sa ating standings. I'm not so sure if this is gonna be fully final na match, pare. Pag nanalo dito yung VP ng 2-1, they will be tying on set differential at makaka-second place itong Virtus.pro. Pero, para sa Team Stallions, they have to win the series and they have to have a 5-round advantage on top of that, pare, or possibly 6. So, ayun nga, baka maghahanap sila ng 10-4 or a 10-5 dito sa ating mapa, no, in order to take over that second spot. So, ayun nga, Team Stallions having it a bit hard, pero marinig natin
Mag-is mo ka?
Pwede ka rin smoke, Kel.
Bomba ka dulo.
Tamid, Kel.
Tamid.
Papatayin ko orto. Smoke.
Ngoy.
Nice. Napagura ka na ni Smoke.
Kalmate.
Bantay TV.
Wala na dala.
Magpa-box ko, no?
A lot is on the line, no, para dito sa ating teams, especially for STS. Just like what you've said, they have to be dominating. They have to be getting lots of gaps up against VP. But with Yobib out of the picture sa ating first round, they're doing already what they need to do.
Ayun nga, opening pick. Darinig naman natin si Yobib, no? He was trying to get an early pick going para dito sa Virtus.pro para mas ma-incentivize sila na maging passive dito sa mapa natin, and especially that is a lot easier with a 5 versus 4, pero mas may hirapan sila this time as it is a 4 versus 5 and not their way. And A-side take pa para dito sa Team Stallions. They're keeping it simple, pare, but this could hit hard.
This is signature A push nating STS. AK in the front of the faces, pero isa lang makakuha niya doon. VP banks on Keller to at least give a fight, but he cannot. Fast conversions for VP, pero Cetra close by on exit. It's a nade and he gets a shot on KLB, but the bomb has been planted. Dehado pa rin ng VP in this kind of situation, lalo na't haharapan dito si Cetra at nakalampas pa kasi nag-long side dito si Elvin. 1v2, AK in hand.
Yeah, pero walang way si Elvin makapasok,
pero
pare.
nag-exit.
I think KLP should have stayed CA, pare. Elvin, you're just allowed to walk into floor A. 50-50, pare.
Ano? Yun na nga, easy kill. And just like what you've said, no, Sticky, parang kailangan CA, no, para mas madali sana for STS.
Yeah, I don't think in-expect ni Elvin na lalabas ng biglaan ng CA itong si KLP, pare, especially knowing na naka-nade out pa ka dito si Bossing Zetra, no. I feel like he wanted to go for a flash dito sa top A and kind of cause a distraction dito sa mapa natin, pero Yobib, instead of mid, he's gonna go long.
He's gonna get the easy kill on KLB. That's the IGL down. But big trades for KLP. Actually, no, this is very early. Double TRG for Virtus.pro on Ankara. Pero TB push commences para sa STS.
Yeah, may dalawang players pa naman na nasa loob ng hotel, no? So a quick reaction will be incoming. Pero feeling ko Virtus.pro, pag narinig nila na meron na nag-take dito sa B-side, they'd rather keep control of second mid and hotel para may pang-retake sila dito. So STS probably just allowed in the B-side.
Yeah, they just flush in easily dito sa B site natin. Kano checking hotel side pero wala naman tao doon. With the bomb not planted, magpaparotate pa nga dito ang VP towards A side pero ngayon alam na nila. Still checking itong high mid position natin if there are stragglers.
Look for Loy.
Pero wala, tagon-tago dito ang ating STS. Even Kano, no? Spotted. Easy headshot for him. This man now is on a killing spree. 3 kills already. And VP, it's a wall waiting to happen dito, especially when JJ is in front. Good flash. Pero denied mula dito kay JJ. Cetra gets one as well. Wait lang. Low
8
HP
seconds.
players, pero they can do some damage. 8 seconds na lang. There's no more time for Cetra. So he pushes and he doesn't get anything out of that STS. This might just be a 10-2 game.
Yun nga pare, and that lurk galing dito kay Kano na bumalik pa siya dito sa baba ng hotel pare actually ruined the entire retake ng Virtus.pro kasi yung pakay sana doon ni Elvin was to put some pressure on some of the ramp players habang nagpo-push yung VP galing dito sa spawn, but good cancellation by Kano.
Yeah. Good awareness na talaga ang tagal niya dun sa may hotel side na ina-anticipate niya na may ikot talaga dito. And at the right time, Elvin did not look towards the long B side. Pero Elvin na naman. First contact pa mula dito sa TV side. No flash there. Good positions actually. Can catch JJ. Pero wala. Back off lang.
Ooh, yo bib. Almost a bit of an incident para sa kanya pare. You sure wanna repeat that, KLP? Looking for the very small pixel dito sa top A natin, pare. But realistically, STS is just looking for the CA into B side. Pero KLR stopping KLP early dito sa CA, pare. That's a bit of a clue para sa VP.
Good damage, man. Delay now para dito sa STS. Pero look at this. LB push na lang. Kung nasan si Loy, they clear it out. Pero may nakatingin, ah. Actually, no. It's just Skellar on the respawn side. Elvin awaiting the exit of STS. Good nade. Pero JJ, testing pa din. They're waiting for the connect mula dito sa TV side. They go in. JJ kills off Cetra at extermination mula dito ngayon sa STS as VP crumbles into pieces. Kel are close by, does damage pero only gets one. 2v3 na naman. Where VP will come out of the respawn side. They plant the bomb, refreshes the timer. Realistically, VP can still held this down, especially if they find Loy. Yun na nga, they find him pero dito, KLB staying alive, surviving the fight, but it's a 1v1. It's the Dark Prince versus KLB. Nades fly by. Pero with low HP, KLB can find him and just tag him one shot with the HK. Pero natingkap na nga, 15 HP. And there goes the kill. Team Stallions, what a hold dito sa B-side.
And another point going in the way of Team Stallions, in the way of their captain, pare. But at the same time, Virtus.pro, yun nga, no, parang hindi nila in-expect na si JJ yung una magiging contact doon. But that was actually a really good game plan. Galing dito sa STS, alam nila na hindi mabubulag si JJ. Galing doon sa pop flash sa taas ng B-side, and the rest of the members just poured in. And speaking of JJ, pare, nakuha na ang kapitan ng Virtus.pro.
Oh, LR just biting bullets there, Sneaks. Ganda sana ng pwesto ng Zetra pero he was waiting for the CE push. Ngayon, it commences. He gets the kill on JJ. Kano. Next one on the board. It's a headshot pa nga. And that's 2 kills down para dito sa VP.
Yeah, Kano trying to go for the cheeky crouch peek pre-aim, no? Dun sa spot nga dito ni Zetra, but Zetra was already trained at his position, so he's not gonna miss anytime soon. Loy, though.
Loy?
He could make this weird.
Oh, Loy. You crazy, crazy player.
Spotted.
Can do a lot of damage pero Elvin nakatingin dito sa may B-side. Pero Loy shows himself. Unwalk. Hindi mawall bang yan pero Cetra stays alive actually. And even the third kill for Cetra. STS, what a shot though for KLP. Keeps the dreams alive to get their 4th round.
There's a shot pero kita mo naman si Elvin pa rin, dumiretso na siya agad dito sa bypass in order to get that hotel control. And I feel like Virtus.pro, they're playing as far back as possible, no? Just in case na dumaan ng exit itong si KLP, and KLP deciding to plant for ramp. Pero lalabanan nito pare, he has to.
He has to, and he got a good shot. Quick scopes onto Yobib. He did clutch up one time, pero ngayon, it's a 1v2. Big flash. Respect given by Virtus.pro. KLP disrespecting now. Goes for the flake, still full in HP. Finds
Spot on.
players low on HP now. Big flash, pero can't get the kill as VP just bombards the sight line of KLP.
Grabe yun, man. And that is just KLP kind of blind half the time, no? Dito sa retake natin, pare. And that's just VP kind of preserving as much nades as possible.
Yeah.
And yun na nga, man, the round win came, but also the VP timeout. So, ayun nga, VP parang I don't know what they need to fix dito sa mapa na to be honest, no, Polar? Kasi it really is all about those weird timings na nakukuha nga dito ng Team Stallions. I mean, maganda naman yung ginagawa nila dito sa RS. It's pretty good coverage between second mid and dito sa ating HM. So it's a really good two-man game, no, in between dito kay Zetra at kay Elvin. At kung napabayaan lang sila doon or Elvin is just allowed to bait para sa kanyang teammate, then they can do some heavy damage dito sa ating round. So, ayun nga, the Rat King with his fellow sniper strikes again para nga dito sa VP, but they're still gonna take the time out. They still have to be worried, no, dito sa pinagagawa ng Team Stallions. They have been kind of offsetting their timings a bit, similar sa nakita natin kanina galing kay JJ na siya ngayon nauna dito sa TB, but then the flash came not so long later. And ayun nga, no, Team Stallions getting a bit creative with their pushes. Virtus.pro, you know, having to navigate yung mapa natin a bit more carefully dito, pare.
Yun ang ano. Wala namang butas, honestly, para dito sa Virtus.pro, just like you've said, no, they're just losing the fights in the early parts of the round. Imagine the TB push na palaging gumagana dito, the only parts na talagang naging prominent para dito sa Virtus.pro, Zetra holding down respawn towards CA. And just mistakes, honestly, na they still fight up the sniper dito sa may respawn ng VP. Good coverage, pero it's instantly deleted mula dito kay JJ.
Yeah. You can kind of tell, no, na if hindi ma-insta-give ng Stallions yung mga members dito ng VP and you just allow them that, you know, 1 or 2 second delay, pare, doon pa sila nakaka-action dito eh.
Yeah. Parang naka-timer tuloy dito yung mga actions ni JJ pati ni KLB, no? Even itong si Kano to find early frags and make the defense dito at the Virtus.pro weaker by the second. But we go into the game after the timeout dito ng Virtus.pro. Fun fact, so with this, it's always this round na nagtatama natin Virtus.pro or similar rounds. Part of the plan? Just like this?
Kind of crazy, no? All they have to get is 6 itong Virtus.pro to keep second.
Yeah, that's true.
They're gonna make this as annoying as possible, pare. I just know it. You know it, pare.
Yeah.
No mid-peaks though. Galing kay Zetra, no? He's kind of been placed on duty dito sa hotel and or sa B tower, or B2F rather. Good angle.
High alert lang on other sides, pero he doesn't even have a chance para mapitas dito si KLP. What a shot again! KLP winning that fight up against Zetra. Pero KLR, spotted na agad dito ngayon. Meron taas sa sabon at mamamatay dun si Elvin. KLR, finding some equal ground, pero may ipis siya dito ngayon ni Loy. What a shot indeed! Loy once again delivers a killing blow.
Yun nga, men. And finally, we are seeing those types of shots galing dito kay KLP, no? Him leading the charge to find the anti-frag dito sa may hotel side. And that has been the particular thing that we have been looking for, no? Para nga dito kay KLP, that entry sniper. And good awareness galing sa kanila, no, pare, na hindi nila i-full commit yung buong hotel angle na yun. Kasi pag nakita mo si Zetra, Elvin is probably right around the corner, pare. And Kellar is running towards you. So, really good sense galing dito sa STS.
Yeah. And even sense, no, na mag-A-side na lang, don't fight B-side kasi maghahanap ng trade dito ang Virtus.pro. KLP on the their side, pero tingnan mo naman si Loy, papas lang ngayon. Might be dual pull pag napatay nila dito si KLP, pero STS just hold their ground, waiting, impending doom.
CA.
Oh my goodness! Pero CA mula kay KLB, that's the dagger. That's her IGL looking to get rounds. And that's another round para sa STS.
100% the call there was KLP. Mabuhay ka lang ng matagal dito para dito sa Ter. KLB will be sending it from CA and they will be stuck in a precarious situation. Pero KLP na naman! Nakita si Zetra! He's back!
At si Loy na naman!
Oh, too quick,
Kellar
too
will
quick.
find one!
Too fast, man. Too fast, too fast.
Yeah.
KLP's back, man.
Love to see it, man. Come on. He's been online though, no? From Eagle Eye up until this time. Parang nalabas na, no? Yung yung rusty gears, and now he's old. Of course, I'm not continuing that statement, pero Yotib actually gets that kill on DJ. He's stuck to KSA for the cover. Kano with the kill. Oh my goodness.
Oh, KLB. Oh no. B is open.
What a play. It's open now, pero C4 sneaks, nasa LA pa, at hindi pa nakuha din ni KLB. He goes for an off angle, pero mapapatay lang din. Oh no. Requirement na naman para kay KLB to go in for the clutch, and he has done it multiple times now. So much time, so many angles though to clear. Yobib conjoining with KSA alongside at tagong-tago ang VP KLB. Can he get these kills? He knows. Nades fly by, pero hindi si Yobib yan. So they just peek out KLB now with a possibility na mapatay na dito ang Virtus.pro. Words of affirmation, BOG. Grabe ka doon, KLB.
Grabe. And KLB, the captain, does it again para dito sa STS. You step up para sa kanya. And this has been a prevalent thing, no, sa mga STS games na napaka-high pressure and them required to perform in this one considering they have to get the 10-4.
Oh, yeah.
And KLB taking matters into his own hands, pare. And at the same time, that was low-key not so well played dito sa side ng Virtus.pro in this situation, pare. KLB was already in a very vulnerable position. I was expecting a two-man swing, pare, pero bigla silang natakot dito.
Yeah, binigyan niya lang 1v1, no? Or maybe the timing was off, pero yeah.
The aura
KLB, man, he does this not on the local level, even in the international level. KLB fries every player on the other side. At ilalabas niya pa dito yung A-side. Oh, come on. Oh, babe. Good for one. That's the C4. Gets out alive. Big flash. Second kill. Triple! Apat ang mamamatay para sa STS as Yobib unleashes dito sa STS. Pero KLP again. He's also a clutch god and he starts it off by killing Cetra. And let's see. Pinagpapawisan na dito si KSA. Parang di niya kaya yung pressure na binibigay ni KLP. And he just makes it.
There we go. Making it easy para sa kanya, pare. 5-2 para dito sa Virtus.pro as they get the second round. And pakiramdam ko, pare, we are not gonna see that Stallions full execute anytime soon. Or at least ganun kabilis, no, pare, at a minute and 30 as Virtus.pro is kind of prepared for that kind of situation. And the fact na nakaalis pa si Yobib dito sa vents, na hindi siya na insta-trade dito. And ito yung sinasabi ko, Polar, mabigyan mo lang talaga ng additional 1 or 2 seconds lang itong Virtus.pro and they can clear your entire team, pare. So yun nga, Stallions plays on a timer. Long. But why though?
First push from Elvin. Unsuccessful.
But why though? It's so early in the round, pare.
Hindi niya ba na-expect na sila yun nandun? Come on. This was the man that shut down CBN from Execration.
Sa bagay. I think ine-expect yata ng Virtus.pro na nakasetup lang yung Stallion sa isang side ng mapa, pare, and they can just kinda catch Loy off guard. Pero yun nga, no, there is a reason why Loy is one of the best hotel players dito sa liga natin, pare.
Yeah. Pilik, ginambol ata dito ng Virtus.pro na mag-ascent ulit ang ating STS. Pero Yobib finally finds the trade a minute after that kill was immense dito kay Loy. One more! Cetra naman ang pipitas mula dito sa vent side. Pero KLB dead direction lang din. Still alive. Cetra will fall. Can the conversion happen here? KSA, di pa maharap dito yung enemy IGL. Spots him now. Kita yung paa. Pero JJ, dire-diretso ng sight. Hindi alam nila na nandito si KSA. And now it's a double. Make it a triple para kay KSA.
And oh my goodness, akala ko this will be a Stallions full domination on this half considering how the past few rounds have went. Pero Virtus.pro, similar to what we saw in the port map, you can kind of see them rallying back now dito sa mapa natin. And kind of winning on their own style. Once again, the bait and switch in this one. And KSA successfully cleaning it up. Pero Cetra, not gonna miss that anytime soon, pare.
Yeah. Give Cetra power position in. He will get you impactful kills. KLP missing now. Makakaalis pa dun si Elvin. Pero hahabulin ng STS? This is pretty crazy.
been a poking game between STS at itong VP, but Keller is not gonna be poking too much anytime soon. Meron na silang 5v4, nakuha na ng VP yung kanilang objective, no, dito sa GR side, which is getting that opening pick. At sa lahat man na mapipick nila dito, pare, it had to be Kano, who's currently not having a good time, but I feel like that's the entry's burden, pare, kasi ang lakas ni KLB ngayon, and he's kind of just making space for the team. Kagaya nga na sinabi ko, man, Kano is more than his stats.
Yeah. It's not just a killer, tulad nga sinabi ni Tanks na STS should be known for aim only, especially dito kay Kano.
He's a space
They know
creator.
how to get wins. Yeah, they need to get, Kano needs to create space for them to get this kind of wins. Pero dead direction ng B-side, etc.
Oh, good angle.
Knows this spot
Oh,
too much,
no.
pero aalis na lang din siya. He re-smokes itong hotel, goes back.
Crouch peek.
I feel like KLP can get the shot in. Alam niya kung saan tututok, pero Cetra gets the easy shot there. Elvin, papalampasin si Lloyd para mapatay lang din. And they just close down dito sa may B-side. It's a full-on domination. Flawless mula sa Virtus Pro. It's a 5-4 sa ating first half.
Grabe, man. And that bear trap was wide open for the past 3 rounds. At tatapakan na nga dito ng Team Stallions. And we go on the switching sides. Usually, men, pagdating dito sa angkara natin, for the few time na meet or nag-meet itong Virtus Pro at Team Stallions, usually Team Stallions sa second half, sila naman yung mag-BL, and usually VP, sila naman yung mag-GR. But we are getting the plot twist. Kumbaga,
iba na.
Freaky Friday type of vibes dito sa mapa natin, pare. Virtus Pro having to do it on the offense, and Team Stallions having to keep it disciplined sa depensa nila, pare. Kasi yun nga yung hinahanap dito ng Virtus Pro. Those outliers, those overextensions galing sa kanila, pare.
I would like to actually know though, no, kung ano na magiging sitwasyon dito sa Virtus Pro, because you can't go towards LB that clearly. Loy is there, even KLP sometimes. They're just gonna group it, no? Just overwhelm these players. Kasi feeling ko kahit A-site, ang hirap pasukin na ito. You have Kano here now as well. Minsan, 3 pa nga nag-hold on for Stallions side, which is pretty intense. Kahit na may execute din naman dito.
Yeah, Elvin's gonna be annoying too. Dito sa mapa natin na pare, alam naman natin yung kanyang late lurks towards mid and towards CA, but here's the bombs.
Spawn ko. Uy, doon ka na sabi.
Dito.
Mas impakalit sila person BL.
Country BB, giko B.
Pwede bakan.
Good pick in.
Ooh. Almost forward there. 27 HP left para dito kay KLB. KLR looking for possible trade, pero inaipit na naman. Same kind of situation. STS. What a hold on the GR side. Kumagat ang VP. And KLB looking for his third, pero that's a kill on Cetra. For Cetra. Pero alam na, tignan mo naman, mga kabayo, rampaging through, and it's a cavalry going towards the hotel, and they get the round dito sa ating second half.
Yun nga, narinig natin sa comms, no, dito Polar, and yun nga, no, feeling ko kasi sobrang dalas na nag-meet yung dalawang teams na to, pare, that they kinda know their tendencies of each other, and KLB, ang ganda ng kanyang call dito, alam niya na pagdating sa second half, or at least pagdating sa GR side in the first round, or pagdating sa BL side in the first round, para sa VP, gusto nila magkalat dito sa mapa, try to get as much information as they can, and KLB adjusting his team to counter exactly that, pare. What a good read by KLB.
He just knew. Again, it's like Freaky Friday, man. They both know what is gonna be happening, or at least knows each other very, very well. 2 players on TB, tama ba? Or possibly 1 on second mid. Para dito sa ating STS, Virtus Pro clearing operation muna dito sa ating round number 11.
Grabe. And the caveat too, no, na STS has to win the rest of these rounds, the next 4, in order to secure second. So they have to be on point. Parang pakiramdam mo, man, every single round in this one is match point already para dito sa VP, pare.
Yeah. Pressure's on. A lot of things are on the line. Placements, glory, and just sheer crown in the throne for these two teams. Information though, nasa TB.
Cheeky ano lang. Pakita lang ng name tag, pare, and immediately back off. TB control though. Para sa VP, but I think it's just like a group peak yata. Baka gusto lang nila kunin yung buhay dito ni KLP. Maybe try to wallbang him out of his position, but this is one of the harder spots to kill dito sa mapa natin, pare, unless you get a sick headshot.
Even harder than the approach na ginagawa ni Cetra, no?
Oh, Lo is gonna send it.
Elvin might die here. 30 seconds, Sneaks. Big fake towards A. Look at this. Gumagawa ng play dito si Cetra. Pero di bumabadya ditong STS. KLP missing the shots. Big flash towards the side. Pero KLP, good angle ka sa mamamatay lang din. At mahahanap pa dito si Noy. VP in the last stretch of this round. Makakapasok ng B site. Pero coverage mo lang TB. Look at Yobib. Anticipates it. Nahanap si KLP. And he confirms the kill. Last 2 players para sa STS. At buhay pa ang 5 para sa Virtus.pro. Can they get in? CATB denied. JJ goes towards second mid. Finds off Elvin. Pero backstab mula dito kay Cetra. Finds Kano. It's all up to JJ. A backup player that needs to play with 21 seconds. Pero he cannot. Virtus.pro answering back dito sa ating second half.
And yan na naman, men, the double late lurk strategy works once again para dito sa VP. If they're going A side, Elvin is gonna do the lurking. Pero pag papunta sila dito sa B, Zetra will be the one holding the backline. But look at this play though. Galing dito sa Virtus.pro. I feeling ko aware na yung STS na papuntang B side na tong Virtus.pro. Just didn't know which entrance yung papasukan ng ating attacker dito, pare. And ganda ng kalat to ng VP dito sa B. I mean, they had the entire site surrounded in the span of 10 seconds, pare.
Yeah. Plus, what a flash no mula kay KSA. It hit the entire positions dito sa ating B set despite na lumipat pa nga si KLP in a great position to slope. He just got caught off guard. Pero ngayon, Sneaky Frog, if they play 6 rounds na para sa Virtus.pro or at least win 6 rounds, yung sinasabi mong second spot para sa STS, wala na. Tapos na. VP will secure their second spot.
Yeah, this is for pride at this point, no?
Yeah, glory. Just like what we said.
It's like 90% pride. Like 5% glory, pare.
Yeah. They don't care about glory.
Knowing these two, you know how much they've met, how much vitriol in between these two teams I've had, pare. Yun nga, no, this is at this point personal.
Yeah. Ito yung tamang time para sabihin na may vendetta.
Not so hidden.
Kitang-kita. But LB push. KLP is here, close by, pero walang tao sa hotel. Free real estate para sa Virtus.pro.
Yeah, this is how VP lost earlier actually. Yung wini-withhold lang dito ng STS yung kanilang information sa buong mapa, no, pare, and VP was kind of forced to kind of make a drastic play happen. Pero si Elvin yata sa sala dito, pero si KLP is fully well aware of it.
Scattered all throughout ang buong STS. They need to win each and every fight.
B-split.
This point. 3D na lang manggaling C4?
You have to go HM here, no?
You're going TB Sneaks.
Okay.
They're gonna not go towards high mid. Go forward dito kay Loy. Big flash. But now Loy falls down. KSA enters again. What a flash from Virtus.pro kung saan tumatakbo lang si KLP. Nagmamarathon pabalik sa mga kampi niya. And Virtus.pro still alive with 4. Pero it's JJ and Kano. Heavy fraggers mula sa STS. They can still go for the clutch. And with a lot of time, they need to clear off hotel. Sasama na lang sila dito. They will recreate the strat na ginawa ng Virtus.pro for the entry. Pero this time, it's the retake. JJ still alive now, falls down. And look at Yobib spraying on down on TB. What an entry dito sa B-side.
And what an entry indeed. And once again, alam ng STS na papasok na dito yung VP dito sa B-side, but they don't know which entrance is gonna come first, kung hotel ba or TB. And those off timings have struck once again dito sa mapa natin. And Virtus.pro playing a very dangerous game on knife's edge, para isang segundo na lang bago sila makaplant ng C4. And the amount of pressure na nararamdaman dun ng Team Stallions, no, pare, especially knowing na kailangan na nila mag-brace. Ito na sila, men. Finally, ito na yun. But they have been saying that for the past 30 seconds. Ito na talaga yun. 20 seconds. Ito na talaga yun. 10 seconds. Parating na pa talaga. And then,
ito na ba?
They just got cooked sa B-side.
Yeah. I wanna know your actual mindset, no? Bakit kailangan nila mag-high mid in that position? Or at least, di ba, kahit isang tao lang dun, dapat.
You have to cut the rotation, pare. Plus, you get access to second mid.
You're absolutely right. The more you know. You saw the rainbows, right? But Virtus.pro now. Realistically, just like what Sneaky Frog said, there is now a second spot waiting for them to take. STS with the same kind of hold, pero si KLP, he's very far from his teammates. He's holding down second mid and as well as Hotel.
Ano yung importante dito, Polar? No one is fighting alone in any of these opening fights, right? Yun nga, opening picks, possibly on the Hotel side. May kasama naman dito si Zetra. Keller is right behind him and Elvin as well. But already so much control dito sa mapa natin, no, Polar? I mean, they got the entirety of CA at meron pa silang long dito. I mean, they can actually place a player dito sa high mid, pan disruption lang ng rotation dito ng STS, and they do not care if he dies or not. And Elvin's perfect for that spot.
Look at this though. Oh, KLP! Oh! Oh no! STS! JJ will only get one. Nakapasok sila ng A-site. Sandali lang. Pressure's on for both sides. Good CA take mula dito sa STS. Pero mag-LA dito si Loy. Gusto nila hanapin dito si Cetra, pero nakatago siya ngayon. 30 seconds to play. VP holding down A-site like a fortress, pero mawawala na isang torrent nila dito. Wiggle Cetra. Kellar on room A. Kano, nahanap dito yung timing para matira na lang si Kellar, pero he's blinded. He gets 1 HP, and they just fall down. The walls have crumbled, and STS gets their 7th round.
Grabe, and I think VP was playing that a bit too safe, no, dito sa mapa natin, Polar. I feel like if nawala na dito si Zetra sa long, that is kind of the sign to take a bit of exit control and get something going dun sa side na mapa na yun. But I feel like they were fearing that there is a random STS player na naandun sa low, whether it is itong si JJ or si KLB. But good call galing dito sa side ng Team Stallions. Insta-clear itong si Zetra na naandito sa long, and stuck pa dito sa floor A ang isang player, so he just got grouped in this one. So Stallions...
Yeah.
Still gaining points, even though this is for pride at this point, pare.
Grabe, no, Sneaks. We're getting treated by the minute. These two teams using every strat in their playbook para lang makahanap dito ng butas. VP, I would like to agree with you on that, no? Very, not really sloppy, very safe, no? Na parang they didn't have power positions, they were very, very passive. Parang they were playing reactionary. Once na nahanap yung Cetra, all the players on the A-site, parang nakalimutan nila na may exit pa palang lalabasan dito ang players natin for STS. That's why it's called exit. Dun lalabas ang ating STS.
Grabe, man, but still, you know, even though, you know, there's not too much pairing pagdating dito sa matches natin, pare, Team Stallions refuse to allow Fifi to have a one-up on them dito sa mapa natin, especially on a map like Ankara. And pakiramdam ko, Team Stallions, think timeout is going to be telling them to have a bit more tighter spacing pagdating sa mapa natin. I would love to see Kano playing high mid once again, no, dito sa mapa natin, pare. But I feel like KLB is doing a good enough job para nga dito sa STS. But man, I do miss those times na Kano, as soon as he hears a single flash or a single nade dito sa mapa natin, pare, he just bolts into the site immediately and just fights whoever is in front of him, pare. Pero sa more disciplined approach para nga dito sa STS, and as you should be, Virtus.pro, they're pulling out the deepest playbook at this point dito sa mapa ng Ankara. So 6-7, no memes at all dito sa ating laban ng Tare.
I feel like putting Kano on exit on the A-side is a safer way option, no? Parang
preserving him, man.
let Kano survive, no?
Yep. Wait, KLP here? Agro angle yun,
Kano is in mid. You got what you want.
Salamat, thanks. Thank you.
Ay. There hasn't been a B push though for VP for quite some time now, or at least for the recent rounds. It's been just, no, check out CA, check out high mid, tingin sa TB, not let anyone pass dito sa may market side, and just convert your players on A side. Pero KLB is here, man. Kung malakas si Kano dito sa A side, even KLB is much more stronger in this time around. Alam mo yan. He has depleted the lives of multiple international players with this kind of goal. Lalabas na lang din siya and is already good for one. Pero Yob is there already for the trade. Set up muna para dito sa Virtus.pro. They have time to play. Pero STS moving now. It's a big ruse.
Narinig nila na may nag-pop na flash dito sa B-side, pare. Kaya hindi mo sila gumalaw dito. And STS actually anticipating a TB push as nagtapon ng flash dito si KLP or itong si Loy, or rather a nade, papunta dito sa TB. 50 seconds though. I see some players zipping around, pare. That's concerning.
Yeah. Anxious ang STS squad natin ngayon. Smokes towards high mid. Lalaban pa dito sa harapan si JJ on EA. Oh, Loy. Peeks out the right time, depletes, or at least takes out a little bit of HP dito ni Elvin. Pero ito na, true setup ng Virtus.pro. Big flash, double flash para kay Yobib. Elvin goes in for the kill kay Kano. And they find JJ walang namatay para sa Virtus.pro. A clean execution kung saan the nade will fly by. Kills of one. KLP na naman! Tatlo ang mamamatay. And it's all up to the snipers with KLP missing the shot. Oh no! Oh no! STS could have been their 8th round.
Yeah, it was a miracle na nakakuha pa ng tatlo doon si KLP, in all honesty, pare. And Zetra just deciding, alright, I'm gonna just pull out the Colt at this point. He has the USP out. He might just think me, but I also have the sniper. Pero yun lang, KLP. Sabi niya dito, pare, I'm gonna just deal with the Zetra problem at the start of the round.
Tanggalin natin yan. Pinatayo kanina eh. Bastos eh. So just take him out, no? Instantly. Bumawi agad eh.
Interesting na si KLP yung hotel player now though. Feeling ko they're trying to get early eyes kung papasok pa si Elvin dito o hindi. And they're instead committing itong si KLP at si Loy to guarding itong high mid, pare.
Yeah. Very crazy strats, no? Pero simple na lang, VP. Wala si Cetra, E-site na lang.
Oh my god, KLP finally did this, pare. He's been overcommitting in this angle for the past few times, man.
Oh, too much.
Yeah, sakto lang.
Pwede na.
Side eye. Okay, standard flash.
Yeah, double lang. KLB goes back to room A. Instant rotation though for STS. VP playing with fire here. This is too much time given towards STS. Tatlo na nakaharap dito. Kano has joined the fight. At may counterflip pa sana. And Kano! Oh, he only gets one. JG through the smoke. And Elvin opens up a sight. Mabubuksan na naman ang pinto ng A. Pero 2v2 kung saan si Loy. Spotted ni KLB. And burst fire na lang ang gagawin with the M14. KLP. Clutch up of the century. Binaba yung C4. Sarap dito. Oh, Elvin! Oh, Elvin, man! Wala pa ding makuha na clutch si KLP. It always is just one player left for VP.
And it just happened to be itong si Elvin, pare. The Rat King strikes again on his flu game. Dito sa mapa natin. And he has been such an important piece, especially when it comes to the late rounds dito ng Virtus.pro. Some people would say that he's a baiter, pero yung pagka-bait namin, saktong-sakto lang para dito sa VP. Right place, right time para sa kanya, pare. Pero KLP, punta ng angle.
Grabe. These like opening picks are so good for STS, pero when it's time to fight as a team, palaging napupunta sa 1v1. KLP tries it, but misses.
Nakadaan kaya siya ng CA papuntang mid? He has to go back to, all the way back to A, pare.
I think he's safe.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. Information though.
Bit early to say. Yun nga, no, Virtus.pro, especially at this point of the round, pare, hindi mo talaga alam if this is a full setup or this is a full fake.
Plus the C4's not in their hands, no? If and only if VP doesn't call out Elvin, no? Just lets him play dito sa bypass. It's such a foolproof plan. Pero mukhang hindi. Mag-B-side ba ang VP? I mean, you're right, sneaky, no? Parang di pa tapos eh. Di pa naman 30 seconds, so pwede pa talaga mag-B-side dito.
They could go for the B-split again, pare. Kano was out in the open. Medyo delix to, ha?
I mean, he always gets the kills, Sneaky, despite him being Wide open. 30
Trade
seconds, that's the timer for VP. He peeks out wide pero wala pang trade. Oh my god, Kano can
He gets
unleash a lot of bullets dito ngayon. He still gets the kill. And meanwhile sa mid, KLP,
Holy.
one more kill for them. And look at KLP, backstab papunta kay KSA. Cetra with one, timing is of the essence. Apat pa ang buhay ng STS pero KLR finds one. Pistol out, confirms the kill. It's all up to him versus 2. And Loy is already here. Mahanap na magkakross, pero buhay pa rin naman. Kellar proceeds to plant with no more time. STS. What a hold though from Kano.
He got no choice in the matter at this point. But look at that hold galing kay Kano. Pare, the kid with the composure of a grown man dito sa hotel side natin. Pare, partida may tatlo na nasa harap niya, but he still got a headshot dito kay Elvin, and it kind of made yung mga ibang VP members kind of pause a bit here. And I was kind of expecting na may full 3-man swing na papunta dito sa hotel, pero nagtak na lang sila dito. They kind of got scared a bit, surprisingly.
Yeah. So delayed, man. Parang nahanap na nga isang kill, isa lang daw si Kano. Maybe they were anticipating na may naka-pick out dito sa may second mid.
These are on-the-fly adjustments as well, pare. Galing kay KLB. This is not the usual default dito ng STS. He's getting creative, pare.
Yeah, scary. Look at this hold from CA, no? Ang daming pwedeng pumik out dito para hindi man lang makapasok ng EA ang VP.
Pang-cancel ng play.
Alam nila, nagsiset up sa labas eh. So sila rin lalabas.
But this is where yung slow approach dito ng Virtus.pro, no, can actually be of big benefit para sa kanila, pare. If they can kind of survey the map first, realize na clear pala dito yung TP, maybe bait the jump up galing dito kay KLP, no? Hindi pa to sure shot na gagana tong depensa na to, pare.
Yeah.
There it goes.
KLP, I think he spots them. That's why he's just looking towards high mid now. KLR. Oh, they just split past.
Line up. HM. Pangharang.
Yeah, towards second mid. Pero alam na, Kano will back off. This time, he's still alive. He's getting surrounded. Pero galing pa naman TV dito ang players natin for Virtus.pro. They're still playing very slow. Alam nila na may kakagat dito sa TV. May nasa likuran na. Kano gets the timing. Cetra gets killed. And Loy as well. Now, ubos na naman ang Virtus.pro. Kano with 2. And Loy with 2 as well. Mag-isa na lang si Obib. And he is scrambling. He is running towards A.
24 seconds left. Plenty of time still para kumuha ng mga kills dito, pare. And he's gonna decide to do so. Kano, KLB, and JJ, the worst nightmare of a 1 versus 3 at this point. Pero mamamatay si Kano. Nah, it's not happening.
Good coverage. Good coverage mula sa respawn, man. Team Stallions now 1 point away from getting a 2-1.
Paano nabuhay si Kano doon? That's a good question, pare. He is surrounded by absolutely every single member dito ng Virtus.pro, but they still cannot find him. And this is what I was saying, man. This kid, with the composure of a grown man, hindi siya natitibag ng pressure dito, pare. He is used to it. And he even thrives in it, pare. And of course, it's the El Clasico. Kano just hits a nasty shot in crunch time, and VP can't do anything about it, pare.
Yeah. This man, Elvin, right now, can he find Kano this time? Peeks out, sprays, and connects onto 1. That's good for them. That's information, pero dediretso ng CA dito ang Virtus.pro. They will still play very slow, pero JJ has been so good that he can stop this push.
Pero dahil namatay si Elvin, pare, that means the push from the side of Virtus.pro will only be 3 strong, as Keller has to be the one doing the lurk. Pero magde-decide pa yata siya, pare, kung kailangan pa nila ng lurk at the moment. And I feel like they need to. Kasi kahit si KLP yung nakabantay dito sa hotel, I think the usual default is Loy is gonna be in that position. And pag na-realize na walang tao dito sa B-side, he's gonna push that. And that's gonna be a sandwich. Pero look at this A-side though.
Oh, KLB in a good spot pa, sneaky. He will dodge every flash that's coming here. At may timing pa, nahanap na nga dito si Obib. KSA, good damage. KLB holding down A. And here comes JJ for the cover. This might just be it. STS, can they close down this series to claim a 2-1? They can still plant the bomb, pero ang dami pang oras. Mapapaisip dito yung CE players natin for STS. Kung mahanap ka pa nila si Kellar. And Kellar finds KLP. Flash grenade comes in. And Kano, undetected. Malilikuran pa. Timing. They can't plant the bomb. Kano Slowly stepping in the sideline, Cetra lang, nakatingin na agad! And one more! This just might be it! Are we going to another overtime? JJ holding his own, pero wallbangs not aplenty. Flash, yun yung marami. Cetra, malapitan na lang. And he misses the shot, but Keller is there. We're going to another overtime.
And oh my goodness me, overtime once again in this game when we got what we wanted dito bipolar sa ating series, the triple overtime special. And of course, it comes in the form of STS and VP. Both teams really basically at the same level dito sa mapa natin, men, kahit sa mga mid-round situations na nakikita natin. It's absolute madness na nag-hold bigla dito si Zetra sa likod, pare. And I feel like he's very well aware na usually sumasama si Kano dito sa mga flank plays, or at least he is fast when it comes to his pushes. So really good awareness on the side of Virtus Pro at the end of it. But man, Kellar though, finding that pick sa CA, that was so key, pare.
Yeah, it was so good. Pero isipin mo yung sneaky, no? Dalawa na lang si natitira. Ang dami pang players dito para sa STS, and all it took was time. Talagang inantay pa ng onte dito ng Virtus Pro. They didn't wanna commit the bomb. Alam nila meron pa dito mga tao sa may CA. And look at Kellar, no? He found KLP, I believe, nung magkasama sila ni Kano. And that was basically the delay factor para makahinga pa dito ng onte ang VP. And you know it quite clearly, Sneaky. Every player from that side can thrive off of chaos. Pero man, STS, they were this close from closing out the series. Pero it took Cetra with his anticipation and awareness, nga tulad na sinabi mo, na Kano can be at the flank. And wow, oh my goodness, man.
Grabe, man. This is gonna be... I don't want to, man. I want to keep the tape rolling, no, dito sa laruan natin, in all honesty, kasi yun nga, no, this is the gift that keeps on giving itong match natin, pare. And I feel like this is also a taste or an appetizer, kumbaga, pare, para sa mga manonood ng EWC. And this is kind of what international competition is like, no? Both teams using their own playstyles to get their own advantages dito sa mapa natin, whether it is STS with their instinct and their very improved macro dito sa mapa ng Ankara, or is it gonna be the slow methodical chess match galing nga dito sa Virtus Pro? And yun nga, no, both of them are going neck and neck dito sa mga mapa natin, pare, and we are seeing both of their strengths dito sa ating series. So it really is nice to see that we are seeing the maximum galing sa mga teams natin, and yun nga, we just hope to see more chaos, hope to see more madness at this point, pare.
Yeah, it's very amazing to see, man. Triple overtime now para sa ating tatlong sets. Imagine that, na neck and neck talagang ating labanan. And there was a point in time na sa ating buong group stage na parang we were talking about Virtus Pro and now STS in the top echelon. Parang pantay na lang ng onte dito. Meanwhile, other teams are just trying to go in for that, adaptation. And talagang totoo nga, they're at the same playing field. We're seeing triple overtimes. We're seeing strats getting out of their bags. Tapos creativity coming from KLB para lang maging iba. Para lang may ibang timpla na hindi alam pa dito ng ating Virtus Pro. Man, imagine that, na ito pa lang, nandito pa lang tayo sa CROSSFIRE Philippines. We're not even in the playoffs. We're not even in EWC. Pero this kind of caliber, yan ang ibinibigay ng ating dalawang teams. Every player playing for life. Every player playing for greatness. And at this point, tulad nga na sinabi mo, man, it's pride. There's some kind of glory here. Pero all they want is pride. They want that, parang masasabi na, uy, di na naman kayo nanalo sa amin. Uy, nakabawi na kami sa inyo. Imagine that. And last day pa ng group stage. Come on!
Last series of the group stage. Last map of the group stage as well. And it's a very fitting ending, no, to a very exciting season that we've had so far dito sa summer. And honestly, medyo nalagpasan na natin yung standards natin for spring, no? Granted, spring was very exciting as well with STS winning very dominantly dun sa mapa na yun. But I feel like this is now the true form ng ating Virtus Pro, now knowing that EWC is now on the line. And ito nga, this could be the first act ng ating, quote-unquote rivalry na medyo matagal na rin nakikita natin na between the dalawang teams. And of course, I don't think either of them would want to lose anytime soon dito, pare. But yun nga, it's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen dito sa overtime, especially considering na pakiramdam ko na exhaust na ng dalawang teams yung kanilang mga strat books dito. And ayun nga, nakikita na natin yung mga odd defaults galing dito sa Team Stallions. Now KLP playing dito sa Hotel, and Loy, playing a lot more far back dito sa second mid, and Kano kind of going back to his old position dito sa may high mid, but he is quickly, placed back into the A side. So, ayun nga, we might see a lot of different stuff pagdating nga dito sa overtime natin, pare. So, hopefully, yun nga, we do.
Yeah, I mean, parang siguro dito natin may kita yung mga pushes on LA kapag nasa GR side ka, baka dito na talaga yung mga gulat factor. I mean, we're seeing that kind of playbook mula dito sa STS on their GR side nung later parts ng ating second half. You saw that, pero hindi sa LA, on LB pa. You saw that triple P dito kay Elvin on the bypass side, pero he still got one, and you might see it now prevalent on any kind of angles mula dito sa ating GR side ng ating STS, pero that will have to wait. Abot pa yun dito sa ating second half ng ating overtime. VP will still start sa ating GR side here on that first round sa ating overtime. So, it's gonna be crazy, it's gonna be intense, it's gonna be wild, man. These two animals, they're playing out of their mind every time, and I'm just so surprised that they're still not tired. Feeling ko naman, just like you, just like us, they want a good performance, they want a good show, and that's why we're getting the pinnacle of CROSSFIRE Philippines. I would like to ask those Sneaky, feeling ko magandang tanong to eh. Is this the best season of CROSSFIRE yet? Parang sa entirety ng CROSSFIRE Philippines, or is there something to battle up against that?
Feeling ko in terms of competition, pare, this kind of rivals yung labanan natin back in the day, right before Macta was Pacific Macta, when they were just Macta, Infirma, back in the day, pare. So it kind of was that type of competition with Execration was also in the fray back in the day, pare. Yung Wara, malakas sila lahat, and it kind of is the same thing dito sa ating current season, but with a lot more youth. Pwede nga natin sabihin dito sa ating top 6, which is very, very exciting to see, kasi nakasanayan natin na isa or dalawang teams lang yung malakas dito sa ating liga, pare, but it kind of feels like there's been a shift of a mindset dito sa ating liga, pare, na instead na Stallions VP na naman makakapasok dito sa international, wala na naman tayo magagawa. No, we are not seeing any of that, pare. We are seeing every single team full belief na kaya nilang umabot dito, pare.
Yeah, I mean, feeling ko tuloy para sa ating mga fans, I mean, if you already have one team in your bank, sino nga ba yung sa tingin papasok pa yung pangalawa, di ba? For us here, it differs from any kind of caster, but for you guys, I feel like it also differs. But man, EWC, I'm waiting for that to happen, man. Imagine this, na STS and VP can easily spot out that, pero if umabot na tayo ng playoffs, these two teams are already playoffs bound, tapos magkita-kita pa sila ulit sa isang final matchup, and you have, parang, I don't know, parang tapos BO5 pa ata yung last nating series, tama ba? BO5 pa yun? So,
best of 5.
That's gonna be real. Best of 5, that's really, really cool. So, kayo, para sa inyo, abangan nyo na yan, guys. But again, everybody that's waiting, we're just waiting for these two teams to actually connect to the server natin. Inaantay lang natin kung ano nga bang meron nangyayari dyan. So, let's wait a little bit here. But for everyone out there, habang nag-aantay tayo, we do have Play of the Week na pwede nyo mapanalunan ng mga econ siya na 100 econ. And again, marami na maglalawas na possible na a little bit after the update na new guns na pwede nyo makuha. Plus, there's also caster giveaways that you can bank on na umaabot ng tumataginting na 500, 1,000, kahit lahat yan. Pwede nyo mapanalunan. So, for the winners as well, congratulations so far. But for everyone that's wanting to catch up, meron pa rin naman po next week. So, catch up na lang last week na yun ng ating mga giveaways. So, be sure to get that in. Again, little bit of a stretch mula dito sa ating side ng Sneaky Frog and as well as Bipolar. It wouldn't be parang complete kung wala ring stretch at pagmumukha namin dito ni Sneaky Frogs sa inyong cameras, no? So, this is gonna be a little bit of a time. But, man, sino pa ba yung mga pasok na Sneaky Frog na ating mga playoffs? Alam ko CBF is there, I know Execration is there, pero Acceptance is also there, right?
Yeah, Team Acceptance, yun nga, the team that actually gave Stallions their second loss due to, madami naman outside circumstances yan, but at the end of the day, a win is still a win para sa kanila dito. So, yun nga, interesting to see, Team Acceptance ay kinda have fulfilled yung role dito ng QRD going into the last season, yung isang team na malakas na nag-pop off dito sa season and now has made themselves known dito sa ating tournament. But at the same time, man, Comeback Friends in a very interesting position dito sa tournament natin na yung capabilities ng mga players natin, or at least in terms of potential, para nga dito sa CBF, they can easily achieve a flight to Paris. But at the same time, we've seen the lows. We have seen the lows dito ng there were lows para dito sa CBF, and hopefully hindi natin yan makita dito sa ating playoffs.
Yeah, there was a lot of contests, no? CBF trying to go parang adapting as the day goes by dito sa ating group stage. Havus na very formidable, giving them a lot of like powers pagdating dito sa 4-man attackers natin. I feel like kung sinasabi nga rin ni Mochi na parang nasi-stretch na dito yung utak ni Tetsu pagdating ng group stage natin, feeling ko pagdating ng playoffs mas malakas pa yun eh. But man, very exciting, no? You have multiple region or multiple places mula dito sa ating mga teams. You have Cebu, you have Cavite, you have Tondo, you have all places here, no? Na really gunning it for that spot sa ating playoffs. But of course, team acceptance, execration, you have, you know, CBF, you have, you know, Stallions as well as VP as well na pwede pa naman makita dito sa ating mga players. So kung ako sa inyo, abangan nyo na yan next week na yan. But of course, tingnan muna natin dito ang ating comment of the day. It is gonna be coming in from Josiah Godino Velasco. Solid ang laban, may work pa ako bukas pero bahala na mapuyat, haha. Ikaw ba, Sneaky Frog? May trabaho ka ba bukas?
Meron? Oh yeah,
Meron
hindi, meron pero hindi related sa CROSSFIRE pare. It's adult stuff na, you know, you have to sort
It's
out
adult stuff.
papers and, you know, yung paperwork, yung mga ganun pare. We have to go to some offices to kind of sort out some things. Pero Tuesday, I think do have some work, no, pero hindi ko po na pwede i-spoil dito pare.
Bawal pa, yes.
Bawal pa.
Pero uy, ako sa inyo, I mean, it's worth it to watch. Pero kung ako sa inyo, you gotta get some sleep, man. It's almost 12 a.m. So get your something up, no. Pero again, everybody, keep commenting. Pwede pa natin ilagay yan dito, no. Again, big shout out sa ating community for everyone out there. Nakikita natin even the common people that is always here, just like Ronan is gonna be commenting a lot. So big shout outs to you guys. I would like to say big shout out sa ating big shout out actually kay K9 coming from Execration. Nagpapa-shoutout kanina from that immediate win kanina ng ating Execration para din dito sa ating I would like to say also, kahapon, Siki, nag-live pa nga tayo. Big shouts dito kay Ate Jonah and as well as dito sa ex-gov owner natin mula dito sa ating ex-governors. It's si Sir Yuji. Big shoutouts to you. So kung ako sa inyo, check nyo na rin. Speak about ex-gov, meron pa tayong impact na maaabangan pa kasi tomorrow, me, Ramon, El, Suave, you'll be seeing us tomorrow even for Salvatore na magtutuloy-tuloy din ang labanan. And yeah, we're just waiting for more information here. There's kind of a little bit of an issue beforehand na kailangan natin ayusin. So, be a little bit patient with us. Maraming salamat po. Pero, yun na nga, we're just waiting for more of these rounds. And kung ako sa inyo guys, i-check nyo na rin yan. Marami sa ating ditong mga casters and as well as, na pwedeng lumipad dyan sa EWC, just like Sneaky Frog and also us dito sa ating caster pool na mag-post-stream pa, just like El. Congratulations on El na na-approve na rin, no? So, abangan niyo yan sa kanyang pages. Right now, El is insane, no? The coach of players back before, just like Folex, na pwede nyo marami kayong matututunan dyan. But, yeah, everybody, kung ako sa inyo, check nyo na rin ang possible pang ibibigay na ating CROSSFIRE Philippines. And, sabihin nyo na ako, ano nga bang highlight yung mga nagustuhan nyo? Parang ang dami ngayon, no, Sneaky? Para sa'yo ba? Ano pa ba yung mga na-imagine mo from Eagle Eye to Port? Parang ang daming pwedeng pagpilian na team highlights na pwede natin ipakita next week.
Oh, for sure. Siguro yung the classic A execute ng Stallions, of course, pwede natin na gawin na reference nga dito pare as they're one of the teams that can successfully pull it off at a very very fast time pare. And yun nga yung mga A-takes nga dito ng Team Stallions pagdating naman dito sa ating Ankara map is also very very good yun, especially yung kalat nila dito sa may floor A area natin. So yun nga looking forward to those team highlights and especially knowing na kailangan pa natin i-breakdown yun pare.
May naisip tuloy ako no, Sigs. Palapit dito ang ating players for AWC. Do you think na parang pinag-uusapan na tayo dito especially for the Chinese region, no? Kasi yun yung parang biggest threat right now for the other regions. Team Stallions trying to claim that number 1 spot ulit, no? Or trying to go for that international glory. Is there some sort of threat na mas lumaki pa para sa ibang region?
Yeah, of course, we are literally the second best region tayo pare. We are the second best region in the world at the moment and I'm very proud to say that, no? And I'm very proud to say that knowing na nanonood yung mga kasama ko sa English broadcast. Yes, kami yung second best region ngayon, not you guys on the West League side. Pero yun nga, I'm just saying we are kind of the main target now. It's gonna be it's gonna be a different look dito sa Stallions and dito sa VP especially, no, fully knowing na wala na yung element of surprise kumbaga para sa kanila dito. Yung hindi na sila magugulat na, uy, Team Stallions sobrang pilis maglaro, biglang face-up CF na hindi pa nalalaro ng mga ibang regions natin, kagaya nga ng Brazil, kagaya ng West League, kagaya nga dito ng China, and pakiramdam ko, hindi na sila magugulat masyado, basically, and that is why we are seeing the evolution dito ng ng Stallions and ng VP, kasi they really had to up their strats, especially going into 2026, pare, kasi ayun nga, especially with the way that AG won last year, na dinasmantle lang nila dito yung STS, especially when it comes to that last map, you know, they need to be looking for smarter approaches, no, kasi just because it's working dito sa local doesn't mean it's gonna work up against all gamers, kasi you know, they're literally the only threat right now, pare.
Yeah, yun ang Sneaky Frog, we have to continue a little bit further pagdating dito sa ating usapanan, as well as dito sa ating overtime for Team Stallions, and as well as dito sa ating Virtus Pro. So wag kayo alis, magtutuloy-tuloy po ang bakbakan ng ating last series, ng ating last day ng group stage after this.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukutuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
And welcome back to the CFS PH Summer Masters 2026 kung saan itutuloy na rin natin dito ang labanan between Team Stallions and Team Virtus.pro in the very last set. Why not go into overtime? Little bit of a recap kung bakit nga ba, ano nga bang nangyari sa ating last round bago tayo umawat ng overtime. Virtus.pro, 2v3 situation, Sneaky Frog, nakaanap dito si Keller and CA, very nice picks, tapos pumasok pa sila ng site to plant the bomb, kung saan awareness coming from Cetra to find Kano on the backside, tapos nahirapan na lang doon si JJ for a 1v2 situation, kung saan, yun na nga, we're going to overtime and we're going back to the switching of sides.
Yun nga, no? Just like what I said earlier, of course, we already saw the biggest strengths galing sa dalawang teams natin, of course, and the bait and switching galing nga dito sa Virtus.pro, but we're also kind of seeing that type of macro, no? Galing nga dito sa side ng Team Stallions, but in a more simple kind of form. And ayun nga, no, it has been baiting out a lot of mistakes actually from either side. And ayun nga, parang magandang palitan nga in terms of yung brain and yung firepower natin dito sa ating mapa ng Ankara. And it is actually very fitting na yun nga, overtime, map number 3, it had to be Ankara, a map where itong Virtus.pro and itong Team Stallions both kind of shine upon, but in very different ways, pare. Pero yun nga, no, so far it's kind of been just an equal chess match dito sa Ankara map natin, man.
Yeah, very equal, no? Even for the first two maps natin, no? Port and as well as Eagle Eye, almost very, very fair. That's why we go into overtime. Pero syempre, Sneaky Frog, we have to at least address the fact na parang, ito na nga, just like you've said, a lot of mistakes. Pero the best thing is, a lot of adaptation, no? Mid-rounding yun, nakikita natin for both of these teams. And we're seeing a lot of creativity mula kay KLB na now they're pushing forward dito sa kanang depensa. Hindi na to yung usual na ginagawa lang 3 to split up, 2 dito sa my B side, 3 dito sa my A side. They're putting players on these not really risky positions, pero power positions kung saan they can instantly negate the fact dun sa ating BL side ng ating Virtus.pro. Now, we go back into the game. 3 players that you should look out for kung ngayon lang kayo nanonood is gonna be Elvin and as well as itong si Loy, because these two players natin on the same role has been very much flying up. Meanwhile, itong mga snipers natin not really looking towards each other, no? Pero something to point out about that is KLP winning the fights up against Cetra a lot of these times. Talagang, alam mo yun, LB push dito sa GR side ng ating STS, nahanap agad si Cetra through the smoke, which is very, very insane. Meanwhile, it's a battle of the minds, and Kellar trying to, despite the number advantage dito ng STS, he is still getting his wits out, tapos nahahanap niya pa talaga yung play na timing of the essence ang kailangan palagi. Very, very interesting ang ating matchup. Again, it's a 9-9 scoreline pagdating dito sa ating overtime. Very, very fresh. And what else can we say? These two teams not fighting for pride, not fighting for glory, but mostly for pride.
Ayun nga, no, and maybe this is the unintended effect, no, of having revenge on the team, no, as much as the fans do love to flame him at the moment, no, with his performance last time, pare, but still, I feel like KLP learned a lot galing sa kanya, pare, similar to Master Ugwe naman, men, and hopefully, it doesn't disappear midway dito sa ating season, just like Master Ugwe did. Pero, ayun nga, man, I feel like KLP has definitely learned a lot, and I feel like mas naging confident na siya, no, sa kanyang mga tira at sa kanyang mga picks dito sa mapa natin. And I feel like ginamit ng Stallions itong si Revenge bilang blueprint for what their team could look like, no? Papasok nga ng ating EWC, and I feel like they have successfully done exactly that. And, judging from how KLP is playing, pare, pakiramdam ko hindi naman siya na-exclude dito sa mga scrims. I feel like, it could be, one map nandito si Revenge, one map nandito si KLP, and they could be running the exact same maps with a different order this time, no? Para cover lahat ng mapa dito para sa STS. And it did take twice the work, no? Para nga dito sa STS, as there's not much teams that is running yung mga 6-man rosters natin, and it is very few far in between, no? Last time na naaalala ko may ganyan was I think Team Falcons, if I'm not mistaken, nung when they still had that 6-man, and he was actually carrying the entire time. I think it was Dancy back in the day, pero he was still pretty much a kid. Pero nandito na nga yung nandito na yung full culmination ng lahat ng pinaghirapan dito ni KLP pagdating sa kanyang laruan, no? So I'm looking forward to see whether or not he can close out this game kasi ayun nga, no, that is where the last bastion ng mga mistakes dito ni KLP lie. Granted, he has been clutching in regulation pare, but when it comes to high pressure moments, usually doon natin siyang nakikitang mag-crumble, and that is where we see revenge rise. So hopefully, we see the opposite this time. Men, gusto ko makita si Kael, you know, mag-clutch or actually get some really nice shots in a very clutch situation or even in a 1 versus 3 in a very important round pare. And even though wala na masyadong bearing, no, yung series natin when it comes to standings, yun nga, no, you really do not want to lose to your rival pare, especially regional rivals, man.
Yeah, this rivalry, man, has been, I feel like, given us by the gods. The Virtus.pro and as well as itong STS from their past organizations then has been breeding every time na para makita lang natin tong top 2 teams natin in the Filipino Crossfire na mag-battle in a very, very tight match. But again, guys, I also like to say, no, na parang wala naman actually burden na KLP actually just went out and played the 6-man muna ngayon. Actually, just like what you said, he learned so much, and we're also seeing a little bit of that prevalence na parang there's also some of these aggressive rounds wala dito kay KLP, pero it's only almost dito sa ating mga early rounds. Parang just an early pick-off, tapos back-off, balik na siya sa own playstyle niya. It's almost always that kind of esque para dito kay KLP. And you love to see it, man. He's dominating in that scene. He's always getting these early frags. Ang problema lang talaga, no, parang after that, yes, naging stagnant ating Stallions, pero Virtus.pro just winning those fights after that. Yung mid-rounding talaga natin no Sneaky has been very, very good for both of these teams. Almost better actually dito kay Virtus.pro, but can't count out STS at this point. Just like what you've said, overtime is of the essence pagdating dito sa Stallions. They know how to play in these high pressure moments. Even if KLP is in question, alam niya yon kasi he has played in tougher matchups, no, tougher opponents mula dito sa ating other regions. And let's see, a lot of clutch plays have been made para dito kay KLP as the last man to still be surviving. But hopefully, just like what you've said, he has, you know, gotten his foot upon the door na, oy, I can close this out myself with a 1v3 situation. So yun na nga, everybody, we're just waiting for these players to get into the lobby once again from that big stretch. Hopefully, you are still watch and share nyo na rin, why not, no, para makita na ating buong mundo. And big shout out sa ating mga boss dyan, sa ating Smile. Big shout out to you guys. Thank you very much. And pati na rin sa observers natin dito ngayon that is giving us a big job. I would like to take a little bit of time here to give a little bit of a big shout sa aking big friend na coming in from Helena, also graduated from UP right now, just like they do, no? So yes, congratulations to both of them. Amazing. Hopefully you guys have a great future, just like these two teams. But man, Ankara has given us so much for these, no? Parang it's so much na parang yung stratbook natin na pipiganan ng todo. Pero ngayon, sa wakas, diretso na tayo sa ating overtime, the last bout, the last duel of these two teams. And syempre, let's look at the comms. Or walang comms.
Wag walang sound sa akin.
Meron
comms.
Basta mo yung guro.
Kalma. Ay, labay say. Ilabang pre. Ito, magkita. Abi na.
Loud noises for both of these teams. Very active after a big short up.
Yun nga, Keller already out of commission, no, sa start ng round dito ng Virtus.pro, and that is going to be a huge loss para sa kanilang depensa pare, considering he is the rotational player, similar sa ginagawa dito ni Loy at Ticano earlier dito sa mapa natin. So Virtus.pro having to pick what side of the map ipa-prioritize nila dito, and it seems like B side is going to be a bit more of the favorite pare. Pakiramdam ko KSA, yun, we'll be playing Vents the entire time, possibly the bottom side of room A, pero STS nagsasurvey pa dito pare.
Yeah, checking muna, no? Last possible 4 rounds for these two teams. Overtime. Might as well end it right here. STS on the BL side. Checking now CA. High mid contestation pero si Obi ba? First time actually. One of the rare creations na naman gagaling siya dito. Big trade up mula kay Elvin on the TV side. Pero Setra, mahanap ni Kano. And Elvin stuck on the left side of TB. Able to do some damage pero it's all up to KSA in a 1v4.
Yun nga, and that's what I was talking about. The huge loss of Kellar. Medyo nawala ng cover dito si Zetra. Granted that Elvin was actually right around the corner, but still, di na in-expect yung double pick na nakita niya dito sa TB, and KSA having to do the nigh impossible dito. Parang na rin yung pagkakasa ng kanyang AK dito sa TB. KLB gonna get only 9 damage with an HK that I didn't even know was possible pare, pero tignan natin.
Yeah. Might have stubbed the toe, pero KLP just aware on where KSA will come from that exchange sa TB. And first point para sa ating overtime goes towards Team Stallions.
Yeah, really good opening pick as well dito kay Keller, no pare. And na-recognize sila na, teka lang, masyado kami magalaw dito sa mapa. Let's check TB. Zetra's now in second mid though.
Oh, Elvin as well finds one more, pero KLP late on the kill, but they do find an advantage here. Hotel yun, and now they can enter freely on this side of the map.
You have to pick carefully, pare. Yun nga. Ooh, Kano, a bit reckless with the pick, pare. Usually, Zetra would go for the full shot there, pero sakto yata yung timing, man. He was about to get off the angle at the-pick dito si Kano. I think both were hoping that they were gonna get that kill para matanggalan ng onte or matanggalan ng pressure onte yung kanilang respective teams dito, pare. Pero still a 4 versus 3. Very formidable pa rin dito yung Stallions, man. They can still pull off this A take.
Yeah, many util pa para makapag-setup dito sa A, pero fast rotations mula dito ngayon kay Yobib. M14, KSA spots out KLP. Playing with fire and repositions himself to get an easy headshot on 2! And the third kill goes in towards Yobib. Virtus.pro, quick answer back from that exchange.
Grabe, man. It kind of feels like the rounds are decided kung sino man unang makakuha ng pick dito sa mapa natin, no, pare. But STS thought they had the upper hand in that second mid push, pero napaka-slippery dito ng VP. As soon as they get the trade, they go all the way back into the site, and doon na sila mag-aaway dito ng STS being slightly overextended. Pero Virtus.pro, Elvin naman nasa TB.
Going in for the flash. What a flash. Where did that come from? That came from STS actually, pero Zetra makakahanap pa ng pangalawa. That's TB controlled for Virtus.pro.
Yun lang. Now is not the time to be missing flashes, pare. Especially in tense moments like that. And nakakuha pa ka ng freebie yung mga VP players natin, and it's another 5 versus 3 situation. And once again, ito yung isa sa mga win conditions dito ng VP, and Zetra looking to pick. Nakita yung kanyang tuhod dito, pero mapapaback na lang siya.
Yeah, that was crazy. Kano still wanting to fight though. He knows well. He has the C4 sneaky. So sasama lang siya dito kay Mayloy. Pero Kellar, a lot of players were VP posted dito sa may B side.
Contact?
Checking lang muna. You're still waiting for KLB to do something dito sa may high mid position natin or on A side. Pero timing is of the essence. They want a surprise.
Oh, hindi.
No. They're just gonna go in for the contact, sneaky. But they do need the smoke at least dito sa may respawn nila. Kano with the C4. First contact pa lalabas dito. Here comes the smoke. Here comes the flashes as well. Pero dead-diretso lang sila. Kellar, great position to stop them from planting. KLB from second mid. Walang mahanap ngayon. Pero 45 seconds. What a shot from KLB. Stops off Elvin from getting a pick. Pero Kellar mahanap si Kano. And Zetra with another kill. At ngayon, mag-isa na lang si KLB na 1v3. But the bomb has been planted. It is now defense para kay KLB. Pero mapapas lang din from the flash. He gets killed. 11 points para sa Virtus.pro.
Good nga, and the patience have been rewarded para dito sa Virtus.pro. But at the same time, nabigyan sila ng freebie dito sa TV, pare. The missed flash from the side of STS causing their 2 NPs to be blinded dito sa TB. And grabe, and Elvin taking full advantage. Alam mo naman yung VP, para as soon as they got that 2-kill lead, immediately backing off towards itong RS, towards itong hotel. And pinabayaan na lang nila dito yung B-site. They have all the parameters for the retake before the plant even started, pare.
Grabe no, Sneaks. It was the right time din para sa Virtus.pro to converge their players dito sa may respawn nila. I feel like that hold was very much a retake na lang, no? Kung mag-A-site dito, mapatay yung player na nandun for Virtus.pro. They had still numbers. Pero it was given to them with the silver platter. Parang hinain na lang para dito ngayon, para sa Virtus.pro, yung round na yon. But dire situation, Sneaky. 1 point, and we go into a tie game. Or 1 point means it's a match series point para sa Virtus.pro. Pressure at an all-time high, but we switch sides. GR side na ngayon ang ating STS.
Yun nga, opportunity for STS to kind of bring this back, especially knowing na they've gained some distance with this GR side for a few rounds. But at the same time, yun nga, Virtus.pro just as dangerous pagdating dito sa kanilang BL side, pare. Multiple game plans already in mind. Grabe, pressure is on, man. It's the last 3 rounds possibly.
Elvin actually picking up the M14 now, no? On the BL side. Big push on towards mid. Yeah. They want guarantees just like STS. Pero dediretso sila, sneaky. They want to overwhelm Kano. But look at Loy from second mid. Finds the rotations, pero Kellar still alive together with the Obib. The double swing from mid overwhelms Loy. And now they go in towards RS. Diretso. Sa death sentence dito ang Virtus Pro. Pero Cetra can find people here. Pero what? A headshot with the code. Yun pa yung pumatay kay JJ. At naplanta pa yung bomba. Pero they're low in HP kung saan si KLR mamamatay na lang. KLP will get the last kill and Team Stallions go for the equalizer. Kahit na napakaganda ng shots dito ni Cetra.
Grabe, man. That's how you know it's a VP STS final half of the overtime when everybody's hitting the randomest shots ever dito sa mapa natin, pare. But man, STS surviving the onslaught na nangyayari nga dito sa B-side. Very good hold on their side. Bawas na bawas yung VP, no? By the time na nakapasok sila dito sa B-side. And that's just very good early game damage para sa STS.
Yeah. They know na nabarag na agad, so they had just full control on that post plant kahit na nakapagplanta biglaan doon yung Virtus Pro kahit na there was a skirmish dito sa second mid. But this time, di mo na nilalalabanan itong LB side. They know KLP will be posted up there. So CA control it.
Yeah, good patience on the retake, no? Displayed there by STS, pare. Usually may isang odd member na papasok sa loob ng site and will get shot in the head randomly, no? Kukulang sila dun, pero wala na yung problema na yun. Galing sa STS sa series na to.
Yeah. Nagtitake into effect na yung discipline. That word has been such a power pagdating dito sa STS. Found out KLP. And he gets the kill on Elvin. That's one player down already para dito sa Virtus Pro.
And yun yung benefit, man, ng paglagay ni KLP dito sa hotel. Pwede mo ma-confirm na maaga whether or not Elvin is gonna be confirming a lurk towards that side. And with him being down, Kellar having to take the reins para sa kanyang team na mag-lurk dito sa mapa natin. And judging from where the C4 is, yun nga, they're not intending to take any sites anytime soon. It's still gonna be mind games galing sa kanila, pare.
Nawawalan na ng options of Virtus Pro na, especially that Elvin is down. As the Quinty said, Kellar needs to do something of a similar role or playstyle mula dito kay Elvin. But a split mula dito sa may exit side can still be possible. Cut off rotation sa may high mid. That's if Cetra finds this kill on KLB. Big flash towards the side. KLB might be slightly affected here. Pero look at this, papas lang. Biglang lumabas si KLB. Meanwhile on high mid, domination for Virtus Pro. Pero KLB does find one kill there. At lalabas na lang ang STS sa big gamble kung saan maharap nila dito ang enemy sniper. It's a 2v2. Make it a kill for Kellar. Pero Kano goes in for the kill. And 12 rounds now para dito sa Team Stallions.
Grabe, W kill cam towards CA, pare. At that very moment, and Kano with all the information in the world was just biding his time dito sa entrance A para makuha yung dalawang players natin. Stallions once again in a winning position dito sa overtime. KLP naghahanap na naman ng buhay dito, pare.
Yeah, it's the same kind of scenario. Palaging gumagana ito para sa STS. Pressure building now, Sneaky Frog. Can VP push it to our first golden round? Or will it be an ender? Cetra, and as well as actually Kellar goes back to the M14 or just use the TRG para ma-confirm na wala nang galing dito sa may high mid towards CA. Pero passive, everywhere in Ankara, silence.
Yeah, CA control para dito sa Virtus Pro. Setups now on the B side is now possible with those lineups, pare. They can get the spawn smoke and the cross smoke down dito sa B side. Pero man, decisions to make para sa Virtus Pro. What time to take this DB side, what time to take this B side. Pero STS starting to catch on the tricks. Dito ng Virtus Pro, they're not as fooled dito sa lurk dito ni Elvin or ni Zetra. Dito sa mapa natin, pare.
Here comes the smoke. KSN, Yobib. Might happen a collab for KLP, pero the smoke too thick now. Free entry for KSA, pero nahanap pa rin! How did KLP get that? Pero Yobib close by. KLP doesn't expect it. Misses the shot. Pero the USP is enough. Now KLP spots Cetra. Tatlo ang mamamatay for Virtus.pro. The Stallions is activated dito sa ating last round possibly of overtime. And the Rat King doesn't have any more teammates. 1v5 and that's it. STS. Pride and glory claimed in the very overtime of Ankara.
Grabe man, after one of the best group stage games that we have seen in the history of this league, Team Stallions taking it once again over Virtus.pro. Pero hindi lang yun dito, Polar. They didn't just secure second place para sa kanila dito, pare. They also have secured the future of KLP, man. Man, we were biding our time. Inaantay natin dito si Kael. Kailan ba siya maglalaro? Kailan ba siya mag-i-improve? Kailan ba siya kukuha ng bagong skills, no, para sa kanyang team? And it seems like the improvements are tangible para dito kay KLP. Para hindi na siya takot na kumuha ng plays dito sa mapa natin. He's also entering from time to time. Granted na, you know, he's still not doing yung third guy in, no, dito ni Revenge, pare, but I feel like he doesn't have to do it. Ayun nga, Stallions looking way too comfortable dito sa series natin, but at the same time, hindi natin masasabi na one-sided lang yung series na to, pare. VP fought until the very end, man.
Yeah, they fought and yun lang, no, parang that immediate kill mula dito kay KLP sa high mid talagang it put a statement that KLP is here to win every match that he gets a chance to play with, at napasama pa dito ang Virtus.pro sa death list ng buong Virtus.pro, ng buong STS. Man, Sneaky Frog, it's been an honor to end off this group stage with you. It's a 2-1 overtimes after overtimes, and I can't wait for the playoffs. But for now, we have to visit our panel. Let's talk to Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
Mochi, masyado tayo excited. Ang ating mic hindi na narinig. Magsalita ka. Oh, pwede na. Wait lang. Sumusubok pa. Bumibuelo. Okay guys, antay lang natin makabalik si Mochi Bella. Mic check. Pwede na. Sobrang excited.
3.
Hindi pumabor ang ating mic.
Present!
Ayan, Mochi.
Okay, narinig na ako. Salvatore. Thank you sa pag-hold down ng ating line at maraming salamat kay Bipolar and as well as Sneaky Frog. And boy, oh boy, mapapa-absolute cinema ka na nga lang din talaga, no? And I feel like nasemento na, no? It seems like we already have the kings with their crowns. Walang magbabaw sa kanila dito because all of them titingala sila dito as their dreams are definitely being met para kay Team Stallions. And unfortunately here for Virtus.pro, it does seem like that STS might probably be their kryptonite dito sa ating eksena sa laban nila dito sa ating serye. Grabe talaga.
Ayan yun. Parang there's only one question that needs to be asked para sa mga tao. Are you not entertained? Guys, grabe naman. Yun, tatlong overtime. Kamuntikan mga magsipag golden round. At lalong-lalo na talagang nagpapakitang gilas ang Virtus.pro and Team Stallions. The evolution of these skill levels na meron talaga. Ang dalawang teams na to just keeps getting better and better and better and better. Kaya dapat mo lang i-appreciate, mapatagalog o mapabisaya ka naman. Dapat lang maging proud ka sa talento ng Pinoy. Grabe, Team Stallions completing the series 2-1. Ang lupit ng Ankara na yon, Bochino. We were treated to an execution fiesta. Triple flashes. Amazing smoke bangs mula dito kay Lacetra at kay KLP. KLR and KLB exchanging amazing plays. Men, parang hindi nagkulang talaga ang laban na to, no, for Virtus.pro and Team Stallions. Pero let's highlight Team Stallions from start all the way to finish. They might have secured the first half, Bochi, pero grabe yung pag-rally ng Virtus.pro para maging 5-4 nga to. But then again, the maestro of clutch, KLB, back-to-back nga naman ang pagkuha niya nga dito. No, I feel like, Pochi, that was absolutely the gasoline na kinakailangan dito ng Team Stallions. Despite any pop-up from Yobib and Cetra, multiple plays wala dito kay Elvin and KLR, it couldn't stop the train that is Kano during overtime. Kung kanina napigilan nila si Kano sa port, syempre, paano nila mapipigilan si Kano sa sarili niyang ang bahay, that being Ankara? No? Marami na nga siyang dinala dito, marami na nga rin siyang kinalaban sa loob ng Ankara. And of course, the man does not know how to lose. Kita mo nga naman, Team Stallions pulled it through. Malakas ang kanilang presensya, pati yung mga puso. Look at the plays para talaga mahinaan ng loob ang Virtus.pro.
Yup, and that last round definitely became quite of a favorite, no? Ako personally, gustong-gusto ko yung last round na yun kasi doon nagpakitang gilas si KLP alongside with KLB as you have mentioned, and after some defeats in terms of clutching simula nung port, no? Well, ngayon nabawi niya with just a single round. Pero ito nga ang ating KD. Tignan mo yung KD ni KL Poy dito. 27, 16, 4, and 100% in terms of the rating. Followed by the rest of the squad.
Grabe.
JJ and Kili, okay lang yan. Wala na mga na yan. Kung medyo may pagka-negative ang ating KD, no? What's important is that we saw who stepped up onto this one, no? But here for Virtus.pro, worthy of applause din naman nga talaga Salvatore sa sobrang
Hell
dikit
yes.
ng ating laban, no? Lalong-lalo na with all of the performances na inilapag dito ni Yobi, mga highlights nila Kelan, actually every single one of them, no? Hindi mo man lang mahimay lahat sa sobrang dami at ang hirap isa-isahin. Pero nag-iisa lang din, no, ang ating set MVP dito. It is going to be KLP.
Welcome back!
Welcome back talaga, Kyle.
Chino, sa dami ng magaling sa labi na to, sa 10 na naglaro ng Angkara, parang si KLP na ata ang magiging regular dito, no? And KLP with that kind of performance, backs against the wall, under pressure, nakuha ng Virtus.pro yung lamang heading into the second half of the OT. Merong init sila, Yobe. KLP pulled it through with amazing smoke banks talaga, pre. And now, KLP, marami nagsasabi, hindi dapat ikaw, bakit ganto, bakit ganyan? Isang pinakamalaking sagot para sa mga paratang ng mga taong nagdududa sa lakas ni Kael Pegaro. Eto na nga pala, Mochi, eto lang ang ating ipapakita, ang lakas ng isang KLP sa loob ng Angkara. Marami magsasabi na, ay, maganda yung simula ni Kano at Niloy, no? Maganda, no? Pero overtime sa punong dulo maalala ng mga tao paano tinapos to ng Team Stallions at sinong nandoon, si Kael na isang nakatayo doon. Grabe, punong-puno ng bangka itong itong Angkara, no, Mochi? Pero tingnan mo naman kung sinong nakatayo dito. That definitely is KLP.
Yup, the only guy on top of the sea of bodies, no? Or the hill of bodies, no? KLP definitely showing that what he's made of dito sa mapa ng Angkara. And I am glad, no, Salvatore, that we finally see him dito uli. Actually shining the brightest pa, no, as an ender dito sa tapatan natin ng Virtus.pro. And again, guys, no, mala formality to pero parang hindi ganun yung dating because that's just how poetic and how much it means para dito, no, sa ating mga boys here from STS alongside with Virtus.pro. And our match MVP, let us see who he is. It is going to be Kano, as per usual, with the 1 point of KT, 78.13% na rating, no, at malamataas din naman, no, na headshot per kill.
Yeah, definitely Kano worthy of his flowers from that amazing set number 1. What a bounce back from the second half of set number 2, no? Medyo naging mabagal nga si Kano no mga unang rounds, pero definitely the impact was felt during overtime when it mattered the most. Definitely a kid full of wonders, no, Mochi? Akalain mo nga naman, this kid pulled it through everything after all the adversity. Gaano ka beses naraming nauhuli si Kano from every angle, lone to man sa loob ng Angkara. This man still managed to be that amazing talaga, no? Kano,
Yes.
grabe ka nga naman talaga. Like, I just really don't know when does this guy stop being so good, no? Parang hindi na ata natin makikita yun, Mochi. Buong buhay magiging magaling si Christopher Robinson sa paglalaro ng CROSSFIRE at hanggang sa kabilang buhay niya dadalhin yung pagiging immortal niya sa CROSSFIRE. Kaya walang iba kundi congratulations to the Wonder Kid with a 1.12 KD to cement etong status niya as the best player in CROSSFIRE C. My God, Kano. Parang walang awat
Wala talagang awat, no? And I feel like dito lang naman sa tapatan nila Cetra, no? Despite the statistics na meron tayo initially of Cetra having that kalamangan dito, parang nung sila ang pinagtapat, nag-iba ang ihip ng hangin at pinakita ni Kanosha talagang may tunay na kaangatan dito sa ating lobby. At kahit balikan natin, no, ang kanyang mga highlights dito, despite the fact that the stubbornness is definitely present, it does indeed became a strength in the long run, lalong-lalo na nung tayo ay tumapak dito sa ating ikatlong mapa, which is just definitely something, no, perseverance, no. Pagka naman ginawa mong positive ang stubbornness, yan ang nakita at namataan natin base sa laruan ng isang Kano. And oh my, no, I am just happy, no, sa kung ano yung nangyari din dito sa ating estado, din dito sa ating laban. Pero I do think that our interview is ready. Kaya naman, i-welcome na natin ang ating representative from Team Stallions. It is no other than Kano.
Bossy! Ayaw
Hello.
na naman. Kamusta? Anong pakiramdam?
Pagod na.
Okay.
Good ka. Ikaw pa naman eh. Mag-aalas 12 na, pinaglalaro ko pa rin ng CROSSFIRE. Sino bang mapapagod? Ikaw, Mochi, unahan ko na. Unahan natin ang tanong dito. Okay, congratulations, no. Napaka-solid nga na panalo. Lahat ng laban umabot ng overtime, no? Napagod ba si Kano kakalaban ng overtime o tingin mo regular lang to para sa kanya?
Sobrang pagod. Pagod.
Pero yung tingin mo yung pagod na yun, naapektuhan yung kalidad ng paglalaro mo ng CROSSFIRE o hindi naman? Na nagawa mo pa rin naman yung gusto mo?
Naapektuhan.
Matik lang. Apektuhan. Okay, Mochi, ikaw naman.
Okay, naapektuhan pa ang kanyang laruan ng lagay na yun, no? Base sa mga resulta natin. Pero, Kano, no, I am wondering, no, despite lahat ng mga pressure na nangyayari sa inyo ngayon dito, no, may it be external or internal o dito sa mismong laruan natin, no, ano nga ba ang nangyayari sa isipan o utak ng isang Kano at paano pa rin ba niya nagagawa yung kailangan niyang gawin dito sa team natin kahit na may mga ganong nangyayari?
Hindi ko alam.
Ba?
Ano yun? Ano?
Paano mo na di ang TTS paano mo nasusustain yung sarili mo? Paano mo napapanatili na magaling yung performance dito sa mga laruan natin kahit na may mga nangyayaring hindi natin nakokontrol?
Wala, hindi ko alam. Wala akong iniisip.
Focus ka lang.
Iniisip niya HK headshot, patay ang BP. Yun lang iniisip dito
sila,
ni Kano
ganun.
Oo. Kumbaga simple lang talaga mag-isip ko si Kano yun. Ito isang malupit na tanong. Ngayon nanalo kayo sa Virtus.pro. Tatapos niyo na yung group stage. Marami ng matang nakitingin para sa Team Stallions gawa ng naging pasabog nga nyo para sa huling araw ng groups. Anong mensahe yung dinadala nito sa Team Stallions para sa mga ibang teams na potentially makakalaban nyo sa playoffs?
Wala lang. Good luck lang. Good luck sa makalaban namin. Lalo na sa amin. Yun lang.
Alright.
Okay na ako, Mochi.
Okay, ang aking tanong lang sa'yo, Kano, no, last na natin to na question, no. Mukhang maganda ang ating resulta dito, but at the same time, sobrang lapit, no? Sa tingin mo o sa mata ni Kano, ano pa yung mga pwede nating pag-igihan patungo sa ating playoffs?
Ano yun?
Mga pwede pa natin i-improve sa
Pwede
team.
improve?
Yes.
Siguro yung namin yung... siguro yung namin yung teamwork. Yun lang. Tsaka yung discipline namin.
Yes.
Nawala
agree.
yung discipline namin. Yun lang. Teamwork tas discipline. Kailangan namin i-improve.
Alright. Loving the emphasis on that one as well, no? And okay din naman, no, Salvatore, nakikita natin yun agad at nasasabi natin yun agad from Kano, no? Mabilis nilang nalaman agad kung ano ang kakulangan. Pero baka meron ka pang remaining questions, Salvatore, just to follow. At least for me, yun na yung huling question.
Okay na ako.
Ay na. Sorry na. Wait lang, merong pasingit dito si Sneaky Frog, no? Galing dito sa gilid. Ano ang meron doon sa Team Flash natin, Kano? Ano ba meron doon sa Team Flash natin?
Anong team flash? Saan?
Binubulog yung mga kakampi mo.
Binulog ko ba? Hindi.
Yan
Saan?
ang wala yan.
Ikaw yung
Ako?
Ikaw yung nabulag.
Sa Ankara?
Oo.
Hindi. Wala.
Upline?
Hindi mo napansin yun. Hindi niya napansin, guys.
Hindi ko alam yun. Hindi ko na yan.
Alam,
Hindi ko
wala
napansin.
sa kanya. Okay. So again, no, congratulations ka, no? At grabe yung pinakita niya dito against Virtus.pro. And this is now your chance. Shoutout mo na yung mga gusto mong i-shoutout, no? Especially sa mga sumusuporta. Umabot tayo ng almost 5K viewers kanina.
Wait lang, may pinashot. Wait lang. Meron yung
Sige,
dami
go.
nito eh. Ano? Ito, shoutout kay Sir Thomas George Chongsi, tas kay Boss Edniel, lalo na sa Uncle Dibra, tas White Tugbahay sa Siomay at Pakboyhab at Kuya Nick in Heaven. Yun lang. Tas lalo na kay ate at kuya. Yun lang.
Yun.
Salamat. Sa mga nag-support.
Alright. Hi, Kael! Hello, Kael.
Yan si Kael.
Ayan, maraming salamat. At
Welcome back,
congratulations. Welcome back, Kael Fegaro. Grabe naman talaga, no? And we're looking forward sa inyong mga laban pagdating sa ating playoffs. Pahinga na kayo.
Thank you.
Alright, so yung mga tanong natin kasi, no, medyo bakit pa ba natin pinapakomplika kung kailangan lang naman nila is focus at tiyaga dito sa ating laruan natin?
Sabi, no, Mochi, I can't believe na there's something about this kind of Team Stallions na parang mas lalo lang sila nagiging nakakatakot sa mga mata ng ibang teams, lalo na nga rin sa community, no, sa mga nanonood, yung gantong klaseng forma na Team Stallions na ang tanging iniisip lang is gusto manalo, no. Hindi na nga nila nalalaliman, hindi nila pinapakita sa buong mundo ano nga ba ang proseso na pagiging malakas. Tanging laro mismo ang nagpapakita nun para sa atin, no. So, well played sa Team Stallions, grabe, no. Binago nila lahat ng mga iniisip natin, especially for the community, you know, who has doubted Team Stallions for the start after that Execration fall off, no. Pero ito na nga ang Team Stallions, no, papasok na nga sila sa playoffs na may galit.
Totoo, no. At yun din yung kinagandahan dito, no, na klaro at na clear lahat, no. Tumahimik yung isipan ko, personally, no, especially the KLPs pa. And then they won against Virtus.pro. Pero tignan na nga natin ano nga ba ang nangyari dito sa ating standings right now, na kung saan mamamataan natin kung meron mga changes. At yes, meron nga. First natin ngayon ng Execration, followed by Virtus.pro. Team Stallions will be retaining that third position dito sa ating standings. And si FERVID, abay, nasa pang-apat na.
Grabe, no? Take a look. Gaano kadikit lang, Mochi, yung round differential ng Virtus.pro at ng Team Stallions, no? 5 lang ang naging agwat. Dahil dyan, sobrang bago na ang magiging hulma ng ating playoffs. Kasi, tignan na lang natin, no, guys? Tignan na lang natin, no, Mochi, para ma-explain ko ng maayos.
Go! Grabe, no? Lala naman kasi.
Ayan na.
Ito na nga yung playoffs bracket.
Oh my God! Nakikita mo ba, Mochi? Ang nakikita ko, guys, for the first time since 2024, pwedeng maghiwalay ng representatives ang Virtus.pro at Team Stallions. For the first time, hindi sila pwede magsama sa international. Kasi magtutuos sila potentially pag nagtapat sila sa semifinals, 'di ba? And ano guys, hindi pa ba tayo natutuwa? Di pa ba kayo entertain sa mga kwentong nakikita nyo? Dahil sa round differential na yan, tignan mo, Mochi, Team Stallions and Virtus.pro hindi na magkatabi sa eroplano.
Kasi yung isa, maiiwan. Ganon kabigat.
Yun.
Ito,
Aray
no,
mo.
Salvatore, mapapaaray mo ka na lang talaga. And that is crazy. Next matchup natin though is going to be FERVID against Team Acceptance, and we also have Team Stallions against Comeback Friends. Abangan ninyo yan sa July 10, no? Yan yung mga laban na kailangan nating abangan para maumpisahan ang ating playoffs bracket.
Okay guys, pauuna na kagad natin to na Cebuano Derby between FERVID and Acceptance. Siyempre, babawi pa ang FERVID dyan pagkatapos ng maalat at pagkatalo sa group stage 2-0 ba naman. Meron pa tayong CBF versus Team Stallions. No? Parang sa itsura pa lang, no, Mochi, alam mo ang pagiging kakalabasan nito. Yun na lang sa akin.
Yeah, grabe. Nakakatakot in all honesty, no? Sa kung ano yung mga pwedeng mangyari sa playoffs. Pero sometimes, guys, well, after the feat na na-achieve dito ng Execration, hindi mo talaga maaalis sa isip mo ano na nga bang mangyayari at meron na namang mangyayaring agawan pagdating sa ating next week na happenings, no? Pero bago tayo magpaalam, no, Salvatore, sa ating pinakauling araw ng group stage, baka meron kang gustong sabihin sa madla.
Ay, guys, no, maraming salamat sa panonood, no, for almost 5K viewers, guys. Kayo ay nakitutok sa mga malulupit na aksyon na hatid sa atin ng CFS Master Summer, no. Maraming salamat. Kita-kits tayo next week at abangan ang mga susunod na laban kasi hindi kayo mabibigo tulad ng mga nakita nyo sa Stallions tsaka sa Virtus.pro, no. Kaya guys, sama-sama tayong magunita sa kagandahan ng CFS Master Summer next week. Yun na lang sa akin, no. Shoutout nga pala sa mga co-talents ko dyan, sa aking family. Maraming salamat. Kita-kits next week.
Iyon, at yan na nga, no, ikaw na rin nagpaumpisa. Maraming salamat sa ating production. Grabe, ang ating obs kanina. Hindi ko maintindihan paano niya nahahabol yung mga nangyayari dito sa last series natin. At maraming salamat sa ating pros, scriptwriters, mga nag-aasikaso sa aming mga talents, at sa aking mga coach talents, no. Sa'yo, specifically, Salvatore, Bipolar, Ramon, Els, Nicky Frag, Daydom, no, wala dito right now, natulog na siya. Maraming salamat sa inyo at sa ating mga teams, no, na nagpakita dito at nagpakitang gilas sa ating entablado, no, at kung gaano kayo kagaling. Just continue on shining. At next week magkikita tayo uli, no, at syempre sa inyong mga viewers, no, thank you so much for being able to support every single bit ng ating broadcast, no. Hindi ito posible kung wala kayo, and especially Smilegate, no, for providing this type of a platform para talagang ma-fulfill yung mga pangarap ng ating mga players and just continuing for reaching that dream and being the strongest dito sa mundo. At dyan na nga nagtatapos ang ating pinakahuling araw ng group stage, everyone. Inyong abangan ang mga laban na mangyayari next week para sa ating playoffs dahil tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang bakbakan. Laging tandaan to keep the fire burning, at sa ngayon, you guys stay put because next week there will be more Crossfire action. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. Uy, grabe! Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Namaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.